of Christianity, of what like the dogmas are. You know, I mean, some people were killed for believing a certain thing. So I don't like, you know, I mean, who knows? That could have been a time, and then they had to go underground for believing that. And but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, a lot of it comes into the hyper literal reading of the Bible that the Western church kind of does, because they don't understand Hebraic idioms. They don't understand Hebraic writing styles. I don't even think a lot of Christians understand what hyperbole is or anthropomorphic language. So these are all issues that I think the modern church has, is that they forget that this is a book of poetry written to a certain culture, and that was highly contextual. So we're not a society that's like that anymore. So we're trying to just literally read it like black and white, when I don't think scripture is really like that.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
I'm Michaela. Nice to meet you guys.
Oh, welcome, Michaela. Good to have
Hey,
you. Yeah,
sis.
for
Hey,
sure.
sister. I do agree with you, Emily. I think it was me, you. I think you were in the live, but when we were talking with Roy, I made a huge emphasis on how language is evolutionary and how we should proceed in the air of caution when it comes to stuff like that. Like we're in such a society, especially the Western world, where we live in such a literal mindset, and so it's very hard to really deviate from that mindset, especially when you have a certain mindset just doctrinated for so long. It's habitual at this point, you know? And that really took a while for me to get that. For example, like anybody that learns a different language, you literally have to kind of change your way of thinking, like how you're kind of wired in a way, especially culturally. So English is my first language, Spanish is my second, and it took me a while. Like I often hear, like, when you start dreaming in Spanish you understand it, but to know Spanish and to know like what their idiomatic expressions are and what their idiomatic expressions mean, it really makes you understand things in such a different schema, I guess you could say. And so whenever I
Yeah.
learn like what weeping and gnashing of teeth, they literally think that's what happens when you go to hell. No, that's an idiomatic expression in Hebrew meaning anger, loss, ruin, jealousy, etc.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I appreciate that. Let me just ask you both something. Do you think God has ever killed anybody?
Of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
I,
And
I don't.
you guys are on board with God just striking somebody dead, even a baby. You're on board with that?
I mean, who are we to question God?
Okay. Well, no, but I mean, not just question God, but did he actually did it, right? Not that. So, for example,
Isn't there a scripture that says
yes,
there's not a town
That's
that's
gonna
destroyed that
be
I haven't done? Like, if he is the creator of all things, let's just take that into perspective. Creator of all things means the creator of the best of the best and
oh,
the worst of the worst.
are
So,
you a determinist?
as in, do I believe that everything's ordained?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's going to be okay. So you don't believe that people choose to do things within their own, like they have their own volition space, that they can make a decision that God does not coerce?
I think we have a will, but
Uh-huh.
scripture says we're either a slave to Christ or a slave to sin. So
Yeah, a slave to sin. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of scripture that like, for example, when it says, like I set before you life or death, but therefore choose life. That wasn't even given. That's like given to non-believing people, and their ability to choose life um, is set before them. And so I think there's a lot of scripture that would indicate that people have choice. Certainly, I would hope you think that Adam and Eve had a free choice, that wasn't slaves. They weren't slaves to sin,
I think
right?
that scripture says that Jesus was slain before the Lamb of God was slain before the foundations of the
Sure.
world. So I think
Hmm.
that this has been God's plan from
I
the
agree.
beginning. I do not think that this is and I don't think you are saying this, but Christians get into this like kind of uneasy territory where they're like, well, do you think God wanted Adam and Eve to sin? Yes, scripture tells us that he subjected us to vanity to humble us. That is the whole point of suffering, is to humble us.
So you think so? So yeah, I do. Well, so you think that when somebody rapes somebody or when they murder somebody, that God wants them to do that in any sense? You think that that's true?
I don't think it's a necessarily want. It's just part of the main story. It's part of the plan.
Oh, well, okay. So I mean, the
I've
way
been
I
sexually assaulted, and that ultimately led me to having a better relationship with myself. So I
so
think
you
that was
think that
part
that
of
was
God's
good?
plan. That do I Scripture talks about like suffering ultimately leading you to a better and righteous understanding is
I,
good, profitable. So
right.
I don't think God liked that had to happen, but I definitely think that the outcome is what ultimately is for my betterment.
I got you. It sounds very Calvinistic to me. My issue is this: is it's going to be: is it the case that God ordained that to happen and desired for it to come to pass, or is it something that He hated that it happened but permitted? That's going to be the question I have for you. Is it something that He hated, which is actually my position,
Well, it's
that
that
came to pass?
Satan
That He.
does God's bidding. Like Hasatan, even in Judaism, does the like God's character.
Mm-hmm,
He can't lie. He can't do these like horrific things,
mm-hmm.
so to speak. So he
So he
has to
hires
send
it
an
out.
agent. Yes, and I know that sounds
Oh.
silly, but that is ultimately what Satan does. It is the evil spirit that God sends in our lives.
So you think that God is like, hey, look, I'm perfect, I can't do this, so I'm gonna sub out the dirty work. I'm gonna give it to this guy and this guy and this being and this being. I'm gonna let them do it. I can't do it because I'm
Hey, God let
perfect.
the mob
Yeah,
But
God
boss
is
in, man.
not the
Says
accuser.
him.
right,
God is the judge. So the judge can't be the accuser in God's divine court. That's just not how it's set
yeah,
up.
I got no, I agree with that. I agree he's not the accuser, but I also agree that he's morally perfect. And I would be horrified if there was a divine being that we're referring to as love, and that he loves the world and he cares about us like a father and all these things, and then secretly he's like, or not secretly, even openly, I mean, I guess he's saying, hey, look, I can't do this, but to do what I need to get done, hey, go over there and rape that person, go over there and tempt this person to do that, go over there and tempt this person to do that. That's what I need you to do to bring about my plan. Like I find that to be, I yeah, I don't even know. So the scripture is clear that God is not the author of sin, but it sounds like he's like the ghostwriter or something.
I'm gonna read you a
Um,
verse. It's Romans 8:20. It says, "For the creation was made subject to
mhm.
futility, not willingly, but because of the one having it subjected it in hope." So this is my answer to this question, like the age-long question of why does God let evil things or bad things happen? It is because there is a hope at the end of it. There is not, maybe not in this current age, but in the ages to come, there is hope that will be answered to it.
Yeah, I agree with that verse. It was subject to vanity for the hope of what Christ is going to bring about. It had a goal. There was something that Christ had in mind when he did this, and he was slain before the foundations of the earth were laid because he had foreknowledge that people would freely sin. I agree with all of that. The issue I have is that the sin itself, I think it's very problematic to say things like God ordained it or that he had other people do it. I think these people, these beings, that persons, whether it be demons, Satan, or man, they are freely choosing to do evil, and God knows that they're going to do evil. He does not like that they're doing evil, but it's what he has to work with. He'll draw a straight line with a crooked stick if he has to. He'll do it. And the point is that he brings about a world that I do think this is one of the pool of best possible worlds. So he selects a world that is, and he has freedom. He can choose the world that he wants to some degree. There's some threshold that's consistent with his nature, but he chooses the one he wants, brings it into being, and I think that's where we're at. But the things that people do that are evil are contrary to what he wants. When he says thou shalt not, it's not like thou shalt not, but I'm actually going to secretly or openly have somebody tempt you. I can't do it because I tempt no man with evil, but I'm going to have somebody else tempt you so you'll do that evil so I can bring about my plan. And I just think that kind of the mechanics there, working out those mechanics, I think that's spooky. Like on one hand, I think you have a very positive message of universalism because I'm in the same boat. I agree with universal reconciliation, but this element sounds like God is like he's capricious, or he's like a trickster. He's manipulative, and he's doing things on the side to facilitate a certain end. And I think that's just, I would want to absolve God of any of that. Like I wouldn't want to lay that at the floor or the foot of God at all. Like I think you do good avoiding hell, but I think the culpability of sin, I think it's too close to God with the way I hear you
But
outlining. But I'm
how do
open to
you
be
get
corrected and
around
hear what you're saying.
the passages of like Isaiah saying, I form the light and create darkness, I make peace and create evil? The immediate apologetic
Mm-hmm.
response is that it's Ra in Hebrew. But guess what?
Mm-hmm.
That same word is used for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's
Sure.
not
Yeah, I
the
agree.
tree of knowledge of good and calamity. It's evil.
Well,
Yeah,
Emily, what
so
He
the way you
created it.
determine it
I
is
didn't
through.
write this book.
Yeah.
So like I
No,
mean he
I,
is
I'm
saying that he did
I'm
it.
with you. Yeah. So check it out. I mean, I agree. This is a text that's often cited, and there's also a scripture that talks about God hating the evildoer. I agree that it says this. I agree that it says that in certain translations. Now, some of the translations just straight up say calamity. They just say that, right? And I think that the rendering
Brother, same word that's
can
used
be,
for the tree of knowledge of good and
yeah,
evil. Is it the tree of
right,
knowledge of
because
good and calamity?
no, I agree that that is evil. That is the knowledge of good and moral evil. Here's the problem with interpreting it the way you're saying there, because I think the context is what should determine what the usage is, or what the meaning is, or what it should be rendered. And so when it says something like "I create light" or "I create darkness," I create good and I create evil, or I create what's the word? It's not. I don't think it's good, but whatever it is there, the saying that God creates evil, if you were to take that to be moral evil, I think that's kind of nonsensical, because how can God create an action that humans are taking? Especially if you think that they're libertarianly free. Now, I think that you kind of don't. So it's almost like you're saying that God creates agents that do evil, but he's like actually creating that evil that they're doing,
That
which I
is
think is a weird.
exactly
That's
what he does. It says that he sent a lying spirit to the prophets. He does these things for his bidding, for his
but what
will.
is but Emily, what does that do with
Maybe this is just contrary to the modern Christian apologetic response to this. Is that like, oh, our our wickedness, our free will, like God, God allows you. That's I don't believe in a God that structured his plan of salvation around mortals. I just don't. I don't get on my hands and knees and pray to a God that is subjective to humans' free will. I think that's really scary to worship a God like that, because this leaves it out of God's hands. It almost sounds like it's a plan B, like it's like, oh, well, I made these things, but I don't really like, they did all this stuff and like I got to fix it, and like it sounds like
Like
God's like
God.
scrambling to get it together, and I don't get on my hands and knees and worship a God like that. I get on my
the
hands and knees and worship a God who says he is the creator of all good things and all wicked things, and therefore he is the creator of everything from A to Z. He is the Alpha, the Omega. He is the first and the last. That encompasses every single thing on the spectrum of the best of the best and the worst of the worst. I don't have to blame the devil for everything because the devil is subjective to God. Like God is this is ultimately why I say this as a universalist, is because God is responsible for his creation. He is responsible for making us. So it is
I agree with
ultimately
that.
through him that we would be
Hmm.
reconciled
but
back to him.
I agree with that
like, why
too.
would he
Caleb,
have
I know
it
you
be
want to come
such a
in. Go ahead,
system?
brother.
No, I was going to just say though, Emily, I think the reason people are inclined to say that is because they have to say, okay, but if God, we agree that God wants to save everyone in the end, right? But it seems like there's the path A where he could have had either everyone be made in heaven or had everyone exist in a peaceful way, or have planned, the second option, which is where people go through horrific suffering, even if it ends in good. And that's contrary to Romans 3:8, where Paul explicitly says, we shall not do evil so that good may come of it, right? So it wouldn't be morally permissible for me to allow, I don't know, like my daughter to be horribly assaulted so that she learns a lesson from it, right? Like even if it does turn out for a greater good, I would be immoral for doing that. So I don't think we can say that God is responsible for the Holocaust and for whatever else you want to say, and also say
The
all
Do you think
good.
his creation's out of his, like, he's just sitting there like watching like ants in a like a terrarium? Like, what I feel like God has his hand on people throughout scripture.
Sure. But he
I,
still has, sure, but there's still limits to that given human freedom that he has to work with, right? Of course
where
he
is
works.
freedom in the Bible? Was Pharaoh given free will? Was Paul given free will when he was blinded? I don't see free will in any of those stories.
Free will is one of the most fundamental, basic, like sort of, I think beliefs most people have. Like it seems really obvious that we have freedom, right? It's
Can I will myself to grow wings and turn into a unicorn and fly to
No,
Mars?
that's not what people
no, but
mean.
you're
That's not
confusing. You're
what people
That's
mean.
not
conflating with
free. Free means
though.
no limitations. There's no
No,
restraints.
you can be restrained but still do what you want, though. There's a
No, I
distinction.
can't. I want to turn into a unicorn. Why can't I turn into a unicorn?
Yeah,
I
Emily,
want to
so it
will
would even,
myself to turn into a unicorn. I physically can't do that. If you know
but
how to
there are
do
also
that,
Emily,
please
things
you
tell
know
me.
that. Yeah.
But there's things that you can do that you also don't want to, right? You can go up and punch a baby in the face. You physically can, but you might not want to do that, and you have the freedom to refrain from that, even though you could do it, right?
I wouldn't really compare that to turning into another object. That's freedom. Like
Well,
I
that's
physically can punch a baby if I wanted to. I don't really want to.
right.
I'm not even a big child person, but I would never
Well,
punch a
Emily, let
child.
me
Is
ask another. Let me ask it another way. What would it look like if God was not all good but was evil? How would that look any different in the world that we see today? If God was in fact not at all good God, because I feel like your God is indistinguishable from an evil God.
hold on, money. Hold on, money. Just hang tight, buddy.
Yeah, everyone, just
Go
allow
ahead.
Caleb and Emily to talk for a bit if you don't mind.
I
Thank you.
agree. Yes, please.
Yeah, because all I'm saying is that
Nilith.
people will say, "Well, God's all
Caleb,
good."
sorry. Caleb,
Yeah, they'll
sorry.
be like, God's good and he wants us to come out of it and he's refrained by certain conditions and that's why he allows evil, right? Like, fine, I would concede that. But to say that God absolutely has every element at his will and could have made the world any way he wanted to without those kind of prohibitions, and yet he chose to have it in a world where there's great suffering, well, it seems like if we are to judge God, then God would be doing something horribly wicked, at least in this case, or at least less than perfect, and we can't have less than perfect if it's a perfect God.
I mean, why do we deserve like perfection right now? We have not gone through anything to experience like if the world was perfect, I would never know what pain is. I will not understand the goodness that is awaiting me, as scripture, speaks. It's unimaginable things that are going to happen in the kingdom. I would not understand how great and glorious this is if I haven't experienced suffering, if I haven't been humbled. Scripture literally tells us that he subjected us to futility to humble us. That
Amen.
is, it's in
Would
hope that
you,
he humbles us. So,
if you had a child who was living their life perfectly happy and had not gone through struggle, would you intentionally inflict pain on them so that they learn
look at the
lessons?
story of Job.
So you would,
Did God not allow Satan to do that?
asking what you would do personally,
I'm not God. So,
but you're asking like there's a different standard for God than there
I
would be for us.
mean, if they haven't experienced suffering, I might tell them to go join a retail or a restaurant job and learn like that those type of things if they've had a cushiony life, because I think that they do need a reality check.
Yeah, I mean, and more often, I hear so many stories. Like I know I've heard so many testimony about children who grew up living in such a very, I wouldn't say, I don't know, like lavish or very very comfortable lifestyle, and not being have to force the realities of the real world, and they grow up as these entitled people, and it took a very humbling experience for them to realize how much they've been taking for granted and how comfortable they really have been living versus their cohorts who had to, work for penny dollar, but it took a huge moment of humility of their own hardship to be able to realize that, man, I really had it good, and I was kind of a dipshit. You know what I mean? um, I,
Well,
I think that the whole grand scheme of things is that, if we weren't going through all the things that we've gone through, whether it be trauma or just humility, humble trials, that we would just essentially kind of be like robots, like, I love God, God love, you know what I mean? And so I think that going through, and it varies by degree of severity of whatever it is, whatever fiery trials we're put through. But I personally think that without that, we would just be robots. And what's the point? I think that what we go through, the purpose is to seek him out, to love him, and to be guided by him, so that we, um, when by the time our life ends, we can look back and be like,
Mm,
he was with me through it all, and I got
mm.
God, God's got me. You know what I mean? I hope that makes
So
sense.
yeah,
Yeah,
no, I hear
certainly.
what you're saying. Can
Sorry, go ahead.
you can go? No, no. Well, let me just say something real quick. Let me just paint a picture, Caleb, if I can, super quick. So, super quick, as Dutch says. So let me just get this right. So, a woman who is kept in her basement, raped repeatedly, impregnated by her own father, beat, tortured, and then eventually killed, and cries out to God, and ultimately, as far as we can tell, dies with hatred in her heart towards God because she cried out repeatedly and nothing happened. That whole thing, God stood by, did nothing, and he ordained. Not only did he do nothing, but he actually did something, because he actually facilitated the temptation for the person that did this, the father, towards the daughter. He ordained that, and we're calling this being morally perfect, loving, good, kind, merciful, long suffering, patient, etc. Is that what I'm hearing? I just wondered, Michaela or Emily,
No,
either
you're
one of you
good.
guys.
You're good. I'm sorry. I was running the kitchen sink.
I mean, Proverbs 16:4 says that everything has a purpose to God's plan. I
I
cannot,
agree.
this is where, I mean, it includes the evil, the wicked there. It says that he
I
made
agree.
these
He uses
things
it.
for his better good. Why does
Wait.
God
He
do
made
this?
evil.
I can't give you like if Ephesians 3:11 says there's a purpose to the eons. I think it's a big mystery, to be quite honest, but why these things had to happen, why God has to subject us to these things. Sure, like
Yeah.
there's a part of me that's like, I feel like I could have done this a little bit better, but that's also my humanity talking. Like if God
Mm-hmm.
is who he says he really is, I have to put aside those like what ifs in my head to be like, this is where that faith factor comes in, is that even though I don't agree with it or don't understand it right now, I have to conclude that if you are who you say you are and I am going to submit to you, your will is better than mine and better than my thoughts. And I know that sounds really silly because from a logical standpoint, it doesn't make sense. 4 or 5 years ago, I would have never said that, but that's where faith comes in. It doesn't, there's no logic or reason in it. That's what faith is.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I want to let Caleb respond. I do want to say something to that, Emily, but go ahead, Caleb. I'm sure you have something to say on this too, brother.
That's very and I appreciate your answer on that Emily. But that's a very like Kierkegaardian, almost like fideistic kind of view of faith, and it's not the view of faith that I think most theologians nowadays would hold to. I think faith is based on reason and based on inferences. Even though we can't be certain of things, we can have confidence in them. But yeah, I am concerned about this idea of like, on the one hand, I understand why we want to say, well, God's God and we can't always know. That's certainly true, and that might be what you have to say for certain evils that just seem like gratuitous, right? Like if someone stabbed 37 times, to say that every single one, like if they had been stabbed 36 times, it would have been less good or something, that they had to be stabbed that exact amount of times for God's will to be done. And it'd be a worse world or something if it wasn't, right? That seems very ad hoc and kind of silly to say. Um,
I mean, I've gone
be
through a lot of suffering and loss in my life, and there's been times where I've asked God, like, why? Like, I mean, I have lost all of my family members. They're not alive. My fiance left me because of my grief. Like, I have suffered a lot of loss, and I've asked God the same, question, like, why did this have to happen? And ultimately is because I never would have taken this seriously if that didn't happen. That's when I started to search. That's when I started to read scripture, when I started to really get like studious, because I was determined to figure out what the heck happened to my parents and what was what was their end result. Praise God, I understand, universalism from that. But I've asked God so many times why these things happen. But if you even look at the story of Job, he was an upright and righteous man. So you're saying that like this idea that like just suffering has a cause. The story of Job is seriously that suffering just happens, that there's sometimes just evils that happen for God's plan. Like there's no cause and effect here.
Well, wait, isn't God the cause of the evils? Doesn't he allow Satan to do
that's
these
what she
things?
said. earlier.
Well, that's what she's saying. She's saying God
But I'm
is
saying
using
Job didn't do anything
using. Well,
to
well,
do
can I
that.
ask you, Emily? You're kind of unusual here because earlier I heard you say, "Well, I don't think that the scripture is like, this isn't like it's not like this is like a perfect book. Only Jesus is perfect, right?" But then,
I
like
said
on
there's
this,
tragic errors.
yeah. So most people when they read Job, and I shouldn't say most, I'd say a good chunk, maybe even most.
Oh, Andrew, you're
Um,
quite loud.
oh, sorry. Okay, maybe even most. Am I loud for other people? Because normally that's not a problem.
I feel
Yeah,
like
you're
I'm
very
like
loud for
half
me.
deaf, so I feel like you talking this loud is actually good. So
No, you're very loud.
Oh, I don't want to. I'll calm it down a bit. Let me do something different. All right.
No, that was
How's
better.
that? Is that a little better?
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. Cool. Sorry, Hiwa. Sorry, bro. Okay. So let me just ask you, Emily. So, like, because it seems like most scholars, most people these days, generally speaking, are maybe going to be, it's maybe 50-50. I mean, this is just anecdotal, just a guess, shot in the dark, whatever. On Job, like people don't think he existed. I think he did. I think he's a literal figure, but I'm surprised that you're kind of punting to that because it seems like like I would think you would probably take that as being some kind of parable or some kind of just a story. It didn't really occur. Now I think it occurred, but it sounds like some people want to say that it sounds very fairy tale like it's in the land of Uz or whatever or whatever.
Who do
It's
you
like
think? Who
okay,
do you think
but
wrote the book of Job, Andrew?
it's a good question.
Who was sitting
I've
there over
heard and
the course of the 40 days writing all this down to the dialogue? Where he's like, "All right, Job, let me get that down
yeah,
right."
no, it's a good question.
well, I think it's
The
interesting.
reason I
Job
think
wasn't even a Hebrew. He was a Gentile.
Yeah.
So I think I mean that's also God's mercy too being shown there as well. Um, I take the story literally. Like right now, like if further revelation or studies like you know shift my view, sure. Like I'm humble enough to say that like my views can change. Like they definitely have as I've grown and I've walked in my faith and I've just continued to study. But um, I mean, what I get out of that story is that sometimes bad things happen and there's no real explanation other than that it's just God humbling us. It is the self-righteousness that ultimately was Job's issue. But he was an upright man. So I mean, I don't know. Sometimes there's suffering that happens and it's just there's no because someone did this X, Y, and Z happens. It's just part of God's ultimate plan.
But do you think that God called Satan in to have himself be tempted into this thing? Or do you think that God created some sort of like independent creature? Because it seems like God starts off by saying, hey, have you seen Job? So he's almost like kind of like the one introducing it. And then through their conversation becomes this kind of wager. But if you're also understanding, or if you're believing that God is the one who created all things, why do you think he's like creating this scenario where he where he has this like communication with himself and wager with himself to prove what? To prove that Job is a righteous man to himself?
Well,
In
it's
the
it's the divine court understanding. You have to, in order to be judged, you have to appear in the divine court. So this is going to ultimately happen at the white throne judgment. So this Satan acts as an accuser, and if you have never been tempted or you've never experienced any form of like of temptation, how is God going to see if you're actually able like to resist it? The whole thing is his friends were trying to get him to curse God, the wife, and he didn't. That was the temptation.
Right, but I mean that doesn't seem to be the beginning of the story. The story is more about that God wants to prove to Satan something.
I look at it as a judge and like a DA going through court cases and saying, "Hey, have you seen this one?" And that's what the accuser does. It is trying to prosecute you.
But the judge doesn't create the DA. The judge doesn't create the whole universe in which the court is living in.
Obviously, it's not an American court legal system,
God,
but
well, no. I just mean even the analogy is kind of like, why does God even need the DA? In the real world, the judge needs the DA. In
because
this
God
world,
is the judge, so he needs an accuser. That is ultimately he was going to convict, or next to not convict, but to point that he is lawless or he's committed sin.
but he knew that Job was going to react the way that he did because he's beyond space and time. So what was even the point of that?
That is God's hand where he sends an evil spirit to test us, to tempt us.
Right. I'm saying if if God is the one that knows how it's going to turn out, if God is the one that created the whole scenario, I'm kind of like getting on your kind of like same idea where you kind of like don't believe that maybe you, or maybe this is a misrepresentation, but you don't believe necessarily that there's free will in the way that other Christians in this room believe that. So my question to you is, if there really is no free will to the point where God knew what Job was going to do before he did it, he's the one that created Satan. He's the one that even allowed that conversation to happen where he then said, you know, go and do whatever you want, just don't touch him. This is all in the mind of one person. So this idea that it has to be like, well, if, because you even said, um, sorry, I gotta step off this thing. You even said, you know, why does God need to do all of these things to have the Grand Inquisitor and to have these things when He's really the person in control of all the different ones? So I'm kind of asking you the same question, but in Job, and it seems like you have kind of like almost like an opposite response.
No, I think they go hand in hand together. The accuser is going to be the one that would try you. That would be the one that looks and tempts you. I mean, this is ultimately Judaism. They don't believe that Hasatan is like a fallen angel. I know Christianity does, but he is sent. He's an agent of God sent to tempt you.
Right. I know. I completely understand that. My point is that you were saying that you didn't think that we had free will because it makes more sense to you that like why like George Carlin's thing where he's like, what's the point of having a prayer book? You know, because you know what's the point of being God if every two-bit motherfucker with a prayer book can come and fuck up your plan? You rather be God's plan. So then there's no point to pray was his kind of like joke in the stand-up. But to me, it sounded like you said that you don't pray to a God who would allow man's will to intervene on his will.
Yeah,
So
absolutely not.
is that's a good representation of what you said?
Yeah, I don't believe that God's will could ever be equivalent or bend to humanity's will.
Okay, so then there was no question as to what Job was going to do. So what is the point of this whole charade with Satan, who he created in the
Because he
first
has
place?
to appear in the divine court. That's how God operates. He operates in a legal system.
He's the one that created this. It doesn't have to do
I don't know.
anything.
Ask him. I didn't make the divine court. That's how God
No,
operates.
no.
Like, you have to appear before the judge to be sentenced. You have to be tempted in order to quote unquote pass the test.
Okay, so what about all the people that died that were killed that were close to Job? They were just used as extras, and all of this action was to just tempt Job, this one person whom he knew how he would respond anyway, but it needed also to happen.
I mean,
And
I don't worship the cookie cutter God. I worship the God who is in charge of everything, the good and the bad.
right, so he wouldn't need to have any of this happen. This whole idea, like, well, it has to go behind the
It,
divine counsel, and it
I,
has to, if you're not tempted by this way, then you're not. He's the one that makes all these rules that you're kind of espousing, if I'm correct. And he
again,
also and
he
he also could
subjects us
circumnavigate them. He could just circumnavigate them at any time if he wanted to. So
he
he's
subjects us to this suffering, this evil, to humble us. That is what scripture says. I don't understand necessarily why that has to be. Like, I could be honest enough to tell you that ultimately there is a plan in this, but it does say that he does subject us to these things to literally humble us. I mean, ultimately, Job was like almost crippled at one point to like, to living in despair. He talks about his like his can't like or his countenance being like so darkened and just have no will to live on. But ultimately, he still finds faith and hope in God.
and
I don't
that was part of God's will because that's how it happened in your belief.
correct
So did God need that to happen?
need.
Well, sorry, and I know sometimes that's a word. So what I mean by need is that since God will be done, God's will be done. Just that's just what
Did
we're
he want
accepting.
it to happen? Yes.
Well, he no, like he needs it, or else it's not happening the way that he wants it to happen. It's deviating from his will. So therefore he needs things to happen in a certain way. He needed like your point, like he needed Adam to sin because that was part of what was happening. That's part of what was going to happen in his will.
Yes. In order
Okay, so
to be all in all, according to 1 Corinthians 15, that had to happen.
right, and so then he needed Job to react the way that he needed, and he needed Satan to tempt or to manipulate all the things around Job in exactly the way that it happened.
He
Right?
wanted that to happen, yes. I
He
would I would say he ordained it to happen.
gotcha,
Again,
and
I don't have the mind of God, so I can sit here and agree with you that I think it's kind of crazy and low key. Like, I mean, I've been there. Like, I've been
oh
through my
no, yeah, I get that.
like, get it. Like, I've had those conversations with God from like, does this really like need to happen? And apparently, it did. So, who am I? Like, I'm just a mortal.
In Job, when it says that God's, I think it's like God's hellfire or something came down, do you think that that was God controlling it, or that he turned over the ability to have hellfire come down over to Satan as part of all the rest of the stuff that Satan was doing?
What verse is this? I don't remember the hellfire verse in Job.
It's just, it's probably within the first things where it's talking about, and then this happened to Job, and then this happened to Job, and then this happened to Job. So it's within there. But I mean, the point being is that, and then all the other things could have been kind of like happenstance, like the roof fell and these, some traders came in and stole the thing, and you could kind of chalk that up to like, oh well, that's not necessarily of God's doing. And then it says, and then God, I think it says God's hellfire or God's fire or something like
I,
that,
or less.
come came down, and it did something. It killed the family, or it killed the sheep, or something like that. So it's just it's a weird question, but it's very specific, where it's like, do you think in that moment God is throwing down the hellfire, or do you think he turned over the power to do that to Satan to be able to do what was happening to Job even worse?
Well, the fire of God is God's fiery laws. That's what Deuteronomy 33:2 says. It's his judgments. That's what Daniel 7 also
N-
says.
no, I think, I mean, in Job, when they're talking about it, they mean maybe lightning, like
It's the fire.
lightning
Judgment
came
of God.
down or
It's the
something.
same fire. It's the judgment of God. I don't look at the fire like Christians try to tell me there's multiple fires of God. It's the same fire.
Well, no, this is kind of describing what's happening to him. So it's like, this got hit by lightning, this got hit by a truck, this fell into the ocean. Like, it's kind of describing it that way.
Talking about the kids that died, the people that died. So it can't just be the law of God because people died.
It's the judgments of God, Justin. That's what
Well,
the
no, I'm
law.
saying in this book, are you saying that it's not talking about that fire came down from the sky and then did to the group or the people what it said it did to the group or the people?
I agree that it's a literal fire in this sense, but it's a judgment that's being placed.
Okay, so okay, then I'll extend the same question. Is that in control? Is that still in control of God, or God is turning that over to Satan to be able to use that fire of God?
To use that fire of God, do you think that Satan can will fire to throw out
If
people?
God, well, I wouldn't think that Satan would be able to do any of the things that happened to Job, if you're asking me honestly. But then I realized, oh, God says you can do any of these things. I'm sorry, it is a very specific and nuanced question. Thank you for your time. I've really
Really good
appreciated
No,
your
I
here,
mean,
your
God.
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it's a really good
Other
question.
people other
I
people would want to talk to you about things that are more interesting, and I appreciate your responses. I think you're a great addition to this room. So thank you.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I would just point to Proverbs 16:4, where it says that God has made everything for for the for its purpose. So it's for the Lord has made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of trouble. So God uses the wicked as an agent to do His will. That's I know
Yeah,
that
no, totally. When you were talking to Andrew, I more
ultimately
agree with you. I more agree with you with that
so.
idea that he's in control of everything, and so but like I said, I appreciate the perspective.
Yeah,
So thanks for the time, room.
of course. I have a more Hebraic like thought. I know Greek, like Greek thought's more like dualism. I don't really think like I mean, sure, like Satan and God might not get along right now, but I still ultimately think that like it's not like this war between like God losing souls and like all. I don't think that like it's ultimately God using an evil as an agent to do His will.
Wait, I thought you said that Satan wasn't a fallen angel.
No, I said that's what Jews, Orthodox Jews, believe.
Oh, you don't take their beliefs?
No, not all of them. I try to stick to Hebraic understanding, but right now
What's
I
the
do.
difference?
I'm sorry.
What's the difference between Hebraic and Jewish?
Well, ultimately it's the same thing. It's just that it's the concepts. But Jews do not believe that Satan or Hasatan was the snake in the garden. I also do not believe that either. So
Yeah, who would?
So the Hebrews believe that.
there's two different camps. There's one that believes that's a different entity, and then there's another that believes that that was just part, like that snake doesn't play into what Satan is. I am under
So
I'm
okay,
understanding that there's two different deities. If you look at the apocryphals, there's Shemyaza and Azazel. So
but okay, so in your view, Satan is a bad guy,
yes,
and he's
he's an
opposing God.
he is an evil entity that has to do the bidding of God. Yes.
Wouldn't that make him good?
I think it's like Proverbs 16:4 says, is that God made everything for its purpose. Ultimately, it's a part of its plan, God's plan, but I wouldn't call him necessarily good.
Well, I mean, the other, I guess, interpretation of that, or at least at the words, it means according to, he made everything to give an account unto God and his purpose, even the wicked. So the wicked will have to give an account for the things they've done. But okay, so let's go by your view, right? All right, so
Well, that's not the
everything is
literal
doing what?
translation, though. The literal translation of Proverbs 16:4 is all things hath Yahweh or Jehovah wrought for himself, and also the wicked worketh for a day of evil. That is the literal Hebraic syntax to that sentence.
Right. So the day of evil would be the day of destruction, which, in other words, even the wicked is going to have to come to that day. There's a purpose, and the wicked will eventually go towards that purpose because, when you're doing bad, then where do bad things go? To destruction, calamity. But
That
besides that point, all right, so you believe that there's evil that God wants, but how does that not mean that that evil is good because it's doing good ultimately?
I can answer that.
Okay, answer that.
I keep pressing the button. It keeps going to like a live thing. Sorry. Um,
Yeah.
so, so you're saying, why isn't it necessarily good that evil
Well,
happens because it's ordained by
no,
God?
why is it evil? In other words, a bad thing when God wants it, and even though He doesn't need it, but no one's pressuring Him to do it. It's not out of necessity. It's like, oh, I like this. I want this. So isn't what God wants good, and therefore evil would be good?
I think we're getting a little caught in semantics here, but it's definitely ordained. If the will of God can't be stopped. Like, whether we want to speculate some of it's, morally good, morally bad, I guess we can do that. But ultimately, my understanding is that everything has been ordained. Like, I mean, Jesus was literally slain from the foundation of the world. So if we're like going to take, I think Andrew talked about like God foresaw how wicked humans were going to be. Well, didn't God create them? Like, wouldn't God have control over how actually wicked humans can be? Um, like there has to be some parameters set up if that was to happen. So that's where I would argue that God knew and made some people extremely good. We met some I've met some very nice people, and then I've also met some very bad people. I think that was all part of God's macro lens plan of what wicked and good is.
Well, can you also just look at it as God ordained His reaction to evil? So He
But
knew what
why
would
is he
happen.
making something that he doesn't know is going to be like? This is come out. I can put this back on you. Wouldn't God make a human like knowing what they're going to be? Like, wouldn't he make something intentionally and saying that it's going to do this, or is he just kind of throwing together things in like a cauldron and coming up with a stew and being like, oh well, now I got to do something about it? See, that argument of free will gives me that impression.
Well, yeah. So then, if you use words like choose or let's see what will Abraham do, I mean, that just shows that he's allowing freedom to happen, or else all that language is just useless. It's really deceiving, and I mean, if it's
What I
deceiving,
don't.
then why believe anything?
I speak, Lord
What do you
Jesus,
mean?
let me
Why I
know.
believe everything? That's silly.
Well, no, why believe anything? Because God could be lying to you about the Bible.
God says in His Word that He cannot lie.
But the thing is, if he's
That's
if
what a
he's
liar
telling
would
you
say.
things like,
Exactly. In itself, it could be a lie.
yeah, if he's
That's why
telling
He
you things
sends
like
Satan to do the lying. To do the lying. That is ultimately
for
why
him,
Satan. Yes, that's the whole point. That there's, I think it's called God Seekers. This book talks about this. Is that in Hebraic like theology, God ultimately cannot do these things because it's outside of His character. So He had to create something in order to do the bidding that is outside of His character and nature.
Yeah, but if I'm dating
So
you,
he
wait,
lives
wait, if I'm dating
vicariously through the devil. It's odd.
if I'm dating you and I cheat on you, but then I tell my friend to go and tell you that I didn't cheat on you, does that mean I'm not lying to you?
That's not the exact same thing.
That's not, but do you how is that different then?
Because God's not cheating on His creation.
But God is not directly sending the message, but he is still allowing, facilitating
Because it's
and
outside of His
needs it to
character.
happen. That line
That's
what that
why
lying spirit need in
it's
that lying
called
spirit
free will.
needs to perform
That's
that
why it's
action in order for
free will.
God's will to be done, right?
It
That's
says
why it's called
God cannot lie. Like it says God
I'm
cannot lie in scripture.
right.
So He created something that can lie.
Right, and he needed that to happen in order for his will to be done.
and that's
Correct.
God needed that lie to be communicated to that other person in order for God's will to be done.
God ordained it to happen, yes.
Gotcha. So if I need you to believe that I didn't cheat on you, but I don't want to say it to your face, and I have my friend say, "Oh, he's busy, he can't talk to you, but he wasn't there that night, he was here." That means that I didn't lie to you?
What?
You don't
I,
understand the
I mean,
example,
I
or you just
do, but
don't
I
why
just
like
I'm
it?
don't see
making
how
all
it's
this semantics make
comparable. I
it.
just,
It
Dude,
seems
hold on.
pretty
That's the
it's
thing
pretty
that atheists
straightforward. It's pretty
do. They make
straightforward.
shit sound
It's
so
whether or not if
weird.
I send a lying messenger to lie to you, whether or not I am responsible for the lie.
but this is like, again, Satan is an agent of God.
Yeah. Okay.
In Hebraic, like they don't, some, there's different camps that believe that Satan is an actual entity. There's some camps that believe that Satan is a force. I hold to that he's an entity, just because it seems like he does have, maybe it's anthropomorphic language, but I do hold that Satan is an actual entity. But ultimately he acts as a force that tempts us. God doesn't tempt us, so he has
God
to
is
subject
everything.
us
God
to.
is everything. God is everything. God created that force and God allowed that force to do what it's doing. And in fact, he wants it to happen, or else if he didn't want it to happen, he wouldn't allow it to happen. So
I agree with you.
this
That's
idea
why
that
I think
God
that God
but
is the
God is not
creator of
separate than the
everything.
lying force. How are you separating God from the lying force if God created the lying force and God is everything?
Because God is the only one that knows the different. He want to separate the good from the bad. So, for instance, right now, right, y'all talking about free will, right? So, I would want to keep you in a box where I know that you know what's good for you and what's bad for you, so you won't poison what's good for yourself. So, I will keep you in two different boxes. So, He sends Satan, who go tempts you, so you have the free will to choose either you choose him or you choose yourself. That's the difference. That's why he's using Satan as a, like she been saying all this time. It's so simple. Y'all be using so many semantics, so many words semantics, making this shit so weird. It's simple. God's son Satan,
Dude,
because the
calm
reason he
down.
son, listen. The reason why he sent Satan is to tempt you to choose between if you want to be of God or be of yourself. So
That's
when the
not my
time,
question. And I respect and understand your response. That wasn't my question. My question was very specific. It was about God is a liar because God creates everything, including the lying spirit in which he allows to lie. For you to say, well, no, God can't lie because it says that God can't lie, and
Yeah,
then he
God
just
never
then
created
he just
evil.
created a separate system that allows the lie to happen. The lie so happens to serve
Dude, I
his
think you're
will,
Satan,
is
dude. Look at
just
So
you
what
your
is a
look
drawing
at that
is
lie?
just you
smile.
drawing lines in the
Hold on.
sand.
So what is a lie? Because
The
Jesus
li-
told us, hold on,
what
because Jesus
go ahead.
came and he actually told us something, but he meant it in one way and you could see it in another way. So ain't that the same way that's what God doing? Like he's giving you a lie, but it's not really a lie. It's more of it like of all right, let me see. I'm trying to think of a
No,
way.
we're talking about the lying spirit where God asks for a deceiver because he needs Ahab or Ahab, whatever, to be deceived so that he will ultimately perish, which is what God wants. Obviously, God can't throw a thunderbolt down at him. He needs to have this whole elaborate thing happen. So, but that's what God needs to happen. God wants him to die, and if the lie isn't told to him, then God's will won't happen. So God
Bro,
asks
what
for
the fuck are you talking about? Can you actually just like say
what
what the
okay,
fuck
what
you're
how did
trying to
I miss
say in like
explain
5 words or something?
how did I misrepresent it? Explain
You
that.
just say what you're trying to say in like one sentence. Just like sum it all up in
How
like
did I
one sentence.
misrepresent what that
Because
book
no
is
one
about?
knows what the fuck you're talking about. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying. Like,
you're
what are you
saying the
talking
same thing
about?
over again. How did I misrepresent what I'm explaining?
I don't think you've
Just repeat what
misrepresented
you
it,
said. Just
but
like summarize what you're trying to say.
Okay, God says we need a deceiver, and then a lying spirit steps forward, and then God allows the lie to happen. But she's trying to say, well, God can't lie, but God is everything. God creates everything. God exists within everything. God knows what's going to happen before and after it happens, and then God allows the lie to happen. So God is
You're such
responsible.
a dumb fuck. Why do people let you speak
Okay,
ever?
again, that's the
Wait,
third time
wait.
you said nothing. You said
God
nothing
knows,
of substance.
that's
A
he
rude.
said
dumb
God
fuck.
knows
So
Yeah,
You
let's
said
let
nothing of
Emily.
substance.
Well,
Hold on,
Let's
hold
just
on.
let
It
He
is
said,
Emily and him
because it
go at
goes
he
it,
said
back
please.
to a
God
court.
knows
It goes back
everything.
to a court
He
system.
said
That's
God
that's
knows everything.
ultimately that's
Wait,
ultimately what it is.
wait.
He's the judge. If he's the measure of justice, you don't want someone that's lying to be the measure of justice. That is what Satan does, where he can accuse you and tempt you to do these things. Like part of like in the Bible, a lot of what happens is that Satan puts lies in our heads that we believe, and we ultimately sin because of it. So it's not in God's character, but he can create it.
Okay, but then okay, so
His character is
your
his
example
like
before
his,
about the
it's his
judge and the DA,
reputation.
the judge wouldn't say to the DA, "I need you to go to lie to this guy so I can get him in jail."
Again, we're looking at it as like an American thing. That's what Satan does in the divine court. He is the accuser and he's the tempter.
Okay, who is he created by?
God.
So God created him to serve that function specifically.
Yes.
Okay, so God's in control. So God allows the liar to lie.
When have I never said God's in I've literally this entire time said that everything is ordained by God. I've never folded from that at all.
Right, but then you also say God can't lie.
Because in his character he cannot. That is why he created an agent so he could be the pure form of truth, and that Satan is the tempter that
How
is
does
not.
the pure form of truth like create something that's capable of lying? How does it like
Good question.
indirectly how does it
exactly.
indirectly cause lies and like untruths and like confusion and
I don't know.
deceit?
I'm not God. I can't
How
answer
does
that for you.
how does like pure truth like that result from like pure truth?
He can create good and evil, but he's still
You know
ultimately
what?
good.
Just ask yourself, like, conceptually, if you think that's reasonable. Like, if someone told you, like, oh, so and so is the most honest person I've ever known. It's like he frequently pays people to lie on his behalf. Like, wouldn't you think that was kind of inconsistent? I don't know if you're
I mean, if
intentionally
God's
muted
like
or not.
indirectly responsible, okay, you like said free will, right? Like, okay, I mean, fair enough. That's basically what you
Yeah,
said.
I don't believe free will. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, I don't know if you just got here, but
Wait.
I believe God ordained everything.
No, but,
Okay.
So
Well,
you can't use the
that's
term allow. You shouldn't use
wait,
the
but
word
can
allow if you don't believe in
one
free
sec,
will.
Justin, one sec. But do you agree with
Free will means I have no limitations on my will. I can will whatever I please. I could will to turn into a unicorn and fly to
Wait,
Mars.
Are
no,
you
that's not
accountable?
That is
typically. That's
free
wait,
not
wait,
how it's
will.
hey
used
guys, do you
typically.
mind? Can I
The
just
That's
speak
only
fair enough.
now?
That's
person
fair.
who has free will
Oh,
is God himself. He can do whatever he wants. I
okay.
have the
Got it. Got it.
restraints of the laws of physics, of what God has put
Except
humans
lie.
capable
He
of.
can't,
Like,
can't do what he wants. He can't lie.
But can you for a moment like respond to what I just said about the lying thing? Like, would you think somebody was like a really honest person if they like frequently got people to lie on their behalf, or they lied by proxy through other people? Would you think they were like a really honest person?
it is the concept that there is a force that is ordained by God to tempt us.
Well,
It
I'm
is
just
the
asking you a kind of separate
opposite.
question now.
It would be the opposite of what God is. If God is pure and holy and truth, he would send something that is opposite of him to do that
No,
evil.
but I'm just asking you, if I were to say to you, this person is very honest, they are very sincere, but they regularly get people to lie on their behalf, would you think that was consistent, what I was saying?
I don't look at it as like that form. It's a divine court.
So is that no then? You don't think that person would be very honest?
I
You
don't
think
think
they'd
it's
be.
comparable to a court system that God
But
has set
first,
up.
I just want to know like what you think of that particular situation.
If someone was a truthful person and sent a lying person to me,
No, I'm telling you, this person's really, really honest. What they do is regularly get other people to lie on their behalf. Would you think that person was in fact an honest person?
he's not getting God to lie for him. He's lying to us.
All right.
No, 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 no. I think maybe you didn't understand.
You
So
mean God is not getting him to lie for
yeah,
God, right? That's what you meant to say?
Correct. Yeah, he's not lying for God. He's lying to us.
no, no, no. But
Satan's the
God
one.
requests
Satan in the
Okay.
accuser.
God requests the liar though.
Okay, rebuttal, Timothy.
So he's lying for God.
Rebuttal. Wait, before Divine like completely shits on everything.
Yeah, I mean the whole point is that like
Kind of rude.
everything is divinely
Who is
ordained by
that?
God
Actually,
by
I couldn't see who was saying that. Can you
uh,
can you tell me who you are, person that has a problem with me over
he's
and
a man with no name. Do you think so just to be clear, you think everything's divinely ordained by Christ by God, right?
Yes, there.
Okay.
God
So
plans our steps.
and does
We
he plan what the devil does too, or no?
yes. Ultimately, the devil bends to the will of God.
Okay, but he doesn't directly tell the lie, right?
He does not lie for God, as in like God has lies that need to be told. Satan accuses us of things that are not true. It's ultimately us to find our identity in Christ, to
Does
not
he?
believe the lies
Mhm.
of
Okay,
the
but does he ordain the lie?
devil. Does he ordain the lie? He
Yeah.
ordained Satan to lie to us.
Correct. So right, cool. So Satan is ultimately doing the bidding of God, right?
This
It's
is
all
why he had to. This is what I'm saying. I know this might not like I'm. This might not, but this is also the Jewish understanding of this too. Is that God does not lie, so he had to create something to do the evil in the world.
To lie
yeah,
for him, yeah.
yeah. But my friend is like a very honest person,
No,
and he
I
can't
disagree.
lie.
Yeah.
He
I
can't lie.
disagree.
That's
He
why other
can't tell a
people.
lie himself. He's like, like who's the guy that like George Washington or something? I cannot tell a lie. He's like he's like perfect George Washington, but he gets other people to lie for him. He can do that.
You don't at least see it from like another perspective, Emily, where like it's kind of hard to
I
it's
get
hard to perceive God
coming
as
from.
like this
You
pure,
don't have.
truthful
You're not a
God.
morally perfect person. So if you
Agreed.
were to send something to test me,
So do
like
I.
I will never have this understanding of mortals.
You know, it's not. I'm not really concerned with like what's moral. I don't necessarily think you're immoral because you lie. I think
No, I
there's
said
like
mortals. I don't think it's comparable for mortals
oh
to be
mortals.
acting in a divine court.
No, I don't dispute that. I'm just saying that's why I said
What's
I wait, but hold on. I was very specific in what I said. I said just this is kind of a conceptual point. I'm not really arguing about theology. I'm just saying, like, don't you think that if I were to tell you somebody's really, really truthful, but then I was to say they frequently, quote unquote, ordain people to lie on their behalf, don't you think that would kind of counterfeit the notion of truthfulness you had?
It's not on your behalf, though. It's just that they're ordained to lie to test you. I don't know how many times I can say that. It's
Okay,
not
that's fine. That's
Satan.
fine. We can move on. It's fine.
Satan isn't lying on God's behalf. He's lying to us.
But doesn't God request the deceiver though? Doesn't he request the deceiver in that story?
Request?
Yeah, isn't like Satan part of God's
I mean,
divine
I mean,
story?
Yes.
in that story in particular, the lying spirits, it's like good. It's like the people are they're like wicked like kings or whatever, and so in order to like deceive them and like for them to fall into ruin,
Are you talking about
God
the prophet's
sends
ball?
God sends lying uh spirits like in the form of, I don't know the story that
Yeah,
well, but
but
he
he
sends.
requests them is my point. She's trying to say
Yeah.
that he's trying to say that Satan doesn't lie on God's request or something like that, but God requests specific. I mean, it's to your point. You're saying God can't lie. Okay, we totally. Well, I'll go with that. So then he needs liars, and then in this specific story, he is the
In this
one who
story
says no.
someone's like lying for God. They're like, he's like
Right, but he
Yeah.
asks. He
God
God's like go and tell the king,
God decides
whoever
who is
this.
deceived. I agree with you.
Go
God
forth
decides
and
who is
shift.
deceived.
No, but he's not just deciding. Wait,
The story of the
so
prophets of
that's a
Baal, he
weird way of
sends a
putting it.
lying spirit to deceive them. That's
Yeah,
the whole that's
So
the whole
if
exactly.
story.
Satan doesn't deceive people, is he acting in the will of God?
Satan's entire existence is to test and to tempt us.
I feel sorry for Satan.
So if Satan's whole thing is he's put here by God to test us, everything that Satan does is ordained by God and like signed off by God, right?
That is why God sent a lying spirit.
So God allows Satan to lie to us. It doesn't matter what the lie is,
Yes.
but he outsources lying to Satan
But
so that
no,
he
he's
doesn't
not
have
just
Yes,
to.
but
allowing.
God
Okay, the
gives
difference between allowing something to happen is that it's like not completely under your control. Like if you didn't do something, um then it would just happen, right? But you're saying that God ordains it, that it's not, God's not just like passively allowing things to happen.
Well, I mean, like, what's a better, like, God is someone that ordains everything, or simply just allows this entity that's
What
severely
do you mean by
lesser than
better?
him to destroy everything in humanity and turn it upside down, and then be like, oh yeah, like, sorry guys, like, but you have Jesus now. Like, that's not the
I don't know. You
gospel.
mean like
That's not the
morally? I guess
Bible.
I guess yeah, that morally the second one sounds better, like the one that's not
What?
le-
Really?
morally the second.
That God's
Yeah.
just like, well, sorry, I created something that, like, I don't really have, like, he's just doing whatever, and I, like, eventually, like, I'll figure it out. Like, that doesn't sound right to me.
May I just jump in for a second? Could it be that we're looking at this wrong, and that maybe because I keep hearing it said that God made um, an evil angel, from what I'm hearing, or an evil spirit. Satan wasn't evil at the beginning. Satan was he was the light bearing angel, Lucifer, as far as I understand. He was. I don't believe God made an angel that was evil. The angel became evil and tried to lift himself above God, and that's where the problem began. And then he was cast out of heaven. He wasn't sent to earth to do anything. He's doing of his own volition what he does. So I don't. There's this argument where I'm hearing as though God. I heard the word agent, right? But I don't believe God is using Satan like that. God is aware of Satan and he's aware of what Satan can do. But
So
I
when
don't.
God sends a lying spirit, is he not is he not using that spirit to do his will?
Yeah, in the sense that do you
Mm.
remember when Joseph had the dream from God that he was going to be great amongst the 12 brothers?
Yeah.
They did an evil thing to him, and that evil thing At the end, when Joseph looked back at it, he said, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." Right? So an evil thing can be done, and God has control over the evil that's occurring. He's still orchestrating, even though an evil is happening. He's still in control and orchestrating the outcome of the end of it. And I think that's kind of
So
being
he's
that's
orchestrating, but
that.
he's not ordaining it. That sounds that
Yeah,
doesn't.
yeah. Because to say that he ordains evil doesn't sit well with me, because he's going to punish the evil at the end. How can you ordain something that or anoint something to do a thing and then
Why
punish
not?
it for the thing that it
Yeah,
does?
like
That's the
why
point of the
not?
double talk. That's
Do you
the point of
understand?
how can something that's all good be bad? How that something can lie that can't lie? How that
Yeah,
something, that
but
has
that's
free
the point
will,
I'm trying to
how
make.
that something that controls everything allow free will.
What is
It's the same type of double talk, just on different layers.
Not really. I
what
think
is
the
the
point
difference
that I'm
between
trying to make is
orchestrating
that
and ordaining? Can
I,
you
I
tell
think
me?
that
Like,
I think that you're taking freedom away from the angel or that entity. You're not giving him um, his own um, power, his own power to do and to move
so you
about
believe in
and to.
dualism?
I, I do believe in dualism, but not in this particular. Depending on what you're talking about as regards to dualism. But in terms of this angel having a will to do what he wants and to pick what he wants, I believe the angel has that,
Would the lying
and
spirit have
we're
come?
taking
Wait,
that
wait, wait. Would
away
the
from
lying
the
spirit
angel.
have come forward if God hadn't asked?
Sorry.
Would the lying spirit have come forward if God hadn't asked for a
Well,
deceiver?
who is the lying spirit? Who does the Bible
I
call?
don't,
Who does Jesus call the lying spirit? That was the liar from the beginning.
I'm talking about specifically in the story where God has the council and he's calling for a deceiver to lead Ahab to his death.
He's not calling for a deceiver. He didn't call out for a deceiver. If
Sorry.
in that
Entice,
verse, he,
entice.
he doesn't call for a deceiver at all.
Okay,
A
entice. What does he
deceiver
do?
is there, and an angel is there, and then what you've got to ask the question then is, who is this angel that's volunteered itself to be a lying spirit in
Yeah,
the mouth of
it's
all these
No,
prophets?
He
you
it's an
have
doesn't
to read it
entity
volunteer
that
You
was
again.
see,
created
I
by
think
God
it's
God.
the
said
way
you're
you're
gonna go
reading.
there.
I think it's the way you're reading.
But
You
isn't
That's
have
the
to
isn't
read
problem.
it. You
that
Yeah.
guys
lying
are not
spirit was
reading.
created by
You guys,
God?
No, I think you need to reread how you've read it and read it
no,
again,
you have
because
you're forgetting how it reads. It says
even
who
how you
it,
even how you
who would
pose
go
the
down and
question.
deceive Ahab for us? That was the question. He said, who would go down to deceive Ahab for us?
Yes.
Then a lying
Where is
spirit
that?
spoke up. All right, so
Okay,
you have to go to just you go to I believe what is it? It would be First Kings. Let me get to there real quick.
31 or 21.
Hold on. Deceive Ahab.
I think it's like 22:19 through 23.
22.
Andrew,
Hold
your
on.
chat is always so like in like the comments is so rowdy. I feel like everything is simple and okay up here.
22.
Ooh,
Now therefore,
that's
behold,
funny.
the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all the. Yeah, but if you go up a bit
No,
further, it says, and he said
No, at
that
20.
this.
Go
I'm
back to
I'm at
20.
19.
Go
I'm
back
at
to 20.
19.
You got to
And he
read 20
said,
first.
hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. And I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven. Okay. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab? That's what the Lord asked. Who's going to persuade Ahab? Not who's going to lie. Then he says, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead. And one said on this manner, and another said on that manner. And there came forth a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. Right?
wait, what
And
version you're reading from?
I'm reading from the King James
King
Version
James.
No, that's not
on
the King
Bible
James
Hub.
version.
Sorry?
That's definitely not the King James version.
I'm sure I'm reading from the King James Version. Let me check. Yeah, King James Bible. On Bible Hub,
Hold on.
Do we have a
1
King James
Kings verse
list?
22.
What chapter?
Are you a
Thank you,
King
One,
Oda.
one,
Very
one
list?
valid.
Kings, First Kings. Hold on, let me check it out. Chapter 22, and I think it's verse 22 or verse 20 onwards.
But you would agree that God needs this lie to happen because
I don't think he
that's
needs a lie to happen.
part of his will,
I
and that's what.
folded you on this last time.
I don't think he needs a lie to happen. Um, I wouldn't say that because God is not he's not a liar. He's not the
No. I
father
didn't
of
say
lies.
he's a liar. I was saying he needs this to happen. That's why he's calling forth
He, he,
people to be able
It's
to
he,
entice
yes, it is
him.
an agent
yeah,
that
he
is
needs
outside
something
of
to
him that can
happen.
do this.
Yeah,
Gotcha. And he created everything,
he
Yes.
created everything.
and
Yes,
he knows what's going to happen before it's going to happen.
and he's in control of everything, and he's
Gotcha.
orchestrating everything.
So he
What
knew
is
who was going. He knew who was going. He knew the lying spirit was going to step forward before he asked,
Well, you could say that. I
and
suppose. I suppose so. There's nothing he
he
doesn't
created
know.
the lying spirit to lie.
what is the
He
difference
did.
between
That's
orchestrating
the
and
point.
ordaining?
I think that's the point I'm trying to make, and I'll land here. God did not make a lying spirit. A spirit succumbed to an iniquity. That's what happened. We're saying he created a lying spirit. No, he created something perfect in heaven with him. That thing succumbed to something because of the power that it had, the beauty it had. It fell upon on its own volition, and God spotted that iniquity in him. That's
Oh,
that's
okay.
how
That
Satan. That's how Satan became Satan. So we're almost missing his origin story and saying God created him that way,
well, no,
which is
that's different. That's
unfair.
different than what the Emily was saying, because I think Emily was saying that God created these spirits to lie because he could not lie. So he specifically did create them for that function.
Yeah, I would
You're saying that
disagree with
that
that.
function came about some sort of like mutation of something, like it was, oh, everything was only supposed to be
Free
good.
will.
Well, again, God created all that, and if He allowed it to happen, it's this line in the sand where you're like, well, God couldn't have helped but created sin, but He didn't really create sin, but also sin exists, but He's not the thing that makes you sin, but also He, it's just all these lines in the sand that make you want to have God be all good but not responsible for the bad.
But that's what I'm saying, that the morally better God is the God that's responsible for everything, including the good and the bad. He is going to reconcile everything back to himself because he is responsible for everything that has created in this universe.
Yeah, I
So
agree,
if
but you
that's
kind of
the
That's like a man
universal,
that
you faltered when he
that's
tested you on that, because he tested you on that, and he said, okay, well, what about when this terrible thing happens?
someone called
And
me low
you
IQ.
didn't just say yes. Well, sorry, no, sorry. I don't mean tested in that you're here to be tested. I mean that conflicts with your answer that you gave before, when the gentleman was just trying to say that, okay, therefore everything bad that happens isn't really bad, because we don't have free will, so therefore we're all just serving God's will, so therefore there is no bad and there is no evil, and it seemed like you wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I think everything is
yeah,
ordained by God.
Well, okay. So sometimes you don't
yeah.
really. Sometimes you answer kind of like not the question. So I think, do you think that therefore there is no bad and there is no evil because we don't have free will and everything is ordained by God?
No, there's 100%. That's the I've said this before. The creator of all things encompasses everything on the spectrum of both good and evil. The in-betweens, the kind ofs, the very evil, the very good, the somewhat good. That's what the creator of all things means.
Right, but there's no sin because we don't have choice. We don't have free will.
There's absolutely sin.
Wait, I thought sin was when you choose to do wrong, but you don't believe in free will.
Sin is transgression of the Torah or the instructions.
Right, but if God is allowing all those things to happen, that gets to the point that the guy was trying to get you to answer.
we
That this,
have a we have a will. It's either we're a slave to Christ or we're a slave to sin. I don't have free will, meaning I can do whatever I want, as in I can't will myself to go to Mars, I can't will myself to win the lottery tomorrow. Like, I don't have that ultimately God is the only one that has free will,
It was
which is my
so then
neither
you
does
argument
didn't.
God
in
have it,
So then you
but
didn't choose
neither does
God.
God have it in your definition because you don't believe God could lie. God can't do many sins that you do, so you have more free will even by your definition.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part?
No,
Okay,
God can
God
lie.
cannot
God will
lie.
lie.
God cannot sin. You can do a million different sins that God cannot do. So, by your definition, God doesn't have free will because he can't do what he wants. He can't do everything. That's how you're defining free will.
No,
You're defining free will is the
God is
ability to do anything, and God can't do. God doesn't do anything. He can't do anything by your definition.
no. I will
What?
say on
Oh
that.
yeah,
I mean,
that's
God
kind
does
of a good
whatever.
point. That's kind of a good
God,
point. You
God,
should let her
does
let her
whatever He
answer.
wants, right?
I feel
I
like
mean,
we're
God.
bending like this so far.
Yeah, I feel like
Conveniently now, right?
you're conflating doing something with having the, how do I say, the will.
No, she said free will. She said that she doesn't believe in free will because she can't like fly to the planet, fly to Mars. So
She
she said
can't grow wings and
any
fly.
infringement on
Yeah,
your
that's like a
ability to any
classic form
infringement
of
on your ability to do
assumption.
something would be a lack of free will. So if so, then that follows that if she is saying that God cannot lie, therefore he doesn't have free will because there's something that he can't do,
He
right?
creates an
No,
agent
He
to
can't.
do the bidding. That it's in his character that he
Right.
cannot lie.
No, I
He
understand
can.
that, but
The free
he's
will
asking
is
you
about
specifically,
freedom of
doesn't that mean
choice.
that God doesn't have free will?
But Converse,
So,
do you
no,
think
no,
that
no,
Paul had
divine,
the free will to be blinded by God?
Just because
divine.
you can,
If not
just because
lying,
you can point to an instance where you think he doesn't have free will, doesn't mean that like free will isn't morally significant. I mean, sorry, isn't important for his morally significant choices.
But wouldn't you say it's a limited will because there's restraints and there's stipulations on it? Like the
That's
stipulation
fine.
that ultimately Paul submitted was because he was blinded.
What people mean by free will in the literature is that like there's at least some morally significant choices that you're free to choose between, and you're like responsible for what you choose there.
Well, I mean, sure, that's what like it's come down to in like theological arguments, but the free will in the Bible, the free will offering is just an extension of what's normal. So I don't see the definition of free will because I think it gets in that territory is that I can do whatever I want and I can go outside the laws of what.
Yeah, but nobody means that by it, especially not us. We've been talking about it for years. None of us mean that. We thought it was just kind of like a James White kind of like, thing where he's just like, oh well, if I can't fly, I don't have free will. But like Deuteronomy 30, you know, it's like you know, this isn't too hard for you. It's not across the sea that you need to cross it to get it. It's not up in heaven that somebody needs to bring it to you so you can follow it. It's in your mouth. It's in your heart. So do choose what's good, but then they don't, some of them, right? So it's like he's saying specifically, I don't see how he could have been more clear that like, it's not too hard for you to do, and some of
Yeah,
them do
I
do it.
think we have choice, but it's not ultimately my choice will never override God's dilemma. It will never override his plan or his will.
Yeah, that's kind of like looking at it. I mean, I agree with that, but I'm saying like that's
So
kind of
if
like
God
looking
wants
at it in
everyone to
reverse
be
order for
saved,
me.
he will have that. My free will is never going to override God's will of everyone being saved.
Well, I mean, if that is one of God's wills, then you might be right about that. But um,
What
I
says that
don't.
he desires all to come to the truth and knowledge of God. So I believe that that's a will, and according to Isaiah, he gets everything that all of his desires and his wills will come to fruition. So I don't understand why. Like this is my argument as a
Um,
universalist is that everything is underneath God's control. So ultimately, God is going to reconcile everything back to Himself because that's what He has set up for Himself in this universe.
Well, um, I mean, that's a debatable point, but like take for example, like it never entered my mind for you to do something like this. Um, the passage seems to be saying that like,
Well,
you
that's
know,
anthropomorphic language, though.
oh my God, but that's what I'm saying is like you can't like every time you run across a verse like this. But like the thing is, with anthropomorphic language, like the thing that has to happen there is it has to be picking out something that's analogous. You know, well, what's analogous there? Because it seems like God's saying it never entered my mind for you to do it. So if it's like an anthropomorphic type like analogy, then there's got to be something it's picking out
So you
that's
think God
analogous to it.
created something where it can think of something that's outside of God's like plan and creation for it? Like That's ultimately
I'm
what you're
saying,
saying if you don't think that's an anthropomorphic statement, which I think it is, because throughout the entire Tanakh we see anthropomorphic language like that all the time. It's like the same thing. And I just talked to an atheist about Genesis 18:22, where it says that like God had to come down to know that there was no one good there in Sodom. So this atheist was telling me that like this is clearly God not being omnipresent, omni-knowing, because he had to come down. And I was like, that's anthropomorphic language. Like that's what it's a witness, because in God's laws obviously we have to have a witness to things. So
I mean, I'm in agreement that there is anthropomorphic language. I'm just saying we have to be careful we don't make everything that disagrees with our view anthropomorphic language because, like, I was
but
reading a book on open theism and the debate with Calvinists and Molinists and a few others, and like the way they were analyzing these things is some of the participants in the debate would just like run across things that they disagreed with and say, "Of course, it's anthropomorphic language," while three of the four, other people were saying like, "No, of course it's not. What do you mean?" Like so, like that's what I'm saying is you got to be careful with that. I don't personally think that one is because my view is that like God can like know what you would freely do before you ever do it, and He can like create a providential plan given your free choices the same way He can if you determine your choices.
right. Well, so wait, so you do believe that's anthropomorphic, or are you just were you playing like God's advocate, I guess, in that?
No, I'm saying it's not anthropomorphic, that specific one,
So,
because
but can God, if that thought never crossed his mind, can he create something that can think something that he hasn't thought himself?
oh wait, no, wait. Sorry, you might be misunderstanding. I don't take the passage to be saying it never entered my mind that um, that you were going to do this. I think it's saying something like it never entered my mind for you to do this.
Yeah, like the
Like
punishment. Yeah.
no,
Or
like
not,
like
not the
it,
punishment,
it, ne-
like the act
it
of sacrificing babies and stuff.
like they thought that this is stuff that people do to gods all the time, and God's basically saying like that's not something that I would have ever like like a thought that would even come in my mind for you to do, although He knew that you would do it. You get what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah, I can see that verse being like that. I just don't think it's like literally God saying it never came into my mind, because then that means that he created something that can think outside of him.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, like I would agree with that.
Because that kind of just breaks my brain to think that humans could like think of something that God hasn't, like, that God doesn't know about.
What
No,
about
no,
when
yeah, I
Jesus
agree with that.
marveled at the faith of? What about the time when Jesus marveled at the faith of the centurion who believed?
You're breaking up, Justin. I think, unless it's me.
No, he's breaking up.
Yeah, you're roboting, Justin.
He said, "What about it's in Matthew? He's talking about like I think it's in Matthew 8 or 9. I'm not sure where he said, "What about when Jesus marveled at the centurion for his faith, the faith that he showed?" I'm sorry, I'm listening and yeah, I like this conversation. I really understand where Emily is coming from, and I love the dialogue.
Thank you. It's nice to meet
Thank
you.
you.
I feel like this conversation's going a lot better than the last time. It was so like heated. But I get it. Like these conversations get like this, and I think we're all just craving truth and, trying to figure it out with our little pea brains. So,
Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate that. Dre, I invited you up, buddy. Come on up.
Yo,
Justin, go
Andrew.
ahead. What's up, bro?
Did you hear Emily on her view on the flood? It sounded eerily reminiscent of my view.
Dun dun
are you a
dun.
are you a local floodist? Is that the word I should use?
He's a local floody. I call him local
Yeah.
floodies.
How
Yeah,
MJ is a Craig bot? I'm basically a Heiser bot.
or a local flood tard
Oh my
is another
gosh.
way we like to characterize it, like a globe tard for
Like a
those that
floof? A floof?
are. Yeah, there you go. There
But I
you
I
go.
think
am
that it's
not a
like,
potterer, by the way, so.
but I like your description though. The only thing that I would say that, I don't. like I think there's like a specific model of what happened there. There's a guy who like does like he's like an expert. He wrote a paper on this specific flood that happened in the Arabian Peninsula. Um, I think it was 11,000 years ago during the Younger Dryas era. So that's like the specific model that I think is more likely to be what they all were writing about.
Gotcha. Do you remember there's a term in it's a Hebraic term. I know you're really studied in like Semitic theology and stuff, but I think that's what you said last time. You do you remember the term what they use for like what they called the known world back then? There's an actual term, and every time I think of it, I lose it and I never write it down. I've been trying to find it like what the actual Hebraic term is.
Um, wait, are you asking just like for the word that's used for um well, I mean,
No, not like erats or erats.
uh,
There's like there's an actual phrase that was used to describe like the ancient Levant, like what they would consider the world. That had like there was an actual term for it.
um, I'm not coming up like I'm not thinking of like exactly what you mean. I don't know the word that you're like trying to get at. Um, yeah,
Okay, yeah, it's
maybe
just
it'll
it's
come
like
to me.
how
I
we
mean,
call like the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean. It was like a name back then that they called that area. That's what I believe that like the flood would have like they would have said that that's the world because we see even in the gospels they refer to the world as the Roman Empire, right? Like that the Roman Empire was
yeah,
considered the world.
cosmos. Yeah, yeah, the cosmos sometimes can
So,
mean like localized. Yeah.
is there a problem with the whole world being flooded? What would be the why do we don't think God could flood the whole world?
I mean, sure we
Well,
can, but I mean, I just I just honestly think that it describes a local flood. So
But why if it was local, then like I'm sure. First of all, there was never a flood anyway up until that point. I think that there was never rain upon the earth. So when every time Noah kept telling them it's going to rain, they didn't know what rain was. The Bible starts out. It says that a mist came up and watered the plants of the earth and the herbs of the, which we see this today. If you drive across a flat plain and early in the morning and you look, you'll see a mist coming up and watering the plants. It's the mist hovers over the plants, and that's all the people of that time understood. So if it never rained, that means that probably the whole ecosystem of the earth was totally different, and there was a lot of water, an expanse of water in the heavens that God is telling them it's going to rain. It rained 40 days. So I can't see why the earth couldn't have flooded. I don't see what the problem with that would be.
well, it doesn't
uh,
Yeah.
directly say it had never rained before the flood. If you're referring to Genesis 2, what 5 through 6, like I don't it doesn't explicitly state that it never rained after that though.
Well,
And
it says that
also,
God gave a rainbow. He gave a rainbow for a sign. If it rained before the flood, they would have, of course, seen rainbows before the flood. So the rainbow would have no significance if it always rained, and
wait,
then there's also sunshine.
every time it rains, you see a rainbow. Because I don't.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, me either.
right.
But that's
You do the same
that's
thing with a
not.
sprinkler too, Justin. Like, come on.
I mean, I live in Florida. It
I'm
rains
sorry.
all the time. I don't always see a rainbow every time it rains.
I said you could make a
But you
rainbow with a sprinkler. You don't need rain.
okay? But do you see a rainbow in the sky,
Yeah,
Wait,
now
in the
I
heavens?
do.
the sign of the covenant with Abraham is going to be like circumcision. It's not like he had never seen circumcision before. I mean, I don't think that's what's important.
Wait, how do you
Uh,
know that?
well, Abraham came out of Mesopotamia. We know about circumcision records from all the Egyptians, the
Yeah.
Mesopotamians, all these different cultures.
There's
Well,
hieroglyphs
wouldn't
of
it?
them circumcising prior to the Israelites, like Exodus.
I figure they probably got that from Abraham,
Where did
because
Abraham?
Abraham,
No, wait, look, like we have like
Abraham is.
covenants going. Look, we know when Abraham what came out of Mesopotamia, right? We know that the king was Emerphal, right? And so probably like look, it's speculative. Look, but there's like you can take the word Emerphal and you can try and find out who the king was. Emerphal, the letters that make up Emerphal are the same letters that make up Hammurabi because Hammurabi is actually Amarapi, and so Everfall actually has the same like letters for that, but that's like speculative. But if you think that that's like the king that Abraham came out during, um, then we just have records from before that. Like even the suzerain and vassal treaties, we have like tons of these from times before Abraham, and that's exactly what happens with God and Abraham whenever they split the animal in half, and walk through it. That thing, that is a suzerain and vassal treaty where you become the vassal to a suzerain, and what you're saying is like whatever happened to this animal here, that got, split in half, died. Let that happen to whoever of us like break our covenant here. Like, so like we have it's not like it has to be brand new to them. I don't see why that would even be important really.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
another
like,
good
Well,
point.
so I mean, it would have to be brand new for it to be a sign between. It would have to be a special sign. If it's not special, and everyone is doing it, then what? Why would it be a sign? Why would it be a mark?
Well, it doesn't have to be brand new, but it can be something that doesn't happen very often. And the region that we're attributing this to is a region that doesn't get a lot of rainfall. So stating that a large surplus of water is going to appear from some place at some given time would have been kind of like dumb for a whole bunch of people because one, it's not something that they would not have been predisposed to, but it's definitely something that they would have been irregularly disposed to.
I mean, like the Younger Dryas is like due to like the shifting and melting of like polar ice caps and stuff, like things like
Right.
that.
So it's
So okay,
genuinely like a once
so
in
you
a
guys are saying
lifetime
it's rare.
situation. Yeah, like the Younger Dryas is a geological phenomenon that we don't actually know what attributed to it, but it is a one-time type of thing, as I feel like every ice age or every kind of like weather phenomena is unto itself.
Wait, so wait. Are we saying that there was rainbows before? It was so rare that when God said, "I'm going to give you guys rainbows," they're like, "Oh, he meant he's going to give us
No,
more rainbows."
no, that's not what we're stating.
I'm
We're
saying that,
stating rain, period. Like 40 days of rain, like the world's about to be flooded. That doesn't imply that people were unaware of rain, but they were unaware of the quantities, the volumes that were explained.
Yeah.
Well,
I
no, I'm
mean,
talking
like,
about the rainbow though. I'm talking
look,
about the
whenever,
rainbows. It would
whenever I,
if rainbows was a sign after the flood, that means they didn't see rainbows before because it wouldn't be a real significant thing
bruh,
for them
No,
to
I
see
mean, look,
rainbow.
that's
whenever
actually
I
not
got
how I
married,
interpret that.
whenever
That's
I
just
got
an
married,
argument from silence, right?
it's a weird thing that whenever I got married, one of the signs that I did was like, I gave a ring to my wife and she gave me a ring. It's like, there's nothing about that, a sign of a covenant that like necessitates that you've never seen anything like this before,
Exactly. That's the point that I was
Well,
going to make. It's only just the designation that, hey, this period of turmoil that you're going through is over. And why would I call it something that you're unfamiliar with? You know what I'm saying? Like they had a concept of the term. Otherwise, how would they know to look for it? So it's not like it was something that was new to them.
okay. So then, if, for example, if the rainbow was to let them not be scared that there's going to be another flood, and they will always see rain, then it would make no difference because why would they fear unless like they're just so used to rain before.
No, so the part that you're kind of missing is the fact that it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. The concept of it raining for 40 days and 40 nights means that the world was more than likely devoid of sun or devoid of sun for a very long period of time. So the idea of a rainbow shows you that the sun has come out. Like you can't have a rainbow without some source of light to emit the rainbow. So the sun has come out, and therefore the rain period is over, and therefore you can rejoice.
That's a
Okay, so
good
imagine
yeah.
rain. So imagine it raining for 40 days. Do you know how much water that is?
Yeah, it's an unaccountable amount of water that is currently on the earth, hence why a lot of people don't believe that the whole world flooded. But yes, I can conceive of that amount.
Right. So then the term 40 days would be meaningless. The idea of rainbow would be meaningless. Everything in the
No,
text would be
no, not
meaningless
necessarily.
Why would it
No,
be
because
meaningless?
yeah, because people had a
because it
concept of
doesn't
these
mean what it
terms
says because you
beforehand.
guys don't believe it can
Yeah,
happen.
and it
No,
was
no, we're
for a
not saying
sign.
that it
It
didn't
was for a
If
happen.
he
sign
says
that
it's a
God wouldn't.
sign, it's a sign. Like, I
It was
mean,
for a sign that God wouldn't flood the earth again. So if he, what Justin is asking is pertinent. It's like, well, if he's not, if it was always coming out before, and then he's saying, well, after I've done this, caused this calamity upon you, and you're now traumatized, right, from it. So
but
to
it
show you that
wasn't
Right.
I'm not
always
gonna
coming
do that
out before.
again,
The Levant is a very
why would he show
dry,
them
arid
something? Why
place.
would he
It's
use a
like the
sign? May I just finish? Why would he
sure.
use a sign that's already constant according to you guys?
It's
That's
not
not
I
a
mean,
sign, is
constant
it?
though. It's the Levant
Isn't
is
that a
a very
sign?
arid, dry
No,
place. It doesn't rain there a lot,
no,
so
I
I
that
mean,
think
would
that
because
I
be
think
rare
that
and
your
sparse sign
faith. I
if it existed
think you need to have
prior.
some faith.
did she finish?
Actually, the
Sure.
thing that I can infer from it is that these people were aware that rainbows meant the end of rain. As Emily had pointed out, and for full disclosure, I'm an atheist, but as Emily has pointed out, it's an arid environment. They don't get rain often. It's very plausible that they know that rain stops because they don't get rain often because there's a rainbow afterwards. So the rainbow is kind of like unanimous for something that they've already known to look for, but now they can look at it and be like, okay, this is God's sign. This rainbow is more significant than other rainbows, as it denotes that this period of rain, the rain that I would call the Younger Dryas, and the cataclysm that came from that, like a huge earthly geological event, that this is over. This event is a one-time event or a event that happens very rarely in human existence. And so it would denote that you would need a sign, in my opinion, a rather obvious sign to denote that it's over. Because if you have some sort of
But the
supernatural sign, who's going to be able to readily identify a new thing from God, whereas they would be able to identify the old signs from God that he previously gave?
I mean, the stars act as signs, right, for people. It's like, well, duh, they could have never seen these like stars doing like different
But
formations
we're
before.
talking about the beginning of the world. We're not talking about. So you're talking as
We're
though
talking
they've
about
got some
no,
geo,
we're talking about the
some
flooding of the
weather
earth. We're not talking
machine,
about the beginning of the
and
world.
they're calculating the years. These people are at the beginning for the generation between Adam to Noah is not a lot. It's not. So you talking in this manner, it don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Bro, you're the one that's extrapolating from they
No, I'm
saw a
not
rainbow.
extrapolating
So like, can
nothing.
you
I'm
stop? Can you
listening
stop
to you guys.
interrupting? All
Sorry.
right, stop interrupting is what I said. You're the ones that are saying like because there was this rainbow that was a sign, that means they could have never seen a rainbow before. It just doesn't follow from that.
okay, so
And
then
you're saying that they did see a rainbow before, and so we're just it's really your word against my our word, and
Yeah.
it's just that you seem to think that
Let me
because
ask you.
you say so, and then
So,
you're dropping in some words like
fine,
what was that word?
fine. Let me ask you this.
What era was it?
Fine. Let me ask you this. Whenever they saw the rainbow, do you think they just immediately intuited that this means he'll never flood the earth again?
You wasn't there,
yes,
Just answer
neither
my
was I.
question. Just answer my
I
question.
can only go off what's
just
recorded
say
in
I
the
yes,
look.
scriptures.
Just answer my
You weren't
question.
there.
Stop
Now you're
interrupting and just
speaking as
answer
though
the
you were
question.
there.
yes,
Stop
just say
filibustering.
yes.
No, let's
Okay, yeah.
stop. Let's
Paul,
stop for a
just
minute.
stop talking and let me talk to Justin because he
Was you
seems
there?
like he'll answer the question. So,
Just,
like,
just
yeah,
say yes,
Justin, you think,
yes.
Justin, whenever they saw the rainbow, they knew that what this meant was, I'll
Converse,
never,
was
yeah,
you
stop
there?
it. All right, dude, you're going to have to be moved to
Don't
the
tell.
audience, bro. So,
And
like,
just FYI,
Justin,
wait, so Andrew, are you there?
yeah,
Yeah,
Every single time with that guy, that's how it ends.
yeah,
Every single time.
he's
Which guy? Which guy?
insufferable.
The
Which
Paul
guy?
guy, he just
Paul
like
down there.
spazzes out, bro.
Paul
And then
down
every
there.
Oh,
time he
Paul, you
Hey,
complains,
you,
spazzing, brother. Come
look, he
on,
did it to
Paul.
Combos. It had nothing to do with me. They did
He's
exactly
gotten
the same shit.
folded in formal debates by the stuff he's witnessed, and he be going crazy. Yeah.
yeah, but look, what I'm saying is, Justin, do you take it that when they saw a rainbow, what they intuited from seeing a rainbow is that not just that the flood's over, but that God would never again flood the earth because they saw a rainbow.
yeah,
You think, okay,
right.
what about a rainbow says that I'll never do that again? Because I see rainbows all the time, right? And I don't take it that God's, never going to make it rain again or something like that. Justin, are you there?
No, give him a
Justin.
moment to think about it and reconcile it.
Well, I
Give
thought
him
he
a
might be
moment.
breaking up, though.
Yeah, he might be. And it's nice that the atheist and the theist can come together on rainbows. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
I agree. I don't think that
Rainbows are beautiful.
homosexuals should own rainbows. I think that it's refracted light and everyone should own rainbows equally.
Hmm.
Rainbows are beautiful.
Is it not
But there's
true?
a
Is it not true that God specified that He wouldn't flood the entire earth?
Well, I don't think it says the word entire.
Sorry. All right.
Well, it does
Can
say
I
that he will
respond?
no longer, doesn't it say that he'll no longer send this type of calamity down or something to that
no.
effect?
It's saying that it's saying that I'll never again destroy everything with
The earth,
the land, the
the
areas,
flood. Yeah. So wasn't there
the
local
land.
floods even after that? Like, when doesn't that mean that God broke His promise by allowing local floods all around the world to happen?
Did that destroy all the life on the land?
No, it didn't.
Okay, great. So,
To the
but there's like a word,
complexity. Yeah.
but there's a bigger problem for the other view, right? Because in Psalm 104, it talks about the creation. Now, I'm not a concordist, but it just so happens that this concords with like what scientists think about the early Earth is that like it was a water world, you know. But in Psalm 104, it says that the Earth was completely covered in water, and God says in Psalm
Well,
104, "I'll never again cover the entire world with water."
okay.
If
So
we
we already been through this, but as far as your question, but answer my question though. After Noah came from the ark, did not God break His promise by allowing local floods to continue to happen around the world?
We're not talking
No,
about
No, I don't
county.
believe
We're
that's the
talking about the
case.
entire Levant.
Go
Okay, so
to
then there were
Genesis.
no.
Palestine, north and south, up to Lake Lebanon, down to like Sinai Peninsula. Like that is a huge land.
Okay,
Basically, the Middle East, Justin.
okay. So
Go
then
to
where does Noah Ark land? Does Noah's Ark land?
Supposedly,
In imagination.
if you would
It
go to
which is
Genesis.
in
yeah.
the
Let
So it
Levant.
wasn't in
Justin and
Levant.
Moses.
Noah's Ark, when God told him that, he wasn't
Is
in the Levant.
that's
So
where
you
they
can't say that it was.
that's where they can that's what I was talking to Converse about is that they called the world, the Eastern Mediterranean, they called that the world, the known world.
If you
yeah,
would
I
go,
already
So then,
yeah.
if
if
that's the known
Justin,
world, then any part of the world would be the known world. Any part where they see
No,
flood,
that's
God would
not
be talking about
that's
that.
not
So
just
what
why
it,
didn't
that's
it
not
land
what
in
he's
like
talking
why
about.
didn't it land in South America? Why did it land why did it, if it was a global flood, why didn't it go much further than just Turkey?
So,
Well,
Emily,
it did.
before
It
you
did
get
according to
into
me.
this,
So it went
before
around the
you
world like
get into
in
this,
40
Emily,
days.
Yes,
he's a new earth,
hence global flood.
he's a young earth creationalist. So you're both Christians in this regard, and all you're doing is just debating like Bible history. So if you want to have this debate with another Christian, you can, but it's I don't feel like it's necessary.
this
So
is what
that
I wanna say this, Justin. If you go to Genesis, I don't know you, so I can't prejudge you or listen to someone else's idea of who you are. But if you go to Genesis 9:11, it specifies what the Lord said that He would not um, um, delete all flesh due to a flood. Now
right.
I don't know what your stance is, but
That means the
that's
whole world. That means
No,
right,
the entire
Yeah, but
globe,
that doesn't
all the
mean that
animals
he's
around the world.
But that
right.
no.
doesn't mean that he's not going to flood the world again. That just means he's not going to send it to kill and purify life.
All
That's all
flesh.
that it means,
Right.
like all flesh. So
That's
yes, that means period. Like small places will flood; they will get water. What we know about the world is that when places get water, that's mostly good. And so it's easy to say that like him not sending a global flood, like a global flood to kill life, opposed to just nourishing life, is a complete different. That's not the same statement.
But there were still floods. And even if you said, well, not all life, you don't even, because your view is local flood, it was never all life anyway.
All life of the
All life of the
land.
Levant.
Yeah, the
of the
land.
Levant. But see, Noah wasn't in the Levant when his ark landed.
It didn't.
Well,
No, no, it's not. Look, it
where the
doesn't have
ark
to be
landed
the.
has nothing to do with where the ark started from,
Yeah,
right?
and it
So
does.
It has
where
to.
Noah was,
It,
no, it doesn't.
I
Where
think this
Noah was
point.
when
So
it
then where was
started.
God talking to him at?
Look, this point is like really not really. It's not really that interesting because you don't have to think that it's the local flood is just the Levant, right? The Levant up into Mesopotamia, maybe it reached down into Egypt, northern Africa. But
Well,
the
isn't that convenient?
what's the po-
What
what do you mean? Is
can't
it
you just
convenient? Wait,
stretch it out to the rest of the world?
what? Wait, so
You're
you,
in the Matrix,
no, you're
Justin.
now your view is much more convenient. That like in 40 days they sailed around the entire globe, right? And they happened to land in Turkey instead of somewhere else in this entire globe, or back in Israel or somewhere. Like what?
Turkey is part of the Levant, by the way, Justin. Like Turkey, Iran, Syria, Jerusalem, all of these areas are part of the Levant. And so if if God says that he's going to flood the world and the people that he's telling this to only know the world to consist of this one region of the planet, it stands to reason that, he's flooding their world, not necessarily the world of everybody, but he's definitely flooding their existence. Everything that they know to be true has been washed away.
Well, it's because the Hebrew word doesn't even mean world. It better translates to region or land. We see that it says that all the earth came to Egypt to buy grain in Genesis 41 57. Do you think that people from South America were coming to like Egypt to buy grain?
Yeah, I brought
Of
this up to
course,
you last time.
in context, yeah. But when the Bible says that God is going to judge the world, you don't think that's just only one part of the world.
So words are
You
polysemous. They can mean different things in different contexts, right?
right.
Yeah.
So then, if God is going to compare the flood to the second coming, of course they're both global.
What?
Why? Why does it have to be global?
Yeah,
Why can't it be a
Justin,
regional thing that
why?
happened? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Do you think that the
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 second
crossing
coming.
of the wait, hold on, I'm gonna hold you to this because do you think the crossing of the Red Sea had to be the entire Pacific Ocean to symbolize the baptism
Well,
of Christ? No,
it literally just named the place. It said
it's
the Red Sea. It
it was
didn't say the Atlantic Ocean.
that's my whole point. It was a local thing that happened. The Red Sea. I've been to the Red Sea. It's big, but it ain't that big.
Right. So it already named the territory. So you don't have to question how much of it.
So
So
why? So if
like,
that was a significant to the baptism of the Holy Spirit, which is going to happen on everyone, and that's going to be a global thing, but it happened in a localized region in the Red Sea. Why can't a local flood symbolize the whole world?
well, because if the whole world is in sin, then the entire world should be cleansed. Why you think sin only affected one part of the land?
Yeah. No, it's definitely not. Rocks were sinning. Squirrels were
The
sinning.
animals.
The
The Bible
animals
says,
were
But
Rocks were
sinning.
the
sinning.
thing that I
Everybody
would
was
give
yeah.
a
sinning. Come on,
Justin,
pushback
dude.
to
please.
We
your
all know
statement,
that, Justin. That's
Ju-
common knowledge.
Wait, you know
Everything was
that
sinning.
you know
Justin thinks
that. All
animals
right,
sin.
so go ahead. Yes,
No,
Carl.
I was saying Justin thinks that animals can sin. So just
Well,
so
Well,
the
not
thing
only
that I
that,
say to push back,
the text says that all the animals were corrupted.
the
Look,
things that
That's what it said.
I can give you a
Yep.
ton of
That's
examples
right.
of Cole Erretz being used, not meaning the entire world, like the globe. Like in Genesis 13:9, where God's telling Abraham that the Cole Eretz is before you, like to choose where you want to live here, right? He's saying like the whole land is before you, but it says Cole Eretz, the whole land or earth, right? You
Right. We can do this all day. We can go to the text where it's clearly global, and then I can use that as a
yeah,
justification
but
for
Is
believing this
it
is global.
clearly
to say that
though?
it's clearly global is just to beg the
Yeah,
question.
that's the
Well,
because
okay.
even
So which text do you believe is global?
Global?
Yeah.
I mean,
Which text do you believe actually is talking about the entire globe?
I don't think that they. Well, I don't think they believe that the Earth is a globe. But if
Okay.
you
Which
just mean
I mean the entire
worldwide,
Earth,
yeah, yeah. If
worldwide.
that's a, yeah, if that's all you mean, then I mean, yeah, there are passages about God,
I would
Who
say
can't?
Colossians 1, where it
Yeah, yeah.
specifies that it's all things under heaven and earth and things underneath the earth. That leaves no room for it maybe as a region. That the wording is very clear. But it's funny because like in Genesis 7:19, it says that all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered, but in Deuteronomy 2:25, it says that this day I will begin to put the dread and fear upon people that to be upon the peoples who are under the whole heaven. It's just referring to the nearby nations, not all people underneath the earth.
So how could a flood cover the mountains when the mountains is at higher elevation than most of the land? Like, you think the water just climbed up to the mountain and just didn't flood anywhere else?
What why
Like,
What?
can't it just
okay,
be in the
the
valley?
physics, the physics doesn't make sense, because if it's the highest mountain, then the whole world would have to be covered,
So
because it wouldn't be in one spot just covering a mountain, but the rest of the world is like dry.
the geology that Justin is trying to state is that at the top of the Himalayas, they have found evidence that there's
No, I'm not trying to get into
sedimentary.
that. I'm not
Hold
trying to
on a
get into that.
moment.
That's
Wait
not
a
the
minute.
conversation, though.
Wait a
Let
minute.
Talking about the
Let me
physics of
finish.
water
Let me
being
Justin, let
finish,
him
high.
finish.
Justin.
Justin, let him
Let me finish,
finish.
Justin. All
Fuck.
right. So on the top of mountains, not necessarily the Himalayas, but they have found sedimentary evidence that suggests that mountaintops at some point were at the bottom of the oceans would correlate with the theory that at some point they were at the bottom of the ocean. So I know you're not specifically
Yeah,
trying to get into
yeah.
that, but that's not necessarily evidence, that's not necessarily evidence unto itself, depending on the
No, I'm having a
sources that you
textual
pull from.
discussion. No, I'm talking about a textual, logical discussion, not just talking about fossils.
But
I'm talking about how the text
where
says
in the
it
text
covers
does
the
it say that?
mountains. Well, she just read it covered all the
Because
mountains under the heavens.
the mountain in the Levant is not that big. Have you like it's not tall. They're like basically dunes over there. Like they're not that
Which,
big.
okay, so we just talked about Mount Ararat, where Noah's Ark was. Clearly, those mountains are extremely high. So you can't just use the Levant and then say, oh, well, it had to be low. If it's covering heights up to like the
Turkey is a
15,
part
ten
of the
thousand feet.
Levant, though.
Okay, but we're still talking about 10,000 feet high.
Yeah, but we're not
These
talking Mount
mountains are extremely
Everest
high.
Well,
high.
exactly. There's no Everest.
Now,
Jesus
Mount
Christ.
Everest is 25,000 feet. Now, if we look at the, Mount Ararat, it's around like 5,000 to 14,000. Now, you
Actually,
think
Everest is 29,000 feet, by the way.
how much? 29?
29,000 roughly.
Okay,
29,000 plus. Yes.
all right. So it's 29,000 feet. Now, you think it's going to cover 29,000 feet, but the rest of the world is still going to be dry, like Africa, which is
Mount
a lower
Everest
level.
is not in the Levant.
Okay, but let's say it's 29,000 feet high, right? Well, not 20. You said 2,900 feet high. You think Africa, which is at a lower level, is not going to be covered?
I
Hey,
don't
listening to
believe
what
the
Emily's
Levant.
saying, Justin.
The Levant. It's not in the Levant. That is thousands of miles apart from each other.
No, but the point is, if it's high already in one area, that means it's going to spread across the world. It's for it to pile up to actually get to 2,000 feet high above sea level.
I don't believe it covered Mount Everest.
No, I'm not Mount Everest. I just said 2,000 feet high. Mount Everest is 25,000 feet high. So even let's say it's 2,000 feet high. That's far above most of the land, the flatlands of the world. So you got it covering most of the world, like 90% of the world, and you have some mountains sticking up. That's it.
So you think that 40 days and 40 nights of water produced enough water to cover the entire globe?
Well,
Where did
I
that
believe in the
water go,
hydroplate theory.
Justin?
So there was water that came from the fountains of the deep, or in other words, from within the crust of the earth. But I don't want to get into that right now because that might change the discussion.
So how did
But
freshwater fish survive?
oh my goodness, one thing, there
No,
were
you
no
gotta
salt
explain
water.
that to me.
Okay,
How
well,
did
salt water.
freshwater fish die in salt water?
No, okay, so there were no salt water before the flood. The salt water, it was a result of all the minerals that was within the crust of the earth, and then also, I mean, the granite, and then everything else. Just the grinding of all that
What's your
material and the
evidence for that,
chemicals
Justin?
brought
What's
in.
your evidence for that, Justin?
Well, okay, so there's of course salt in granite. When you, of course, grind it down, you're gonna release all the salt from that. There's always salt in dirt.
So how
So
did the
you
salt water know to go only to the seas, aside from the few
well
salt lakes that we have?
well one when you have so rain doesn't carry the salt, or sorry, mist doesn't carry salt in the air. So once it gets into the clouds, of course the water's going to stay pure, and then it's going to fill up areas like the lakes. The lakes are just going to be fresh water because it's just getting mostly rainwater, and then the rivers is going to filter through it's going to filter out the salt water, and it's mostly rainwater that's coming down that's fresh. So, and then also ice water, which is, I mean, the ice caps, is just from the rain, or from the snow, which is going to be fresh. So all the salt water is going to stay in the ocean, and then it's going to be, it's going to be filtered out in as far as evaporation of the water cycle. It's very simple, and the animals just adapt to. Did I just fall out?
No, you didn't fall out.
Okay.
You got flooded out.
What
Okay.
about what about trees, Justin? Trees can't survive in salt water. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, the trees. Well, okay, so there's certain plants that can survive various different
Yeah,
environments. The ones that
certain,
did
not
survive.
all.
Trees aren't one of them.
Wait,
Exactly.
Okay, so that's why we don't have trees in the ocean, right? But the trees that actually, was of course grounded up, broken into a million different twigs, and then also the seeds that dispersed out everywhere because of the water. They eventually settled into dirt. They became mixed in with the mud. Some of it would grow within a couple of months, actually days, and then months, because it doesn't take long for plants to grow. And the flood covered the earth for about 5 months. The other 7 months, that would give time for it to actually grow. If you break off a twig, or a branch, and just put it in the dirt, it would start growing. So that's happening to an entire globe. You're gonna have trees growing in various different places.
So why aren't the Great Lakes in Michigan saltwater if they were remnants of the flood?
Oh,
Well,
and back to
because
the question I asked you
there's
before, how could whales live in such an
sorry.
environment?
Well, a lot of them did die, which is why we have them in the fossil record. And then two, a lot of them would just survive within, you know, um, within, I guess, pockets of the turbulent water or in the ocean. A lot of them would survive in there, as long as they're not too close to the seafloor, where there be avalanches and all kinds of earthquakes there. They would survive. But a lot of fish was fossilized, but they would have to be near the lands that eventually became continents.
But why, with these huge bodies of water, it like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been up there, but the Great Lakes are ginormous. They're pretty much seas. So why isn't that a saltwater? I would assume
Well,
if a global flood, like, created like a sea in the middle of like a continent, it would be leftover salt water.
no, so one, for the most part, after the flood, there was a great wind that actually cause the water to kind of recede back and so on. That great wind would create, of course, a bunch of
So the wind can.
how do you say a cold front. Yeah, there you go. An extreme cold front that would cause it to circle around the poles, make ice caps, or an ice age. A lot of that covered the Americas and so on, and the Great
Brother.
Lakes would be the leftover of the ice. The ice would, of course, would be fresh because it's coming from the sky. It would be filtered water, and yeah, a lot of lakes are pretty much like leftover ice caps, and then rainwater that just continue to fill it back up.
Is it possible
I
And
have
that
no
the
words.
Bible isn't
Wait,
really
wait,
meant to like
wait. Are you
provide a
the
natural
wind blew?
explanation? Hold on, JCC. Is it possible that the Bible wasn't meant to provide a natural explanation and that's why Christians and atheists alike don't follow you, Justin?
well, you don't follow me because you don't agree with my premise.
No, 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 no. I don't want to get it misconstrued. I would never try to steer you away from Christ because Christ might be the very thing that's stopping you from walking into
No,
a
my
movie
premise is
theater and
that
shooting
God
it up.
created.
Hold on a moment. Let me finish. But do you ever feel any type of pushback when Christians look at you cringe or respond to you cringe and Christians don't interlock with you? It has nothing to do with my belief.
No,
Christians
no, I
are the
don't care.
ones that are like
He's
looking at you
unaffected by it.
weird.
I'm not that kind of person that cares about following
Yeah,
the
he doesn't give a
crowd or
shit.
anything like that.
Other
I mean,
Christians,
at
I
one
get
point,
it. Nah,
yeah,
I fucks
yeah.
with
So
you. That's
just
why I
like,
fucks with you, John. Just
Yeah, Justin.
yeah, I don't,
In
What?
Genesis, where it says that it dressed the mountains by 15 cubits. Um, how tall is 15 cubits in your view?
But wait, I want to get back to this big wind theory. Like it blew the salt water out of the Great Lakes, is what you're saying? Like it completely blew all the salt water out, is what you said?
no, I'm saying that eventually of course, the different temperatures would create great winds and hurricanes that would eventually cause huge storms that would lead all the snow caps to become more filled with ice. So, and then
what
also
causes
blizzards and so on.
No,
what
So
no.
this
causes a
happened within
hurricane,
5 months
Justin?
of
Hold on.
the. I
No,
just serious.
How does this answer the salt water in the Great Lakes no longer being salt water? That's what I'm asking.
well,
And
okay, so
why do you conclude that hurricanes have that function? Like in the history that we've been documenting hurricanes, they've never removed salt water from one body of water and like
Yeah.
deposited it somewhere else.
Right.
So how can you
wait,
conclude that that's
okay,
what
you
happened?
ever been to a cloud? Okay, you ever tasted a cloud? Has cloud ever tasted like salt to you?
No, that doesn't answer the question. How can
I
you?
just
Yeah,
think the
that
only
actually
air I can think
validates
is
my
clouds.
question.
What?
If a cloud never tastes like salt, how can you conclude that a hurricane, which is comprised of earthly entities and natural forces from the earth, how can you conclude that a hurricane removed all the salinity from a natural body of water? And why is that not the case for like all bodies of water?
Hold on, y'all are
Okay, so
glazing over someone eating a cloud. How did you eat a cloud?
I mean,
Heavenly Cloud,
you can
Emily, it's
taste
pretty easy.
you can taste.
Why are we
Okay, you can.
like? I mean, maybe it's because I've
All
always
right,
lived by the sea level, but like, how are
Skydiving.
y'all eating
Skydiving.
clouds?
Well, no,
Skydiving.
he's trying to
all right.
hinge on the scientific principle that salt water doesn't evaporate the salinity properties within the ocean. It only evaporates the H2O properties, which leads to like
Exactly.
like the salt in the ocean staying there. But he's also trying
Remaining.
to apply that to the fact that the Great Lakes don't have salt, but apparently things that thrived off the salt prior to were there. I'm trying to ascertain how a hurricane can remove selenium or like salt
No,
from a body of
no.
water.
Same, and
So
especially when just a few states over, we have the Great Salt Lakes. That like this makes no like it doesn't make sense on a map.
yeah.
Like if you
Okay, so
have
then
the
how does it?
Great Salt Lakes just what 4 or 5 states over, and then you have Michigan, and that takes these ginormous seas that are freshwater. Why is it that the Salt Lake was left with like? Did it? I mean, like you should be arguing that like essentially some wind came and like dumped all the salt from the lakes in like. If you take that and start saying that, I'm gonna go real annoyed. But like, what? Like I don't understand how just a few states over we have the Great Salt Lakes, but yet the fresh like it's fresh water.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
understand that
so
either, Justin.
well, I'm trying to help you guys understand it. So what I was saying is that the ice age, or what happened after the flood, was a huge ice age. That ice would be fresh water, just like how, like I said, the evaporation would leave the salt behind because salt, or salination, would be heavier. Of course, the ice is going to be fresh water. Wherever it stays and eventually melts, it's going to be a freshwater lake, or it's going to be freshwater river, whatever. Other places are unique terrain, so you have to study how, like for example, the Dead Sea, how that received or kept so much salt in it. I would
But
say the
where
reason why there was so much salt was because the environment, it washed up a lot of the salination there, and it just got stuck there. That's it.
but
And there
where in the
wasn't like an ice age that drained it out.
but where in the Bible does it suggest that an ice age followed the flood of Noah?
Well, okay, so there's hints to that. One, the
Bible
Bible talks
verses.
about a great.
Bible verses, please.
Okay, so all right, so I have to go through this Bible verse isn't kind of memorized in my head,
Yeah,
but in
yeah,
Job
yeah. Take your time.
the hail. He mentions how God, he stores, I guess the frost, or the pretty much the snow for a day of judgment, as though there was a lot of snow in his time. Now I just need a. You don't really find that from many other prophets, or any books except Job. And Job is considered, um, the first book of the Bible, and someone who is like pretty much older than perhaps Abraham. So I would have to find that reference real quick in the book of Job. So that's one hint. And then also Job mentions these prehistoric animals, like the behemoth, the leviathan, these sort of ancient animals, which suggests that he was living in a time that these animals were more prevalent. So you see,
But
yeah.
that
So
only
in Job, you
suggests. So I'm willing to concede and give you the younger Dryas, right? I'm willing to concede and give you that there was a global cataclysm that led to a series of local floods. And the reason why I'm willing to concede that to you is that at the exact same time period that we have this flood narrative from the Levant, we have stories of a flood in China. We have stories of a flood in the Americas. Well, we have evidence of floods in the Americas. We have evidence that water levels rose some 12,000 to 10,000 years ago. So I'm willing to concede that to you, that global water levels rose. But why does that conclude to you that there was a global flood instead of a series of
well, I think you know my answer though. Just pretend you're
I
being me, and you
I
just
won't,
imagine what I would say.
but that takes away
You
from the
mentioned it
beauty of it.
before.
Well,
Well, you mentioned, of course, the fossils on mountaintops. We already discussed some of the biblical text and the reasoning there. So,
Yeah, but in the Levant, it stated that during the Ice Age, the average temperature was 9 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, this was not what the Israelites and the Hebrews were living in. They weren't walking around in sandals and ice.
wait, the what? Okay, this the flood didn't happen in ancient Hebrews. Noah wasn't a Hebrew.
So,
does it
So
so
this
say
is
it,
that
it
in
warmed
Job?
up
Does it
like.
say that they walked on fire and ice? Is that like is that reminiscent of the quote that you're looking for? I'm looking for it,
no,
not to
no.
question
Okay,
you,
so
but yeah.
in Job, there's like several references to the term snow. You don't find. I don't think that, snow is found in any other book except Job as this much. Like for example, Job 38 verse 22. Hast thou entered the treasure of the snow? Hast thou seen the treasure of the hail? And then verse let me see.
Yeah, but you don't need hail in cold weather. Hail happens in Florida. Like, it was 98 degrees one day and
Hail
it started
happens in my
hailing.
country,
Thunderstorms,
man. It's
right?
fucking hot in
Well, I
Lamar.
mentioned snow. I
But the
mentioned
thing
snow. I'm
about
just
hail
saying that
is
It's
he.
that
my
like
country too,
Texas
Justin.
Texas gets hail in summertime at like the middle of August, in 100-degree weather because of thunderstorms. That's not inclusive of snow necessarily.
Well,
That's inclusive of something climatic happening in the atmosphere.
okay, but I'm mentioning that Job mentions the term snow more than any other book in the Bible. So this suggests he saw a lot of
Because it
snow in his
probably
day.
wasn't actual snow. It could have been something else. Like,
Well, okay, well it could have been, I don't know, rainbows. It could have been cotton candy. Saying what it could be is like not helpful. It could be what the natural text, I mean the natural read would suggest.
Or
He's
could
seen a
it
lot of
be
snow.
Or could it be that Job is going through what can be described as like the winters of his days because God has turned a cold shoulder to him, and that like he's undergoing a whole bunch of random calamities that would be considered like something that's near to death. There's a whole bunch of euphemisms about the four seasons being the representations of like new birth, um like growth, prosperity, and then like the end of days and like death, right? So why do we have to conclude like that these texts that which could be construed like allegorically, why do we have to take them specifically literal over any other text? When it's possible that Job is experiencing something that can only be conscribed, like that can only be described by the terminology of their day as like winter or the end of time.
Yeah, it
It's not like
snows even in Jerusalem. It just snowed. I just looked it up. It said the last time it snowed in Jerusalem was January 2024. So this is like, even though it's an arid area and it's a desert, deserts have snow sometimes because the like that's just how they are. So
Yeah, it snows in Arizona.
yeah, like I don't
God.
see that. I don't like respectfully. I just don't think that that verse is like saying like it had to be like snow everywhere. I just think it's referring to like the the occurrence that happens. It's not like it snows all the time in Jerusalem, but it does snow.
right, but see, some reason you didn't at first. Your intuition was, oh well, it was a hot. I mean that environment was hot. Why did you assume that?
I said it was an
well,
arid Mediterranean climate.
Yeah, okay. Why did you assume that
It's
and
like
not? Oh,
California because I've been to the Levant.
right. So then when I mentioned how Job, he mentioned snow so many times, why didn't you consider that? Hey, it does snow there a lot.
Because I already knew it snowed there. I don't think that verse was pointing to an ice age. I think it's
Okay,
just talking
so
about
if
snow that happens in the Middle East occasionally.
if there was, let's say there was an ice age, what would it have to say?
I mean, hold on a second,
The
Justin.
entire world was covered with snow and ice is literally what it would have to say for me to believe
The,
that.
the entire
Chron-
world. See, the entire world doesn't have to be covered by ice for
but
there to be an ice
Justin,
age.
I said
is it
snow and
possible
ice.
is it possible that the account of Job is not in chronological order? Does the account of Job have to follow the because like from my historical connotations and what I've learned about Job, Job is one of the older books in the Bible. Does it necessarily have to predate the flood, or can it be an experience of something that occurred before the flood?
No, it happened after the flood, so it'll be post flood.
How do you know that?
Because well, one because like after the Tower of Babel, that's when nations were actually created. The Table of Nations came after the Tower of Babel, which is after the flood. So
But
you see,
chronologically, I know the order in which the Bible gives you the book, but chronologically, because of the sources and the words and the terminology that's used in the book, it predates a lot of the other books in the Bible. How do you definitively know that this is a parable or a story that comes after the flood? Why can't this be an account of something that occurred before the flood?
because he mentioned people like the Sabaeans and so on that have their genealogy from Noah, not before Noah. So yeah, they would have to come from Shem or Japheth or Ham. They mention different tribes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, a lot of scholars place Job Job's time as contemporary with Abraham or slightly before Abraham. So you think that there was like an ice age during Abraham's time?
Yeah, I think there was like a ice age around that time. Between the Tower of Babel, well, from the flood, to the Tower of Babel, and a little bit after. At around that time, their area, like in Africa and Egypt and their zone, it was way more tropical. It wasn't as like dry as it is, as it become eventually. The rest of the world was, of course, like especially from the top,
No,
the
don't
caps.
speak on
They're more so
Africa.
frozen.
Don't speak on
Yeah,
Africa
Africa.
because African lore does have like you can find African lore that does have symbology of like a flood or a flood narrative. So like unless you know of every African kind of like folklore, I'm not telling you to do it or not to do it. I'm just saying that I've come across floor floor lore from like flood lore from Africa. So like don't speak on that if you
Well,
don't know for sure.
no, I'm speaking about the world. What are you talking about? So that would include Africa. So I'm not
Yeah,
going to skip
but
over
you
Africa.
you don't definitively know texts offhand that talk about the
I
flood
don't
in
care.
Africa.
Like I
But
know the
that means you
Bible.
can't
I don't
speak
care
on
about the.
but that's not
I
in
can
the
speak about
Bible.
the world.
But that's not in the
I
Bible
speak about
though.
the
Like they
world.
just told you the Bible's talking about the Levant. They're not talking about Africa.
Well, look, we disagree, so you're gonna have to accept
We
that.
disagree
Wait,
because
wait,
life
but you gotta
originated in
understand.
Africa, not like the Levant.
You gotta understand, like Justin's view of like the land. He agrees that like the land and the earth are like used, synonymously in places. But his idea is that the earth isn't the globe. The earth is just the dry land.
Wait, my view?
Yeah,
No,
you
no.
told me
So
about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah,
that
okay.
last time.
Am
Yeah.
I
Yeah, yeah.
wrong or
So
right?
No, you're right.
yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
he
So
said.
so
Yeah.
yeah, the
Right.
term Earth means dry land, but that would include the entire dry land that circles the Earth,
So
or
it
the
didn't
planet.
flood the oceans?
It didn't flood the oceans. What didn't flood the oceans?
Yeah, because if you're going to be super literal about it, that would mean that only the lands were flooded and not the oceans. They didn't rise or anything.
Okay, one thing, oceans by definition is a flood, so you don't flood a flood, but
What?
Oceans by
yeah, you don't
definition are
say,
not a flood.
Ocean? Yeah.
yeah, ocean.
An
Okay,
ocean is an ocean, Justin.
An ocean is an ocean, right?
okay,
It's its own thing. It's not something that's named as a result of something else. It is what it is.
right. So who really thought that
So
when
God, wait,
a
hold on,
flood
hold on.
happens, it floods oceans?
In Genesis,
Whoever
when
thought that?
the spirit of God was hovering over the waters, do you think that that was already there was a flood that happened?
Well, no, it wouldn't be considered a flood. A flood is when
All
there's
right, so
land
that's what we're
first,
calling the
and then
oceans, right?
Right.
It wouldn't
so
be a flood
You
if
gotta
they're oceans.
wait,
like,
If
but
they're
that.
oceans that have land underneath them by default, which makes them oceans,
no,
they would not be considered a flood.
He
right,
yeah.
go
Justin's
ahead.
view is like when it says the earth is formless and void. He doesn't take that to mean like it was like a chaotic, wasteland. He thinks that it just means that the earth, which is just the dry land, hadn't come out of the water yet, basically.
Right.
But I
So it
get where
wouldn't.
he's coming from, but wouldn't that mean that the world was flooded prior? Because there is an argument for two floods in the Bible. Like a lot of um like mystics believe this.
Well, I I
So
I, I presented an argument from Psalm 104. I think that Justin, that you like really just hand waved that argument, but I think that it's actually something you should like take more seriously because it, it's a creation narrative. So it's not like it's weird to like just interject the flood there when it's like there's no indications about the flood. It's just like indicating the creation.
okay, we just happen to disagree there. But
Well, I'm
when it
saying
comes
like
to,
you have to. That's just a hand wave. I'm saying like you have to be able to show it though.
we're both hand waving, so I mean we're just gonna be smacking
I
each
don't
other
think
if we
so.
keep hand waving.
I don't think so. I think you're hand waving the
Well,
argument. I'm not hand waving what
yeah,
you're
but
saying. I'm
okay, but let me
responding.
first address.
Yeah, go ahead.
True, but let me first address Emily's point though, and then we can come back to that. Yeah, in order for there to be a flood, there first has to be land first, or dry land, and then water covers. But if the default mode that there was just water covering everything, covering I guess the ground, then it's I wouldn't consider that a flood if it was already there. If it just starts off as just water or a water
So
planet.
where did so how so when in time did the oceans become a flood?
Like in Genesis chapter 1 verse 3 or something.
No, but that's not accurate
What?
because
Yeah,
we
it says
distinguish
the spirit
between
of
a
God
flood.
covered.
We distinguish between flooded area and not flooded area by the ability to live upon that area, right? So if we were never created with the ability to live in the ocean, and therefore the ocean was never a hospitable environment for us, why would we conclude therefore that the oceans are a flooded plain when it was never meant for us, like we were meant for land? Like that's the oceans are the ocean.
Right. Okay, so let's just call it the ocean. I mean, but nevertheless, the whole world in the beginning, when God said, "Let there be light," the whole world was just covered by water. There was no land to be flooded yet. Eventually, I think on the third day, that's when he made the dry land appear from under the water, brought it forth, and then he actually made a separation from the land and the waters that covered, I guess, a good part of the world. He called the great bodies of water sea, and he calls the great body of land or earth, or great body of land, he called it earth. So that's the thing. It will be called a flood when the water starts to cover the earth. That's a flood. Not if it's like already like that on default.
I just think you should stay away from calling the ocean a flood, brother. Like I just think it gets hairy, to be quite honest.
Okay, so I won't call it a flood then. So I just call when water covers a land, we call that flood or a great body of water.
Sure.
Well,
But I don't think
that
anyone would
seems like a weird
deem it.
distinction, right? If you say there's a great body of water and what that's also a flood, right? Now you're just like confusing terms, or you're just using words in an idiosyncratic way just to further your viewpoint, but nobody understands it. It just becomes like nonsense, right? If there's a great body of water, it's not a flood, right? The idea of a flood is like something that occurred where we have some stasis of water and now we have a sudden rising and rapid influx of water. That's what a flood is, right? If you just say anytime there's a body of water, that's a flood, that's just going to be nonsense. Nobody's going to even, like, you can say it and you can invoke that, but it's just nonsense.
No, I just said when it covers the land, when a great body of water
I don't we
begins to
can't hear
cover
you.
the land.
You're
Your
covering up your
volume right
microphone.
now.
You're covering up your. Oh, he left.
Yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, when a great body of water begins to cover the land, or it does cover the land eventually.
The world
That's
was started by a great body of water. So saith Genesis, though. So how can we
yeah.
conclude that there
There was
was
no
a
land.
flood?
Yeah, so I was saying there was no flood in the beginning. It was just the world just was covered by water. That's it. It would become a flood once there's land, and then the water covers it again.
Yeah, but God covered the land with water, right? Because,
There was no flood before.
well, if you read like the argument I was bringing up from Psalm 104, what he says is that it's like this creation narrative where he says that um, it's talking about the light first, right? It says the Lord wraps himself as a light, as with a garment. He stretches out the heavens. There we have that, like a tent. He lays the beams of the upper chambers of the waters, and he makes the clouds his chariot, and the winds. Brings up the winds, and then he says he sets the earth on its foundations, right? So it can never be moved. And then you covered it with the watery depths, as with the garment. The water stood above all the mountains. At your rebuke, the waters fled at the sound of your thunder. They took flight. They flowed over all the mountains and went down into the valleys to the places you assigned for them. And you set the boundaries they cannot cross. There's the boundaries between the dry land and the waters, right? And it says, you set a boundary they cannot cross. Never again will they cover the earth, the waters. And so, like,
Yeah,
it's, yeah, but, but that's not true on the global flood view.
it is true. Well, it's not true for the local flood view.
Again, a local flood isn't it rained in like a city for a day and like that's a flood. It has not rained in the Levant 40 days and 40 nights straight.
Well, that's just arbitrary. You're just saying Levant. It's just saying you're just making up these distances as you speak. That's it.
No,
It's
but
just
Science
pretty
facts
rich
not
to
making
have
up those
you say
distances.
that people are making stuff up and listening to you make up stuff for the last hour nonstop, and now you're accusing people of making stuff up. It's pretty
Okay,
rich, Justin. I gotta say.
let's say that's true.
Paul
Let's say that's true.
Mikhail.
But the thing is, let's say I'm making stuff up. You guys, it's my word versus your word.
But no,
Who's more
Justin,
reasonable?
the word that you're like going against is Emily, who is claiming that she's been to Egypt, she's been to the Levant, she's been to these regions that
So
you claim that your history has been from.
we
She's
got
been
books.
to these regions,
And
right?
did it
But
tell
I'm
you? Did
I'm
it tell
saying
her that
it's
where
like,
the
but she's
flood
trying to
stops?
tell you as a Christian, she's trying to tell you as a Christian what facts are. Like I'm not even arguing with you as an
There is
atheist.
no
Like
fact
the
there.
points that I'm bringing up are straight from the Bible, so I'm literally approaching you on your terms. And so are other Christians on the stage, like telling you, hey, like these things that you're saying from a Christian perspective, not even from an atheist perspective, not from a Hindu perspective, from a Christian perspective, they're not adding up.
Okay, so you're saying that she's been to the Levant or wherever, the Middle East. Did she go there and see some markers where it said, "Okay, this is where the flood stopped"? No, that's not a fact, right? So that's what I'm arguing against.
But
You
she's
could just
telling
make
you
up any
about,
distance.
but what
But
she's telling, she's not
brother,
making up a distance. She's telling you, hey, from what we've gathered, this source text comes from this region. Their perspective of this region would have been limited to this, right? They would not have known an African perspective. They would not have known a South American
Who told
perspective,
you
a
that?
Canadian perspective, none of that. Their perspective and their terminology is limited to this. They understand the world to be this. And as a result, I can conclude that if they are following the same text that I'm following, this is what they mean. From being in this place with them, from walking into and out of the buildings with them, and breathing in this air of this holy land, because I've been to a holy land as well. Like so, from doing that, this is the perspective and this is the interpretation of it. I don't understand why you want to give so much pushback to somebody who's telling you, hey, from a realistic perspective, this is actually how this could have been interpreted, and this is why X, Y, and Z, where you're going off of a Bible and some random dude who probably never even been there, make it make sense to me.
Okay, so this is how it makes sense. My perspective, or at least the perspective, let me just put it this way: the perspective is not limited based on what the people known. It's based on what God knows. God owns the entire world and the universe. So the problem is that you guys think that, well, they didn't know this, they didn't know that, but God knew. So when God
God's
said He
text was
covered the whole
written by
world,
people,
then
Justin.
so
God's
then
text was written by people who lived in these places. Like
so
that's
what?
the point that we're trying to take.
And you
Like
don't think
God
God knew
didn't
that?
write the book and
I
then
have a
throw it
Yeah,
to
but
question.
earth.
Justin, you're doing what you always do, right? You
Yes, of course.
jump on like
Okay,
I'm gonna explain to you what you're doing. You always jump into like let's argue science, let's argue like facts, right? You do that, and then you just did what you always do. At some point, you just invoked a God miracle, which is what you just did, right?
that's not
And I've
that's
told
not a
you a
miracle.
thousand times that if you just want to invoke miracles that God is doing, that you think it's all just a miracle and it's some supernatural process or some process that is done by God that's not going to be discoverable by human beings, fine. We'll just take your word for that. Great. We don't agree, but you do that. You play both
But
sides of the coin
what's
constantly.
the specific miracle that you think I'm talking about?
You just said this about God creating the earth and the heavens and all this stuff, and you
No,
just
no,
kind of
no, no,
invoked that. I'll just
no, no, no,
appeal to
no.
the room. You need to say
No, so what I'm saying is that God told them, He informed them. You don't need a miracle to inform somebody.
But see, we don't see this throughout Scripture, though, and this is what Converse and I were saying, is that God knew the whole world existed even in the New Testament, but we see that the writers were referring to the Roman Empire as the world. So when modern Christians read this, they think that that's the whole world, but in context, it's only the Roman Empire.
But wait,
Well,
look,
of
Justin,
course, you know
you,
hyperbole. You understand
yeah, but Justin,
hyperbole, though.
they
That's not
describe,
hyperbole.
yeah, but
But you
Justin,
believe in hyperbole.
but Justin, you know that they literally give the table of nations that they're familiar with, right? And
Well,
it doesn't
if,
include, yeah, it
sorry.
just includes those regions of the people they knew.
Okay, so then if let's say Noah, if we believe that Noah is actually the I guess the father of every person after the flood, or maybe you guys don't believe that, then yeah, I have to first I have to ask you guys: do you guys believe that everybody in the world today comes from Noah?
Oh, my lineage, no, my lineage comes from
No.
Africa, which predates Noah. Predates Noah. So does your
Okay,
lineage, judging by your picture. And I'm waiting on you to wake up.
No,
okay,
I do not. It is a local flood. We do not all come from
I believe
Noah.
we're apes, Justin.
okay.
Come on.
So you guys, okay. So if you didn't come from Noah, you guys have to come from Cain, right? Because Cain, all the people that was supposed to be destroyed, was everyone besides Noah and his.
No, we don't come
So
from either of those parties because this Bible only denotes a local culture to the Levant. It doesn't speak about every culture on earth. It only talks about a specific group of people and what they went through. It doesn't talk about Africa. It doesn't talk about China. It doesn't talk about Russia. It doesn't talk about any other culture that was in existence at that time. It only talks about the Middle East.
Yeah,
okay, converse. Do you
the
believe that too?
70 nations were these. I don't know if you're familiar with the 70 nations or the 70 Elohim that were put over the other nations. These are all in the local region of this area.
Okay,
This
so
is the.
converse. Do you believe that too? I just want to get a consensus.
I'm referring to what the Hebraic understanding is of the nations. That was the
Right, I
70
understand that.
nations in the Levant.
Right, I understand that's what you believe about the Hebrew, but I want to know if converse shares that same opinion, or
Which
is he?
opinion? Sorry, yeah, I was running a drill. What opinion are you referring to?
The idea that I guess the rest of the world, there are many people who are not necessarily from Noah's lineage. They're outside of Noah's lineage, and perhaps are not part of the tables of nations that's in Genesis chapter 10.
I'm open to both views. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'd probably lean toward like um that there were other people that they were unfamiliar with, but I'm not committed to that. I'm also like open to like pre-Adamic races as well. So, because it seemed like there's like at least some reason to think that there could have been, given that like Cain, for example, when he's like, you know, when he's like, you know, set apart, he says like, well, whoever finds me will kill me. Like, he's just talking about his mom and dad. Like, because like that would be weird. So like I don't know. There's some arguments for like pre-Adamic
Ju-
races.
Justin, it's like this,
Okay.
and I need you to do me a favor and just help my memory out. When which one killed the other one, Cain or Abel?
Well, of course, Cain.
All right, so Cain killed Abel. He was given the mark of Cain. He went out into Nod and he found a wife.
No, I didn't say he found a wife. That's always the common mistake that people don't read.
All right,
Read.
elaborate it to me, like
It says that
clarify it for me.
it just says that he went to the land of Nod, and this is referential from Moses' perspective, and uh, and then it says that and he knew his wife, and
He
he
knew his
gave
wife, and if
yeah
it was she descended from the same bloodline that he was descended from.
yeah yeah they married their siblings from Adam and Eve.
Even I will give Justin that even in the apocryphal of the books of Adam and Eve, it does speak of a pre-Adamic races. It does say that Cain married his sister.
Yeah, so that's what Jasher. I think
Sweden from
Jasher,
Alabama.
Yeah.
either Jasher or Jubilee says they
But
will.
but the big question is, why
But
is the land already named, and why is there a city there?
Because
That
Moses
was
is
the
giving a
actual thing
reference.
that I was getting
Well,
to.
yeah. So
Like
Moses
that's
was giving a reference to it. So just like how a person can say, "Oh yeah, the Indians went
so wait a
north
minute. We're
to
getting
North
off.
America."
I concede that point to you. All right.
Okay.
All right. So if there were no other nations at the time of Adam and Eve, where did Nod come from? Explain that for me.
Okay, like I was just saying, it's a reference point for Noah to at least give direction to his audience that's reading his writings. He's letting them know which direction they went, right? So just like how I may say, "Hey, the Indians went South America." Now, of course, the Indians didn't name the South America, but for us to know where he's talking about, or where I'm talking about, I'll say it by the name that we know today, not the name that they named it. It says that Cain, he called that place um, Enos, or he named it after his son Enos. So
yeah, but I don't even concede the first point. That like, yeah, he married a sister or whatever. There's obviously no mention of a sister or any of that stuff in the Bible. We do have we do have these like secondary like literature from the Second Temple period that you know that mentions like, oh, it was like his sister, and they like give her a name and everything. But like a lot of these texts are just like apologetic materials that are like filling in gaps, and they'll tell like
Hey,
a whole story about Abraham, like, oh, and Abraham, yeah, oh, yeah, we know about like, yeah, his dad was an idolater, and like, there's like this whole story about like Abraham, he like destroyed all his dad's idols, and then his dad's like, what happened? And he's like, oh yeah, they must have fought each other and like killed each other or whatever. It's like, and he's like, no, they can't move. They're made of rocks and stones. And he's like, yeah, well then why would you worship them? It's like they're just like filling in gaps where they like with like clever stories and stuff. I don't think that there's like really evidence for this sister. I mean, it's possible. I'm just saying that's just something you
well,
have to admit.
yeah,
But
it's hard to believe, at least for today, because we think that it would cause genetic issues. Um, but they didn't have the same problem back then. So yeah, they didn't have that kind of, they're gonna, if they slept with their sister, they're gonna cause their child to become retarded or something.
That's not the reason. I'm just appealing to the fact that there is no biblical data that supports it.
Well, we do have biblical data that in Genesis 5 that it talks about that uh, Adam had sons and daughters. So if you just put two and two together, sons and daughters, and doesn't even tell you how many other kids they had. It
Yeah,
just
that's
lets you know.
right. That's right. It does say that. But whenever it says that they bore Cain and Abel, right, and then Cain slew Abel. Like it's just like you have to like make it up that like, oh well, they were just like not mentioning the daughters there. It's
so you
possible. I'm just saying it's not. It's like silent basically.
you would rather concede that all humanity was born from incest babies than to
Well,
concede that there were other nations of people that weren't designed or designated to worship God. You would rather that's the angle that you want to like rest with, and I'll grant it to you. I'm gonna
yeah,
laugh, but I'll
it's a
grant it to
comment.
you.
Yeah, you're gonna laugh. Just laugh right now so you can get out of it. But
Ha
um,
ha ha!
all right, great. So now you can hear me. Um, so yeah, back then, of course, they had perfect genes. So the issues that we have now, where we're just disgusted by that idea, that was foreign to them. That didn't
Like
exist.
perfect genes, like they didn't have black skin.
Well, no, I don't know about that. They
No, they
had,
had
of course,
501s, but Levi's 501s, baby.
yeah, I guess the blue genes too. But no, they all the genetics that we have today that's actually expressed in different skin colors were all in Adam. So they can have kids that can be, purple, blue, black, white, all kinds of colors. Um, so all the
But if
genetic
they have
makeup.
perfect genes,
yeah,
why
but
would they be
skull
multiple
shapes are
colors?
different. Like they're the
Well,
Right.
Caucasoid and a Negroid like skull shape are completely different.
so just like
It's
how your brothers and sisters
Yeah.
are different, that doesn't
my
mean
my,
Wait a
my brothers and sisters
minute.
would have a Caucasoid head though.
Skull
They would have a
no,
shapes.
but they
Caucasoid
have
skull
different.
shape.
Wait a minute.
but they have
Negroid
different
skull
hair
shape
color. They
isn't
have different
different.
nose shape, different
Wait,
head shape.
wait.
Gen- genetics is
By,
different.
what do you mean by perfect genes?
Well, so in other words, there were no mutations or error in their coding system. So when they copy, they're not going to have some kind of malfunction or something like that, where they just their genes keep copying some error, and then they come with like a short arm or something. They they had
Wait,
they had
I
all
think
the genetic code to make a perfect body.
I think Mark wants to comment on phrenology.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, birth defects due to incest aren't due to copying errors. They're caused by having two copies of the same gene for lots of different genes.
Wait, you saying that genetic like anomalies or mutations isn't because of copy errors?
No, I mean, there are many anomalies due to mutation. But if we're talking about incest, the problem is that you have high so-called runs of homozygosity, where you have long. So I mean, as I'm sure you're aware, DNA chromosomes come in pairs. So if you have a lot of pairs of chromosomes that each have long strings of the same copied DNA, then that tends to cause birth defects and other things that we associate with incest.
Long strings of DNA. That doesn't really explain much. Like just saying long strings of DNA. What's the problem with that?
The problem is that there are a lot of problematic recessive genes, and you get two copies of them. There's nothing to compensate for them, and that causes
Right.
defects.
So you just said what I said. Is you're copying the
Well,
defects.
no. Again, it's not copying errors. I mean, both chromosomes are being copied 100% perfectly. We're stipulating, but if you have two copies of something that causes birth defects, two perfect copies of the same gene that causes birth defects, if you have multiple copies of them, then you're still going to have a problem despite the perfect copying.
Well,
So that
okay. So I use
translated,
the
hold
word
on,
error. You use
Justin.
the word defect. It's the
So
same to me.
Justin,
Well,
that
I mean, okay.
translated means
It,
that if Eve was taken from Adam's rib, right? That means that they have the exact same genetic makeup. That means that when they went to go make children, all of their children would have been completely fucked up from a geneticist by like perspective because they have
No.
the exact same they all but Eve doesn't have unique chromosomes. She doesn't have unique genes. She is taken from Adam. Do you disagree with that?
Well, no. I don't disagree with the idea that she was taken from Adam, but that doesn't.
So
You don't have
their
to
genes
assume
are
that she has to
identical.
have the same. You don't have to assume that she has to have the exact same genes. She can have, of course, similar genes because all he did was take the rib, but that doesn't
That's clone.
necessarily mean that the
No,
combination of genetic.
that is cloning, Justin, at its baseline.
No.
Straight up
So
fucking
okay.
cloning, dude.
No, so you could rearrange the genes in so many different ways. The codes could be like mixed in so many different ways where, of course, one produces breast and the other doesn't. So it's going to be arranged in different forms. Like you guys act like God can't just like, you know,
Yeah, but
spell things
I don't even know why
differently.
are you arguing this point because
No,
it's not possible or plausible for
the
a rib to be removed from one human being and ergo poof another human being comes from that. That's
That don't make. Wait,
not
you
possible.
guys believe that we can get a blood sample and then somehow get the DNA from there, inject it inside an egg, and then produce a whole clone? You really think that
let me
God
tell
can't
you
do that with
this.
a rib?
Let me tell you this. My child who's sleeping a room over from me now has 50% of my genes. All right. She doesn't have a random assortment of genes from somewhere. She's got my genes. So if you're going to suggest, or if you're going to utilize our modern day science to explain your your concept of how God did things back in the day, you have to reconcile both of them. If God
No,
using our science, because this is the logic that you're following, if God using our science took a rib from somebody, the genetic sequence is the exact same, it's identical.
no, I'm not using our modern science, nor am I restricting God to doing it the exact same way you understand. I'm saying that God, who, of course, he made Adam from scratch. He made all the genetic code in that. He can also take, of course, Adam as an inspiration, the rib, and then make a whole set of different genetic, makeup that would be, I guess,
The
by definition, human, and also
the
relative or
pushback that I give you,
related
the pushback that
to
I give you
Adam.
is that he made every animal on the planet unique. Every
Okay,
animal unique from the dirt of the ground. But
right?
when it came to making woman, he decided he was going to change up his plan and do something completely
No,
different.
he does that for male and female for all
Every
the
other
animals.
thing is, but they're all made from the ground.
So that
Like
okay,
Because we're
Adam.
awesome.
he didn't specify that he took the rib of every male animal that he created and made a
He
female
doesn't have
from it.
to. He doesn't have to. Whether he did it or not, whether he did it from the toenails or anywhere.
No, he
But
does have to. That's the thing. Like, if it's not written in the Bible, then it's just something that you're conjecturing happened. Like,
so
so if
okay,
it's not written in the Bible, that makes you a false prophet in this regard. Like, you're literally just making stuff up. So how can we argue something about the Bible? How can we argue something against Christianity if you're going to sit here and just make up stuff because of how you think that it happened?
well,
That's not consistent, Justin.
so there's something called inference and of course deductive reasoning. It's of course reasonable to assume that God made both male and female for all the animals. You didn't have the text didn't have to say that he made both male and female for the animals, or like, oh well, he just made the male animals and somehow we don't know what it's a mystery where the female animals came from. Like it's quite obvious he made both.
No,
Whether
it's
he
not quite obvious because the Bible laid out quite vivid details for everything else. You're inferring that on your own. That's your interpretation of the text. That's not what the text says. And if another theist wants to come up and agree with him and say, oh, yeah, no, I can infer that, be my guest. I will back
right.
the fuck down. But until then, these are just your words, not the
Okay.
words of Christ, not the words of God, not the words of the Bible. This is your inference.
So if we say that that Christ made all things, right, and that when he finished creating, the world and all the animals and so on, or just created the world, is it safe to say that he also created the animals?
What the I'm sorry, I don't want to curse at you.
No, is it
What
safe
does
to
that
infer
mean?
that because you're saying because the text didn't say he made female animals, we cannot make conclusions about it?
No, 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 no. I specified that up until the creation of human, taking a rib from another creature to create its counterpart doesn't seem sufficient. It doesn't seem accurate. It wasn't
To who?
articulated by the Bible. Why
Wait,
should
it
we
doesn't seem
therein
sufficient to who? The
assume
Bible or you?
Well,
it's
we
not in the
see it
Bible, is
because
it?
the way that Adam describes the, like, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone, that seems to be very important. So I would assume, just, I mean, obviously I shouldn't assume things, but just it seems like that's different.
Well,
Different from what?
I don't even think that like ribs like the best word to go with you. If you look at the term, like everywhere it's used, it means like the side of something, the corner of something. Like it's used of like the corners of the ark and things like that. It's yeah, I think it just is like woman was taken from the side of man. In fact, I think they might have even thought of it like as in like splitting apart the original human. You know,
But it says he closed up his flesh. He put him to a deep sleep, took his rib out, and closed up his flesh. And it would
the
mean that.
translation rib is the part that I'm disagreeing with, not the rest of that stuff.
But
Well,
what would
have you guys
I
say that
heard the
that
actually
he
agree
argument
closed
with
that
up
it
his
was
flesh?
Converse.
like like it had
Yeah,
to
the
do with
penis
like a
bone, the Odes
yeah.
baculum penis bone thing. Yeah, yeah, I heard that. That's Zevi, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one.
it's interesting. I wonder if that's where Muslims get the idea that like the fluids come from the backbone or the spleen or whatever it says in the Quran, because I don't know. I was watching a scientist talk, or like not a scientist, I should say, but like a researcher talk about that, and how he thinks that verse means. What did you call it again?
Yeah, the Odes baculum. I think it's what was his name? Zevion or something. Zevi is his last name, I think. It's like his first name and his last name has a Z. It's like Zevatai Zevi or something like that.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Did you
Um,
find any? Did you think it was intriguing, or do you think it's just kind of like, you know, shenanigans?
no, no, I mean I can see why, but like I don't know. I take it that like the rabbis are like really speculative anyway. I don't put a lot of faith in their stuff, but I mean, to be honest with you, the way that I think, I mean, I have like a view that's probably not going to be, like like it's not going to be the majority. Obviously, it's going to probably be more like a minority view. But my view is that like divine beings are typically depicted in the ancient world as like not having genitalia, and so it's like I think that the first human, the Adam, the humankind, the human one, right? Um, I think the way they thought of it was something like, you know, splitting in half the original human, such that one side comes like apart with the phallic, and the other part leaves a void where the phallic was, and so then that's when you come together in marriage. Two flesh becomes one. You're like reenacting the initial like human uh, status or something. That's like my personal view, like that. And I'm not completely committed to it. I'm just saying like that. It makes sense to me at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would see that too. Like, I know this is very controversial in Christian spaces, but even El Shaddai is like the female aspect of God, like the female, like the characteristic. Like, he does refer to himself, you know, as someone that like is nurtures children, and I think that's kind of what the progression of the story of the Hebrews, where they meet El Shaddai first, and then eventually meet Yahweh, which is the more masculine version. Like Shad in Hebrew literally translates to breast, and there's biblical apologetics that'll cry up and down the streets how that's supposedly not true, and it means mountain, but it means breasted God. So I mean, this is ultimately who the young Israelites met first. So I definitely could see that, because I mean, if man and woman are made in the image of God in their own aspect, like it would make sense that it was kind of together, would be one flesh or a cad.
Explain the split body concept. How does that work? First?
Um, well, I mean, we see
Um,
this in Greek mythology too, like the idea that like soulmates were once conjoined together and split. I think that's kind of really common in that time period.
yeah, I don't know. I just think that they thought of like the original human, like the Adam, the human one, as like like this person that was like full, but there was nothing else like it, such that it was kind of like alone. And so then, and look, I could be wrong on this. This is just like from the stuff I read about the ancient, Near East, and like, um, they didn't think of divine beings as being like gendered, and God was, I'm sorry, Adam was living on the mountain of God in the garden, right? And so he was like there with all the divine beings, and so then the idea is something like you see, like if you just imagine like an animated cartoon, right? And you can think of this as a mytho history or whatever. It's up to you, but if you just think of like an animated cartoon where you're just like to pull apart, like it's almost like an, how like how like cells reproducing, like celled organisms or whatever reproduce by splitting. It's something like that, because they're thinking like, look, there's like a phallic on one person, and the other side there's like a void where the phallic seems to fit exactly. So it's like they were like pulled apart. Like I said, this is like gonna be like a minority
Doesn't
view.
follow because you're saying I'm going to use the term penis because that's what you're talking about. Then if you split this body in half, keep the penis on one side, what is the penis gonna insert to on the other half of the body that you cut from the male body? What the hell are you
I'm
talking?
saying no. I'm saying I'm saying like the original Adam, the original human one, was different from like how we are today, right? It
In
was like
what way?
a,
Then why are you mentioning a phallic? What is this phallic you mentioned?
because what I'm saying is like imagine male and female, like two sides of a person.
You're talking about
Just
hermaphrodite then.
no, not gendered,
Do you
right?
mean like
Not
True
no
Face?
sex.
Converse like
Thinking
True
like
Face?
Attack on Titan.
Think of Attack on Titan, the beast, like the
Uh,
humans or humans with no
So you don't
privacy.
believe
Virgin
this literally,
of
do
the
you?
penis.
Attack
Look,
on Titan.
I'm just trying to describe how I think
Yeah.
they've possibly thought of
No, but
this.
Converse, are you saying Two Face from like Batman, like
No,
splits
no,
the
no,
atom in half? No.
no. I'm just saying, like, imagine. Look, take like for
Of the
example,
penis.
you have just think about it like this. Look, just think of like like taking apart, like straight down the middle, like this original human being, which is like fuller than us. Let's say and so then whenever it's like torn apart,
In a
it's
Guz
like
sense.
one side comes, the penis comes attached to the one side, and the other side, which is going to be the female here, is like there's like a void left there where the phallic used to be or something, right? And so then when two flesh become one, when you marry, the consummation is like
Flesh of
reenacting the
my
original
flesh.
like status of humankind or something. I'm saying, like, I'm not, that's obviously speculative, but it's just,
You're not
Well,
holding.
the Kabbalah talks about this too. Like it talks about like the how I don't want to call it androgynous, but like essentially it's the Hebraic understanding of a cad, like two parts coming together to form one. Um, I definitely see that in scripture, but like I think where we're gonna get into trouble is like literally trying to like, set up I guess the surgery that God performed to do that. But I mean it makes sense though, because in Christ there's neither, male nor female, so ultimately when we're
yeah.
together in Christ we're perfect again. So
Yeah, because they ask him about like if a woman like if a man marries like multiple people, whatever in heaven, whose like husband will it be? His wife will, and he's like, well, no, in heaven they're neither given in marriage. Like that's not something that heavenly beings are like participating in. So it's like a bad question to ask, but that's because like that's like a
well, see, this is where I would ask you: do you believe Genesis 6 is talking about the daughters of foreign nations, or do you think that um, the sons of God were angelic beings that came down to earth?
How about make like a
I think I think it's like angelic beings. Yeah.
But they were able to have sex, so you know what I mean.
Yeah, but if you read Jude, he says, the angels that sinned, that kept not their first habitation. So it's like they came to earth, and, became part of the, like, you know, earthly realm. I mean, you see, like, the angels and, like, going to Sodom and stuff like that, like, they appear like men. So, yeah, I mean, I take it they can take on, like, they can come to the material realm, let's say, and take on a human like appearance or something.
So my big question is: you think this information you utter is going to cook an atheist?
Why is it not?
No,
Is
no,
it?
what?
no,
No,
but
this
it's
is like
fun though.
it's gonna
What are
be
you talking
foolish
about?
to atheists.
Yeah, good.
It's fun to pretend though.
Yeah, just a quick announcement. Agamemnon is debating Tom Jump, T Jump, at 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday. And I guess you could hear it on Tom Jump's YouTube channel. And he goes by
Oh,
T
Aga's
Jump.
here. Let's bring Aga up.
Yeah, Agamemnon
That'll
Monday,
be
8 p.m.
hilarious.
Eastern.
Be-
Agamemnon versus the one and only Agamemnon versus Tom
Yeah,
Jump.
yeah, yeah. But let's hear him give his own plug.
Well, we hear this.
Why is there
Quebec,
so many
Quebec, Quebec,
people
Quebec,
in the
Quebec.
audience?
Yeah, so
Monday,
anyway,
Monday,
just woke up, but
eight-
debate is going to be 8 p.m. Eastern time Monday. Topic is going to be God's existence, so I hope you guys can show up.
Monday,
Well, I
Monday.
would wish you good
Absolute
luck, but you're not
fuego.
gonna need it.
Thanks.
Andre, are you ready to be assailed with some pretty nasty language, or buckle
I
your
don't care.
seatbelt?
What is the debate about? I'm sorry, I don't know who these people
I
are.
I already know he's gonna be acting in a pretty malicious way, but I'm just gonna talk about the argument, and I'm just gonna stick to talking about the argument.
Yeah, that's good.
It's about
It's
God.
good to have one of our owns on Front Street.
They're going to debate God's existence.
I
And
mean, I
then
watched a couple of his debates, and he does seem like a very dishonest interlocutor. But whatever.
Is that because he's an atheist or just because he is one?
probably. It's very little impulse control.
Classic atheists. It's what they do.
Yep, this is what they do.
You know, I've been reading a couple of studies on that. So there was a study about people exposed to materialist arguments, and then they measure their ability to control their impulses, to control automatic responses to certain stimuli.
I
And
hope
what
you're
they
connected
found is
to
that people
that
exposed
right
to
now. Uh,
materialist arguments had decreased impulse control. They're more likely to engage in duplicitous, malignant, or malicious behavior. What do you think about that?
Maybe they're
Did you
just
did
mad
you
your
read the
mic sucks.
title of
That's
it, or did you read the whole thing? Because normally you read the title, but you never read the whole thing.
A good one, but it's not addressing what I said.
yeah,
Because
spot
the
on.
mic was so crappy, it was impossible to hear what you said.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he said either. So
Yeah, but nonetheless, it was spot on.
Yeah, it was spot on.
Yep, yep. Run it. It's perfect.
Yeah, what arguments are you gonna go with?
Well, I think it's going to be the digital physics argument together with psychophysical harmony.
That might be a bit much for T-Jump debate.
That's
I
that's
would
the
just
old
go with
standby.
psychophysical
digital
because
physics.
you got to think if you get into physics with him, it's just gonna be like, no, dumbass, dumbass, dumbass. No, read the literature.
Go
You
back,
have
go
just
back,
check
go
with
back,
the
go
yeah,
back.
go back, check with the
That's
philosophers.
okay. That's okay, bro, because I'm prepared for that. I'll bring in the. I'm going to be bringing the literature.
Well, yeah, but you're a Christian, so you can't cite literature.
That's okay. I'll be citing, textbooks. So, in fact, I'll have textbooks in front of me.
And these textbooks back up the existence of God.
Right to
Yeah,
notes on your palm,
Nice.
Andre.
Because they're published by the Church of Latter-day Saints.
The
Oh, I didn't go.
textbooks
yeah.
in themselves don't like
It's
any
published
textbook
by the
won't
Catholic Church.
I missed that class. Damn it.
any
It's
textbook
called the
won't necessarily
Catechism.
One holy apostolic.
well
I
any
don't care what any
textbook
of y'all
won't
say.
discredit a textbook won't discredit God. If he uses it correctly, then he can. I mean, if his opponent's not steeped in the literature of the textbook, then he can definitely use it to his advantage.
I'm steeped in Davy and Goliath. I challenge anyone.
Textbook is going to be the Catechism of the Catholic Church, and obviously it's not steeped in the literature, so it's going to be to my advantage.
I just hope you don't use this mic during the debate because this mic is really bad.
Yeah, whatever form of connection you're using, change it because you're crap.
I
Can
don't
we
think it's
do
the
Very
connection.
static. It's very
I have an
static.
Android phone. I have a Samsung Galaxy, and
Are
for
you
some
on
reason, whenever I use
speaker or
the phone,
headphones?
the connection's terrible. But just on Clubhouse.
It's God.
Click the three dots at the top of the screen, go to the audio settings, and switch it to low.
Yeah,
Justin
that's all.
Wilson versus Pro Lyrical, round one.
No,
Fight.
please. It's like banging my head into the wall.
I'll put a pillow in front of your head so it won't be as
It's
hard.
so
Okay, bro?
good for us though.
But
He
yeah,
doesn't have to tell that for me. At least Ari, he got better. He got more patient with me.
Justin is top 10 make dumb shit up on the app that I've ever heard.
Ari, I don't want to save you from
Oh,
Christianity. I just want you
Bam!
to
wow.
divert
Shots
from young
fired,
earth
Justin.
Christianity, like young earth
Justin.
creationism, because it's an affront to like
Did you
both of
say
our
Ari?
cultures.
Were you talking to yourself?
Justin,
I
you're
heard
gonna
you say
take
that.
that right to the chin. What are you doing?
He didn't even say my name. He forgot my name.
No, pro
Is the
No,
lyrical.
audio a little bit better now?
he was
Is
talking to
it still the
me.
same?
He was
Yes,
talking to me, and
That's a
him and
bit
I
better, yeah.
typically yell at each other.
a lot better. Actually.
So I switched off spatial audio, so that was probably the problem.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you
that
go.
was a problem, yeah.
yeah, problem for the atheist.
Yeah, we got problems
Well,
for.
it was. I couldn't hear what he's saying. So.
Yeah. Spatial audio we can't perceive. Yep, that's true. Yep, you got it.
Yeah, maybe I will just
It's
read what I
another
said.
dimension. That's what it is. Yeah.
So you asked me about impulse control, and if I think that's tied to atheism or materialism, and yes, I think so, because there are several studies which show that people exposed to materialist atheist arguments tend to have decreased impulse control. That is, they have the decreased ability to control automatic impulses in response to stimuli.
Makes enough sense for me.
I tend to
A
respond
quick,
to stimuli, so yeah, I guess I've got poor impulse control.
It
a
does make
quick
sense because
control.
there's this view in neuroscience that there are two different cognitive mechanisms in humans. The first one is automatic and default, and then the second one is reflective and not spontaneous. You have to like exert control. You have to exert conscious control. And people exposed to free will, anti-free will materialist arguments tend to think they don't have any sort of control over the processes which occur in their brain. So then they tend to just exert a less conscious effort to control this automatic default network.
Can you put this study in the chat?
You can just type in Google free will cheating, and I'm sure will come up.
Yo, Aga, I think you should. I think there's another approach that would be interesting as well. I mean, I know you probably want to stick with the arguments you got, but it'd be interesting because T Jump is like a moral. Um, well, I don't know if he'd say moral objectivist, but he's like a moral realist of some stripe. But he doesn't really have much word for it. It's just like, yeah, I have intuitions about it, whatever. Um,
Mm.
but Dustin Crumit's moral knowledge argument.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be a good one to run on him since he's a moral realist.
I think I'm gonna use a multitude of arguments, not just one. So yeah, it's I like honestly, I just don't want to give away the arguments I'm gonna be using. I don't know if T Jump has any um, acolytes here that are gonna help him or are gonna help him prepare. Are there any T Jump acolytes
No,
here?
no, no. He does not. I promise I won't give him to my
Carlos is already up.
master. To my master. I mean, to Tito. So his nonsense on imposition
It, it,
on
it,
imposition on will or whatever, you should definitely attack that.
Dutch,
Just
your mic
return it.
sounds like shit
is
too.
is somebody
Oh,
paying? Is somebody paying for the debate, Aga? Is
Yeah.
it being paid for? Okay.
Are you
No,
paying for it,
no,
Aga, with
nobody's
$50?
paying for the debate.
Wait, why is Dutch's mic imposing on my will?
It's an involuntary imposition of will. Very immoral.
I guess that we shouldn't stop bank robbers. It's an imposition on their
It
free
doesn't
will.
even sound like Dutch when he talks. Like, what the hell?
Honestly, I don't even get this involuntary imposition of will idea. I think in some instances it is moral to involuntarily impose your will. Suppose there's a person who's very apathetic and he doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to sit in his basement and eat Cheetos all day and debate people on talk with people on Clubhouse. Don't you think
If
the
if I'm
parents or
Abdul,
like don't you think the parents of such an individual have a right to, or they ought to impose something on on this person to get
well,
him
I
to
mean,
like
who's to say that he's
Something.
in his parents' basement? I mean, he could be living off of, U.S. benefits in his own
yeah,
basement.
suppose it's a
So his
complete social parasite. He's just
I mean, there's a
living off
chance
of
for
his
sure.
parents.
You're breaking up again, Aga.
Uh,
But there's definitely a chance that he's living in the basement. But no, yeah, Aga, did you see his like recent community post where he's like talking about the girlfriend?
yeah,
Yeah, only an
I think he's
18-year-old
joking though.
can unlock his emotions.
Yeah, yeah,
I
he's
think
like,
he's trolling. I think he's got all of you guys riled up, and he's
think
like
so?
just laughing at the hysteria or at the commotion he's caused.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. He's always been kind of vocal about that kind of stuff, though. Not sure.
He's not in a basement though. Like his story is that like his mother and father bought a new home and moved to a different state and gave him their old house. So that's where he resides. Tom Jump.
with
How
18
old
to
do you think the
24 year
couch is?
olds.
How old do you think the couch is?
How old do I think his cat is?
Couch, the infamous brown couch.
Maybe as old as him. Who knows?
Oh, T Jump's chair. Yeah. I actually have a chair almost the exact same. It's like a lazy boy.
Did T Jump inspire you to get one, or you had it before him?
No, you already had it. Yeah. I mean,
So
I
hold
think.
up, Andre. What you want to do is when he talks about the imposition of free will and he tries to furnish that or like ground that in his intuitions, you should ask him if somebody else has opposing. Is there, is it, in order for it to be objective, is there any adjudication possible? And I don't think he can create an account for that. So you should attack him on that.
No, but seriously, the argument is going to be very similar to Omni's argument, except I have a couple of rejoinders to his objections that I don't think Omni has presented, and it's going to be the explanatory. I guess I don't know what to call the argument, but it's basically going to be the idea that theism is a simple hypothesis with broad explanatory power. And in terms of theories that I think, or in terms of data, theism can explain, that I don't think naturalism can explain. I'm going to just highlight two, maybe three: fine tuning the existence of consciousness and knowledge of moral facts.
Wait, is T Jump a hardcore materialist?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
he's a hardcore
you
materialist.
should check out William Lane Craig's debate with Alex Rosenberg and run like identity over time and intentionality and that stuff on him.
His debate with Alex Rosenberg is one of my favorites. I think there are much better arguments for. Well, I think identity over time is a good argument.
Yeah,
But I think there are much better arguments for dualism than
yeah. It's
identity
also
over
one of
time.
it's also one of my favorite debates because he ended that man's whole career with his own freaking book. That was savage.
The funniest thing to me was that was one that was moderated and had voters, and they had an online vote, an in-person vote, and a judge vote. And I think Craig won the judge vote 4-2. The online vote, it was like 730 to 59, or the in-person one. I don't know. It was just, yeah, it was just overwhelmingly in favor of Craig. And at one point they were like, Alex
Well,
59. It was
yeah.
just
What I thought was very well done was the distinction made between epistemological, epistemic naturalism and metaphysical naturalism, and the entailment of metaphysical naturalism, like the absurdities. Of course, he's appealing to the intuitions of the audience, but I thought it was very well done.
so. That's identity over. Sorry, you said intentionality, identity over time, and what else?
Um, well, I guess like stuff like like value, meaning are not reducible to the things we can study via the natural sciences. Basically, like Thomas Nagel's Mind and Cosmos stuff.
I think all of those are really good, cogent arguments, but it's just going to take a lot of time to present it. So I have my own separate. I have a different argument that I can present much quicker.
What is his favorite? Because I don't know much about Tom Jump, except for this nonsense about imposition of free will. But what is his go-to or favorite argument against Christianity? Do you know?
I have no idea. Oh, well, I think his go-to argument is something like, there's no reason to believe in Christianity because we have sufficient explanations. We have sufficient scientific explanations, and Christianity is just an extraneous assumption or an extra assumption, superfluous assumption on top of that.
It's giving him credit.
And that's where you come in with the explanatory scope of the simple God hypothesis. Okay.
Right.
going to say something like Sky Daddy. He's bound to say Sky Daddy at some point.
Yeah, he's a white belt new atheist little bitch. Well, I normally don't say this, Andre, but good luck. I dislike him more than you, so good luck.
thank, thank you, bro. As long as there's one person that's disliked more than me here, I'm happy.
Well, use the power of God and anime on your side.
So, hey, Dutch, what do you think about the intentionality argument?
uh, well, so I'm not sure how a materialist would explain the aboutness, and because I don't think it can be reduced to natural science. So it's been like 6 years since I looked into this, but so I think arguments for substance dualism on top of the quote unquote self-evident intuitions are pretty good when I last look into it. But um, also, if I just had to stick to their worldview, I don't see how you can um, create an account that explains the aboutness um,
Agree.
that
So,
that is
so the
reducible
argument,
to physical things, right? So
so the argument I like is that if there's some physical fact which explains aboutness or intentionality, then there's no misrepresentation. Misrepresentation is impossible. So, for instance, we all take it for granted that sometimes your thoughts can misrepresent reality. But on this view, aboutness or what a thought is about just reduces to what causes the thought. Okay, so a thought which is caused by certain events in your brain represents certain events in your brain. A thought is which is produced by somebody striking your head with a hammer represents the act of somebody striking your head with a hammer. So let's say there's a person who believes that I don't know they're living on Mars after being struck on the head with a hammer. Well, apparently that thought, first of all, that thought represents the act of being struck in the head with a hammer because that's what causes it. And second, there's no misrepresentation because it's caused because the original event, being struck in the head with a hammer, causes certain brain states that you live on Mars, and yeah, so living on Mars represents the original event. So there's no misrepresentation. Misrepresentation is impossible on this view.
I'm not sure because it sounds a little bit like the Alvin Plantinga discussion about your cognitive faculties being truth apps. And I think somebody could you say, well, even though they're fallible, right? You could be mistaken about sense perception, but generally speaking, they have evolved such that they have to be truth apt in order to survive. It's like a happy
Correct.
coincidence or whatever. So I think they're gonna run. He's gonna run something like that, even on a causal view, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes your thoughts have to be truth apt, but sometimes your thoughts can also misrepresent. If there's no difference between thoughts which are truth apt and thoughts which misrepresent, then evolution cannot select thoughts which are truth apt, cannot delineate between thoughts which are truth apt and thoughts which are misrepresent. Therefore, it can't select any cognitive faculties. So I think a basic commitment of any naturalist is they have to believe your thoughts can in fact misrepresent external reality. In fact, that's the default assumption among most people. You would agree that your thoughts can misrepresent, right?
Yeah, obviously, like Fata Morgana or like yeah, of course.
Okay,
Or when
so
you
misrepresentation
or
means
yeah, go ahead.
that what the thought is about doesn't represent external reality. But how is that possible if what the thought represents is always what causes it? Now, in this
They're probably
view,
going to say something like, like if I feel my phone is vibrating in my pocket, even though it's not there, there's some natural explanation for it, but they will still say, normally speaking, like the cause would be truth apt. So just because there are some instances where our brain plays tricks on us, it doesn't mean that our brain isn't truth apt, even if it's causal because of we evolved to survive and stuff. I think
Right,
something like
right.
that
But I'm not saying
they're
it's not
going.
truth app. Like I said, I'm not saying it's not truth app. I said it. Uh, on this view, there's no misrepresentation. It's not possible for your thoughts to be mistaken or to be false or to misrepresent external reality. Right? Remember, on this view, your thoughts represent whatever causes them. How is it possible to be
Well,
wrong? How is it
they
possible
can.
for thought to represent
Okay.
to
Yes.
misrepresent if they just represent whatever causes them? Whatever causes them just causes them. That's what they
So
represent.
after self-correction or via other agents, they can say if they were correct or not. So so there's like this mechanism that can. So even if you say, well, correct or not, right, because it is caused, they would say, well, there can be adjudication via self-correction or other agents in an objective sense, something like that, I guess. I mean, I'm spitballing here, but that's what I would if I was in his
No, but
shoes.
no, but I don't think you're getting the argument. The argument is there's no process of adjudication required because your thoughts simply don't. It's not possible for them to be false or
Why are they committed
misrepresent
to that?
external
Why
reality.
are they committed to that? They're just going to
Oh,
reject that.
yeah. Okay. So on this view, there's a physical mechanism for intentionality, right? There's a physical mechanism or a physical explanation of how your thoughts represent. And that
Right.
that process is spelled out in terms of physical terms, like
Yeah.
causality.
Brain states
Okay,
are mental states. Yes. Now what?
right. So it's causality which explains why your thoughts represent, or sorry, how your
I'm not
thoughts
seeing it,
represent
bro.
is spelled out
I'm
in
not
terms
seeing
of
it.
physical terms like causality.
I
Do
think I
you
understand it,
follow
but
me so far?
I don't, so yeah, but I don't see the force of the argument. They can bite all these
Okay, because
bullets and
because I'm
still
not because I haven't finished yet. So if you
go ahead.
agree
Go ahead.
that on this view, how your thoughts represent your intentionality is spelled out in terms of physical terms, then it has to be spelled out either in terms of functional terms or causal terms. Do you follow me so far?
Um, causes. I mean, you can say both, right? So, functional or token identity, even, which are just caused by brain states or sense perception, like both,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
So yes.
So
So
what?
we agree.
And then
Either
what? And
either
then
the
what?
count.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to get there. So either it's going to be to spell that in terms of causal terms, or there's going to be a causal account, or there's going to be a functional account of what intentionality is. Okay, let's look at the causal account. On the causal account, your thoughts represent whatever causes them, right?
Sure.
Okay,
I don't think anyone
so
holds that
imagine,
view.
well, plenty of people do. So on this account, that your thoughts represent whatever causes them, it's impossible for your thoughts to
Yeah.
misrepresent
They're
because
going
they're
to
just going
say
to have
sense
one cause.
perception. All up. They're going to say sense perception of
Hold
the
up,
external
dude.
world or
Dude, you're
introspection
not
if you
gonna
have
get
pain
it
over.
unless you let me finish.
All
So
right. Well,
you might
okay.
as
Go
well
ahead.
let me finish to make it easier. So on this
That's what
view,
she said. Go ahead.
your thoughts represent whatever causes them, right? Do you get that so far?
Yeah, I'm tracking all the way, but I'm looking for the entailment. But go ahead.
Okay, your thoughts represent whatever causes them, so it's impossible for your thoughts to be wrong because they're just gonna have one cause and they're gonna represent whatever causes them. So how can your thoughts ever be wrong?
So what is causing them is sense perception of the external world, if we grant that to them, right? And there can be adjudication there via self correction, like of the or other agents, right?
I don't know if you're following what I said.
If
He keeps talking
I
about
don't know if you're
adjudication.
following,
You keep talking about
yeah.
adjudication, but sorry, unfortunately, I gotta go. Sorry.
All right,
Okay, talk to you later.
See you, buddy.
cool. Did you understand what I'm supposedly not tracking there at Converse? Because I think it's weak sauce whatever he was trying to run. So
I mean, I personally, I'm not 100% sure about this or anything, and I, in fact, haven't studied theories of intentionality super closely. But I would be skeptical that anyone holds the view that your thoughts represent what causes them. I mean, that sounds like an extreme straw man view. Like the entire history of the universe, in some sense, causes each of my thoughts, but most of my thoughts aren't representing and most of them aren't about in any sense the overwhelming majority of the things that happened in the past light cone of the universe.
Yeah, there's definitely a few I haven't heard before in terms of people having that account on intentionality, being causal in that sense. So
Is anybody saying anything right now, or is everybody quiet?
quiet.
Okay, gotcha. Oh yeah, Converse. By the way, I replied. Is the okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Do you want to join Freemasonry, Carlton?
No. I told you my roommate's at current GF poly thing was in some like Order of the Eastern Star or something like that, Freemason stuff, and so was a person that I was in a game group with, and he did Freemason stuff. I think when he was younger, some weird stuff.
I hear you. Hey, Dre Gates, come on up, brother. Yeah, it is weird. Data, good to see you, my Freemason brother. Ray, Ray.
Wait, are you yourself a Freemason?
Well, I mean,
I
no.
knew it. Illuminati confirmed.
Are
Illuminati confirmed.
you
Andrew is engaging in what the Freemasons call takia, like they're not allowed to confess that they're a Freemason to outsiders.
so
Wow.
real quick? Do they have you riding the goat?
Well, we do more than that, and all I can tell you,
More.
there's some. Let me tell you, there's something called a Stargate, but we don't need to talk about that right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Andrew,
yeah, where they
super quick,
open up
super quick.
portals. Yeah.
Guys, I gotta go in a bit, so super quick, Andrew. Super quick. I got a question.
Uh,
Did you
Dutch,
have that
Dutch.
young?
Before you go, Dutch. Just let me just tell you this:
Yeah.
every time
Okay.
you always use this. I've got to go, and then you start doing your thing. You know what I mean? Like that's like your
Wait,
This
that's
guy
your
is
wait a
trick.
strange.
second. I'll explain why. So it's not like a strategy. It's like I'm in and out like a house cat. It's part of my charm, right? So
Andrew, you need to
like,
respect
sorry,
cultural differences. This is
like an
just how they
outdoor
how they
cat.
talk in the Netherlands. They
Thank
say
you,
I
Mark.
gotta
He,
go,
he gets it. He gets me.
and then
He
they
gets me.
do a soliloquy.
But it's also strategy. Like if things get a little bit too hot, I can just say I can open my door like this and be like, "Oh man, really gotta go, bro. Talk to you later." Close the door and be like, "Oh, I got to get ghost. I gotta bounce."
Yeah. Or if you're saying something really lame and people are owning you on it, you're
I
like,
never
oh, gotta
do.
go.
I never
So
do.
wait,
Okay,
Buster,
I got,
Buster, you
wait,
are Buster
wait.
Bus. All right,
I
So,
got.
go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
hey,
Super quick,
but
Dutch. Super quick.
quick question. So, but why'd you ask, old dude,
Ask,
if he's a
ask,
Mason?
ask,
Well,
ask.
I
we don't want
mean,
to talk.
what are you
We don't
trying to
we
recruit people? I'm just,
we don't
you know,
want to
I'm just,
talk about my motivations, if you know what I mean, right? We don't know. You don't
so
want
your,
to.
what is your, I mean,
Yes, that
yeah, but if
just
you ask
that.
the
Oh,
question, your
no, no, no,
motivations
no, no. Stop, stop, stop.
have to be displayed, right? Like, I
There's some
You
mean,
really, no,
reason.
no, no, hold up.
There's a
are
reason.
are
Well,
you trying to recruit more
this
people to that
wise.
fraternal order? I mean, what's
Well, let
up
me
with it?
just tell you, there was a morning star who once said, "Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks." So we don't need to talk about it. But anyway,
Is
go
that
Lucifer
ahead.
is a
Morning
morning
Star? Wait,
star.
is that Morning Star Jabalan? Is that who you serve? Yeah,
Andrew, I
go
gotta go.
that
I got
who
guy,
you
go
my
ahead,
guy,
Dutch.
that
my
that is
G,
that the Morning
my
Star you
G. I
talking
gotta
about?
go. I gotta go. My G, super quick. I really gotta go. I'm not
Bye,
joking. So
Dutch.
I gotta ask one question. One question, super quick, super quick. One question, Andrew.
When is this supposed younger creationist hero of yours going to grace the stage here?
Well,
We keep,
Dutch, you said you're willing to give me a little dirty mammon,
Which
aren't you, to help
one?
make it happen?
no, look, I promise if you get anybody to debate Augusta Gibbon, you can just email her. I will definitely get that paper, son, for sure. I
Can you
promise.
see Justin debate her, Dutch?
I would love it because she actually was very gentle and nice with G-Man, so I think
She
it's
is
going to
very
be
nice.
similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh wow, what was that? That was a shitty mic. I got to go. I'll be back in an hour or so.
Andrew, I found some occult orders that you might be interested in joining, if you want.
Can you message me in the back channel, please?
Yeah, I assume. I
Oh,
assume.
so we got Knights of Columbus, we got the Freemasons, we got the Jesuits. I mean,
The
that's
Stargates.
what we got. That's what we got on this panel. I
You're
thought
gonna
this
This
you're
was
is
a
gonna start
Christian
this
panel.
is weak sauce.
you're gonna start preferring the atheist on our stage after a while, right? You're gonna be like, forget these the ones I thought were Christians are worse than the atheists. That's saying a lot.
Well, it's well known that you can call yourself anything and still be a Mason. You can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, you
You
can be any
cannot be an
religious order you want to be, as
you
long as
cannot be an atheist and call.
You guys need
Uh,
to.
I mean, atheism is nothing but a religion. So I don't know.
So
What?
we actually had a
Yeah.
You guys need to visit the website becomealiving.god.com so you can experience some real left-hand path esoteric orders. They're much more powerful than the Masons.
Well, the Masons are nothing but fucking. They're nothing but you know, from the people that have been amongst the organization tell me nothing but a homosexual organization. It is what it is.
Well,
So like
becomealiving.god.com
an
has that too.
atheist, basically.
I mean, the what is it? The secret knowledge, the brotherhood, so to speak. They call the sacred bond. We know what that's about.
right. Okay.
Dead ass too, man.
Andrew, can I
Through
tell you
that
about something?
questioning last in that room, like why did the other Christians?
Andrew, are
What
you
was
there?
that, Aura?
Well, like I was listening to like go.
Did he cut out or was it me?
Well, I may have cut out of the best mic, but why doesn't Andrew have?
Is he in the Matrix for anybody else?
No, that's
Maybe if I
Ray
might.
Yaba, and he's not. Yeah, he's just like his mic is just open.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, I'm about to send you a text message. All right. Are you there, Andrew?
I don't think he's here.
That man is like the invisible man. It's like he's here or Houdini or something.
He's like the
Not
deist god. He just comes in,
not
makes the room,
come
and
off a mic.
leaves.
Just gets the clock running and then.
Yeah.
I really wanted to tell Andrew, about some of the grimoires, advanced grimoires I found on becomealivinggod.com. I think you'd find them pretty intriguing.
What is that, Mark? You keep mentioning it.
It's one of my favorite websites in existence. It's so hilarious. It's like the griftiest thing in the on the planet, and it's about making pacts with devils, but it's really just this guy and his friends fleecing you for hundreds of dollars for these extremely shitty ebooks. So, for example, my here, I pulled up their quote unquote grimoire list, and I found one of their
Magic mastery.
yeah. One of the so this grimoire is called Conjure Necrodaimonic Sorcery, and let me read to you the entire description on the front, or at
Yep.
least the big heading in big red text. It says the description of this book says, "Unearth ancient necromantic corpse sorcery for transplanting the sorcerer's soul in a new body. Disentomb the most advanced guide to graveyard magic, and learn the goblin craft of Xandor Satan." Okay, now can you now, there's a bunch of really good like marketing stuff that advertises all the many features of the book. So as you can imagine, it's going to sell you this for at an incredibly good price point. Would you like to guess how much it costs?
I'd say $75, maybe.
I'm actually trying to figure out how I can become a.
Well, I mean, $75 is, I mean, obviously, you know, the Goblin Craft of Xandor Satan is worth more than $75, but it is on sale for $279.
Holy shit!
I thought this room was governed by Christians.
Wow.
Why are people talking about magic and sorcery?
Well, the
Well, what's the
left-hand path
difference?
makes us very powerful, and we can use it to take over clubhouse rooms.
That's right.
I
That's
doubt
what we've
that the
done.
left hand path is that powerful, honestly.
Well, the people selling these books say it's very powerful.
It's
Oh yeah, you're
two
right.
hundred
You're
and
right.
seventy nine
You're right
dollars
there.
powerful.
You're right
Yes.
there. The Knights of Columbus and the fucking Order of the Jesuits. Yeah, you're
What's the
right.
original price for a mark? Like that's the special. What's the original price?
Well, I mean, it's only 399, but I mean, again, that's nothing for literal corpse magic, corpse sorcery.
It
Anyway,
sounds like a bunch.
that's
Sorry.
just one of them. Like another one, I mean, they're all basically gold. The most recent one is called the Radionics Magic Spellbook. Another one is the Three Tomes of Dragus, Handbooks of Quimbanda and Demonolatry, and there's a lot more, and they're all
Sound like just D
many
and
hundreds of
D.
dollars.
Like
Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
okay.
I can.
but the thing is, like, you have to look at it to see, like, the marketing is really good and professional. Like, if you didn't know better, if you couldn't read English, it would seem like, you know, some normal e-commerce site or whatever.
Okay.
And I mean, they try to upsell you on everything, so there's a ton of merch everywhere. Like, they're
I'm on the
they're really
site
serious.
now.
It's great.
BecomeALivingGod.com. Okay. There's even a ritual for hire. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it costs like $1,500 for
Holy shit.
you to buy a ritual from him.
Receive personalized initiation with demonic gatekeepers. That's what you want. Hang out with magicians, sorcerers, and witches. Wow.
Is it
This is
satire?
brilliant.
Or is it
This
like
is brilliant.
legitimately just people to trick you?
No, no, no.
Sounds like D&D like crap. That's what it sounds like.
Raya, could you stop doing that?
Rayaba, we hear you humming.
You're hot micing, Raya.
Yeah, people actually believe this, and there's a forum of like practitioners who are often very confused and are like trying to figure out why the spells that they're casting aren't working or doing anything.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
This is great.
wait. Yeah, this is
Wow.
a demonic
Can
ass
someone
room.
link can someone link me to
Fuck.
that?
Do you want the
Wait,
website or the...
aren't the mods supposed to be
Well,
Christians?
no. There's an atheist and a Christian that own the room.
There's an
If there's
atheist and a
stuff,
Christian.
It's
remember two.
mixed. So atheist, Christians, yes.
And it's not demonic. We're making
I've been
Oh,
multitasking.
it's definitely demonic. I mean, you
we're,
I
guys are
we're
was
but we're
Moloch.
making
You
fun.
people are
What?
But we're
hold
making
on
You
one
sound
fun.
like
second.
Moloch worshippers.
I've been
Yes, they are
making
Moloch
One
worshippers.
second.
Yeah,
But we're making
child
fun of them.
sacrifice and shit.
we're making
Yeah.
Yeah,
fun of it,
yeah.
So
Rayaba.
so this is entirely in line with Christianity. Laugh at the stupidity of demon worshippers.
Exactly.
Demon work. It's
And the
okay to be a
Wow.
demon worshiper. That's
for it.
crazy.
It's hard to tell if you're being serious.
Are you asking me that or these cats?
Generally, these cats.
Yeah, yeah. I'd be wondering if they're fucking trolling or something, man. Like talking
Well,
about demonology and fucking
He's
the Church of
reading from
Wicca.
a site.
I think they'd be trolling.
Literally reading our website.
I
He
Like we're
mean,
said that
literally making fun.
before.
there's no trolling. We're calling this website very stupid, and laughing at it because it's very funny.
Like they have a video
Uh,
draw circles for 300 and
Well, they just sound like they need my spells.
Wait,
yeah,
are you a
Your
transsexual?
spell. Are
Brenda.
you a witch?
Brenda, you
Yeah,
can actually sign up on the website and become a partner with them.
yeah. Well, they need to purchase my cells, my spells.
Wait, are you a
Is
transsexual?
that how they
Yeah,
work?
yeah,
Um, well, that's
yeah,
becoming degenerate.
yeah.
What?
Deal,
Oh yeah, but the
deal.
occult does deal with
Deal.
gender fluid shit, don't they? Forgot about that.
So does
Um,
Judaism. Genders
What?
outside of
pagan practices are often have a lot of gender fluid and bisexual or non-binary people because
Oh
it's a
yeah, of course. It's blending. Yeah, it's the
because
blending of reality. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
no,
like two faces of Janus. You know,
no,
that's what
no,
it is.
no.
Yeah,
That's
that's what the ancient Babylonians and all these other
yeah,
different kingdoms of the ancient world used to
yeah,
worship.
but
Their
when
gods were
yeah.
Brenda
gender fluid.
when Brenda
You're
came off the mic,
mistaken.
she
You're
was on your
mistaken. The reason
I'm not.
you're mistaken. The reason is simply because they are able to find acceptance in those communities.
Yeah,
That's it.
no, they just worship deities that are
You know,
sexually
the
fluid.
social the
It's nothing more
social
than that.
dimension the social dimension comes first, right? And then they adopt the practices because it keeps them in the community,
quite
right?
similar
That's
to
how a lot of things work.
Christianity.
That's how a lot of things work. You know, people seek community, and
Oh,
in order to conform to the community, they'll adopt their beliefs and practices.
that's not the case.
Yeah, it is.
That's
I see
absolute
it all
Well,
the time.
for
I
everything,
see it all the
including
time.
religion.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we are not papists, those dirty, rotten papists. Oh, we here, we're not those heretic Protestants. Oh no. My father, my grandfather,
a
my
Protestant's
grandmother,
more righteous
and
than
my
any.
great great grandfather, all were Catholics, and we don't deal with heretics like the Protestants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Protestants have a lot more dignity than these motherfucking religions that are around
So
today.
the point, if you've not been catching it, is that people rationalize why they stay in their group. They rationalize like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
do, like you do.
This,
You do that.
no, I
You
don't do shit.
rationalize it.
I stay true to the scriptures. I don't stay true to nothing
You
else.
stay in your group.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Man,
You stay
fuck.
in
I'm
the
staying in
lane.
the group
Stay in
when
the
people
lane,
are
buddy.
sitting up here trying to force their dirty ass belief system on me.
nobody's forcing beliefs on
Oh
you
yeah, yeah they
whatsoever.
are. Yeah they
What
are.
No,
Yes,
they're
happened?
yes,
not.
yes indeedy.
Point someone out on
Oh
the
no,
What
I'm
book
just
would
chapter.
speaking in
happen?
general terms. I'm just saying in general, you know, you can tell somebody to stay in their lane until
What would
they're not
happen
what?
what would happen if tomorrow you decided you were believed and practiced Shintoism?
Shintoism.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
What
a
would
cult.
happen to your friends and your no?
This is a
Imagine that
cult.
Im-
Understand that.
Imagine that you believed it and practice it. You would be rejected by your friends and family, by your
This is a
community.
this is the
The
cult
same
knowledge
thing
that they're
That's,
talking
happens
about
to
that's
that
the
I'm not
point.
dealing with.
Not the
same thing
brightest
happens
tool in
to
the
a whole
shed, are you?
Nah, apparently you're not. You don't even know who you are.
That's
Right,
Honestly.
right. I don't. So I'm so confused.
right.
I
Yeah,
If
don't
you
you
know.
damn
I
right.
can't
if
figure
if
anything out. Oh no. Oh
right
no.
if you tried out the left hand path, you might lose some friends and family, but
I will
you
never.
would master corpse sorcery.
How
Yeah.
can I try out
Yeah.
the left hand path when I'm on the right hand path? I didn't sell my soul.
Well, you don't have to sell your soul. You just make a contract with Xander Satan, and he'll teach you the goblin craft
Yeah,
of corpse
yeah.
sorcery.
Fuck Satan and fuck his minions and fuck any fleshly minions that he has. How about that?
That's
Do
exactly
you
what Satan wants from
do you
you.
seriously not want to be able to transfer souls to corpses?
Yeah, this is.
You'd be
That would be
Yeah,
saving
you
kind of
them.
cool.
talking about
You'd be saving
necromancy.
them.
There
Don't
you
even.
go.
That would,
Well, I mean, I would say that's a subset of corpse sorcery and goblin craft.
Goblin
Goblin
I
crap.
mean,
craft.
I'd like to raise
Goblin.
a corpse
It's okay
and
to be a fucking goblin. You hear this sick ass shit?
Well, okay.
I think
What
that would
are
be
you
great.
bigoted
I could
against
have
goblins?
somebody do the dishes. I could
Yeah,
have
I'm big.
somebody do all the
You know
laundry.
what? No, I firmly hate the wicked. How about that?
So
If
you're
I
you,
think,
stereotyping all goblins as wicked.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
The goblins just want to.
If you're a demonic creature in physical form or in spiritual form, I hate you. How about that?
It, it,
So you damn right, I'm a bigot towards the wicked. The fuck?
don't you? Don't you want someone that's going to
I
clean up,
want.
and do the dishes, and sweep the
I
floors
want to
and stuff?
see. I want to see nuclear missiles hit America.
That,
I want to see
good
nuclear
job,
missiles
good
hit
job,
a
buddy.
lot.
Yeah,
I
good
want
job.
to see missiles hit Tel Aviv. I want to see nuclear missiles hit every place that has all this stuff in it.
Yeah, the
How about
Satan
that?
really has his Satan
Uh,
really has his
Which
grip
stuff?
on you, doesn't he,
yeah,
buddy?
I was. Do you
That
want
that
him to
seems
hit it while you're
like
still there?
humanity.
Hey, hey,
Is this
hey,
a nihilist? Like, what the fuck?
Do
let it
you
be the
think
Most High's will.
you
If I have to
think that
go
us
for the
invoking a
sake of the
nuclear
righteous,
war?
I
then
think
all praises.
I think
Yeah.
Shaitan has gotten his hold on you.
Yeah, Satan is that no? Why would Satan have a hold on me when I'm going against him? That
Because
don't even make sense.
you want to nuke half the world. That's how. Holy shit,
No,
buddy!
it's written in prophecy that the world's gonna get nuked.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, oh
How
yeah,
dumb are
damn right it
you?
is.
No, it's
You
not.
don't know about
They didn't know
it's
anything
it's
about
Yo,
nuclear
Andrew,
weapons.
yeah. There's a reason
Look
why
at
there's the
Bert.
nuclear capability that everybody has because they're gonna press the button one day
What do you
and
mean
everybody gonna
everybody
get it.
has?
Everybody
What do
that
you,
ain't a part of the elect that's written in the scriptures, they're gonna get it. They're gonna get burnt
What?
alive
It's
by
written in the
oh my
nuclear
scripture to
fire.
push the
God.
big red button and blow everyone up. That's what's written in the scriptures. Is that what you're saying?
Mm.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. So it seems like you're not a huge fan of demons, but there's this other book on becoming a living god
And goblins.
called Deification Magic that helps you embark on a Baphometic journey through the underworld for
There
transfiguration
you go,
into godhood. Is that more your thing because it involves God?
another faggot deity, the Baphomet.
Well, it's not
Jesus
Baphomet per se. It's a
Christ.
Baphometic journey, which terminates with you becoming a
Baphometic
god.
journey.
Please don't use those type of language on the stage. No derogatory terms.
No, no derogatory. All right, whatever.
The F word. Yeah.
Oh, he
Yes,
acknowledged. Oh my
that's
goodness.
derogatory. That's funny.
Mm,
Yeah,
you
it
don't
is.
believe in treating people to be treated. That's really funny.
Uh, yeah. If you believe in the Bible, it tells you
Well,
to judge.
That
it wouldn't
Actually,
Yeah,
tell you to
I
judge.
properly.
believe in the
clearly
Bible,
says
and I
not
would
to.
never use that type of verbiage whatsoever, ever.
It,
Can I
yeah,
ask a
it
question?
says it
And you're
pretty
supposed to
clearly
love
says
your
to
enemies.
judge
Very
Right? It doesn't say
not.
unchristian.
that it's
Do
bad.
you support? I mean,
Very
so the
Supposed to love
question: Do
unchristian
your
you
of
enemies,
believe
you.
in the
Brian.
Bible? Do you support? Do you support it?
There's what you support, and you like.
Yeah,
I don't
can I
know,
ask,
being equal and being.
yeah, I was just gonna ask. Is it Rayabia or Rayabaya? How do I
Ray
pronounce it?
baby. It's Ray baby.
Yeah, you
No.
can call me whatever. I mean,
Ray
listen, you
baby.
can call me. You can just say Ray. It's good
Right?
if you can
Uh,
spell it. Yeah. Right.
yeah.
Maybe it's best.
Uh,
Yeah.
do you think that you should love the Edomite?
What does the Bible say?
It says that you shouldn't despise him.
Is that what it says, or is that a clerical error?
That's what it
That's
says.
well, the Bible. Well, when you go on to do deep research, that
Uh,
word is actually talking about Syria or Syrian, right?
Like
And
that
also
was a
too, and also too, when you go into a certain in most concordance, it'll tell you that that was a clerical error because when you write the word Syrian and Edomite in the Hebrew,
hmm
the phonetic letters are almost exactly the same outside of one or two letters.
Is it the
I mean,
same
I
with
can read it. I
Egypt?
mean, I can read it to you out of the
Is it
what you call it.
is it the same with Egypt?
It's the same with Egypt. I mean, are you talking which scripture are you talking about?
The same scripture?
But not to a whole. Are you talking? So
Can you go ahead and read it out
I'm
loud?
playing I'm playing a chess game while I'm talking. So I'll pull out the scripture once this game
I
is
got
over.
yeah, yeah.
But I'll show you what it's talking about.
I'm familiar with it, and it's not accurate. It's actually a really, really bad argument that they give for a clerical error. But
Oh,
uh,
it's a clerical error. It really
it,
is. There's multiple sources to clarify that.
everything
yeah,
I don't like is a clerical error.
yeah, and
Everything I don't like is a clerical error, even though it tells you that in the different reference points that point to it. No,
yeah.
Wait,
that's called
Do you
cross
think
reference.
Egyptian
That's called cross reference. That's not what's the term that they use? Confirmation biased. But go
that?
ahead.
Yeah. So as far as the Egyptian that was in that same context, uh, that's in the same verse. You think that you should despise them, Mizraim,
Well, what does the word despise mean?
to abhor, harbor hatred, etc.
Oh my god,
I okay. If you don't, if
fucking
that's
cheating ass
demonic,
mother.
that's how y'all can go ahead and talk about the demonic stuff. I was just curious.
No,
yeah,
I mean no,
go
no. I
ahead.
mean I'm about to pull up the scripture now. The game's over. But
Oh, no, because Mark was cooking on the goblin.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I had a follow question, which is I was wondering about your opinion on the dark gift of the Dracul.
yeah, you guys cannot be fucking serious, man.
What?
You following the dark path. I
Christianity is not the
mean,
only path of light.
Do you understand what you have to do to actually gain that kind of power? You have to do some real vile shit.
Oh,
But I mean,
I mean,
but surely it's worth it if you get the Draculian
so
chain of undead vampiric adepts.
oh, okay, so yeah, so blood drinking,
seriously.
so yeah. You got to do blood
Everybody
drinking,
knows that. I
sex
mean,
magic.
yeah,
Well, you
You
could
know
be,
that
everybody
this is
knows
part of the
that.
mystery school systems of
well,
Egypt, man. This is the shit they do.
maybe you could be an energy vampire and there's no blood involved, so it's much more
I
That is
sanitary.
mean,
true.
yeah, it's
That
Colin,
is
demonic.
true.
I
Colin
mean,
is
it could
my
be either which
favorite.
way, but you know.
Colin was my favorite.
Now, let's see.
Energy
What was it?
vampire.
And the book says that it will teach you the
Who was I talking?
transmortality in the
So now
body of blacklight.
I'm looking at. So real quick, I'm looking at the stage now. Who was talking? Who asked me the question about the what was it about the abhor the Edomite thing?
It was
So I'll read it
Carlton.
to you. Okay.
Top right corner. Corner.
All right. All right. One second. One second. Let me pull it out. This is very. It was very very simple because this the Bible talks about the Most High hating Esau. He's very clear about that. And you brought the subject up, so I'm
Well, you said
right.
Esau. Even in
Yeah.
that Malachi, right? It's going to be in the nations after they've done stuff. And if you're talking about Romans 9, it's going to be in a different context. But if you're just talking about the Edomite, which is in the context of Deuteronomy 23, it's in the same thing that he gives for the Egyptian. which
Mhm.
in that same the same book that you'd be using Egypt to talk about America and bondage, right? Do you think that you should abhor the Egyptian
Sure.
and
So
the
you got to
Edom?
understand. Okay, so when it says abhor, so once again, the word Edomite or Edom is this is not that was a
Mm,
mistranslation. So that
mm,
clerical error is talking about Syria. Once
mm,
again, thou shalt not abhor, right? Because Syria, all right. So when you deal with Syria, that was one of the few nations of Abraham that came from Abraham. All right. And so
Syria came.
so the Israelites come from Isaac, but Abraham there were many nations, but Isaac was the chosen seed line, right? So pre-Israelites, the Syrians were one of the people that the Israelites would intermingle with, which is the reason why he told his sons to deal with them and not to go into certain other lands, in particular the lands where the Canaanites were in. All right. So it says, "Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt
Mm,
not abhor an Egyptian," right? Because that's dealing with Syria. So not abhor an Egyptian because thou was a stranger in his land. And the reason why is because that's where the Israelites were formed in. They were born in bondage, right?
yeah. So
So,
what's in Egypt?
so that's what that's talking about.
Wait, wait, wait,
Uh
wait. What are you
huh.
saying Egyptian is here?
The Egyptians were the people of Kemet or Kemet or however which way they say it in their original tongue.
What it says?
Matazarium, Mizraim, whichever way you want to say it in whichever language.
Mm-hmm. And so, and what's that Hebrew word that's there for Egyptian?
So, Hebrew word is let's see.
You should know it is similar to the root
Yeah,
of.
it's it's the same word. It's
It's a,
Matazarium.
no,
It's
like
Mitzrayim. Well, you'll use the Yiddish Hebrew, but yeah, it's talking about the same people
right,
that
yeah,
of the Nile River.
What is
yeah,
Yiddish Hebrew?
yeah. I don't know what Yiddish Hebrew is because that's just
I
regular.
mean,
But
well, no, it's not. I mean, it's the modern Hebrew that the people over there in the land of Israel use, but that's not the original Hebrew.
dude,
All
there,
right, the original Hebrew didn't have these fucking vowel sounds, and that's just a
yeah,
fact.
it's consonantal, right? We're talking about the you call it the marks like the Masoretes kind of added to kind of help.
Diacritics.
Translation. Yeah, that's one thing, but I don't think you'll find anything with like Shalom and Yahweh and all that. I don't think you're going
Actually, there's several books. There's several books
several
that I can bring up that that explicitly show that they were not speaking in vowel points. They were speaking in us, which is the reason why when you go reading the scriptures with certain names, you have Jeremiah, Hezekiah, all right, Obadiah, all right. It's not that's not a coincidence, all right.
so saying that because there are some names that end in that means that all of the vowel sounds between the consonants were How would that mean for Is it
I
Shalom?
mean, everybody had the different dialects of Hebrew, but the original one was the one that was spoken in Paleo.
Yeah, and what evidence do you have for that?
There's many different evidence of that. The
You have
fuck?
Wait,
anything like scholarly or
what is the evidence for the vowel sounds in the Hebrew that was transcribed as Paleo Hebrew?
yeah.
Let's see. I mean, because I have the information on my computer, but I'm not
I mean,
at the
so
computer right
so
at the moment. But go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't. This might not count. This might not include you. I don't know what your beliefs are, but I've encountered a bunch of BHI people who have their own sort of like gloss on ancient Hebrew, and they seem to think that essentially the only vowels were a and maybe a little bit of the e, I pronounced e sound, which is fairly ridiculous. Like except for maybe one counterexample, every language has at least
Mhm.
three vowels.
Now, real quick, before we continue the conversation, as far as using the term BHI, there's only certain of these particular groups that might use that term to, for whatever purpose that they do use, and it's mainly because majority of them are, government agent camps.
because they label anything that a where they label black, because the people that's in that organization black, they label it as black, but the majority of people don't even use the term black Hebrew Israelite, if I'm not mistaken is what you're referencing. I don't use that term, so that's not, I don't think that's a correct term, but regardless, so I just want you to understand, and also
Sure, I
too, there's,
appreciate that.
and also too, I just want you to understand this, just like how you have different Protestant breakoffs, you have different Christian belief systems, you also have different sects of Israelites who believe in different things. And I mean, I believe in a lot of things that they teach. I can't really just say the term Hebrew Israelite because that denotes that you're following a specific religion or a specific set of the faith that I believe in. So I'm just more of an independent when it comes to the knowledge. So it's whatever I find that is correct or not correct. You know, that's just where I come from. I have my own ministry. So that just
Sure,
lets
that's
you
fine.
know.
I didn't mean to pigeonhole you
No,
into,
that's no, no, that's fine.
yeah, any specific sect. I just don't have a better term for the kinds of people who believe the sort of Lashawan Kadash sort of folk
Well,
Hebrew
I don't.
that's sort of
Well,
floating around.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't call it Lashawan Kwadash because that was a term that terminology Lashawan Kwadash was categorized by the group by those groups in One West during the 80s, maybe a little bit farther back. But I would just call it Paleo Hebrew because that's would be a more correct term because Paleo is ancient. So
I mean, it's their attempt to reconstruct Paleo Hebrew, uh, but I mean, I think it's just like a total and obvious fraud.
now the reason why the reason why people believe that that's the case is because when we look up and dig up certain geographical archaeological finds, uh, a lot of the names where we call the Most High a certain name with the Tetragrammaton, or who the world calls Christ the certain name, we find it in certain books when we deal with when we speak of, well, because once again there's certain sects that believe in all Negroes being Israelites and no one else, right? Or you have to have the Negro phenotype gene. There's certain sects that believe the blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans are the only Israelites, and there's others that understand that there's um scattered Israelites. It's about the bloodline more so than the actual outer appearance. But point being, I'm of the belief system because I mean, myself, my father's native, so I would be up from a specific tribe based off of what we believe in. Now, point being, when it comes to certain Aboriginal Native Americans in America, when it comes to the North American Indians, and when it comes to the people of the Caribbean islands, there's certain archaeological finds that make it more make for me makes it more relevant to the sense of what we teach, that the names were said a certain way, and there was variations of the names of how it was said. So that's where we get the the Yahawashis. That's where we get the the Shalawams and whatnot. It's just that there were certain variations of how they said it. So that's where I would say I would use as a reference point.
Okay, but I mean, it's not going to be the case that any Native American language on North or South America is going to have any relationship with Semitic languages. And even if that were the case, they're not going to have this ultra simplistic phonology where there's essentially only one vowel, and once in a while they'll use this e sound, but otherwise they just use ah sounds.
Well, it depends. I mean, I have a book called of what's this book? James Adair, The Native Americans, where he lived amongst the Native Americans for 40 years, and he was just basically documenting a lot of different cultures and subcultures that they had, and he pretty much said that what he encountered, that they all follow a Judaic culture, in particular following the Torah. And one of the things that he found was that each tribe had a variation of Yahweh, right, or Yo Hey Wah, or so on and so forth. And there's also certain movies that they explicitly say that this is how the Native Americans say it. So that would lead me to believe that they said the name in a certain way that's conducive to something that's backed up by empirical data. Now, as far as like pinpointing, where everything comes from a centralized standpoint, I'm not going to sit up here and say I know every little thing, but as far as from what I've researched and from what I've gathered, I would say that that's where I would stand on.
Well, I mean, I think the more important thing to stress is just that there's no grammatical relationship at all between Native American languages and Semitic languages from the Middle East and northeastern Africa.
Well,
But even if there were, we can't you know we can't really reconstruct the phonology of 2500 of a language spoken 2500 years ago based on languages that are spoken in the present day,
okay,
or near the
okay.
present day, like a couple hundred years ago.
I mean, okay, and that's fine. I understand why you say that, right? Because it would seem kind of impossible because of what's taught. Now, once again, when you deal with the language, the Semitic, really, the word should be Shemitic because they all come from Shem, right? The seven something nations that came from Shem. You have the people of Syria. Trying to think who else. Trying to trying to think. People trying to think of okay, so Ammon, Moab, Edom, Israel, uh trying to think, Elam, Ishmael, and I might be leaving out someone else, maybe Assyria. um those particular nations come from Shem. And then you also had certain nations that were not from Shem, like the Canaanites, the Jebusites, so on and so forth. Trying to think, the sons of what is it? Who were they? Tyrians, the Tyrians and the Zidonians. They were not of the stock of Shem. They were Hamitic, but they spoke the language. They spoke the Hebraic language. Um, from what I remember reading is that everybody had a different variation of how they said it, but there was a universal understanding of what was being said for communication and for commerce. So, of course, that language was around during that time, and it was still around even going back to the Middle Ages, right? But the reason why I conclude that there's an understanding that the people, the Aboriginals over here, spoke that language is because I have several books, to confirm that. And there's also different documents, and not only documentaries, reference points from certain people in history saying that these people spoke Hebrew. Also, too, you also have different video documentaries saying that there's people that these same people spoke Hebrew. And I'll pull out one right now, but go ahead and I'll say what you have to say real quick.
Sure. I mean, I think the first part of what you were saying was about, the sort of traditional biblical national genealogies of all of these groups and how they descend from certain founder figures like Shem. I mean, I'm not going to accept any of that. I think all that stuff is mythological, but I guess it doesn't ultimately matter. I mean, it's sort of a semantic point. Do you want to call it Semitic or Shemitic? For the sake of this conversation, it doesn't really matter that much to me. But I mean, as for, the genealogical classification of languages as opposed to, you know, people groups. I mean, I think you should just read some books by professional linguists, uh, and you'll find that they'll all agree that there's virtually no common vocabulary or grammar uh, between Semitic languages and Native American languages. That said, if there are many, many, many words in any given language, and so if you take any two languages, you're going to find a couple coincidences of vaguely similar seeming words that have vaguely similar meanings and that sound vaguely similar, but that's the sort of thing you should expect between any two languages, like between English and Japanese. If I look hard enough, I can find two words that sound kind of similar and means something kind of the same, and and that's true even if I ignored like loan words where where the Japanese directly lifted an English word into their language, or vice versa. But I mean, Japanese and English are clearly not related. They share virtually no grammatical structure. aside from very recent loan words, their vocabulary is very different, especially for the words that change very, very, very slowly between in languages, like basic words for numbers or basic words for body parts or basic words for pronouns. Those tend to be very static, and so if two languages have completely different words for those kinds of very slowly changing things, then that's a good sign that they have no relationship. And indeed, you'll find that between Semitic languages and whichever Native American language you're interested in, their words for those special categories that change very slowly, they're going to be completely unrelated.
Well, I'm trying to think. The first part that you were speaking on, I will say that, yeah, when you find a lot of these different languages, whether you speak Japanese, French, Italian, Cantonese, all right, so on and so forth, and of course even the English language itself, you're going to find similarities for sure, because really a lot of these languages come from the same source. As far whether it be Greek, whether it be Latin or Greeks, and maybe even earlier languages. But I would say that the Hebrew language would probably be the earliest language that everybody spoke on the planet. But as far as what you were saying, no correlation through professional linguistics or professional linguistics and people that feel, I would say that there has to be a certain level of confirmation bias, or there's not a there or they're not searching for the right sources. All right, or maybe not looking deep into it, because I will give a reference point. There's one called the Decalogue Stone, where it shows that the Native Americans writing in Hebrew, right, or a tablet, that's spoken of and written in Hebrew. I'll pull this one out, and this one has part of the Paleo Hebrew characters on it, and it's called the Ancient Hebrews of Tennessee, and this out of the book of Feats and Wisdom of the Ancients, Library of Curious and Unusual Facts. And this is just a book dealing with a lot of historical monuments and certain factoids in history. This one, and I don't want to, once again, I don't want to read too long, but I'll read it fast enough to get through the point. So it says, throughout the river valleys of the southeastern United States lie hundreds of man-made earthen mounds in which American Indians laid their dead to rest. But in one such mound, according to some researchers, there are none Indian remains as well. The bones of Jewish refugees who may have fled the brutal Roman occupation of Palestine in the first century AD. This tomb first came to light in 1889 when a team from the Smithsonian Institution excavated three burial mounds along Back Creek in London County, Tennessee. 9 skeletons were found in one mound, 2 of them set apart from the other 7. Beneath one of these 2 skeletons lay several unusual artifacts, among them a stone tablet bearing 9 carved letters. The director of the mound excavation project, a man by the name of Cyrus Thomas, decided that the inscription contained letters of the karaoke alphabet, which had been devised around 1820 by the karaoke scholar Sequoyah. The bones and tablet were sent to the Smithsonian for later consideration. Thomas published his report in 1894, there the matter seemed to rest. But in the 1950s, archaeologist Joseph Mahan happened upon a picture of the Back Creek tablet and reached a conclusion remarkably more exotic than Thomas's. Mahan knew the karaoke alphabet, and he wrote later, could see in I quote, no relation whatever between the symbols on the stone, those developed by Sequoyah. What Mahan did see upon turning the pictures of the stone upside down was a striking similarity between several of the letters in ancient Canaanite writings. No expert in Semitic languages, Mahan sent a photograph to Semitic language scholar Cyrus Gordon, who confirmed Mahan's observation. The character said Gordon were from a Hebrew dialect dating to about the 1st century AD. They translated as a comment for the Hebrew, the comment for the Jews. So I'm reading this as part of the book, and it's in what page is this? Page 113. They're saying this particular stone with these Hebrew writings, are almost a match of the same Hebrew writings that the Canaanites had and people of Mesopotamia had. All right, the people of that particular land had. So to me, I would say that, and there's more. There's more than just this. There's several different artifacts that they found over the years, over the last 2 or 3 centuries, and even in the last century, to prove that, yeah, they did speak Hebrew, and they did, and there is a similitude of the Semitic language of Hebrew adjacent to the Canaanites, Israelites, and so on and so forth, the people of that land.
I mean, I think all of these are going to be widely regarded as forgeries by contemporary archaeologists. I mean, just looking into it now, I mean, I found, uh, you know, uh, a post that points out various anachronisms in the Los Lunas inscription, the Decalogue stone, as I guess you called it. I'll post it in the chat.
Who was the researcher?
Apparently, someone named Keith Fitzpatrick Matthews. Let me look into him. He's apparently an archaeologist. I'll post it in a second. He works for some museum in England, it looks like, as an archaeology officer. Okay, I posted in the chat.
Okay, I'll look at it.
While it's quiet, Mark, I had dipped out of the room for a little while. Then I
Sorry.
So I'm reading through it. So they're saying that it's a forgery. And that let's see. So okay, 1 second. Now I have a question. Is there an is there another source for it, or is this one person talking about it being a forgery?
I mean, I can look into it for you, but I mean, the claims in, I mean, or the claims in that it's enlisting as evidence of forgery are pretty easy to see for yourself. For example, it says that it's mixing in basically Hebrew. This is just one example, but it's saying it's mixing in together Hebrew and Greek letters in a way that doesn't really make a ton of sense. uh, it seems like it seems kind of crazy to mix up Paleo Hebrew and Greek, and it's using it's using uh, Hebrew consonants as if they were vowels because the author probably wasn't aware that it was a consonant and not a vowel in truly ancient Hebrew as opposed to more modern Hebrew.
Good morning, Rob.
Good morning. To speak softly at the moment.
Hey, Rob.
We'll give Rob some time to acclimate to being online.
Have to
Oh,
speak quietly. This means
yeah.
he has to speak quietly.
Yes, I heard you, Rob. So my friend Emily was in here for a long time. I was at the radio station and I couldn't join, but every time I came in, I saw that, she was kind of engaging. I wonder how it went. I don't know if anyone was here.
She definitely did. Um, she even got a chance to go up against.
She went against Justin.
Oh, we
Yep.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin has some pretty unique views, that's for sure.
So it was. She got to see definitely with atheist.
You kind of keep cutting out. Buster, what were you going to say?
I was saying, yeah, she was talking to Justin and stuff, and yeah, just about the flood and stuff, and the usual spiel Justin does. You know what he's like.
Yeah, he's an interesting character for sure.
He is out there, yes.
Emily definitely did her thing, and she just held.
Yeah, and that's like not even her strong suit. Like, you should see her debate universalism.
She was saying she doesn't believe in free will and stuff like that too. So,
Yeah, that's kind of where we depart.
and
I,
yeah,
but the interesting thing is that I kind of think that the only real, true free will decision that we have is like to do good and to choose God. Like God and good, you can use those interchangeably, but being who we truly are, if you will, like anytime we choose, and I'm using that loosely, evil, it's not a true free will thing because it's done out of deception, it's done out of distortion, deficiency. It's not a true free will. That's why, from the Christian narrative, right? Sin is bondage. So that's really why
kinky.
I believe in. Yeah, I guess if you're into that sort of thing, no
Okay, like
comment. No comment.
okay.
Anyways, yeah. So it drives the ultimate reconciliation doctrine even further because, Like this is something you're in bondage to. You can't even really help yourself real good. Like it takes the intervention of God on behalf of all humanity. It's not this message of like pull yourself up by your bootstraps and if you don't get it right and come to me or else, you know. But there's the ultimate plan and it is good and mm, we don't have to be afraid.
Whatever happened to those other TikTok Christians?
They come in here often. I see them in the audience sometimes. Like they sit in and they listen. Um,
Because I haven't seen that one that was giving those weird, saying that atheists
oh,
can't use logic or
Twan.
some shit like that. Yeah, that dude. Yeah,
Yeah, Twan.
he was out there. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
but he's a sweetheart. Like he's such a good person. I think that I don't know. I don't I don't know why we do that as Christians. Like and I'm not for it. Like as Christians, I don't think we're supposed to be going around and telling everyone what's wrong with them. I think we're supposed to be going and telling people what's right with them. Like who they really are, like that they are children of God. Not like, see, you have your logic is broken. You're unable to be moral. You have no morality. I'm really against this approach. I don't think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, I just thought he was saying was just. I was like, what the hell are you on about, mate? Like,
He's
it
such a
was
good
out there.
guy.
It
Yeah.
was out there.
I does anybody else keep getting these like talk to people for 2 minutes messages back to back or no?
You don't find that helpful?
There's a series. So the thing that Clubhouse is doing is
All we heard you say the thing that Clubhouse is doing, and then you went on mute.
I think you keep muting yourself, or because you're talking, then somehow the mute button comes up.
We just heard you say what Clubhouse is doing. Honey
we
badgers in
try.
the house. Like, oh, Christian theists, they can't stand honey badger.
Wait up.
Oh,
So I have a question. So are y'all guys' objective is to come at atheists? Because the last couple rooms I've seen this room, this room alive or this room running, it's Christian versus atheist. So are you guys anti-atheist or something?
A lot
um,
of us are atheists.
I think it's kind of more like I don't want to say jokingly, but we're here to debate each other, and I think that if you were in a different type of Christian room, then it wouldn't be the type of feeling like these people could go and have a beer with each other after they make fun of each other and, pick each other's brains.
Well, like brothers and sisters, basically just quarreling with each other, pretty much.
Yeah, but
Genuine.
yeah, but I think that like in other type Christian rooms, like they can't even tolerate
Yeah,
a different
exactly.
perspective for even a moment. And here it's not I think that like don't get me wrong, other people are different, but like it's not just about there's relationships being forged, if you will. Like there's relationships and um us like yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Have you ever heard the verse, can two, Amos 3:3, can two walk together lest they be agreed?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Do you apply that when you're dealing with atheists?
Not so much, no. I would apply that more like if I was starting a business with someone, if I was getting into a marriage with someone, like if we were trying to go somewhere together, we're not going to get there if we're of like different minds. But no, when it comes to uh like even like even if it was like evangelism or building friendships, like Jesus kicked it with hoes and tax collectors. Like if the everyday people out in the world, like you want to go close yourself up in the church and you're like, we're sacred, you're secular. That's not what Jesus was doing. Like he was taking the sacred into the secular, like not
Well,
making divisions, but you know,
well, well. You do understand that the reason why he did that was because those people were proselytes and they were trying to convert and trying to get out of their life of sin, right? He wasn't just sitting up with
No,
any criminal. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
But the
no.
atheists that
I
are on
I don't know. I just I see all of us in the same boat of trying to work this life out and trying to figure things out. And I think we're all in the same boat trying to learn, and I think we're all just trying to figure this thing out together. I don't see myself above anyone else or below anyone else. Um
Ray Alba, how can you say that when one of these criminals who was being crucified next to him, who had just ridiculed him moments before, realized and said,
You
"Remember,
talking
when
about
we get into the
Barabbas?
kingdom." I'm
You
sorry.
talking about Barabbas? Are you talking about the other malefactor or Barabbas?
If I
'Cause
remember correctly, Barabbas in the story, Barabbas was released so that Jesus could be crucified. If I remember correctly.
yeah, Barabbas was the one that they released so that
Yeah,
Right.
but yeah, there were two criminals. There were two criminals who
oh,
crucified with
Yeah,
him.
the
okay.
malefactor, and yeah, but the thing is, he didn't. But the thing is, though, the purpose of the Messiah was to give life and breath to, basically be the new covenant, right? To destroy the old covenant, establish a new, right? And to give,
Unrelated,
and to
but
get,
yes.
yeah, to give. Well, I'm just correlating to, so the point is that he didn't deny Christ on the cross, you know.
Never said he
That's why he
did.
said, right. So the point is that, like, you know, he was going. So with that being said, and this is the reason why they even today that they ask, well, do you want to have a prayer before you get executed, right? So it's the same ordeal. So the point I'm getting at is that guy accepted Christ before he was put to death for his crimes. So I think that's not. I know where you're getting at, but I don't think that's the point to say, oh well, Christ just kicked it with criminals.
and
I mean,
hoes. Don't forget
well,
about them. Yeah,
yeah, well,
like
Mary. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, like I like Rob is a full-blown atheist and I love him, adore him. I would rather talk to him than some of the theists that come in here and even the Bible believers. Like some of them are straight like douchebags. Um so I think all of us, every last one of us in this room are working on different areas of our life, and we're in different we're in different places in our lives, working on different areas of our lives. And one person may know God in their mind, but then someone else may know God in their behavior. Like one person can acknowledge that there is a intelligent being interacting with them in their lives to reveal wisdom to them. Like one can acknowledge it, one may not acknowledge it but is acting in that wisdom and has way better character than the person who even does acknowledge that there's an intelligent being interacting with them in their lives to impart wisdom. So you know uh
Look, Ray, the problem with your rhetoric, and I know you're coming from a religious place. I just looked at your profile. I'm assuming you're a Hebrew Israelite.
Yes, I.
Um,
Well, you can say that, yeah.
all right, so look, the problem with it's not just you guys. It's Christians, it's definitely Muslims. But you guys, you're the manifestation of it, particularly in the United States. You're
You
trying to
said, but you
bring
said
the
rhetoric, right?
no, no,
You
no.
said rhetoric. Oh,
Well,
go ahead.
you're trying to take the legalism of the Mosaic law and attach it to the new covenant. And Christ's whole ministry was to undermine legalism in favor of love and grace, right? So,
Is that what the Bible says?
yes,
Because
right,
you
right. It bears
understand.
that
Oh,
out.
go ahead.
It
Go ahead.
bears that out, right? So he would perform works on the Sabbath, he would heal on the Sabbath, and he'd always get questioned by the Pharisees. Why are you doing this? You're not in compliance with the law, right? And essentially, he said, I'm the Lord of it. I fulfill it, right? He would resurrect people on the Sabbath. Or what was the man? No, this man wasn't dead. I think he was crippled. And he told them that his sins were forgiven. And they're asking him, who's this guy to say he can forgive sins? He said, I'm about to show you. Then he tells him to get up and walk, right? So throughout his ministry, Christ was undermining the law to show that he had transcendent power, which was indicative of the Son of God. And his message was that no, the law is love and grace, and ultimately it's fulfilled in me. Well, I think I understand why, but I think it's a fatal error to try to even imply that in order to be, I don't know how you would say it, saved. I don't know how you guys would say it. I'm just using Christian language here. That it's
Oh, mhm.
necessary to keep some either set of rules or to view people within some sort of legalistic framework. That's what I get from you saying, oh, he wasn't just around any uh, criminals. They were people who were trying to, like, quote unquote, um, get out of sin, right? In this condition, well, I know you're not a Christian, but um, there's an assumption that we're always in sin, and ultimately it was Christ's sacrifice that redeems us. So that's open to all of humanity, right? Not just the quote unquote religious. I don't understand why you guys don't see that Christ's message is about love and about grace. And he was putting an end to the legalism, an end to the rules, an end to the edicts,
So,
an end to, and this is the worst part, the punitive repercussions of error,
Hold
right?
on. Carl just pushed every Hebrew Israelite button that there was to push in one
Right?
I
Like,
mean,
second.
he's pushing. I mean,
No,
he can push, but
Carl,
I
you
mean,
literally pushed every Hebrew Israelite button that there is.
well, see, I don't know if you guys have had Israelites on this on this panel before, but I'm
Oh
not, you
Oh,
yeah.
we
know,
have
Not
definitely.
only
oh,
have
you
we
have.
had him on the panel, like I have a TV show. I've brought Hebrew Israelites on my
Uh,
TV show and had conversations, and I know a lot about, what it is that they believe, and
hmm
hmm I have Hebrew
Which,
Israelites that are friends.
don't, I would like to know which ones because,
It was the Israel for Christ, Hebrew Israelites for Christ. Uh the dudes who wear purple. Um
IUIC.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
But I do
Yeah.
want to say, have you ever heard the saying, so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good? Like I
Well,
don't
yeah. No.
I
Well, there's
don't
a
yeah
scripture.
I don't
Well, there's a.
I
Okay.
actually hold on, let me just finish this thought. I don't
Okay.
I actually disagree with that. To be so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good. If you actually truly were heavenly minded, you would be tremendously earthly good. But people who are unable to draw people of all walks of life to be around them, they're not exhibiting God, because God draws men to them, draws men unto them. And if you really were exhibiting God, people wouldn't be disgusted to be around. I mean, there are people that are going to be like that, but I really think that it's kind of really okay. It's like this is the nerd in me that's about to come out. It's kind of like the Sith and the Jedi, right? And it's like this, it's like, let's say somebody's
Nerd.
really, let's say somebody's really mean. They have this dark cloud over them. They hate you. And it's like, who's going to win? Are you going to be able to draw them into, love and light and friendship, or are they going to draw you into that anger, and darkness? And you win some, you lose some. I think the greater that you grow, the more you're able to draw them. Now, I've had it happen myself where somebody had toxicity all within them, and it got on me. Like, like they'll be extremely toxic and they'll say something toxic, and then I'll be like, your mother, oops. But for the most part, I'm trying my best, in the face of adversity, to not return the favor if I can, and actually win that person over, win their heart over, to 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 not be in darkness, to be in light, to be healthy with one another if possible, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying. I mean, look, I mean, the script. There is a scripture that talks about be not over righteous much. Why should you destroy yourself? And I'm roughly paraphrasing that verse. But so I understand that point of view. Of course, you don't just walk around thinking you're holier than now.
Yeah.
And even from the perspective of where I believe in, mind you, that I've had odds with certain people of my retinue, or I can't even say retinue because we're all different sects, but I would say that section of our section of the faith because of certain things like that. All right. And I'm pretty sure people from other denominations and other understandings have had that type of thing with other people because that's a universal thing, especially when you have large groups of people believing in the Bible. All right. So definitely I understand your perspective and even to what Carl's saying, even though he was I think he's tugging at me with a couple of words saying rhetoric when I'm not even the type of dude to really push that. But point being though, point being, the thing is that the reason why I brought it up was because there's a balance in the scriptures talk literally about balance. There's a law about balance in the Torah.
Oh, I agree with
And
that. Hmm. But you know what?
so
Balance
uh
is, Ray. Balance is not. So balance would look more like this. Like when I was a babe and I was like newly, getting my life transformed or whatever, I couldn't go around certain people. I just couldn't. I could not. But as I matured and the place that I'm at now, I'm actually now sent back to the people that I was pulled away from. And so like now
Mhm.
I even like I go to the club now. And when I show up, let's say at the club, you'll have artists who will change their entire lineup because I showed up. Like for example, just recently when I went there, because I do spoken word and I do other things. I do comedy, spoken word. And I went to an event I was gonna be performing at, and when I got there, one of the artists who was doing songs that were kind of like maybe, I don't want to say distasteful, but definitely wasn't edifying the community with the ideas that were being propagated. He was like, "Oh, Sayla, I'm gonna do this song. I want you to hear it. I want you to hear it." And he proceeded to do a very conscious, powerful song, and that's just from uh, your presence coming onto the scene. That's what I'm talking about right there. Now that is is what I think it's all about, is that you come in and you change the environment just by your presence alone. And if I were to be, I can't go there. I can't come to y'all and perform spoken word. You hooligans, you heathens. Um, then
yeah,
that wouldn't be, yeah. So that's the balance that I think is
no, I
necessary.
get you. No, I get you. I mean, I've had that, when I was, when I came into the faith that I was in, because I was a Christian before I became what I became. But I mean, when I started to, I would say, branch away from certain groups that I was affiliated with at certain points of my time in my walk, of course, I've had, I mean, which I've I distance myself from certain people as being friends, or just for the simple fact of my own personal journey. But yeah, I mean, I would go around certain people, and people would act a certain way because they know what I believed in, and but they respected me for specific reasons, right? So I get that. I understand that for sure, but overall, one thing we have to look at the full spectrum and look at the full overarching plot in the scriptures. Is that, yeah, I mean, the New Testament says what it says, right? And it's not just about the law getting you into good favor with the Most High. It's about faith, and it's about the compassion and love and sincerity, right? But we can't also forget that there is a commandment. There are commandments and there are laws that the Lord established, and even Christ spoke of it.
Yeah, and what I think that Christ did, right? When they asked him, they said, "What's the greatest commandment?" And he's like, "Love God with all your heart and mind, love your neighbor as yourself." And when your heart begins to be transformed, it becomes a byproduct, not a prerequisite. It's like if you're like, I really want to steal, I want to steal, I want to steal, but I'm not going to because I don't want to, God to, you know, burn me and my blubber in hell. You're still a thief, like in your heart. But what God does is He transforms your heart where you're like, I don't want to take anything from anyone. I have no desire to take something from another man. And that's when your heart is transformed. And it's not like you're like forcibly following a commandment, it's a byproduct. It's evidence that you've been transformed,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh no, I agree with that. But I mean, okay. So here's a contrast to it. You've read the scripture, right, in the book of First John, where it talks about, or in here there's other scriptures about be unequally yoked with unbelievers, right? And understand this, of course, with the balance with that is, I think the book of Luke, the 16th chapter, where it talks about making, being friends of the world of darkness, because, or something to that effect, right? Because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to deal with people that don't believe in what you believe in, right? You might have family members that don't believe in what you believe in. So, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm listening to you. Yeah, you have families that. So I have like three categories of people. I have people that either I'm pouring into their life, or I have people that we're at the same level and we pour into each other's life. And then I have people that are above me that I want to go where they are. And I'm seeking for them to pour into my life. So either I'm pouring into others' life. There's people that I think that are on the same level as me and we edify one another. And so I completely I don't go to people that I've been called to pour into their life looking for edification or camaraderie or for them to um yeah, like for them to, like, I have people who call my phone and they're looking for advice and they're looking for maybe some words of wisdom or whatever. I don't I'm there to serve them in that capacity, but I don't necessarily call them when I'm looking for words of wisdom or affirmation or for somebody to pour into my life. And that's okay. And I think a lot of that has to do with knowing who you're evenly yoked with.
Right. I mean, it's, once again, it's a balance. There's also a scripture that in First John. I mean, I'm not going to pull it up. I'll just, I'll talk about it. It's what's the scripture where it talks about? It says, yeah, uh, not to bid them Godspeed, and people that do the unfruitful works of darkness, not to bid them Godspeed or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what scripture you're talking about. I don't think I've heard that.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. So let me see. Because I know it's First John. Okay, let's see.
And I think that there is like levels to spirituality. I want to say that. And like when it's talking about like don't curse anyone, like I think that there's levels of spirituality that you can truly obtain, or not obtain, but be at, right? Where you don't want to curse anyone or even maybe bless anyone because the the universe responds, if you will. Like the scripture that says, I will bless those who bless you, I will curse those who curse you. There are some people you do not want to curse. I truly do believe that there are people that have a relationship with God that you do not want to mess with them, dude. Like you really don't. And God will give you ample opportunity, ample chances, but at some point, you're going to know that this may have. Sometimes people can't even draw the correlation in their lives as to my life might be looking like this because of some of the decisions that I've made towards people, even. But I think that's a whole thing, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, I understand that. Here's a verse that I was referencing, and this is Second John 1:10. Actually, I'll start at verse 9. Whosoever transgresseth and I buy my bad and abideth not in the doctrine of Christ hath not God. He that abideth in the doctrine of Christ, he hath both the Father and the Son. Verse 10. If there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. Verse 11. For he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deeds. So now, and this goes back to what I was referencing earlier. Of course, once again, you have to balance things out. Like, and I think you referenced that as well. But all at the same time, certain people that do evil things. If you like, there's another scripture in 1 Corinthians 14:33. Evil communication corrupts good manners, right? I think it's 1 Corinthians, it might be 2 Corinthians, but it's one of those
But
14:33.
I don't think we should
Uh,
conflate that scripture with.
Bad company corrupt good people.
Yeah, oh, that's very true. Bad company does corrupt good character. But
so
specifically, do you remember the woman who built like a little apartment for the prophet? Do you remember her?
Uh, wait. Which are you talking about? Wait. You said an apartment for the prophet, or
Yeah, she built like a little room for the prophet, so that when he like came through or like needed a place to stay, like he had a little place to stay. Yeah. Well,
I think the.
the point of
Oh,
that
oh,
is
go
is
ahead.
that
Go,
like
go, go, go ahead.
what I think that it's talking about is that like don't don't uh provide like resources and things for another gospel to go forth. Like don't provide uh not resources but provisions, if you will, for people that are bringing a different gospel and are not preaching the correct word. Like because the disciples, right? Like Jesus would pretty much be like, I'm staying at your house. You know what I mean? Like they were traveling, don't take anything with you but a cloak, and they were rolling around traveling. So I think the idea here that is going forth is that like if they're about this life, take them into your home, give them all the provisions or whatever. But if they're, have a different doctrine and it's not the right doctrine, don't create all these provisions for them. And that's why it even says like if they don't accept you, shake the dust of your feet off towards them. Like, shake the dust of your feet as a sign of like, okay,
Hey, you're done. You're done with that district, or you're done with that particular household because they didn't receive the gospel. That's Matthew the 10th chapter, and Christ instructed the apostles, the 12 apostles, to do that. So I mean, because at the end of the day, it goes right along the line because a lot of times scriptures really cross over with each other because they reference the same thing. Titus, was it Titus 3:9, 3:10 or something like that, where it says after the first and second admonishment, reject and treat them as a heretic. So and that's what I was getting with earlier, like with Christ. Yeah, definitely he was around certain peoples that lived a life of sin, right? Whether they were, extortioners, whether they were prostitutes or things, may possibly murderers, so on and so forth, right? But the whole point was is that he was around those people specifically because they were going to eventually follow his ministry, and he had thousands of people at one point following him. And even after his death, with the early church fathers, there were people that were trying to follow his the ministry that the Lord, the Most High, established him to bring forth, which is the new covenant.
Yeah, so like I said, I don't think that the scripture is saying like if you meet somebody, they're not a believer and they need a place to stay, that like you can't open your home to them. But I think that all of these things take spiritual discernment and to see what God is leading you to do. Because like for example, what Andrew does in this room is, I don't think that's for everybody. Like I think there are some people, they are not equipped at all to hear different ideas, hear different things, because they're weak in their faith is not established, and they very well may come up all of a sudden and be like, you know what, I don't think I believe anymore or whatever. But there's people like Andrew, it doesn't matter how much he argues with an atheist. He's firm and he's established in what he believes and what he knows. And he's built to go and have conversations and um what does it say? Like come let us reason together. Let's have a dialogue. Let's chat. And I think like you have to know um like what you are capable of, what you're built for, what you're called to even. And I think that if you're not called to like talk to people that have difference of opinion than you, then you do more damage actually, and take people farther away from God. And I think you need to go sit down somewhere actually. Like there's Christians that come in this room, they talk to atheists, and they're like, that's why you have a reprobate mind, and that's why you're this, and that's why you're that. And then the people are like, I hate you, like go away or whatever.
But
But
Selah, women
Mhm.
are not allowed to teach. Why are you teaching us?
Oh, shut up, Dutch.
Hey, it does say that in was it Second Timothy 2:11. Also says in the book,
Yeah, and it's out of context. It's out of context.
it's out of
How
Yeah,
context.
so
Sure.
convenient. How
Dutch,
convenient.
it's a really great example. Like whenever we're in here and women come on stage, right?
Can we go on
Oftentimes,
a date? Can we go on a date? Yes or no?
no, you like my sister. No.
Man, I shoot my shot though. All right, go ahead.
You already
Mm.
shot your shot at my sister.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Fucking
Who was back on the app today, by the way, but that's great. Anyways. Dang, you made me forget. Oh, have you noticed like even myself sometimes, but like women will come on stage and they'll kind of interject in the conversation continuously when it's not like opportune, right? And I think
You're
that's
trying to kick knowledge, but I'm saying you are
oh,
usurping
oh, shut the heck up,
oh
male
Dutch.
wait.
authority on this.
Hey, hey, speaking
Don't
of which,
don't use the scripture out of context, please.
I'm messing with
say
her. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
wait, say Liz, speaking of which, since he brought that up,
Hmm?
yesterday, a guy that I speak to on here, Mike. um,
Yeah, that
what
that
happened? What happened there? Because
well, we were
because
having yeah, so
mind you,
that was
I've
the
had arguments with him going 4 hours over topic that was non-religious. It was actually about boxing,
yeah.
right?
Ooh,
So I know
boxing.
that he,
So
Can
yeah,
we talk
yeah,
about boxing
I
oh
later?
yeah.
prefer to
Later,
have
Well,
later.
conversations that are like how did you get to where you are? Like, oh, how did you come to that understanding? And then you ask me, like, well,
Mhm.
what made you think that? And then, like, we share our thoughts to each other. We share our perspectives. But he kind of approaches the conversation like, where were you December 21st, at 4 p.m.? And it's like almost like you're in an interrogation chair. And I usually slow the conversation down when it's like that, but I just apparently was not in the mood for it, and we weren't, the conversation wasn't getting slowed down. It was very in an attacking vein, in a very accusatory attack. So what you're trying to say is, oh yeah, yeah, you did. Like it's like I got you, instead of saying something like, well, Selah, earlier you said you used the word choice. Like, why did you use the word choice? And I'm like, oh, well, actually, I think, and he's like in this like I got you spirit. Aha, I got you. And so him and I got into a back and forth, and then he called me the B word. And so I ejected him. And it's really crazy to me because I think he's of the same um, country that I'm from. And from where we're from, for you to call women like names like that, it's just really like,
Yeah.
it's
The
vulgar
only
in
B word I will
English.
call you is boo. My boo.
It's vulgar in
Oh,
English,
Mhm.
but
go
my
ahead.
goodness, like,
Wait, which country? Wait, real quick,
Yeah,
which
I was
country are you
gonna ask,
from?
what country are you from? Like an Arab country?
I'm Iranian, we're not Arab.
Oh,
Persian,
you're
my
Iranian.
Persian queen. Okay, okay. Go ahead with your bad
Wait a
self.
sec. Wait, Iran. Wait, Iran? Are you sure?
Iran,
Wait, wait.
that's
We
Persia.
say
Yep,
we
that's
Are
say
you
Persia.
sure? Are
we
you
say
sure? Wait.
Iran, but no, you
Okay,
don't
my
say
bad.
Iran.
Iran.
Don't say
Okay.
Iran, because when you say
Okay, you're right.
Iran, you sound like George W. George W.
Oh
Bush.
shit. I feel it. No, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
So
No
say
hate on.
He
No hate
said
on them.
Iran, as in I ran from debate with Dutch. But go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead.
Iran,
But
Iran.
Iran. Okay,
Mhm.
my bad. My bad. But no. Now wait. Now I have to stop you there because you said that right now. So you're saying that if in that country that's patriarchal, you're telling me that they look down at the word bitch?
No, so it used to be like in our culture, right? Like you didn't use like vulgarity and stuff like that towards women. But this is what's happened, Ray. Because the Islamic Republic of Iran has abused our people so much, the people have revolted away from God, religion, and even morality. Because they've been oppressed so much, now they've gone the opposite way and are even being more extreme. Like F morality. Like now it's like they have diarrhea of the mouth. They say the most vulgar things. And I'm not talking about Mike. I'm talking about in other Persian Farsi speaking rooms. Like the way that our generation is speaking is nothing like our parents at all. And they use such vulgar language, every other word. And it's just like their big middle finger to God and religion and even this idea of morality. And it's all because of their oppression. They've been so oppressed, not being able to wear what they want to wear, do what they want to do. Now they just go overboard, like overboard. And
What about people like Rob who also throw their middle finger at God, right? But are very polite.
I know. And I love Rob. I love Rob so much.
But
Like,
Does Rob?
you're making the argument that if you say goodbye to God,
no,
then
no,
all of
no,
a sudden
that's not
you're a
no,
potty you're a
that's
potty
not my
mouth.
argument. No, 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 no,
That's
no,
not.
no. I would never make that argument because my
Oh,
dad's best friend, who's my uncle, is an atheist, and he is the greatest man I know on earth. He's a humanist, just, oh God, I cannot emphasize to you what a beautiful man this is, and he doesn't believe in God. So I would never
right.
ever make that
Okay.
argument.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
just
Mm.
saying that in particular, the young people of Iran have chosen to go extremely the other way in protest of God and religion, and that's their way of getting it out right now, I guess.
What she's describing is simply counterculture. If she comes from a place,
Look. So wait. So
But what did you hear about Mike? You heard about our altercation, or were you here?
Oh no, I was there. I was listening to it. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
I
went
right.
wrong. I didn't do a very good job, Ray. I really didn't. I have the capacity to do a way better job. And so
I don't think
Well,
so.
I put that on myself. Like I should have slowed him down. I should have been like, "Come on, Ray, like can we do it like this?" But it missed me
mhm.
that time. That's why I say you win some and you lose some. I really should have set a different what is it called, precedent or rhythm to the conversation. I
Oh,
really should.
precedent is probably
Yeah.
the word. I mean, look, I mean, no, I kind of knew. I mean, because I've
but
had
but I'm really
back and forth with
protective
Mike.
of Andrew too. Like I'm a little
Uh,
bit protective of Andrew too, and like when people are starting in on him, sometimes I have a way of like being like, you know what, you know. So
well, I've had look. I kind of find it funny when I saw Mike on the screen speaking. I kind of already knew things were probably going to go left. It is what it is. But because I've had a conversation with him several times in other rooms about it's particular about boxing. He kind of made me a little upset about, but it is what it is. But yeah, no, I had to ask that. But overall, though, I mean, the scripture that I brought out about about not bidding them Godspeed, and if you bid them Godspeed, you're basically being a partaker of their evil deeds. What do you say about that scripture, and what do you say about, like, just, and once again what we were talking about balance, right? Of course, we're going to deal with people that don't believe in what we believe in, but we understand that the scripture also says to live peaceably with all men, if at all possible, right? Now, what do you say to the Godspeed, the scripture that I just brought out about the Godspeed one?
yeah, I just do believe in spiritual uh almost what is it in the military when you have rank? I believe in spiritual ranking. I really really do. And I believe that somebody can be of a spiritual rank that you don't even realize that they're of. And those people you don't, like I said, want to curse, you don't want to mishandle. Believe me, you don't. And I think that those sometimes those people don't even really realize the power of their tongue. Like life and death are in the power of their tongue, and who they bless and who they curse. God uh honors almost, if you will. Like who was the prophet that was like walking around, and then these kids came out, right, and they started giving him a hard time, and he
Jonah,
Elijah
cursed. Yeah,
Jonah,
he
you-
It was Elijah. He
yeah,
with the
cursed them,
bear,
he
and
with the
cursed
two
bear.
them
sea
and
bears,
some bears came out. I
Yeah,
think
yeah, two sea
I
bears
think
Eli.
came
in
out.
that moment Elijah realized, oh crap, like my words have weight and I need to like I think in that moment, like
Hold up,
If Elijah's anything like me, he would have been like, he would have had a
Sarah.
revelation at that moment that I need to be careful about who I curse
Let me
and who
ask you this: do you believe that literally happened as an historical event, and that these bears ate these children because they
I
marked
I
him being
think
bold,
I
calling him
think
boldy?
I think it's a lesson on what I'm telling you about spiritual ranking. I think
Yes
that
or
there
no? Do you
I
think that
think
happened?
there
God did that?
I mean, shoot,
Wow.
whether he did or not, there's a lesson to be learned here. That
No, no, no. The
there are
story
some
about the
people,
boy carrying wolf, that's not a real story. It's an allegory, right?
right?
But some people say if that really happened, they got, because these kids nowadays, they call old people like, hey, Baldy. Like, imagine now God commanding bears to come out of the woods and butcher these kids. Now, you would say, well,
Well,
but
yeah,
damn,
no,
like,
no. I
you
would,
know what
yeah.
I mean?
But I think it was at that moment that Elijah realized that he had effed up.
No, no, no. No, no, no. You cannot get away with whoopsie. This prophet didn't know the power of his tongue. Like God could stop it at any point.
Well,
Like God
and no,
commanded
no,
those
no.
bears to
I
eat their
think
children. No, no, no. You're getting off the hook here.
no,
Bite the
no, no.
bullet or say it didn't happen.
Listen, listen, listen. I think that yeah, it's a terrible way to learn that your your words have weight. But what I'm trying to say is that I think there are some people that have a spiritual ranking that what comes
Right.
out of their mouth has power, and God supports what comes out of their
Okay,
mouth.
but clearly the lesson was not for the kids because they dead, Joe.
I know.
But it's, I get
The
so where's the
lesson
lesson?
definitely was for Elijah. The
Well,
lesson was
that's
definitely
well.
for
So
Elijah.
so God taught him a lesson,
That's
but
why
these
I'm
kids are
extra
collateral
careful.
damage.
Sometimes I
Wow,
want to.
is
Sometimes
that
I
your God?
really, I sometimes I really want to like curse people, but I don't, because I know God loves me very, very much. Like I know that there's things that I do for Him
Hmm.
that most people don't do, and I realize that there's power in what you say. So there's sometimes I want to say certain things, and it'll make me hold back. I hold back because I think of Elijah. I'm like, I'm about to curse this dude, and it really may be upon him.
I'm not sure. This sounds like some Harry Potter shit right there. Like if I say, yeah,
I was about to say something bad to you, Dutch, but I don't.
don't you do it?
Well,
Because I don't want no
well,
bears to come out of the woods.
so you understand though that the scriptures do talk about blessings and cursings, right?
Yes,
So
exactly,
so
exactly.
I mean sometimes you might have to curse certain people. I've had to do that
No,
because people were
I've
being
definitely,
demons,
I've,
you
I've,
know.
I've done it before. Like Thomas came in here before, and I've told him, I said, Tom, you need to draw the connection with of things that are happening in your own life with how you treat some of the people in this room. And he didn't say anything. He was quiet. Like yeah, like, mm, mm.
But then that's where discernment comes because when it says bless and that curse you, right?
Bless those.
You
I will bless those who bless you. I will curse those who curse you.
right,
Yeah.
right.
And
So
have you ever been a witness to somebody that was like continually doing you very wrong, and uh
uh
and then God finally dealt with them? You've never had that happen
yes.
before?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've had several people. Well, in particular, I'll just say this, right? When I used to be a part of one of these groups, these Israelite groups, when I used to teach, there was a guy that we tried to teach the word to. He was inebriated, but he was kind of flexing. He was, I mean, the dude wasn't giving us much space. I was telling him just to back up a little bit, and he kind of got a little mad and kind of flexed. You know, talking about where he was from and how hard he was or whatever, right? Now, ultimately, that can be forgiven, but the fact that he didn't he wasn't accepting what we were trying to tell him, he was being very combative, right? Um 2 or 3 months later, that same individual got killed. And how he got killed was because of his own wickedness, right? I guess he was sleeping with another man's woman. The dude tried to break into the house, or he broke into the house, shot him, and the woman that
All
committed
right.
adultery with
Let me
shot
ask you a
him.
question though, right? So I'm
Hmm.
going to pretend to be like an atheist or a skeptic
Please
who says,
don't.
well,
Please don't,
no,
because
no,
you'll be 10
What's
times
what?
more
No,
annoying.
no, no,
what
no.
does
Look, I'll be
atheism have
quick.
to do with
I'll be
that?
quick. I'll be quick. I
I was
Oh
promise.
like,
I'll promise.
no. Oh
No,
no.
I promise. I'll be super quick. So what if they were to say, well, that type of person is always wilding out, challenging people, um, they're bound to get hurt at some point with that reckless behavior.
No, not
And if you say
necessarily.
God did it, that's
no,
just
well,
That's
confirmation,
not
Dutch,
it.
confirmation
That's not
bias.
it.
Dutch, we're okay,
No,
real
no,
quick.
it's not
Wait,
it.
wait, wait. Hold up, real quick. I'll bring up another real. Well, wait, just real quick.
It's
Just
not
listen.
that they're bound to get hurt, but like, have you ever it's really interesting. I try, like, one thing I don't do is like when I'm judging somebody, or like if you're judging, right, like somebody, and you say, I would never do that. I don't see how they could ever do that. And then God will show you how they did that. Like you
No,
think
no,
you're
no. Look,
so above something, you think that you would never do something, and then
Sela,
God will
Sela.
show you
So
how.
very often, a person who's very meek and nice and kind get robbed, or so
True,
something bad
true,
happens to
true,
them regardless.
true,
So
true.
that whole karma on steroids Christianity is
I
nonsense.
don't believe in karma. I don't. Bad things happen to seriously good people. That's not what I'm saying. Even good people can have things happen to them. That's not what I'm saying. But
So
what
he's
I
saying God killed this guy, right? Because he was a wicked person. But if he's like wilding out and reckless, living his life reckless like that, you're going to get God somehow, someday. That's
that's
just
called
a
reaping and
probability.
sowing.
It's a probability.
It's reaping and sowing. No, there's a difference between karma and reaping what you sow.
Rob, you understand what I'm doing here? Go ahead, Rob.
There's a difference between karma and reaping what you sow. If you sow those type of things, you're gonna reap. If you rob people, you're gonna reap going to jail. You're gonna reap messing with other people's wives. That's one of the most dangerous things you can ever do is mess with a man's woman. Like it's not safe at all.
But there's a natural explanation for that stuff. If this is how you
Reaping and
treat
sowing.
people,
Reaping and
there's
sowing.
going to be retaliation. And you're saying God did it. We're like, they're going to
No,
say, what do you mean?
he's saying that. Ray is saying that. Although I do think it does have its place that there are people that like have an established relationship with God, and God will let you mess with them for a certain period of time, but there will be a moment that he won't any longer let you contend mess with them anymore. Sometimes you messing with them is good for their character because um like I've learned so much from like there was a woman at work who just didn't like me. She hated me, right? And I took it upon myself
Soul
to take
building.
it as a
Okay.
yeah,
Soul
I took
building
it as a
argument. Okay. Yeah.
personal challenge. Yeah, I took it as a personal like she tried to like tell on me and get me in trouble for whatever. And then when it was her turn and I could have totally exposed her and got her in so much trouble, I covered her. Like I covered her and she was like, "What in the F?" Like you had the opportunity to do me like I did you and you just didn't. So she I'm not saying that I was like the way it happened was that she became like she can talk bad about me, but she wouldn't let anyone else talk bad about me. So at least there was an improvement in that. Like she still kind of gave me a hard time, but she wouldn't let anyone else give me a hard time. And that was growth.
Sounds like that Mean
That
Girls
was growth.
movie.
Yeah, but yeah, so sometimes, God will do that, yeah, because it's building your character, teaching you how to, you know, control yourself despite the conditions that you're in. But I do believe, like, here's the thing. We can have God, it says revenge is mine, no, not revenge, vengeance is mine, said the Lord, right?
Romans 13. Yeah. Which is a
If
quote
you
from the Old
take
Testament.
if you take vengeance in your own hands, then fine, you already did it, you already took care of it. But when you leave vengeance to God and you
The
don't
heap
take
calls
care,
on their head. Yeah.
all right, well then you know what time it is, bro. You know what time it is. This is real deal Holyfield.
Yeah.
This ain't no game.
It is 9:11 a.m. here where I'm at.
Good morning.
All right. So my barber is an Iranian woman. She's like the sweetest, and one of my coworkers is also from Iran, who's been naturalized here. She's pretty dope too. So the people that I know from the country are pretty nice, I must say. So
And so as much as I have a problem with a lot of things that happen in the Old Testament, what I think that is being established is like the person who's looking to God to deal with their enemies, if you will, like people that are persecuting them, people that are hurting them. The difference between though, like we live in a real world, and in this real world there's
say
war.
like God, hold up. Say God Himself is saying, wipe this whole tribe out. You know that, right?
So yeah, so that's what I'm saying is like, let's say for example, right, that we're a whole tribe up here and all the people in the audience are a whole nother tribe. And let's say everyone in the bottom tribe, they have plans to annihilate us, like they hate us, they want to destroy us or whatever. And I pray and I'm like, God, what do I do? Like, what do I do? And God's like, when you go to war with them, I'll give you the victory. You'll win. You know what I mean? Just go to war with them. And we can't, when war is a real thing, right? A war is a total
No,
real
God
thing
said
in this life.
make war
But
and
here's
end their
here's
lives.
the thing.
Start the war and kill
Here's
their
the,
babies and their livestock. That's what God said
well
in the
then
Old Testament.
okay. So first of all, vampire babies, you know that.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah,
Hey,
we
hey,
don't
say,
we don't believe that these we think there's a theory that these were like Nephilim bloodline people. There's a
Wait,
theory. You
wait.
got
Did you say? I'm sorry. Am I bugging here? Did you say a vampire baby, or am I totally tripping? What
so
did you say that?
look up the word
Nah,
Amalekite
you're
and it
trolling me. You're trolling
no
me.
no
You
no no
cannot. You
I
cannot be
swear
a grown
listen
up,
listen
normal person and say
Dutch
vampire baby. Come on.
Dutch look up the word Amalekite and look up like bloodsucker literally blood liquor blood liquor.
Are
hey,
you?
hey, real
Are
quick.
you? Is this on some Blade shit? You trolling?
No, you gotta talk to Converse. I'm telling you, he'll
So,
make you a believer.
so,
Nah,
so real,
never. That's
Yeah,
so,
okay.
bullshit. Go ahead.
Well,
Go
so,
ahead.
anyways, wait, you didn't even let me finish the whole thing. What I'm saying is that if we are fighting a tribe, right, and then we eliminate their mom and their dad, and then their kids grow up and find out that we eliminated their mom and their dad, what do you think is gonna happen?
Look, you're saying I don't agree with stuff in the Old Testament. I can have a whole list like the
The
bears, the
vampire babies are gonna grow up.
you're come on, bro.
No, so look, Converse makes a case, right? That it wasn't like all the Amalekites. It was a special. It was the Amalekites that were mixed with Nephilim blood,
The
and he's
text
like,
says kill them all.
right, and it was because they were of the bloodline of the fallen angels, and he makes like this case for it that's pretty convincing, and I like it better because it's very hard to digest. What we're reading, to be quite honest.
Well, actually, a reason is given because Amalek attacked them from the back, like the poor people, the children, and the stragglers, and God took so much offense.
Oh
Said,
no, Tom
therefore,
Rabbit.
what?
Tom Rabbit has just entered stage
I
left.
love Tom. Tom is my homie. I love
hey,
Tom.
hey, when you're done with this conversation, I do want to ask you the question about that.
Well,
Go ahead.
Ray,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
can
Go
you
ahead.
put it on hold
I don't
because
want to
our
talk about vampire
yeah,
babies.
hold on,
Fuck
hold
out of
on.
here.
Our arch nemesis has entered the arena. So let's just wait. We don't need to give him any ammunition. He has enough. Hi, Tom. Silly Wabbit.
Get him, Tom.
Hello.
Destroy them, Tom, please. Tom, this woman believes in vampire babies for real.
Thanks, Dutch.
Well, I mean, that's unfortunate, you know. But let me get this straight. So they kill all the men and the boys, and then they take the women that have not known a man, they take them as booty, literally.
For their
And
booty.
then,
Go ahead. My bad. I'll
and then,
stop. Go ahead.
and by the way, they're cool with this because they're like, like this is a good thing for me. And they don't have this type of resentment. But in the case of the,
For you to know where we're at in the discussion, it means that you had hidden ears in the room already. Like
I always have,
for you to know what's being discussed, then you already were a secretive operative in the room with um yeah, you had eyes and ears on the room before you
Doesn't
entered.
matter. Deal with
It
the
does. It's
dialectic
kind of
here.
crazy if
No,
you ask
yeah.
me.
So,
doesn't matter.
Hey,
Deal with the
Tom,
argument. Go ahead, Tom.
wait, Tom. I have a question I've been dying to know.
wow, this is
Did
crazy, man.
did our turd conversation ever make it to did it ever make it to your YouTube channel? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, you ought to poop your pants.
No, I don't even remember that one.
Aw.
Um, but yeah. So, David, let me get this straight. So, it's like the idea is something like, if you don't kill those kids, like, what do you think is gonna happen when they grow up?
Retaliate
Oh,
Of
is what
course,
he
she's
had
saying.
to
of
have been
course,
eavesdropping.
of
Wow, he was
course, they're
eavesdropping
gonna
on the
come and they're
room.
gonna
Stop
like try and.
obstructing, Sailor. Let
It's
this happen. Let
frightening.
it
It's
happen.
kind of
Go ahead, Tom.
frightening.
Go
It's
ahead.
a
Go ahead,
little
Tom.
frightening.
Of course, they're gonna like grow up and then come and try to like kill you and take their revenge.
Vampire babies, don't forget that part,
But
Tom.
but but in the case of the women that were like had their families
No, that was a
killed in
different
front of
tribe.
them, and then
That was a
yeah,
different tribe.
those people, live and let live. We can forgive that.
No, that was a different tribe that had a whole different thing going
Well,
on.
actually, the Jewish soldiers were allowed to take some of these fine young virgin ladies for themselves. But
So
they
dumb.
got a few days. They got a few days to get over it. We killed your whole tribe, your husband, your uncle. But we'll give you a few days to get over it, and then it's booty time for the
If
booty.
you
Go
give
ahead.
them a few days, they can
That's
get
don't
over it.
put
But
it
if
like
those
that.
kids were
That's
to have grown up,
terrible.
oh man, that's something that they could never have forgiven.
Yeah, those were the vampire babies. Remember?
Don't joke your way out of this. You truly believe this.
I really do think that, and like I said, Converse does a way better job of showing through the text how these particular people were related to the Nephilim, and I believe that.
Oh my god.
I do, I do, I do.
Um, Dutch, what stage are you at in your deconstruction?
So yeah, so I'll explain. Let me get out of this tunnel first. Am I audible? Okay. I assume I'm audible. So I did some deep dives. The last two were when was Daniel written, before, after prophecies, and evolution. I find these. Oh, did he leave? Dang it! Was he kicked? No, don't kick me, Tom. Oh, he's back.
No, that was my bad. Sorry.
Oh, I'll give you a long story short. Right now, I'm too busy with work to do any deep dives. But the last two deep dives I did was on when Daniel was supposedly written. I'm convinced it's very likely after the prophecies. That's a huge problem for me in terms of deception and divine inspiration. And I've studied evolution and did a deep dive on evolution, and I'm not sure if it is compatible with Christianity yet. So that is definitely chewing away at my faith, to be honest. But I haven't arrived at a conclusion yet. So I'm on the fence. I'm in deconstruction mode. So that's the shortest I can explain where I'm at right now.
Oh, that's cool. I was just asking because Matt Adams hates deconstruction atheists.
Why does he? Why?
I'm not really sure, but like he even targets them like on TikTok. He hates them.
Oh, I want all the smoke. Tell him to come over here.
Oh, you said Matt Adams. I thought you said Mad Slick. I was gonna say, please don't.
Did you know I used to help Meslick out like 10 years ago on Second Life Sailor? He didn't know any philosophy. Well, he still doesn't know any philosophy, but he's trying to teach him some philosophy. And he had his own apologetic island on Second Life. Did you know that about Meslick Sailor?
Mad Slick will go, not to be condescending, not trying to be condescending, and then proceed to be condescending to the Maximus. So, ugh,
Hmm. So you
not a
believe
big
in
fan.
vampire babies? Do you
Not a
believe in
big,
werewolves?
not a big fan. Werewolves? Ah.
Yes, I'm like your world seems like a Harry Potter world. So this is a legit question. Do you believe in persons that can transform into werewolves
I don't know
that
about.
actually exist outside of the movies in real life?
I do think that there are people that have like some kind of
Damn.
ability to like.
Really?
Well, I've seen somebody's face transform before,
Oh
so I
my
don't know
God.
what
This
to
is what
make
we're
of that.
working with today.
That's just called like they ate something sour.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Why would I ask a question if I don't want the answer? Unless it's a rhetorical question to make you look silly. So Sayla, do you think it's okay for the CEO to be whacked if he slipped through the maze, if he did people dirty? It's okay?
No, I think that people need to go through due process.
I wonder what Tom I think of that. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Tom, what do you think about this Luigi guy?
I think it's AFK.
Tom, what are your thoughts on Luigi?
I mean, I had a conversation with Andrew about this already. Did you hear it?
No, but I'll take the cliff notes if you're willing.
Yeah, let me just catch my breath real quick for a second.
Sure. Hi, Mahdi.
Um,
Yeah, hi. I'll just I've just got a comment in a couple of moments, so just give me about a minute or two.
Okay.
I think I basically said something like this, like Luigi thing. I think sometimes, well, not really specific to the Luigi thing. That I just think that there are times when the justice system fails, and sometimes something like this or some kind of different situation can can serve justice in a way that the justice system could not. Um, with this guy, I mean, I don't really think it's that clear cut, but a lot of people do think that he kind of like got his just desserts. But I mean, just because somebody is like not breaking any laws, I mean, that doesn't mean that they're not culpable, in my opinion. And probably everyone's, really.
It makes me incredibly sad that we're living in a world today that the what it takes to get our attention is things like October 7th with the Palestinian people and Luigi. Like it takes people doing extreme things for us to finally pay attention, and that makes me really sad.
Yeah, that's what I was like saying. I was actually saying this like a few weeks ago that considering how much of an impact one can have when they sacrifice their life, or shall I say, commit suicide, right? In a certain way, it can be so impactful, and it can have a global impact. In fact, um, and it's frankly it's surprising that most people don't do it.
I'm Is there any contradiction between um you being okay with justice being administered this way in present day versus the way justice is being administered in, let's say, for example, biblical times?
I don't know what you mean.
Hmm.
I mean, if somebody takes O.J. Simpson, who I think is guilty, and it's understood that he is guilty, they take him and they put him in the county jail, or they put him in another jail. Like, does the location really matter? Does it change anything? Is he not still getting what he deserves in both situations?
You said if they put him from county jail from where?
Yeah, it's just some vigilante just like puts him in his own cell. Exact same dimensions, exact same meals, and he lives in there until he
Yeah.
dies.
Tom, there's this man, I'm gonna go get it right now. I'm gonna go get my iPad. And once again, my nerdism is showing. The Daredevil and the Punisher, I don't know if you know who they are, but they have a
Yeah.
conversation on a rooftop that is so freaking amazing. And they're having exactly this dialogue is in question between the Punisher and Daredevil. And I don't care what y'all say. I'm about to go get my iPad because we're gonna take a listen. It's a 2-minute dialogue between them, and it's fascinating to me. Hold on.
Yeah, so I'm
And quick, super quick. I saw 1.5 season of Mr. In Between, Tom. Speed ran through it. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, it is good. It's quite good.
I don't know why he doesn't like sandwiches though. That's a mystery still, but maybe it gets revealed later. Only toast. Only toast.
Yeah, so
Are you lifting weights? Yeah. What are you doing?
I usually go
Going
for
for a
like a
run?
run slash walk at night.
Oh,
It's kind of like getting real cold now, but that's why I kind of started running because it was cold, so I just wanted to warm up actually.
do you train on heart rates or just on feel?
Uh, feel.
Okay.
I know what I can do and what I can't, and sort of like just kind of keep track of how much I'm going, and if I want to like
You
sort
got
of
a goal or
train, then
just
I
general?
huh?
You gotta, like, is it for like for general condition and health, or do you got a goal? I ran a marathon a few weeks ago, so I had a specific goal. Or do you not have a specific goal when you go out for a run?
I just want to maintain some kind of like cardio fitness, basically.
Cool.
Okay, guys, I got it
Yeah.
pulled up.
Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, take a listen, Tom. This is very interesting conversation between these two. Here we go.
Frank, that's your real name? You get off threatening innocent people. He's only in danger because you squeal. Because you had a gun on him. You thumb back the hammer. Well, that was for you. Part of the show. What does that mean? You really have to spell it out for you, Red? Huh? I'm disappointed. Listen carefully, okay? Are you listening? Yeah? How about now? You listening? Feel it? You're not a bad guy, right? You want to explain that to the orphans and the widows of the men you killed? That's what you think. I'm just some crazy asshole going around unloading on whoever I want to. Yeah, huh? That's exactly what I think. That is? You think you're anything else? I think that the people I kill need killing. That's what I think. You left men hanging from meat hooks. They got off easy, in my opinion. You shut up a hospital. Yeah, nobody got hurt or didn't deserve it. What about you, Frank? What happens the day someone decides you deserve it? Tell you what, they better not miss. You run around this city like it's your damn shooting gallery. Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? You act like it's a playground. You beat up the bullies with your fists. You throw them in jail. Everybody calls you a hero, right? And then a month, a week, a day later, you're back on the streets doing the same goddamn thing. So you just put him in the morgue. You goddamn right I do. You ever doubt yourself, Frank? Not even for a second. Really? Really? You never think for 1 second, shit, I just killed a human being. Being pretty generous. A human being who did a lot of stupid shit, maybe even evil, but had one small piece of goodness in him. Maybe just a scrap, Frank, but something. And then you come along and that one tiny flicker of light gets snuffed out forever. I think you're wrong. Which part? All of it. I think there's no good in the foot that I put down. That's what I think. Then how do you know? I just look around, Red. This city, it stinks. It's a sewer. It stinks and it smells like shit, and I can't get the stink out of my nose. I think that this world, it needs men that are willing to make the hard call. That's what I think. I think you and me are the same. We're the same. You know it. Only I do the one thing that you can't. You hit them and they get back up. I hit them and they stay down. It's permanent. I make sure that they don't make it out on the street again. I take pride in that. Let me ask you this. What's that? What about hope? Oh, fuck. Come on, Frank. Santa Claus? You want to talk about Santa Claus? I live in the real world, too, and I've seen it. What have you seen? Redemption, Frank. It's real. And it's possible. The people you murdered deserve another chance. What, to kill again, rape again? Is that what you Frank, want? To try again, Frank. To try. And if you don't get that, there's something broken in you you can't fix. And you really are a nut job. What do you say? You're unhinged, Frank. You are. You think God made you a one-man firing squad. But you're wrong. There is goodness in people, even in you. And you're gonna have to kill me because I'm never gonna stop coming for you until I take you down. You wanna know why? Why's that? Because you're insane.
Lights out.
Yeah, I don't know, Ray. Definitely Daredevil is more righteous than the Punisher. I'm just gonna put that out there.
So
Fucking
wait.
nerd.
Since you said that, I have a question. So, vigilantes like that, right? Mind you, they're both according to the law, breaking the law,
They're both
right?
wrong. Right. Well,
They're
I'll
both they're
concede
they're
that to
both
you.
law
Right.
by the penal code, right?
Right.
So, but here's the thing, though, right? Because I used to be an avid reader of comic books, right? All the characters that characters like a Daredevil and Batman put to jail, they all get out of jail and they do the same fuck shit every single time, and they have a long rogues gallery adjacent to the Punisher, where everybody that he takes out, they deserve the shit. They deserve every bit of it. So wouldn't logic tell you that certain people who are in a perpetual state of criminality and doing the same shit, destroying communities, destroying lives, killing people, like John Berthnell's version of the character was stating towards what's his name, Charlie Cox's iteration of Daredevil? Wouldn't you say that that would be more righteous to do what Punisher's doing, is taking them
Hold up.
out because they're going
No,
to
hold on,
continuously
Dutch.
You,
doing the same
you're
This is
thing?
between me
you're a
and Ray.
Christian,
Hold on,
right?
Dutch. Dutch. This is between Ray and
All
I.
right.
We were going out in the chat. So
Go
the
ahead.
reason why I would disagree is because the one thing that the Daredevil does not like ignore, and he won't put it past him, is the fact that it's not in his place to administer punishment, and that's kind of like the same thing when it comes to like God as well. When it comes to a righteous person, I don't think that the Punisher is very humble in the fact that he thinks that it's his place to administer what was left over, whereas the Daredevil kind of leaves that up to people who are other than him. He just puts them in a position to be able to face it in a different light. That's my perspective. But to your credit, both of them are vigilantes who are like in the same kind of scope. But that's just my take on it.
Okay.
When you guys are done with when you guys are done with the comic stuff, we can get into the real life, real world
Oh,
Well,
examples.
because
shut
So
up, Dutch.
no,
I
no,
No,
mean,
that
oh
was
yeah,
just that was just
I'll
just
explain
left
see,
over
because
from the chat.
Ray, Ray is a Christian, right? So he has to
no, I'm
adhere
not a
to the
Christian.
notion.
I'm
Oh,
a
I thought
Bible
so.
believer. I'm not a Christian.
Oh, okay,
Well,
so you're a Bible believer.
I'm not Christian.
So
I'm not part of Christianity, but I'm a Bible believer. Yeah.
are you wackadoodle? Is this some get this wackadoodle? Look, okay. So, do you believe that Romans is something you should abide by? Like the government carries the sword, gives the wrath to God or the
Uh,
government? Yes or no? Yes or no?
yeah, okay, but what's the point of the
Yeah. So,
question
so yeah.
before I answer it? What's the
So
point of the
I'm
question?
asking. So Tom doesn't adhere to the Bible, like he can do as he sees fit. But I think a Christian should, so the Christian should cannot be vigilante. I would argue because of stuff like Romans 13. Like Tom can do whatever the f he wants, right? But a Christian cannot based on Romans 13. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, okay, okay. Look, I mean, as far as following the Roman Penal Code, I mean, look, the Roman
No,
Penal
no.
Code.
It says give the wrath to
Uh,
God or the government who carries the sword.
Dutch.
That's what
Okay, real
that's what
quick,
it
Dutch.
says.
Okay, let me rephrase that question so I can understand where you're getting at. Because are you sitting up here asking, so is their overlining question? Are you asking, is it righteous to follow the code of the Romans because that's what the law says, versus what the law of the Scripture says? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm just pointing out. So I'm not talking about comic books or like the character Daredevil or the
No,
Punisher.
I'm not talking
I'm
about
talking about
that.
I'm talking about real life scenarios where the question is it justified to be a vigilante, and if so, in what cases? I'm saying,
Yeah.
go ahead,
There is
go ahead.
in the Scriptures. You ever heard of the term of the manslayer? And they lay refuge for him,
Is
like
this
some, let's say,
in the Old Testament, bro? Like a safe
yes.
city to flee to? No, I'm talking about for the Bible. Okay, well,
Well,
it's kind of hard.
The Bible. Well, I come in the volume of the book. That's Hebrews 11:7. So all
Yeah,
scripture. are given for inspiration. So
Yeah,
all
it's not going to be
scripture.
productive. Okay.
So because the term Old and New Testament that wasn't originally in the text. That was just to
Yeah.
differentiate
Okay.
when
Okay.
King James. Oh,
All
hold
right.
up,
All
because
right.
you're kind of man, hold up, because you're kind of going 100 miles an hour. All right. So point being, right? Yes, the manslayer, right? Also, too, recompense tribulation to them that trouble you. Yes, those there are things in the scriptures where you can take vengeance. You there is a certain
I
level of
know. I know. Yep. I know.
vigilanteism,
Yep.
but not but you just but there's also a certain
Look,
level of discernment you have to
l-
have
let me
with it.
let me speed run
So
through this
I'm
because I don't
trying to
think
understand where you're getting
this.
at.
Look, hold
That's
up.
you're kind of going
Okay.
100 miles
So
an hour, and
I'll explain.
okay, go
I'll
ahead, bro.
explain super quick because I don't think this is going to be very interesting or productive. So if you don't want to say I'm a Christian, I'm a Bible believer, and then cherry pick whatever out of the Bible that makes it okay to be a vigilante, that's fine. But if a normal Christian who says, "Well, yeah, I think Romans," so the New Testament is what the Christian is living by, and then you
Hmm.
appeal to Romans 13, right? The
Well, what
sword
does the
the
scripture
sword is for
say?
the government. So then I would make that argument. But if you're just being a wackadoodle and just quote stuff out of context,
That's
then
no. Hold on. Here's the deal. Like, I'm not a part of Christianity. I follow the
okay,
scriptures in its
okay, cool.
totality. Now,
It doesn't apply to you.
real quick. Now,
It doesn't
real
apply to
quick.
you. Okay, cool.
Well, yeah, there's no, yeah. I mean, if you want to apply, first and foremost, the Bible applies to my life. So, like it says in the New Testament, the book of Hebrews 11:7, right? I come in the volume of the book. Also, the scripture in the New Testament says all scripture, not just the New Testament, so-called New Testament, all scripture is given by inspiration
Oh my
of
gosh. Okay,
God.
so
So what?
that
So
that,
no,
Yeah,
that
no, no, no,
verse
no,
is
no,
I
no, no.
mean, like, let's
So
get
just
off this
chill, man.
train.
go
No,
ahead,
Can I make a
Dutch,
go
point
ahead,
and just
Tom,
see if I can
go ahead,
land? I
Tom.
Dutch,
mean,
No,
Dutch.
let
No, you're
Ray
not down.
let Ray finish his sentence. Tom, I see you want to chime in after. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah.
I don't
So
want to chime in. I want to move on to something else. This is
yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah, yeah.
David
We
doesn't
can
even want to
definitely
talk.
move on.
Be in this discussion.
right.
Yeah. So
Go ahead, Ray.
so yeah. So to conclude, so it's not a cherry picking is taking things out of context to fit your narrative. Cross referencing is going into a reference point to point out if something is a factoid or not, or if a certain situation can be handled a certain way or not.
Okay.
That's what I did. So that's not
You're
what
good.
you're
Show
Guys,
you,
if you want
right?
to
implying
move
is
on,
not.
don't rebuttal. If you want to move on, don't rebuttal.
And
I
I'm
So,
going.
said,
Yeah, no,
I
I'm no.
said, show
Dutch,
you,
can
right?
I
Go
finish the
ahead.
last few words? God damn, what's wrong with you?
All right.
Let me
All
finish
right.
my
So,
last few words.
okay. So
Can
land
you
your
let me
plane and
finish my
don't.
guys,
last
wait,
few
let
words?
him
This
land,
is
let him
effeminate,
land,
bro.
Well,
let
he
him
is
land.
refueling in midair, but go ahead.
Dutch, you brought this conversation out of thin air when I was speaking to Vor about about a
Can you please just finish,
concept,
sir?
man.
Okay,
Go
God
ahead.
Ray,
damn.
go
Finish.
ahead and land,
Finish
and then
up.
we're gonna pivot just slightly. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So that's where I stand on that.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay, that was it.
so back
Gotcha.
to like the conversation. So Tom, like what if the guy, the insurance guy, right? Like maybe he did some really shady stuff in business and he made some really bad decisions that hurt a lot of people. But what if he was like an amazing father? Or what if he was like did other amazing things and like that's what the daredevil was saying is that yeah, people do evil things, but there's slivers of goodness in them and hope in them. And like, what do you think about that he said what he said in that,
What,
about
that
that?
bad people do good things? Yeah, who gives
Yeah,
a
that
fuck?
Re-
you said who gives a
Rehabilitation, redemption. Yeah. At some point, it just
You
lights
know
up,
when they
I
caught,
guess.
you know what the daughter of the Golden State Killer said? This is a Golden State Killer. He was
but
the
don't you
most
think that
prolific.
we have to leave
You want to
things?
hear him? You want to ask me
Sure.
a question, just like answer your own
Oh,
question, or you
sure,
want to hear how the
sure.
fuck?
No, I didn't know. Go ahead.
The Golden State Killer was the most prolific murderer and rapist in the United States ever. He, over a period of years, terrorized California, um, and he raped like upwards of like 50 women, where he broke into their house, and towards the end, he would not only kill the woman, but kill the partner that was lying in the same bed. Now, you know what his daughter said after they found him? She said, "I know he did all those horrible things, but he's a good guy." I don't give a fuck about that, Selah.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. When we let people take matters into their own hands, like it becomes a real slippery slope real fast as to who gets to deem, who gets to live, who gets to die. I think that we have due process for a
Okay,
reason.
yeah, okay. Let me just head like I can just like get down to the core issue really quickly. What you're bringing up is actually not an objection to a person getting their just dessert. The only thing you're objecting to is an epistemic objection. In other words, how do we know we got it right? It's not something I'm talking about. We're not even talking about that yet. That is a valid problem, right? Because most people, a lot of people, probably aren't going to get it right. That's what the justice system is designed to try and do, is to try and get it right, going by the books, things like that, right? So, just like the death penalty, I don't think there's anything wrong with the penalty itself. It's just the problem is an epistemic one. Sometimes people get it wrong and the wrong person dies. But the penalty of death, I don't have any problem with that.
I just like what if how do we know that like he wasn't just taking the actions of the board? Like let's say the board was making decisions and he just had to administer them.
He
And
can get fucked.
by someone coming and killing you.
Is that just dessert? It's either just dessert or not.
I don't, I'm not, I do think that things need to change, but I'm wondering why are we unable to bring attention to those changes without someone having to be murdered in cold
Because
blood?
otherwise
Like
people don't give a fuck.
that sucks.
Yeah. People give a fuck now though, don't they, Sayla?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see how that works?
Didn't their stock plummet by billions of dollars?
I don't
What?
know.
But that would have happened if he had died of natural causes too. It's just simply because
No, no. I mean,
hold on,
look.
Dutch, let me finish. Can I finish? So the stock
Not
would have
Dutch, but go
That
ahead.
was that was Tom. I'm just trying to throw in a wrench here and there for entertainment. But go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. Both of you were unmiked at the same time. Like, anytime a CEO dies, the stock goes through fucking volatility. So you can't even conclude that his murder was the cause of that. Like, if a leader and a board dies, the stock like it goes through fluctuations. So that's not
But I don't
consistent.
think that's what we're
Yeah,
talking about. I think
that's
that
first of all,
if you're a
if a CEO
CEO of an
dies,
insurance, yeah, I think Tom is
if
about
a,
to say what I was going to say.
if a
Go ahead, Tom.
CEO dies, the stock probably will react, right? Because the stock market dislikes, above everything else, uncertainty, right? So Warren Buffett, anyone who's in investing is going to tell you, when the CEO or the person who is helming the ship dies, it introduces sudden uncertainty. So
Yeah,
you
like
can
I said,
expect maybe,
volatility. That's what I said.
Hey, if you don't believe in
yeah,
God, you a
yeah, can I
bitch.
just like finish what the fuck I was saying? So when a CEO dies, you can expect some sort of, volatility, probably most likely in a downward direction, because there's uncertainty. Now, in this particular case, though, however, it's not simply uncertainty, because the circumstances about this whole thing were that United Healthcare is a shit fucking company, and they've been fucking people in the ass real good for a long time, and now they got a bunch of negative attention. So there's going to be a lot of people looking around, snooping around, bad publicity, all this type of stuff, and that is probably the reason why the stock maybe has gone down
And just to
more so than the others.
Yeah, and I think that like now you're gonna have a lot of CEOs who are gonna be thinking twice about doing bidding for these organizations that are, as Tom put it, bending people over, right? Like
Which is more reason for a vigilante to do what they
and
did, right?
and
Yeah.
even, I mean, honestly, I don't know what to tell Tom. I'm really sad that it took like the Palestinian people doing October 7th for them to bring their case to the ICJ. I'm really sad that it takes Luigi to do this for us to take a look at the healthcare system and how insurance is refusing to cover certain procedures. Like, I'm sad about this. I don't know what to make of it. I, I,
You know
I,
what, Selah?
mhm.
I've been around for a while, and anytime there's some sort of event that gets blown wide open, you know, and you're snooping around on like Reddit or something, thousands of comments, you know what I always see? There's always one, two, three people in that thread, and they're all saying the same thing. Yeah, I've been in this industry for X amount of years. This has been going on for decades. Just no one is I've been saying it for decades. Just no one's listened. There are things going on right now where people are screaming about, but no one is listening. And what it takes for people to listen, shit like Luigi. That's what makes people listen.
So is history gonna remember Luigi as a hero, do you think?
It
Uh, I
it
mean, it
depends
depends
on
what happens now, but I mean, there's definitely going to be people that do see him as that. Yeah.
Mahdi, what are your thoughts? I saw you make some googly eyes. Like, what do you think about people like this Luigi guy taking matters into his own hands? Mah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, how are you? Actually, I'll make my complaint later. It's just about one of the mods, not in the room now. But yeah, just in the subject, I definitely, as a God-fearing person, which I hope to be, I definitely feel for the plight of any person who has been a victim, especially of institutional terror and injustice. I think as human beings, we need to learn to get along. And if I could borrow some biblical phrases, be an honest
Oh
witness
my
to
God.
thy neighbor. So I actually definitely believe in these principles that all of us are human beings and we all should have some kind of common recognition for each other. So there are certain people taking the law in their own hands. I don't believe this should happen unless the institutions of law themselves are criminal, which they happen to be sadly in many cases. If somebody looks really carefully close enough to the world, and you just take the last, for example, century or the last decade, and you count the number of people murdered, you find actually they weren't murdered by street hoodlums. They were murdered by the state. 90% of all global murders happen by governments. If you also look at the number of thefts, the amount of theft happening in any particular decade or century, you find 90% of the money stolen is actually by governments, not the average guy jumping over your wall, taking your mobile phone, etc. You add all of that together, the so-called common crimes, and compare them to the crimes of state, you realize actually we have a problem in the world. And there are dark institutions that are ruling the planet in many cases. Many countries are being run by hoodlums, literally. So organized crime, equivalent of the mafia, have actually no longer targeted banks to steal. They've targeted entire nations. And you could see this visibly among some of the politicians and how cheap they are. And sometimes they don't actually represent the public. They seem to represent foreign interest in many cases, the powers of corporations and even other countries. So, with regards to the answer, I think my position is quite clear. I'm all for justice and I'm all for human rights. There was a prior point that was being made regarding capital punishment, and I think it's again the standards need to be raised up. Yes, people can make mistakes, and if there's capital punishment, somebody can get killed, and you can't unkill them, bring them back. But in the same manner, if the burden of proof is not sufficient enough, you could also see that somebody is being thrown into prison for murder for 20 years, 30 years, and eventually vindicated that this actually person wasn't guilty, well, you can't give them their life back anyway. 20 or 30 years, it doesn't matter compensation. The guy is now decrepit, he's in his 80s or 90s, and he's been there when he was a young snapper, somewhere in his 50s, 40s, whatever. And now this lost 30, 20, 40 years of his life. The power, I think, the standards, we need to look at them. The standards of justice, the standards of the courts, the political standards, and so on. We live in a messed up place, sadly. But but I did have a complaint. It was to Andrew and Rob, but they're not awake. So when they come back, I'll make a complaint to them. Oh, Andrew, are you there?
I am here.
Yeah,
Assalamu
it's
alaikum.
wa alaikum assalam and peace be upon you and shalom and everything
Thank
else.
you, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh, yeah. It's just my complaint is usually just some of the mods you have. They don't stimulate conversation. Yeah, please. I mean, particularly Anders. I mean, I have a problem with him. He doesn't contribute, and so just hear it from me. You don't have to respond. He doesn't
He
contribute
doesn't care.
conversation.
He doesn't care, man.
Yeah, so he just comes in, and normally when I speak, he always tries to muscle in. So even if I'm speaking to another moderator, it's happened. This is like the nth time, and it's getting too much. So he doesn't contribute towards the conversation. He just steps in whenever I speak. Oh, Mahdi, I'm sending you to the audience. Really? I might be old enough to be his dad. I happen to be a plot 40 plus plus plus, but I don't need to be
Look,
handled. So
yeah. Can
please
I
check your
can I
mod.
handle this one, Andrew? I mean,
Can
like,
I
you
just
don't
finish
even
my
have to.
point? Can I finish my point, Tom? Yeah. So
If you're gonna land, I mean, you're doing a lot of circling. I mean, can you land?
yeah, yeah. I was quiet for about an hour when he was beating around the bush. So I'm just gonna take about 30 seconds. If you could just hold your horses or donkeys, it'd be pleasant. So I was just trying to make this particular point: is that there's certain people who tend to have personality clashes, and I don't know why sometimes you have six moderators on stage, and particularly some of those who are non-contributing. So please just check your mod. So if in future, if the guy is a mod, please just tell him not to address me. Especially if there's about four, five, six moderators. If he's the only moderator in the room, I won't enter the room. But if there's a few other moderators, tell Anders please not to address me ever. I'd actually find that it's not stimulating to the conversation. I think he's aloof most of the time, doesn't have much substance to contribute, and he's got a personal clash with me. Whenever I speak, he steps in. And thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate
Yeah,
that,
you want me
Monty.
to handle this, Andrew? I mean, you don't even have to speak.
Well,
I'll
I
take
already
care of it for you.
know. Well, you're probably going to say something uncharitable and wrong, but go ahead.
No, I think okay. So, yeah, Marty, Andrew has heard what you have said. He appreciates your feedback. You know, the room is not his. He doesn't run it exclusively. He doesn't like. He's not the boss of the room. And the mods have their own like sovereign power to do their own shit, right? In addition to that, right? Um, everything that you just voiced as a concern is not really important to Andrew. You can expect no changes. Um, and this is effectively a boys' club. And if you don't like it, then tough tits, right? You can
All right.
expect hypocrisy, you know, um, prescriptions of them to say, hey, Marty, you're going to get sent down because you did this. But
Mm,
then you're going to see one of the boys do it right after and nothing
mm,
happens. This
mm.
is going to be routine and common. And if you have a problem with it, tough tits.
All right. Well, so the first about third of that was right. The last two thirds was what Rob would call gobbledygook. So I appreciate what you said, Marty. That's true. I heard you. I appreciate the feedback. All of that is true. The whole point about nothing's going to change. Oh, by the way, the power diversification that's true as well. The whole point about nothing's going to change. If you don't, this is a boys' club. Tough breast. All of the different stuff he said about just basically spitting in your face and nothing's going to happen, or I don't care. It's landing on deaf ears. That's not true. So I do appreciate what you said, Marty, and uh, it has been noted, and something is in the works as far as making sure that we're trying to have kind of a common understanding of what we're trying to do. So it's not that things aren't changing and haven't changed. And yeah, so it's definitely good that you've said that. And it's already been mentioned before that you've said something identical to that. So yeah, there's definitely conversation about it.
Yeah,
And
we'll reconvene next time when things have changed for the better for you, Marty. I look forward to going over that.
Hmm.
If I could say
You were true.
something too, I think Mahdi, that one thing that I appreciate like about our mod squad is that, you know, well, obviously we're all humans, and every last one of us mishandles certain things, do things wrong, and we don't easily like just throw each other away. You know, we have bad days, we have our own personal issues. We don't handle things always the most appropriately, but our first go to is not just to dispose of one of us. And that's very indicative of how we treat others, even in this room. But I do believe, Mahdi, that thank you for bringing it, you know, to you know, attention and voicing, you know, your feelings about what's going on. And I'm sure there'll be conversations that will be had in the back channels and so forth. And I know that if I'm in the room now, I will be aware of it. And if I see that there is an altercation happening with you two, I will do my best to defuse it, or, you know, try to intervene to make that interaction more pleasant for you.
Well, thank you. Just all a request. Obviously, I'm not asking you to mod who you could mod whoever you like, but just that particular personality. I had a problem with Jacob, and I think he changed. But it's Anders. Whenever I speak, he tries to come in and dictate, literally the words that come out of my mouth. So yesterday I was in a room. I felt that was a bit unjust. There was one Muslim sister, and she was being manhandled by about 3-4 people at will. I stepped in, and he was no Mahdi, your audience. He had no role to play at all in the conversation. It's not the
Look,
first time. It's happened many times. Whenever I step in, open my mic, he has to come and step in. He normally is quiet for half an hour, and now
Marty,
it's just
Marty,
really when I
Marty,
speak.
Marty, look,
We
it's a
got you.
boys' club. Just recently, I had Anders scold me because we were literally talking to a person, and then they left the stage, and then he scolded me for talking about a person who wasn't on stage. I then, shortly after that, was kicked, and they proceeded to talk about me not on stage for over half an hour. But
Yeah, one
this is
of
just
our
what to
mods,
expect. This is what you
one
get
one
when you
of our
come in
mods
here. Just
comes
deal
in
with
and
it,
tosses
bro.
Tom, like the minute one of our mods comes in the room and sees Tom, he kicks him from the room.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like if it happens, then I'll just go do something else. That's it.
But sometimes you know, it's warranted, right? Vigilante, right, Tom? Sometimes you have to be dealt with. Oh gosh, sorry.
I mean, almost never on the grounds of like, some sort of principle. I mean, like I don't look. I don't want to get like too caught up in this conversation because it's not something I feel like really strongly about. I mean, a lot of people get like really, really hung up on the hypocrisy stuff, but I mean, just like I just kind of like know how people are, and like however they want to like rationalize it or whatever. I mean, whatever. I don't want to get too wrapped up in it because it just really goes nowhere.
Yeah. But like I said, Matthew,
Like
thank
Rob
you.
was telling me that, to stop cursing and stuff. He was scolding me for cursing. And like meanwhile, I've heard Piper curse more in just like a 20-minute window that I haven't here in months. Calling people dumbasses, fucking morons, idiots, and this stuff nothing, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. It's a boys' club.
Hey Tom, watch
People in
your
the club,
language.
I
people in
think,
the club, people in the club get a pass. People not in the club do not get a pass. That's it. I accept that.
well, that's not really hypocrisy, though, right? Though, Tom. I mean, because in some sense, that's just kind of human relation that you're also familiar with. I mean, you're going to have different ties to people, and there's going to be a different degree of passes that people would have. Um, you're tied to Jack Angstrike. If he starts demeaning somebody and just talking extremely vulgar towards somebody, you're not going to be like, "Now knock it off, Jack. I'm going to kick you out, or I'm going to mute you." You're not going to do
Actually,
that.
actually, that happens routinely.
I've never heard you. No, I've heard you tell him to call, like, Jack, slow down. He's going to leave. Like, all usually in service of trying to get a
Yeah.
recording or keep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah. But that's not the same. That's not what we're talking
No,
about.
but I have told
But
him not to do that because I have other goals. But what you're saying is false. But
Okay, well,
Look,
I've never. I'm just telling you.
I don't.
Hold
I'm
on.
not trying to say that I have this like rule about like no cursing allowed. I don't have that fucking
Yeah,
rule.
and that's not even what Rob said. That's the other problem. He didn't tell you no cursing allowed. That's not what he said. He said you curse people out, and that you're saying things to certain folks in a very, very aggressive manner. And I think he's telling you to like chill out. I think that's what
He
it
took
was.
issue
You
with
were
the
just
curse. This is what I don't want to get into. It's like I don't even have like I don't
it's
even
fine,
care that much about it, right?
fine.
I just
Just a
like
matter of record.
I'm trying to tell Marty like this is reality. This is how it is. Expect it, right? So
Well, yeah.
No,
Well,
I
I
don't
will say
think
this.
so.
Tom's got it much harder than you do, Marty. So don't feel bad.
Yeah. But Mahdi, now that like you've made it, brought it to my attention personally, like I'm gonna be on the lookout for it, and if I do see that there's tension, try to diffuse that tension.
So
anyways, you want to talk about like an
yeah,
argument or something like that?
let's move on. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, go ahead.
we got to see who you got in like sort of a Pokeball selection
Yeah,
like
I've got a
or
couple Pokeballs. Have you ever met my major Pokeball who loves it when I Pokeball him? Neutral.
no? I mean maybe, I don't know.
I used to go under the name Emmanuel.
Oh god. Well, whatever. Anyways,
Yeah,
just
I've
the argument
evolved. I'm in my
the
second
argument
stage. I haven't reached my final stage yet.
Neutral.
the argument's pretty simple. It's mostly just like these Christians seem to define grace as undeserved favor. Um, God of Christianity is perfectly just. So whenever he gives something to someone, they deserve it. And so when he gives grace to someone, he's giving something to them that they don't deserve. But when he gives it to them, they do deserve it. So it's a contradiction.
Yeah, so how that works is God's justice only works like you were saying about if God gives something to someone, it's good, and obviously, um, he when they do something bad, they're cursed. Now, you're trying to say it's a contradiction because he gives them a favor. No, the contradiction or the issue happening is if God is making a decision which is based on justice. Wait, hold on, I need to do.
And you already seem to be getting it wrong, but
Tom, are you saying this is an argument that Neutral's given you? Is that what you're saying?
neutral has given me? What the fuck are
The
you
guy you
talking
were
about?
just
What?
talking to. 'Cause I don't
Oh,
know. I don't look at. I don't know where this contradiction. Or
who
I'm
the
gonna
fuck
read
is neutral? I don't even know what the fuck
the
you're
guy.
talking
The
about.
guy you were
Was I
just
ever
talking
talking to
to.
some guy named
The guy you were
Neutral?
just talking to, or the guy who was just talking to you. Yeah, that was Neutral.
I thought that was Emmanuel.
It is. His name is Neutral here. You probably can't see your screen. That's
You're
fine.
asking me if the argument that I asked to give it to someone and then you told me to give it to him, your question to me is, did I get it from him? Is that the
No,
question, really?
I'm saying, are you responding? Because that sounds like you're almost responding to somebody. Because I don't characterize grace and all that. What you just said,
What was that? What was
like
that?
unmerited favor, and then saying that they're merited. I don't, I don't, I have never heard that, nor do I think that that's Christian doctrine. Like I don't know where that.
It's well, then you're like out of touch with like a lot of the norms of your own religion because that's almost like a universally held definition of grace. I even heard I think I heard Carlton say it,
No,
Converse say it probably.
grace is unmerited.
Undeserved favor is how they define it.
That's fine. Either way, I'm fine with either. But where
Yeah.
do you think? Where do you? When
Wait,
do you
wait,
think it's
guys,
good?
I'm back. Sorry, I had to do
Okay.
something.
That okay.
Okay. Sorry. What was it? It was to do with grace and justice, how that works. So God can give out His grace as long as it doesn't affect His justice, right? If God gives out a favor that affects the justice, that's the contradiction. That's the issue, right? So God can always give out His favor as much
No.
as He wants because it's up to Him.
No. There's no problem with favor and justice. The problem comes with undeserved favor and deserved outcome.
So give me an example where you think that happened.
Giving grace to someone.
Yeah, but grace did not affect the justice part. So when it comes to sin,
Yeah, I did.
okay, like how?
Because they don't deserve it. So
They
they're not
don't. They
getting what
don't.
they deserve. Justice is not done. And
No, no,
and
no,
when you
no.
get
So
something from God, you get what you deserve.
Yeah, okay. So I think there's a confusion. So when it
Yeah.
comes to they don't deserve, like, basically they don't deserve it because they are accountable for it, right? So in the sense that um they don't deserve it and God has given it. But
Yeah.
when it comes to God's
Yeah.
justice, hold on, I'm gonna explain. When it comes to God's justice, right, it's based on responsibility, right? Where in the law it says sin must be punished, right? So sin has been punished because Jesus took it. So justice has been um fulfilled, right? And obviously we've been given favor or grace, right? Where we don't deserve it based on accountability, right? But that hasn't affected the justice part. It's just the idea that what's it called? That we did something wrong and we're accountable for it, right? So God doesn't have to give it to us, but out of his grace and out of his love, he gave it to us, right? That's how it works when it says we don't deserve it because we are accountable for it. But that's not having, it has nothing to do with God's
I take it
justice.
to mean that we don't deserve it, and by we getting it, we deserved it. When
No, that wouldn't even be right as well.
Is God perfectly just?
Of course.
Whenever he gives something or he makes a judgment, is it does he always give a person exactly what they deserve since he's perfectly
Yeah,
just?
of
Okay.
course.
And grace is unmerited favor, right?
Right.
And they get grace, which is something they don't deserve. So there you go. That's it. Thank you very
Wait,
much.
hold on. But that's not to do with God's just part. I think you put them together so you don't see the distinction, right? There's the distinction is when God give, for example, when God has mercy on people, because this aligns in the same thing. Mercy is understood in opposition to justice, right? In Christianity, mercy is always given not by the effect of justice, because the effect of justice is sin must be punished, right? But it doesn't say the one who's accountable for sin that must be punished. That's why God, Jesus can take on our sins, right? There is no effect on justice because the law says
I
sin
don't
must be
even, to
punished.
be honest, I don't even understand what you're saying right now.
Okay,
It's
let
just
me
like, I
slow
mean, I've
down.
laid it out so clearly, right? When
But
God gives
Tom, what you're
something
not
to
understanding,
someone, when God
what
gives
you're not
something
understanding.
to someone, you told me he always gives someone exactly what they deserve. You told me that God is perfectly just. You told me that grace is unmerited favor. God gives them favor. You told me God always gives someone exactly what they deserve. Grace is defined as unmerited favor, meaning they don't deserve it. So they deserve it and do not deserve it at the same time. It's a contradiction. I don't
No,
know how
because you're
any
put.
clearer it could be. And you talking about like
Well, Tom, at
sin
least
something
understand
or
where I'm.
whatever, like I don't even have no
Okay,
grasp of
I
I'm gonna
will
anything.
simplify it.
say one thing I do appreciate in hearing this conversation is the contrast between the two of you. Neutral, I will say you could learn a lot from Tom as far as brevity. He is concise, and that is very good. Another person that's pretty good at this is Hiwa. Usually keeps it pretty short and to the point. And I do appreciate that, Tom, I
Okay,
must
fine.
say.
I'm gonna
Thank you.
simplify it.
Thank you.
So
Yep.
let me just simplify it. So I understood what you said about justice, but they don't come in the same context, right? On what you're saying about um, grace, as in, sorry, what did you define it as? I just want to just define it quickly.
Undeserved favor.
Undeserved favor. So undeserved favor under what? Under the fact that under the fact that we were accountable for it. I agree with you, but that has nothing to do with justice, right? Now on the other side of on on the other side
Let
of
me answer your question. You said underserved favor under what? Undeserved favor meaning they don't deserve it. Is that clear?
in what context?
They don't deserve to receive it in that context, the grace,
In the not in the
the
context of
favor.
justice. That's what you keep saying. You're saying if God is perfectly just, to be more accurate, God, see, this is when it's going to get into semantics. There's a difference between righteousness and justice. When you were using the word just, you actually meant righteousness because righteousness is God being all good, right? Justice is specific, only dealing with the context of when someone's done right and wrong, right? Specifically in that sense. So when you're
By just
saying
I mean God gives someone what they deserve.
right only in the context of the law, but it has nothing to do with the context
No,
of.
no, no.
And it doesn't
You
have
mean
anything to do with the context in
your God is
favors.
only just when in the context of the law,
Of course, yeah.
and the law can change, right?
Depends on what you mean by change.
Different laws
But
can.
I don't know why that change. I don't know how that changes
You
anything.
you need me to. Do you believe that we can't eat shellfish?
Yeah, we
Emmanuel?
can. Yeah, we can now.
Oh, so now do you understand what I meant by the law can fucking
But that has
change?
nothing to do with no, because whether the law can change or it can't change, that doesn't affect the thing that favor and grace is outside of the law. When God gives us something, it's not affecting his justice. So God can give us favors that we don't. When it says we don't deserve it, it's because we were accountable for it. But accountability isn't specifically affecting the law, because if it was, then Jesus could not save us.
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, even. I really don't, Andrew. If this is the point where I presented my case, I actually don't know what he's talking about. If you know what he's talking about, God, maybe you can explain it better, but he can't explain it for shit.
Tom, you just don't know the difference between some of the words. Well, not even that you don't know the difference. You're just not aware of the difference between when I'm saying accountability and
And are
responsibility
you able to
in
say
relation
it?
to justice.
Are you possibly able to say it in like one sentence, neutral?
If I did, he'd just be confused unless I break every word down and how they're related
Would
to each
Andrew
other.
be confused? Would Andrew be confused?
Andrew's heard my position, so I don't think may necessarily be confused. He might disagree with like maybe one point I make,
Okay,
but
well
everything else he
then
seems to
maybe
agree.
I can. I'm saying maybe I'll have better luck with Andrew because I'm essentially giving up on you. So unless you think that Andrew is also not going to be able to understand, why don't you tell him and maybe he can translate?
Uh, Andrew, do you want me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Lay it on me. I'll try to track what you're saying.
So literally, Tom has an issue because he's saying that. And by the way, this type of argument Muslims have made as well. That's why I'm fully aware of this. It's the argument to say that if except they use it with mercy. If God is being
Yep.
gracious, right, and giving us something that we don't deserve, it's a contradiction because God is just, right? That's his argument, right? But what I'm trying to say is, when he's using the word just, he's using it in the sense of righteousness, meaning God is all good. If God is good, then he can never do something that which goes against justice, right? Justice specifically is getting what you deserve according to the law, right? The law is the fact that Jesus, the law is you'll be punished for your sins, but it's not the one who's accountable for it. It just says sins will be punished. This is why Jesus can take on our sins, because if it was based on accountability, yes, that would be a contradiction because God is always just, right? But the law doesn't say the one who's accountable. It just says sin must be punished. That's why Jesus can take it, take on our sins, right? Now, when
Are
he's
you
talking about,
aware that you were asked to do it in one sentence? I mean, this is like ridiculous. Are you like
I don't
self-aware
know
to
how I
that?
can. Okay, if you want me to simplify it, all I'm going to say is, uh, justice. Justice is defined as getting what you deserve according to the law. The law isn't broken when God gives favors, because favors are not affecting the law. They're affecting accountability, which is not a part of the law.
I'm sorry, I didn't like that. Okay, I liked how you said that. You are funny. You're a good sport too. I just that's it's good. So do you think that? So Tom, the contradiction you're saying is that grace is unmerited favor, but
Undeserved
then
favor.
forgiveness is given.
Says undeserved favor.
Forgiveness is given as though it's deserved. Is that what you're saying?
We don't. You're kind of like introducing a lot of other words,
Okay.
which actually like
Okay.
further complicate it. So,
Okay.
um, I would scratch unmerited. I would say undeserved favor,
Okay.
and grace is defined as undeserved favor. This guy told me whenever God gives something to someone, it's what they deserve. God gives grace to someone, he's giving someone what they deserve and also what they do not deserve. So it's a contradiction.
No, wait. Grace has nothing to do with what someone deserves.
That's literally
Great
what you
grace is
told me.
given to something that. Well, then no, then that's not what I
Now
meant. And
you
that's
want to change it? You can change it.
grace is given something that one doesn't deserve. That's literally the definition of what it means to have grace. To give grace.
Yes, it's well, grace is undeserved favor. To
Yeah.
give grace to someone would be to give to somebody what they deserve, Because you told me that when God gives something to someone, it's by definition deserved because He always gives to people what they deserve. So He's giving someone what they deserve and what they don't
That's
deserve.
only on the law, which
What does
grace is
that
not a
mean? What
part
does
of
that
to
even
give.
mean, dude? Even even if that were the case, it's still a contradiction under the law.
But it's not affected by the law.
What does
Great
that
when grace is given, it's never affected by the law.
what does that Andrew? What is that? What the fuck does that even mean? What the
I,
translate? What does that
I'm
even
not.
fucking mean?
He's trying to say there are two separate It couldn't like there's separate operations of God. It seems like he's saying the justice is a separate. It's a separate operation of God, and then giving out um, the grace is going to be a separate operation. So God gives justice out, and then He gives grace out separately. It's like a separate thing.
What like
Um,
because it's like done one after the other, it somehow like makes a difference or something.
well,
Like
I think yeah.
if I pay you for shoes and then I steal the shoes from you, it's like I didn't steal them because like the one came one after the other, some stupid shit like that. I mean, like,
No,
what
it's
are
not.
you
It's not
implying?
necessarily to do one of the, after the other. It's like, okay, let me try and use an example, like what you were saying about some sort of shoes. Like if the law says stealing shoes, you have to do time for stealing shoes, right? You might, let's say you have to pay some sort of fine, right? If someone else pays it for you, right? The idea is you must pay the fine. It doesn't matter who it is. If you have another family member who has to pay the fine, I don't care. I need that fine. I need the money because you have a fine, right? Now the grace is someone else taking your fine for you. That doesn't affect the idea of you having to pay the fine. That's the distinction.
So let me help you with what you're trying to say. Ultimately, it sounds like what you're disputing is that there's ways to resolve the contradiction. Seems like what you've been trying to say this whole time is that they just deserve it.
What do you mean they deserve it?
For example, in your analogy, if someone the fine gets paid for, now they deserve to get let out of jail.
Oh yeah, because they
So
paid the fine.
yeah, so this is what Jesus Christ. This is all you've been trying to say this whole time. This is fucking ridiculous, man. Like so, all
Oh,
this is how
sorry, I
you're.
try my best. Next time I'll
This
use
is how
examples if that's
this is
okay.
how you're trying to resolve it. I'm saying, hey, he's giving someone what they deserve, and also giving someone what they don't deserve at the same time. Your response is simply, nah, brah, but they do deserve it. So there's no problem. That's like literally like half a sentence. I was able to like summarize what you've been trying to blabber on about for like going on half an hour.
Oh, well, sorry. I'm gonna have to learn how to simplify it to that extent. Maybe you're better than me. I'll learn.
Okay, so people in your view deserve grace from God.
Some
Um,
people, right? Some people, right, that choose to follow him, right, bro?
That's gonna
well,
be
yeah,
that.
but,
That's
but let's
I'm gonna
let's not
like
go
you.
technical there.
I'm gonna like you going that way because that makes it seem like God is obligated to give someone something, and I'm gonna love asking you about that.
Wait, but no, I just want to stick to this point. So, um, first of all, I don't know when you're saying they deserve. Are you saying that they deserve the favor, Tom?
Yeah, well, that's what I think you're saying.
I'm not necessarily saying that. And if you're saying they deserve the favor, in what
Okay,
context do you mean?
okay, so
Because I'm
now what you've agreed to when I summarize your position, you're now saying that you don't agree to what I summarize as your position?
maybe I'm getting it wrong. That's why I'm trying to clarify.
All right, well, I'm walking in the door, and like, although Andrew has said that this is me running, I'm gonna have to switch to my other setup. So you can talk to Andrew for a few minutes
I don't really say
while I run away. Okay, Andrew,
I
I'll
don't
be
really
back.
say that, Tom. I'm just only parroting
You
those
have
that say
said
that.
that. You have said that.
No. I don't really say that. Meaning, I don't mean that. I don't actually mean that. I'm much more charitable to people than that. I don't think that's not appropriate.
The
I
slight mistake I realized I should have said is actually I should have given an example. I forget. Giving examples is far more intuitive to understand. So
can you still, man, what Tom's argument is, neutral, just so let's see how you're understanding it.
yeah, he's pretty much saying that he's talking about what one deserves if grace is given, right, and it's something that they don't deserve, right, then and justice is always getting what they do deserve, then it's a contradiction. Unless I say that they do grace is when they do deserve it, which somehow works, but that's not. But because he says favor, but that's not what it is, because it's basically based on something that you don't deserve. So yeah.
I think the idea is he always gives you what you deserve, but he's giving you something that you don't deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not
You
how I'd
can. There's
characterize
ways
it,
to
Tom.
solve it. I mean, like one way you could solve it is like saying, just deny that they don't deserve it. You could just make up, try to say that there is a
It-
way where now they do deserve it, right? And then you have to like the next question is going to be like, oh, like Christians generally don't like to say that God is like obligated to like give them grace then to like give them favor, excuse me, to give them favor. It's not
yeah.
something that's widely going to be said by Christians. So you can deal with that if you'd rather that instead, or you could
Well,
maybe try to equivocate or say that there's like some sort of like equivocation on the word deserve, or maybe you could try to say that
hmm. Well, I have an
I don't
answer
know.
to
I
it.
mean,
I think neutral, but I don't want to derail neutral or get his thoughts mixed up. So neutral, you want to, or do you still need to take a minute, Tom? Or are you good?
I'm transitioning right now.
To be honest,
Okay.
I'm even gonna need to go soon. Like I was doing something and I literally stopped just to get into this conversation. But I'm
Well,
still
it
gonna be
shouldn't.
around anyway.
Well, it shouldn't take you long to resolve this neutral. We know your brevity is your middle name, so you know what I mean.
Sure, sure. Let's see.
Okay. Um. So, how would you characterize your response? So, the point is that God gives you what you deserve. According to this, is what Tom's saying. God is giving you what you deserve. Apparently, you signed off on this, and then He's giving you something you don't deserve. Everything that God gives you is something that you deserve. God only gives out what people deserve, right? And so, and then the other part that's like the contradiction is that He's giving you something that you don't deserve. So, what would be your response to that?
Yeah, that you God can give out what you don't deserve. That's because God is loving. A part of love is literally getting something that you generally don't deserve. Like
Problem
mercy comes under the same thing.
problem with that is then he's no longer perfectly just.
No, because in order for him to be perfectly just, he can't his other attributes can't affect it. But if it's under the law and it's not affected, then by definition he is perfectly just.
I don't know what the law thing is. It's just like
Sorry, forget the word
the way
law.
I understand
Standard.
the
If
way
the
the way
standard
I
is met,
but
forget word
the
law. If
standard is his nature though, right?
the standard is God's nature, but it's towards us.
Which is perfectly just, and by that we mean he always gives someone what they deserve.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
his
no,
nature. He
no, no.
can't
That's
not
to
do
do.
that.
No, wait, hold on. No, no, no. So this is where I said there's a confusion between God's justice and God's righteousness, which is another way of saying God
Oh
is
my
good.
god.
God, yes, because you're equivocating between justice and God's goodness. That's what you're doing. You're assuming that justice uncovers everything. No, that's God's goodness. Goodness uncovers love. Justice
I
and
never
love
said that
do not encompass.
justice. I never once said that.
Well, you said God's justice is equal to, is identical to his nature. That's why you said the standard.
I never said identical. I said God's nature is that he is just.
Well, God's nature is that he's just. Yeah, that's obvious. That's an obvious statement to say. I don't know where you're going with that.
Well, the only reason I had to say that is because you were trying to point to the law, which just reduces to his nature. So if you're saying that that point goes nowhere, then when you were pointing out this distinction about the law, then you're saying that you were going nowhere when you said that. Were you going somewhere when you said that?
Wait, then, if you're just saying that that's a part of his nature, that's a part of his nature. The law's a part of his nature. Okay, then sure, that's a part of his nature, but that
The
still doesn't
law,
affect.
the law is just a manifestation of his nature. That's it.
It's not the whole encompassing thing.
Yeah, he's got like other properties. Duh.
Yeah, like love. So how is this going to going back to what we were saying? How does this affect the idea that getting what they deserve, getting what they don't deserve is an issue.
That nothing's changed. I don't know why this distinction that you're
So where's the
using changes
contradiction then?
anything.
So what's the issue?
Andrew, can you answer that question? And here's a hint. Nothing's changed, Andrew.
Uh, yeah,
Andrew wasn't
nothing's
even listening.
changed. Nothing's changed. Yeah, no, I don't think I can answer it.
Yeah, the contradiction is the same as it's always been. You
Yeah,
give
okay.
There's
some
I
no
can see.
you give
contradiction. You keep saying there's a
you give
contradiction.
somebody.
Point out the contradiction. You're saying deserve. I
No,
said
okay, hold
you're
on.
you was
Now I'm curious as to, because this has literally been said not only by me in a literal P and not P format multiple times, and additionally by Andrew. So now I'm just curious. I will repeat it for you, but now like when you're like demanding that I give the contradiction, now I'm the front runner explanation for me is that you're just being dishonest.
oh
Andrew,
my goodness.
this has been given multiple times, including by you, correct, Andrew?
Tom,
Just
when
tell
I
me,
was
Andrew. Just
when
tell
I
me, yes or no.
wait,
Just
Tom,
tell
can I
me.
ask you
Just
one
tell me.
question?
Hold on a sec.
Wait,
I'm asking Andrew a question, and then I'll talk to you. Okay? Hang on a second, Andrew.
What? Sorry, what? What'd you say?
Has the contradiction been made explicitly clear multiple
Oh,
times
yeah.
by
No, I
me
think the
and you
contradiction.
yourself in a literal P
Yeah,
and
yeah.
not P format?
Yeah, as long as he agrees with everything you've said there, then yeah, it's a contradiction.
So,
Uh,
no. He's challenging me to give the contradiction, and I'm trying to find an explanation for why he's doing that, considering it's been done by me multiple times
yeah,
and you.
yeah.
Are you saying it hasn't been given yet?
Oh, I think it's been given.
What does he think
yeah,
it's
but
not been
Andrew,
given?
notice
What's the
how he's not
explanation?
qualifying. I'm not saying that Tom never gave a contradiction. I'm saying given to what I said, where's the contradiction? Because I explained why it's not a contradiction. So I'm saying given to what I said, what part is it is still the contradiction?
Hey, so
Nothing's
just
changed. There's no change.
yeah, let me be clear. Neutral. God never gives anything to somebody. Well, let's see. God always. Let's do it that way. God always gives someone what they deserve. Okay,
So
always.
is so let me ask you this. So this is why I don't want to get a semantic equivocation on this. So when you're saying deserve, if grace is understood as getting what you don't deserve, what does that mean to you? Given the fact
Well,
that God gives
he,
what you
that's
always
the
deserve.
point, is that if he ever gives grace to somebody, it would be a contradiction. If you affirm that God only gives out what is deserved, then saying that God gives them grace or gives anyone grace, and by that they mean undeserved merit or favor, then that is a contradiction.
Yeah, wait,
And
hold on.
Andrew just
But
introduced another way that you could fix it. You could just reject that definition of grace. That'd be another way you could possibly fix it.
no,
I'm
you can
literally
still
giving
keep
you
the
possible.
no. You can still keep the definition of grace being that way. What I'm trying to say is when you're
What did you
saying God
just?
always
What did?
gives.
Why did you even just
Hold
say
on, I'm
that?
going to explain to you. I'm going to explain. Just hold on, because this goes right back to what I was saying before. If God always gives to what they deserve based on what? Because
Nature.
when I'm saying God gives what he doesn't deserve, that's based on the fact that God is loving, and grace by definition is getting what you don't deserve. But when God always gives because he deserves, that's because God is righteous, which means God is good, right? That's the distinction. So deserved is used in two ways. One is used because God is good, one is used because God is love. Tom's issue is to do with God being just. When I said that justice and righteousness, which means good, are not the same thing. I literally made that very clear. So deserved is used in two ways. That's why I'm saying, where's the contradiction? If you're using it in one sense, that's an obvious contradiction. So Andrew, if he doesn't understand, can you elaborate to what I
No,
just
I don't
said and
understand.
say it to him?
I don't understand what you just
I
Yep,
said.
of
can't.
course you don't.
Say it one more time. Neutral.
So
God, I'll
what
go get a cup of
I was
coffee.
saying is he's equivocating there's an equivocation on the word deserve. Deserve is used in two senses. Deserved in the sense of God being good, which I agree. God given will always be um, good when He's given something to someone. But the deserve under love, by definition, grace, is
I
getting what
never
you
said
don't deserve,
love,
right?
good. I
So the
never said or
semantics.
good. I don't even know why
I
you're
know you
saying what
didn't.
you're
You used the word
saying.
grace, but I use the word good.
I used
Fine,
the
you
word
get rid of the
race.
word
Is
love.
that what he
But
said? So who's
what?
equivocating now? You're literally putting words in my mouth.
Hold on. Get rid of the
Grace.
word love if that's the issue. Just keep the word grace, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying that the word good also gets introduced, right? The word good is introduced, and good will always be getting what you deserve, and grace is getting what you don't deserve. There is no contention or contradiction, right? You are using the word just, right? And I'm saying that you're using it in the wrong sense, right? You're saying it's a contradiction because it's only been used in one sense. I'm showing you the two senses very clearly. So deserved is used in
Yeah.
two senses. We're using it in one sense.
Yeah. I'm using it in one sense.
Yeah. Well, that would be a contradiction, but I'm not saying that.
That's yeah. Yeah. That's the point.
Yeah. I'm using it in two senses. So based on what I said
Yeah.
is the
So
distinction,
your attempt.
where is the contradiction?
Yeah, but you're not going to solve my contradiction by saying that I'm going to equivocate. I guess in a way that you can just deny like what it means, but I'm using one sense. This is a thing with, I think this is the thing that like Danny talks about with like just trying to count the Trinity or something. You can equivocate on what is meant by it.
Oh, don't even go to the Trinity. It's such a bad argument when I'm hearing even atheists use it. It's even worse than Muslims.
Well,
And yeah, the Trinity is far more easier to even explain. Far more easier. And no, there isn't no equivocation. In fact, if there is an equivocation on the Trinity, it's people confuse the word identity with the word being. That's what I've seen when there's a lot of equivocation on that.
well, like first of all, let's wrap this thing up with Andrew. You were attempting to explain to him something, and
No. I think you guys are right in the middle of it here. I'm just going to say, like, when you say, neutral, I think the issue is this, like, if you're going to say that in every case that God gives something to someone, it is always deserved. In every case that God gives somebody something, it is always deserved. And then you say that God gives somebody something that's undeserved, that would be a contradiction.
Yeah, that's obvious. Because they're using it in one sense. But that's why you have to qualify in what do you mean by
Okay.
deserve. There's two
So did
senses
he solve
deserved
it,
is
Tom?
using.
Did he solve it, Tom, by saying that he's using it in a different sense, or do you think he's doing something unorthodox or changing Christian theology, or what's equivocation? What do you think's going on?
I don't think he knows. If you're saying something, I don't know if anyone can hear you.
but look, there's ways to sort of like resolve it. I'm not going to say there's not a way to resolve it. Just what happens after you try to like administer the fix. There might be things worse than the original problem you might not even want to deal with. You might actually go back. But anyways, Andrew, Andrew, Danny actually, speaking of the Trinity, Danny had an interesting argument about the Trinity that do you want to hear it? It's pretty fun.
I
It's pretty
do.
interesting.
I
So like
do.
I'll just present
Yeah,
the argument to
yeah,
Emmanuel, and Emmanuel, you can
I do want
like,
to hear it, especially considering the fact that Emmanuel just said that the Trinity is way easier to solve. I'm very interested to hear if he can do like this very concise solution, especially after hearing your argument. That'd be very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, like we don't even have to like sort of have this dialectic. I just kind of like want to like present the argument and then like whatever. But see, how does Danny run it? He says something like, the Trinity is 3 persons and it's one substance, right? Something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a part of the Trinity, substance, but substance needs to be defined because substance can be used in two senses as well.
It doesn't really matter. And so and how many gods are there where there's one substance?
There's one God.
Right. Okay. And the substance is like the godness substance or whatever it is, divine divinity or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's like a essence, basically, something like that.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then Danny says, is it possible, is it possible that just as Jesus did, so we already know that that's possible, the way that Jesus took on a human body, um, could the Father also incarnate in human form? Is that possible?
Is it possible? Maybe. I'm not sure. I would actually have to think about.
You have to think
If it,
about that. What
yeah,
you
because
think
I
Jesus
need to
can?
know.
You just think Jesus can do something that the Father can't in this respect?
Um, I think the Father probably could. Sorry, the reason why I'm having to think about, I'm just thinking if it's a metaphysical impossibility to what we know about the Trinity or not. Because the idea is, what I'm understanding by that is the father, like if we're talking about what the Father can do, he never does that. But if you're saying it in the sense of can the Father do it, because being powerful, then yeah, he could put on a human flesh
You could
the same way he
literally
did
do
in
it
scripture.
metaphysically, right? Nomologically, it's possible. Jesus also already did it, so we know these divine persons can do stuff like this. Okay,
Yeah, they
so
can do stuff like this. Yeah.
yeah, so let's say that the Father does do it, and you have the Father in human form, and also have the Son, Jesus, in human form. Now, there's one human essence or substance, right?
There's one human essence or substance. Um,
Right.
there's one human essence of
Human
substance.
essence is a thing. That's how you be incarnate. You take it on, correct?
Do you know what? Yeah, sure. I can qualify it, but yeah, sure.
Right, right. So how many humans are there?
There'll be two.
You see the problem?
No, because this is the issue that I knew it was going to get into. It's equivocating identity and being, right? If the Father came down as a human being, the Son came down as a human being. We see two human persons, right? But if they're two human beings, would be the semantics of do they share the same existence when they're on Earth? Most people don't know that metaphysics, when relating to being, is what counts as one, not identity.
Andrew, what did
So
he
there's
say?
I don't know. Try it one more time.
so if you're counting, right, we count in identity, in the distinctions. In the Trinity, there's a distinction. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, they're distinct. But the only reason why they're one being because they share the same existence. Meaning, the Son, if the Father ceased to exist, so does the Son and Spirit. If the
No, the
Son ceased to
important part
exist,
is that there's 3 persons, one substance, and one God.
sure.
Right. So there's not 3 gods, there's only one God, right? Now, if God, the Father incarnated, he's taken on the human essence. The Son has taken on the human essence, just like with the Trinity. But now, instead of being one human, there's 2 humans.
Even if there's two human beings, it would still count as one God anyway. So I don't see why that's an issue.
No, if you're counting in the way that you're counting to 2 humans, there would be 3 gods. That's the point.
No, you're qualifying the identity. You're not qualifying the being. If you qualify the being and you're saying that even in their beings they're distinct, and let's say the Son could die and the Father doesn't die as a human being, it would just say there's two human beings, but it still wouldn't say
The
there's two
direct
gods.
if you keep how you're counting and everything, and you carry it over to the example with humans, there would only be one human.
Yeah, but this is an
When they're
equivocation of that you're equivocating identity with humans and existence with being. That's all you're doing.
I'm not equiving identity because I never even said the word identity.
No, but when you're counting, what are you counting by? You have to qualify what you're counting. Like if you just say there's one of what, you have to define what you
Yeah,
mean by it.
there's one God.
What does that mean?
Numeric identity, right? Is that what it
See,
is?
that's identity. That's what I'm saying. That's why it says an equivocation of identity. When we're talking about beings, we're talking about existence, not identity. That's why the reason why human beings are distinct is not just because of their identity, it's because of their existence. They don't share the same existence. When we're
I
talking
don't
about
see how any of that changes anything. You can call it whatever you want. It's just there's still going to be if it carries over, there's going to be there's only going to be one human person.
no, no, not necessarily because it depends on you're talking about identity or being. If
So it's
there
a
would only
direct
be,
analogy. We'll just use however you want to say it. It is with the case with God. We'll just transfer it over, right? We're going to do the same thing.
but I don't see the problem. Whether you try,
The substance is God, right? In the case of the humans, the substance is humanity, human essence. That's the same. However you want to cash it out, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter, right? In the case of the Trinity, they all share the same substance, but there's only one God. What is the substance? Godliness, right? What is the substance in the case of the humans? Humans. How many
yeah, but remember,
humans are there? You want to say that there's two humans, but you should be saying that there's one human.
hold on, hold on. First of all, I said there's two ways of using. The reason why I don't use substance in the Trinity because you can literally use it in two senses and it has to be qualified. That's the first thing. Number two, even if you said that's one human, you're just it's gonna get you're literally just equivocating the identity. If you want to carry it over, sure, carry it over, and say there needs to be one human, but that would be just to miss the point on what you need to carry over the existence. Okay, sure, carry over the existence. There's one human um being because they share the same existence. Okay, sure.
Right. There's only one human being there. Yeah. No one's
Yeah.
going to say that. But I mean, you can't.
Yeah, because people like I said, because people use it in the sense of identity. That's why I say it's equivocation. The only like I said, you see we count because we see two different identities in human beings. Right. Let's say right there was let's say we go back in time and there's me in the past and me now and you bring me from the past here right now. Is there two of me or one of me?
Sorry, say that again.
Let's say I go back in the past and I bring myself from let's say a year ago, right? Now the question is there two of me or is there one of me?
In the sense of relative identity, I suppose there's two of you.
Yeah, well, see, but one can also argue there's one of me because it depends on how you're qualifying it. So it's not an issue because when it comes to the Father and the Son, it's the same respect. But this is just a
Well,
this is just a
yeah.
this is just a semantic equivocation with being and existence. With the time example, it would
You
just
know, you have
be
a bad habit of like calling and complaining about equivocation and semantic when you actually are the one that's like proliferating the different words. You know that, right?
no, I don't. You need to call it out if I'm doing it.
Like righteousness, you're equivocating on a righteous, and I never even said the fucking word.
No, because you never in that other example, it was more complex than what you were saying. There was obviously two
Here's
ways of
my advice
understanding.
to you, dude. If you want to talk about equivocation, just talk about what the words people say. That's what you got to work with. You want to call someone equivocating.
Sure, Tom, I'm going to learn from that.
Anyways, I really didn't want to get into that debate with you. I just wanted to like present it to Andrew. What do you think of it, Andrew?
I'm sorry, I got flooded with a lot of stuff there, Tom.
Yeah,
You have to
you're
give
not
it.
even like checked
No, I have
in
more.
at all.
I have more. I have more. I'm not. There's several things going on, but I do want to be part of the conversation. But you're talking to neutral, and I can't always listen to everything. But what did you? Restate Danny's argument, and I'll pay attention. What did you say?
Yeah. There's three persons in the Trinity, three persons, one God. They all share the same substance of God, right? Now,
Yeah.
if the Father incarnated just like Jesus did, and he also shared the human substance or human essence, which is a thing, how many humans are there?
There'd be 2 humans.
Right. So you see the problem?
No, because there's still just 3 divine persons.
But there's only one God.
Correct.
Right. There's only one God because they all share the same essence. But when the Father and the Son share the same human essence, in order to be the same, there should only be one human.
Um, that's interesting. I don't know if that's right. Two
Human essence
humans.
is
Definitely
definitely a thing.
Yeah, but
Even
you and
I
I
mean, you
aren't the
might even
same
want to say
human.
substance. You might
You
even
and I
want to
are
call it like, the man like of a rational nature or something like that, whatever the fucking ortho bros say.
yeah, I mean, I'll just I mean, I don't know, I think about it more, but I think just like you and I are human, we're separate, right? We have human essence, but they're separate essences. But the divine person that would be in the Father's incarnation and the Son's incarnation would still be distinct persons from one another, but sharing the same divine essence. The human essence just means they're of the human, they're of the human family or whatever the case may be. But the human part of Jesus, and the human part of the Father's incarnation, um, those two, I don't see. So, is the idea that this would make it where there's a another person added to the Trinity? Is that the idea?
Well, there if you're
Or
counting the same way that you're counting the humans that are incarnated, there should be 3 gods.
mm, mm, okay,
Something to think
how,
about it.
yeah,
You can talk
I will
about
think about it.
don't you should talk about it with like get Danny to talk about it. He's like I mean, I'm not practiced at sort of rendering the argument and
Yeah,
also
sure.
the like very nuanced sort of like
Language.
views of like
Yeah,
counting and the like this gets very involved and stuff like
I
that and
agree.
like
I agree.
numerical
Yeah, I'm
identity and
not sure
like,
that I am either, but
relative
yeah,
identity, all
sure.
this sorts of stuff like that.
How's it
So I
done
would
so
s- I
far?
would I would well, I've only heard
What
him render it a few times, but every time
has
he
it been
Wait,
good?
wait,
did,
Tom.
it was like
Can
he
Okay.
just
I
had
ask you
no
something?
answer.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yep.
can I ask you quickly? So, when you were saying all of this, how was you defining substance?
Um, well, I usually just try to like I mean, I am gonna try to go with what they say, and it means something like essence. Does that help at all or something? I mean, I don't I mean, you gotta understand, this is all like gibberish to me, right? But
But you have to know the terms, or we're going to end up talking past each other. Like what you were saying before, I was saying substance has 2 meanings. So you could have been saying it in one particular meaning that I could have missed. So that's why I wanted to be sure that you were saying in, because if you're saying essence, which is nature, then if you're going to say like that's why I said there's 2 understandings. Like when Trinitarians are saying like 3 persons,
but see,
right?
it's this is the thing though. It doesn't even really matter how you cash it out because however it's cashed out, we're gonna just use the same way of cashing it out. And with the human example, it's either it should just like follow the same way, right? Doesn't really even matter.
Yeah, but okay, well, I don't want to get round in circles into this, but yeah, okay, I'll just leave it for now because I'm just gonna end up repeating what I was saying. But
Anyways, like I would recommend like getting Danny to talk about it with some people, and then like I wouldn't like bring this up to sort of like just like all your like squad, and then just like circle jerk about how it's a dumb argument stuff like that. Because then I mean you're just gonna not do sort of like a disservice to like actual meaningful conversation, which you profess
And
to
you
want, right?
Yeah, when you say
Sure.
Danny, like, are you referring to like Danny Futok?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I think I know the argument. It's terrible, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you're free to talk to him about it. But I mean, if you're
Yeah.
gonna talk to Danny about it, it's not gonna stop at just this because you're gonna appeal to some other way of counting, and then there's gonna be a problem there too. So he's probably gonna have all bases covered.
No. I think to be honest, like anyways, let me not say it. Let me not say it. Maybe he's in the room in the yeah. But anyways, I just want to say that I don't think that this argument actually works. I don't think we actually have to like adopt another way of like counting. So
I'm
like
having,
what matters is what you're actually counting. So like
yeah,
yes, we count three persons, then we count the substance as one. So like what's different is that when you're counting persons, you're not counting like uh things, right? You're just counting like the underlying realities of that
Yeah,
substance.
you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't even understand what you're saying,
yeah,
man.
I
I'm
don't, I
sorry.
don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. We could barely hear you too. Also,
It's
Uh,
see,
also like you got some sort
but
of like cutting in
I'm
and
having
out.
a
It's like
hard time understanding why them being of the same essence is meaning that they have to be the same person. I'm not understanding that. Like,
that's
uh,
not. I
am I
don't
audible now?
Tom, did you say that because they are the same essence, they would have to parse out as the same person?
know.
Oh,
Then
okay, my
look,
bad.
it's
Hmm.
just if you're gonna count, like they share the same substance of godliness, and there's one God. If you're gonna like, if you're gonna count like that, if Jesus and the Father both reincarnate into human form, they both have the human essence or substance. Yet you're saying that there's two humans. If you want to like stay consistent, you ought to be saying there's one human, just like there's one God, because they share the same essence or substance.
Yeah,
We
Tom is
do
right. If you
actually.
count like that, it's identical. You have to be consistent with that. If you're saying there's three person, one God, if there's humans, you have to say there's three humans, one human. If I'm getting that correct, that's what you're trying to say.
Three, two persons, one human, or something. I don't know.
Two persons,
I don't
one
know.
human.
Something
Yeah,
like that. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
that's what he's
But
trying to
it's
say.
so. But the strength of
What's
the
it? What's the
argument is that just so intuitive that there's like obviously two humans there, right? So that's
what's the difference between a human and a person?
Nah, I'm having a hard time tracking. I'm so
well,
sorry.
a person is not necessarily human, right?
Yeah, yeah, I
A
get that.
human. Well, then you know the
I
difference,
mean,
right?
like, yeah, I mean, like in your example, like in your argument, like how are you differentiating a human and
I'm sorry, your
a
voice is kind of funny. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can have a like. I'm gonna laugh like if you talking and there's like birds chirping and
That's not
stuff,
part
and
of
you
the
like
problem.
sound like way too nice. Like I can't do it. You have to talk to somebody else, man.
Like, what's so fun about my voice?
Birds. There's
No, it just
birds.
sounds like you sound like really nice and stuff, and like I can't like really. I don't know. I don't know. It's not. It's not that it's like funny, and that I'm just saying this like I don't. I'm like
Like,
rendered like inert by you. That's what I'm trying to say.
oh, I sound like a nerd. No, it's fine.
No,
It's fine.
no, inert. I'm saying like I can't
Right.
go in a battle with you. That's what I'm trying to say, right?
Why? Okay, got it. I get it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I get that a lot.
Yeah, you're very disarming.
Right. Yeah, I just want to say that you like this Danny Theotok argument is actually not a good argument, and I think like people should just read, you know, on what the Trinity actually is. I mean, since you don't want to battle me, and I might as well just.
I'm just not tracking. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm not getting it. Like, if I use the example of like the Father being like the Mississippi River, right? And then Jesus being a cup that is, you know, of the Mississippi. Like you take a cup and you put the Mississippi River inside of the cup. The what is inside the cup is not a river anymore. Like they're of the same essence, but they're different. And so since they're different, you know, we could call the river a person and we can call the cup a person, but they're still not the same. They're still different. So like I'm not getting it. I'm just not understanding how you are saying it would have to be the same person because being made of the same essence is like I made a batch of brownies, you made a batch of brownies. It's not the same brownies, but they're brownies.
You keep saying the same person for some reason. I don't know why. No one said the same person.
You said if okay, not the same person. Okay, so
Even with the human example, we said two persons, one human.
okay, it would be two persons and
No, not. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. No, you're right.
so yeah, if it cashes out at, you know, two persons having the same essence, like one is the river and one is the cup of water that is made of the same essence, what would be wrong with that? What's the problem with it?
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not paying attention anymore.
wait. So,
Okay.
so,
So
so,
neutral,
just
what's
to
the
follow,
problem that he has with it? Like, what's the point?
he's saying that it's almost identical to saying that there's three human beings, right? Like if God is Father, Son, Holy Spirit, if you translate that into human beings, right, you should have you should obviously we understand it to be few human people, right? But you end up having one because you're just transferring it, and when God does it, you only get one human being. But we understand that no, that's wrong. It should be three human beings, but somehow we have one. Doesn't make any sense. That's what he's trying to say. I don't know if you understood what I said.
Yeah, so like it would be three persons, yeah, having the same essence. But it would be three different persons if they were made into humans. And then like using the water of the Mississippi River, I was like trying to show how it could be different but yet still be the same essence. That it could be three persons having the same essence but being different. Being the same but being different is what I'm trying to say.
Wait, Tom, if you're still there, one last thing I needed to ask: how was you defining human in that sense? What was the definition of a human?
I don't know. I don't. Kind of like in the middle of something.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So, Cello, the reason why I don't see it as a problem is because human beings needs to be qualified. Like, the reason why me and you are two different human beings is because we don't share the same existence. If we were to be one human being, it would be understood as having shared existence, right? That's the whole point of the being of
Yeah,
something. When
but
you're
can't we have one being having three manifestations that are different? Like three and those manifestations being manifested into three persons?
you can, there's no issue with that as long as they share the same existence. That's what I'm saying. But if they don't share the same existence, that's why when most people say one God, you speak to Christians, Muslims, or atheists about one God, what does that mean? It needs to be qualified. When we're saying one God, we're saying one being. But the confusion is people confuse it with identity. If there's one God, one identical thing, it shouldn't be different, right? But the issue is this is not an issue of identity. This is an issue of existence, which is solved, right? Because we understand in identity there's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And even if you wanted to talk about identity, I know people talk about numerically uh, the same and distinct, but even when we even using the word identity, right, it can mean two different things. Identity means what something is and who something is. we're talking about the what, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. If we're talking about, sorry, if we're talking about the who, it's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. If we're talking about the what, we're talking about God, the substance, the essence. For human beings, we may share the same nature, but we don't share the same existence. Where for God, he also shares the same existence. The predication as well.
What's going on, Jacob? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I'm trying to chow down some breakfast real quick so I can get to work. Just listening to your conversation. I'm not
Oh,
sure
okay.
what we're talking about. I just chimed in, but it
It's
sounded
all
like
good.
a few things.
Yeah,
But
well, yeah, don't worry about that. Are you a theist?
am I what? What'd you say? I didn't
Are
hear you.
do you believe in God?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you a Christian, Muslim, Jew?
Oh, let me put this stuff down. It's kind of hard to hear you on the phone.
Oh,
Here,
it's probably
thank you.
my fault. Oh, it's all good. I
Sorry, I
said,
didn't
are
mean to
you a?
get on the spotlight and mess things up.
Oh, no, no, no. You're fine. There was a lull. It's all good. When we get new people on the stage, like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
No. No, I
yeah.
chimed in the other day and was listening, and then I didn't have a lot of time to listen to it. I just got back on Clubhouse. I was on it a couple of years ago and
Okay.
kind of getting bored with the radio and figured I'd throw something else on.
Oh, yeah. I think it's much better than the radio. Are you? I said, are you a God believer?
Yes,
Okay, and you believe in? Are you a Christian?
I believe in everything Jesus said.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Very good. Um, right on. Do you take it to be that the Bible is the Word of God?
It's life or death, absolutely.
Sweet. I hate to ask, but I've got to, just because I always do. Not always, but are you a Calvinist?
Um, yeah, I tell you what, my buddy is really into the Calvinists and all those things. He gets real extreme. And everything we talk about, we come to agreement with. So, I mean, he's more fluent in reading Greek and everything. He's gotten real fluent in it. He's a real passionate person, and it's turned into him studying the Word pretty good. But honestly, I've kind of just laid everything on God myself because I need that stuff. I got 6 kids, and we grow in this world, and we're going on this path that we've been thrown, and we don't really know what we're doing now. You know what I mean? We're trying to shed things. We're trying to operate out of the system that we inherited by our parents, by our lifestyle, whatever. From the day we're born, we have all this junk. I didn't grow up in a religious household, anything like that. My dad was pretty much a drunk. Um, I don't know. And I tried to do the church thing, be a member for years and do a couple things, but there was nothing really moving. I just kind of fit that criteria of all the religious people, you know. But if nothing really changed until I started praying, really. And that's a reality for everyone because we can go back and forth, throw knowledge and figure things out and all that shit. But in the reality of it is, some of us may be dead tomorrow or even by the end of the day, and we don't know these answers. You know. But if you throw it on them and things are moving in your life, there's no denying that. That's why it says it in there. You have to have your own testimony. I can go out here and argue everybody and walk away and feel good that, man, I proved that guy that God's real. And it don't matter. That dude could get hit by a bus and he had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. But you
Mm,
tell your own testimony and how God's moving in your life, well, that's different. Because nobody can take that from you. And that's reality to you. And that's what brings fruit that the Bible talks about to your family. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's what benefits me. I don't care about any of the other stuff. People go extreme. Oh, what about the whale and all this shit? I
Eh,
don't know if those are parables. I don't know if anything, but I know
I got
damn
you.
well when I pray about something lately. I mean, things have moved like in a day or two. Like it's insane. But
Are you
I
are
don't know.
you saying stuff that you could? There's no way you could attribute it to something other than God answering your prayer. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, is there an example? I mean, and you don't have to if it's too personal. You don't want to. It's totally fine. Is there an example of something that you might say is, no matter how skeptical you are, you couldn't attribute it to anything other than God? Like, could you give an example, or it's up to you?
I could even go. One of the most extreme. See, things happen all the time. One of the most extreme things I would say, we let people into our homes a lot of times, especially with people like women with kids, friends that have kids, and the dads kind of disappeared. We try that, which is a horrible mistake when you have your own kids because you're trying to harbor people. You know what I mean? You have to have the right setup for that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
totally.
so we were in Florida. We lived here for a while. I'm from Kentucky originally, but we tried in 2020 to go move up there during the COVID thing. We had a baby and stuff, and try something different. We're all homebodied, and I don't know, makes you think a little different. I'm sure we all went through something during the COVID shit, but anyway, somehow we ended up with this girl that's from Florida, stopped into our house, and man, she was a slug, dude. And we are trying to really help her, but to the point where she just kicked her feet back and basically say, I'm gonna take a mom break, you take care of my kids. I'm like, dude, these are your kids. You know what I mean? Like I got my own kids running around. Anyway, to get to the bottom of the story, I mean, this lady was not going to go anywhere. She had no money, nothing. So me and the wife stood out back, and I'm good with anything. I'll go with the flow. But when the wife starts getting agitated and it's her friend, you don't know what to do with it, and you got to clear your house up. We stood in the backyard there and prayed, and we're like, Lord, I don't know where the answer is here. I have no way. I have no resources. I have very little funds. We were trying to get the house together to sell it to get here, right? The wife was under pressure, and that's threw our hands up. Lord, I don't know what you want us to do here. The very next day, um, her baby daddy calls, right, and he's a supposed Christian man and all these things, and that's where you got to be careful. Some of these people out here are claiming this shit, and they're playing in a field they shouldn't play, and it could be used for the good of God. So here's how it works. This guy calls up and he's like, well, I got into a fight with my coworker and he's going to jail and he already paid 2 months rent ahead, which is never like him, man. He's a bum as well. And he said, calls up and she gets off the phone, she's talking to us, she's like, well, he's got a place for us to go. I can go to Florida and all this. Me and my wife looked at each other like, where the hell did this even come from? She's like, I just need a little money. I had $200 left. I gave it to her. She was on her way. We basically stood there like, what the hell happened? We're stressing over this shit. Comes out of nowhere. Like, but that stuff happens every day. Like things like
Mm-hmm.
little things. You know what I mean? Even to the point, my neighbor, he's a truck driver, and he's not a believer. He's skeptical of the whole thing, but to the point where he's praying about stuff and don't even understand it. He's been wanting to be at home, because I'm at home a lot. I do drywall, so I'm home with the kids a lot. Go out and do my own thing. I've been doing this shit for 20 years now, but so it kind of laid on him. Like I want to be home with my family, and comes home his last time. This was just a conversation. Comes home, he's like, man, I don't know what's happening. I kind of prayed about stuff, and now my guy comes up to me and he's offering me this job to stay at home, a remote job, $1,200 a week plus bonuses. I can run out and make another 30 grand. He looks at me and goes, I don't know what's going on. All I did was pray about it. I'm like, dude, that's how it works. That's the reality. I mean, I just walked up to a homeless guy the other day, right? My whole thing, there's a working thing going on here. So usually you get on this high, you're like, well, I'm going to go pray for that guy, give him some money, pray for him. Oh, it'll make me feel good. You know what I mean? That's not what it's about, though. So as I'm walking up there, I got checked, and it's like, you're not going to pray for that guy. I'm like, all right, whatever. Start talking to him. And you could tell he's turned off by religion and everything. And I'm not trying to throw it on him. And I caught his attention by pointing at everybody at Walmart there in the parking lot and saying, listen, we're all screwed up. We're coming from different angles. We've been thrown shit on us that we don't know, anger, lust, all this bullshit that was put on us. I mean, I don't mean to be cussing so much. I don't know what kind of room this is, but I'm not
Oh, you're
offending
fine.
anybody, right?
You're fine.
Okay.
No, you're fine,
So,
brother. You're fine.
Can I?
and it's early. I don't want
Morning,
to keep
Andrew.
rambling, um, but anyway, we inherit all that shit, whether we did it or not, and all these things. Some things are just put on us. You know what I mean? We grow up and we see it. So anyway, bottom of the
Uh,
story is, I told that dude, I'm like, listen, it don't matter. I mean, you need to pray, and God needs to be reality in your life, because that's, it doesn't matter to me. I said I could walk away from here, and you could go f your Jesus and f you, and it doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? Because that's the truth. I mean, you could die. We could get off this thing right now. You know what I mean? Somebody could die and we don't even know. But it's not all about death. And I think that's what the church kind of scares you about and things. It's like, oh, it's about death. It's about what we're doing while we're here. You know what I
Now,
mean?
Morning. Let me ask. Well, you finish, Andrew,
no,
because this
please,
fellow
by all
talks
means,
about
Rob.
prayer. I'm always curious about
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm
Muslims
glad.
and
Please do.
Christians and prayer.
Yeah, yeah. But Rob's been talking about prayer, so this might be providential, Jacob. You have a chance to talk to somebody who's curious. So by
Yeah.
Did
all
you
means,
pray about this coming about, Jacob? Because I'm going to press you a little bit on this prayer business.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of unlikely coincidences, human coincidences that can happen, although unlikely happen, and you feel a prayer was answered.
Uh-huh.
Do you think all prayers are answered or only some?
I think prayers are answered to whatever is the best result. We are all children here learning. Um, and the deal is that we get so caught up in what is for us that sometimes you can be used to benefit somebody else, and that's the part that people don't get. Um,
Do you think all
if
prayers are
you
answered then?
have
Is that what you're saying?
what's that?
Are you saying that all prayers are answered?
In a sense, I mean, it matters what's on your
Yeah,
heart as well, though. I mean, if you're not, I don't
I've
know.
heard
You know
this
what I mean?
conversation before, and it always goes for hours. But like, I think it won't go for hours if you just don't equivocate on response, because they always equivocate on response, and by answered they just mean responded to, right? So that's what you have to figure out, right?
Yeah. Okay. So if nothing happens, there's no response, unless you think everything is a response, which would be trivial and uninteresting. If you think there's no response, you pray and there's no perceivable response that you can make out at any time in the next 20 years. Has the prayer been answered?
What kind of? Well, here's the thing. I'm not praying for a the thing I told you an example of, that was a physical, like I need a move here. A lot of my prayers are not like I need this, give me this, all that kind of stuff. They're more of, Lord, show me things that are, reflecting on me, that are pulling me back from being the best husband and father I can be, and things like that. Um, and then you just see things move. I mean, there's not really, that's what I mean. It's it even says in there
Yeah,
that
but it
it's
wasn't
not,
clear
you
that you
know what I
answered my
mean? Like
question,
it's
though.
not, you know, I don't know. It'd be like me describing the relationship with my dad. I mean, you guys don't know my dad. Like
Yeah, but
there's
before you go
nothing
to your
to it.
dad, it
You know
wasn't
what I
clear that
mean?
you answered my question, though, Jacob.
Do
I
you
said if there
pray
was no
at all?
perceivable response,
No.
do you think they? No, I'm an atheist. I think this idea of prayer, while it might give you some pragmatic value, it's entirely coincidental, and it's always things
So
where
it's
it could have
something
happened
that you've never
coincidentally without
tried.
prayer, or if
So,
it's something that you have just had intention in your mind without praying, those sort of coincidences can line up. And those are the ones we remember. We forget about the other ones. But the question for you is, if there was no perceivable response to a prayer in an extremely long period of time, would you consider that prayer not answered?
you mean like praying for my healing from my dad that died and things like that? Is that what you're saying? Like things that you're,
Any prayer that you
any
don't
prayer.
get a
That's
perceivable
very,
response to.
vague. You know what I mean? It's like relate every conversation you had with your dad or some shit like that. You're not going to remember everything. It's a growing thing every day. You know what I mean? And it's not that, I'm not, one of those people that are praying every, couple hours. I mean, it's more of, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It really is.
I
And
just want to know if there's
you
any,
know what I
in your
mean?
memory, a prayer that hasn't been responded to.
A prayer that hadn't been responded to. Um, I don't know. I mean, I was a different person back then. My dad passed away 8 years ago. I mean, that's the only example that came to my mind, just because I was praying for his healing. Obviously, he had cancer and shit. But all in honesty,
Was that answered? I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Mine's still
yeah.
alive. I
But
don't
in
want to
all
see parents
honesty, I
go, but
don't. I
eventually
don't
they do.
think I would be a
But
man.
do you think the prayer for your
I
dad
don't
was
think I would
answered?
be the man that I am
Responded
today
to,
with
rather?
him here. What's that?
Do you think your prayer was responded to?
Yes,
If you prayed
in
for
a
him to get
different
well and
way.
it
I
he
believe. I
didn't get
believe
well?
it in this extreme to where I believe that, if we're going to fully, go into this thing, and like, if the Bible is what it is and God's claiming his children and snatching them up and using them and all these things, then everything would work for the good. So him taking my father actually worked better for my benefit, because for one, you don't even realize how deep your family is in sinful bullshit, harboring people and being,
So let me
just,
just be sure I understand you, Jacob.
mhm.
You prayed for your dad's health to improve such that he wouldn't die.
Yeah.
He did die, and you think the prayer was responded to.
Absolutely. I don't think a
So
family
had
would
he
be
lived,
if
would the prayer have also been responded to? Had
well,
he
here's
not
the
died,
truth in
would the
this.
prayer have
If
also
it,
been
if
responded
I
to?
were God, I'd be snatching my people left and right, man. This world is
Yeah, but
sick,
that's not
and
what
we
I'm
can
asking you,
all
my
agree
friend.
with that, right? We can
If he
all
had
agree
lived,
that this
you'd
world is
prayed.
just continuously getting more evil and evil
Please
to the
focus, though,
point
on what I'm
now we're
saying,
gonna
Jacob.
what's that?
If he had lived, if you had prayed and he had lived and not died, he may still be with you today. Would your prayer have been responded to?
Maybe, I don't know. I'd be a different person, because things can change in an instant. A moment changes life, and it can change the way you think. It
Here's
can
the
change
point, and we can.
everything.
Well, here's the point, Jacob. You don't have a criteria for when something's responded to, or no matter what happens, you claim it's responded to.
Well,
And that's
here's the
trivial and
deal. If I
completely
pray for
uninteresting.
everything and
And
they
you
don't
wouldn't
work
accept that
out,
from anybody else.
if
So
I'm
just raise your
praying
standards,
just
have
for
a
things and
criteria,
they're not,
or just
if
say
I
everything's responded to.
do you see how silly that question sounds? If I'm just praying for
I
everything,
think
they're not
you
answering
just
and
don't have a
things aren't
standard here.
answering. Now I'm throwing myself on the floor, throwing a fit because I'm not getting what I want. You know what I mean? That
But you're
takes
not responding, though, I think.
what?
I just want to know if every prayer is responded to. And you're still umming and ahhing about that.
Maybe, I don't know. Depends on what people are praying for. You know what I mean? It
Look,
doesn't.
well, either it's a
I
trivial notion, Jacob, either it's a trivial notion that by respond there, somebody just doesn't have a standard and they just have it on faith that a prayer is responded to, or they have some criteria and they go, this is where a prayer was responded to, and here's where it wasn't. And I think you do need to decide which of those two you take. The trivial notion that you can't establish and you just take it on faith, even when you would expect something to happen that's an answer to the prayer and the exact opposite happens, and you go, yep, my prayer was answered. You can see how trivial that's going to be. Or you take a view that, hey, I've got this criteria. Here's what happens, and I know that a prayer has been answered, or I've got some good reasons to think it was answered, and other ones weren't. You should figure out which of those two you do take.
I just put in the request, man. I'm not trying to figure it all out. You know what I mean? That's not my kids come to me and ask me something. I don't have to break down the formula and tell them why I can't give them this at this time, or why I can give it to them, or why, because it may affect another one. You know what I mean? It's not even a complicated thing. It's really simple. We overcomplicate it by all this knowledge we're grabbing and trying to figure shit out. But that ain't doing anything. The world's confusing, man. I mean, it's
Yeah, but none of this is a response to prayer being answered. You offered a thing where you said the prayer was answered. A couple of unlikely coincidences happened, and you jumped on the prayer was answered with that lady that was staying with you. Those things can
yeah,
happen without
that was this
you praying.
extreme thing. Everything else, the prayers aren't like that anymore. They're more about refining me to be a good husband, father, all those things. So it's not about, oh God, move this out of my life so I can stress less.
Yeah, but then
No.
then your prayers become trivial because those things can happen. I can have an intention to be a better husband myself. Don't need to pray to God. I just do some introspection. Go, hey, I'm screwing up in this area.
Well,
I want to
that's on
improve
you
that.
then.
Don't
That's got
need
nothing to
this
do
idea
with
of
me
prayer.
then. That's when things are brought. It's fine. I don't have to convince you God's real, dude. That's not my deal. So
No,
anything,
but
and I
when you
can't
say I
convince
prayed
you.
and it was answered,
There's
it doesn't
no,
sound like it was answered, or it was answered extremely trivially.
which one?
That we shouldn't expect it to be prayer. Andrew, what do you think about this? You and I have spoken about this, but it's not clear this fella even takes a view which way, one way or the other. but then he certainly doesn't have a standard for it being answered or responded to.
Well, it sounds like
Except in
I don't.
the very intuitive case, hey, I prayed, and in a very short amount of time, like within 24 hours, something happens, and I can attribute to the prayer.
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, I imagine if you prayed pretty routinely about things that are pretty improbable to happen naturally, just probabilistically, it's unlikely. If that happened many times, I think the more that happens, the more you might be like, okay, well, it seems to be prayers being answered. I don't know. I think that's
Maybe.
reasonable.
Well, it depends what you mean by prayers being answered, then,
Hmm.
right? Because if
Sorry,
it's a
sorry, sorry.
mundane
Okay,
thing,
yeah.
if it's highly,
Let
yeah,
me
yeah.
let
So
me
if
just
it's
say it like
highly
granting what you're asking
unlikely,
for, granting what you're asking for, right?
yeah, but you'd have to show, yeah, but I can ask for more patience with my family, for example, right? And
Yeah,
I might feel like I've got more patience, right? And when
sure.
you pray to God, your brain is interpreting, hey, I'm looking for this. It's the same as me going, I'm looking
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah.
I
Sure,
should do more of this. Now it's in my
right.
awareness. Now I do it more. And that's
Sure.
consistent with no prayer being answered.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I
Where
agree.
prayer could be
Mm,
useful, and I've given you my examples with Harold
yeah.
camping or the armory growing,
Hmm.
those are going to be
Hmm.
significant because no human, those are impossible currently,
Yeah,
physically impossible as we understand it, right? Those are going to be substantive. But the
yeah.
coincidental things
Yeah.
that you do, those are
Hmm.
less substantial, even when they add up because other people do it without praying, or at least they don't pray to your God or they don't pray at all. And the universe is synchronous, as some New Age people say,
Yeah,
right? And those things all
yeah.
line up.
Well, let me give you an example, Rob, and see how this strikes you. Say you were trying to get hired at 500 different cybersecurity companies or something. You were trying to, you were putting in applications, and 500 different, well, let's say 499 of them sent back a declination. Now they basically said, no, we don't want you. You don't meet the criteria, whatever, whatever. And you're like, well, I'm
Mhm.
gonna pray, that this last one that I put in would come through, and it does. I think that
Mhm.
that is significant. I don't think something like that should be taken as natural. I don't think that's a normal thing.
Why not?
Um, well, because you have 500 examples where you didn't pray, every one of them failed except
Uh-huh.
one where you did pray.
Uh-huh.
I think that that's
Yeah.
significant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's coincidental, right? Somebody has the intention, hey,
You
this is my last opportunity. And you only hear the stories of people who went, I was on my last leg. Do you know what? I got this last thing. You never hear from the
sure.
people that are on their last leg and never get anything. Those people don't, shout it from the rafters. It's only the people that go, look, it was my last opportunity. 499 had declined me, and this last one I prayed for, look, I got it. So you're looking at the hits there, which are coincidental, and we're ignoring all the misses that you never hear about.
Well,
And that's consistent
so
without
there's
God,
there's
right?
different reasons. Yeah, there's different reasons why people don't. According to Scripture, there's different reasons why people don't get their prayers answered, though. Um, and it has to do with the
Morning.
motivations and
Morning.
the disposition of someone. So if you are motivated for your own desire to consume upon your own lust, God won't necessarily give that to you, because it says the very thing that you ask for will destroy you. And I think that is a principle that a lot of people overlook, that Scripture's clear on that. The other thing is, it needs to be something that's consistent with what God is trying to do. So you can't, like, you can't ask for something that may not be about your own selfish desire, but it's something that is completely contrary to God's will, or it's like something evil that you're asking for. You're asking, like, you want, for example, you want anybody that's over the age of 60, you want their heads to explode. God's not going to honor that. That's murder. I mean, if you were to do it, and you're asking God to do that on your behalf, that's something that's not good. That's an evil action that you're asking to be done on your behalf. Like, if God had a reason to
I
do it, that would be
understand. I
different.
understand.
Yeah.
Do you think so? You're
So,
taking the view that some prayers are answered and some aren't.
yeah, absolutely. Sometimes and
Ah,
it's
good.
clearly
Okay.
sometimes it's clear that certain prayers are not in accord with what God said. He doesn't even guarantee those things. That there's no answer. There's no criteria that you could, or I'm sorry, there is a criteria that you must meet for a prayer to even be on the table to be able to be answered. So it's not a matter
So
of,
the way
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so the way you understand it is if it happens in a relative period of time, and it's what with your understanding of what God would probably want for humans, then it's a prayer that's answered. Presumably, Andrew, there's also been Christians that have asked for things that you think God shouldn't have answered, and they claim that it was answered. How do you explain those?
Well, they could be wrong. I mean, that's one thing. It may have been coincidental. But the thing is I just think that the more of those kind of coincidental things that happen, and if you feel like you are being um, cognizant or keeping in view the scriptural guidelines to prayer, and these things occur and they keep occurring, I think that is a strong indicator that you are in communion and that God is actually answering your prayers. Um, yeah. So I mean, there's an unusual verse. For example, Rob, it says, um, this is actually very interesting, and it's unusual because of the way these things are tied together. Yeah, but there's. Let me just read this real quick. You'll appreciate this. Very short. Yeah. So um, it says, likewise, husbands, dwell with them, talking about your wives, according to knowledge, or according to understanding, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered. Now so it's saying that dwell with your wife with understanding. And I think that there's an easier way. I think that was a KJV version. Yeah, so this is husbands in the same way. Here, this is an easier version to read. Husbands, in the same way, be considerate as you live with your wives, and treat them with respect as the weaker partner, and as heirs with you of the gracious gift of life. Talking about that in Christ. It's saying so that nothing will hinder your prayers. Now that's a strange thing, but I mean it makes sense because there's a unity there. You've made a vow, you've become one with your wife, and when you pray, if you're at odds with your wife, if you're not dwelling with understanding of that kind of thing, your prayers can be hindered. So that's one
Presumably, that
guideline.
doesn't apply to people who aren't married then. But I think what
Correct.
you're saying is something like, hey, if by Andrew's understanding, somebody's asking for something where you think their prayers are hindered, i.e., they're asking for something that is bad, and they get it, then
Hmm.
it was a coincidence. But if by your lights they ask for it and it happens in X amount of time, which you'd have to
Yeah.
specify, then the prayer was lightly answered. Is that how
Well,
you
just to be clear, God won't give
differentiate
anyone
answered
something.
prayer?
God won't give anybody something that's evil. He just won't. Right. So,
But you don't know what's evil,
but
right? Because there might be a greater plan. If somebody wished for another
well, then that's
Holocaust to
different.
teach some race of
Yeah,
people a
but God
lesson,
would know your
that could be
intention.
a good thing
Yeah.
ultimately, right?
Yeah. So God doing something unilaterally, that's different. He can do something according to his understanding of what's right. That's right. But if you're praying with an intention to do evil and expecting God to answer your prayer, to somehow accommodate you supernaturally to bring that about, that's not going to happen. God's not going to do
You mean if
something
somebody knows
evil.
internally that what they're asking for is wrong by their own lights or to their understanding? Because somebody could pray for something they think is good, and you, Andrew, think that it's wrong. And if that gets
Oh
answered,
yeah, but
was that a
I don't
coincidence?
think.
I will agree with you that we'll just take it as a principle that if somebody knew that it
Mhm.
was wrong and they prayed, then God wouldn't answer. But if they didn't know it was wrong, in fact, they thought it was correct and you thought it was wrong and it was answered, would you
Well,
consider that a prayer
I
answered
don't
or
think
no?
but yeah, but well, I don't think morality is subjective. So if somebody says, I pray that that I get my money together so I can have this abortion, I think they're praying to murder somebody. They may think it's for their bodily autonomy and their human rights or their reproductive rights, and they want to get the money together to have the abortion. They may not get the money, and I'm glad they didn't. And I don't think God should
But if
provide
they
that for
did get
them.
it, if they'd
If they
suddenly
did
got
get it,
like
yeah,
10,000, 100,000 in the bank
yeah,
from an unknown source or whatever, nobody they knew about, and it appeared it wasn't a bank error or whatever the case is, and they went ahead and got the abortion, which is what they want and they think it's good.
yeah,
Do you think
sure.
that was, and they prayed for
If
it
it was, so I'll
because
tell
they
you,
knew that the
if
child would go through hardship, whatever
sure,
justification a Christian
yeah,
might give. Do you think the prayer was
that
answered
would
or no?
cause me, so this is just full transparency because this is exactly how I see it. if it was statistically improbable, the way that looked, like if I looked at that and I thought, yep, yeah, that's not natural. The way that happened, they had some unknown deposit into their account, something like whatever, something like that. And I've heard of people. I know somebody in my past that actually said they had an unknown deposit into their account after they prayed, which is pretty amazing. I never followed up on it, but they said it, and I did
Uh-huh.
have a high degree of faith in their word. But anyway, that being said, say that occurred for the person that's praying to gather money for an abortion, and it happened. That would cause me that would cause me some cognitive dissonance. I would have a hard time, and I would want to reevaluate. I don't know. I would want to reevaluate my position on abortion. I would want to look at the specifics of it, far along they were on it, and just try to get some understanding, because that would cause a conflict within my commitments. So, yeah. So because I would recognize that as being very anomalous. I mean, depending on how improbable it is, the more anomalous it is, that is going to cause more conflict with my position. So if it were the case that they're like 8.5 months along, the baby's healthy, they're in some society where they can abort all the way up till birth, and they just say, I just want to kill this baby. And they didn't have the money. Say they needed $900 or whatever, and they pray to Christ, and they claim to be Bible believing Christians, and they look at their bank account right after praying, they have an unknown deposit. That would cause me a serious conflict on my stance on abortion. And so yeah, I don't know what I would make of that. I don't think now the one thing, and I'm not committed on this, Rob, but the one thing that I might consider is that there are supernatural demonic responses to things, but I don't think I would go that route.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's just going to make answering prayer even more difficult to assess then.
convoluted. Yeah,
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 well,
it's going to be
just
tricky.
difficult in general, because somebody
Hmm.
could genuinely be praying for something that you think is good, and then it's answered by demons, right? So that they keep believing, or whatever the case may be. So there could
Right,
be
right. It
some
would
nefarious
solidify.
thing. I don't think you want to
Yeah.
add demons into answering what people think are genuine prayers, even if you disagree with them. That just makes it like more difficult
Well,
for
the
you, I
only
think.
reason I would add it is if I felt like Scripture gives this case. That's one thing I've been wanting to study for a while. I mean, this just being transparent where I am with some things that are on my mind. One of the things I want to look into is Satan being able to heal people, being able to actually do things that are
Ooh,
normally
wow.
attributed to God. So it's something I want to look into. But no, I'm just
It's
throwing.
going to
That's
be
a very
so tricky,
yeah. That's an
because now
aside.
you
And
can't differentiate Satan from God, right? And that's
well,
presumably
yeah.
something you do want to delineate.
Yeah, it's complicated, because if somebody was throwing a prayer out to Christ, but actually they're not really they can so Jesus said that in the last day when he comes back, people are going to come up and say, Lord, haven't we done all of this in your name? We've helped widows, we've done all these things. And he says, depart from me, I never knew you, you workers of sin. So I think there are going to be a lot of people who think they're in with God, but they're not. And so people could be praying in the name of Jesus, and you could think that they're, sincere and all of that, but they're praying for something like an abortion or something like that. And I think that they're actually not communicating with God. They think they are, but they aren't, or they know that they aren't, and they're claiming that they are. However you want to cash that
Yeah,
out.
that's not the people we want to talk about, right? It's the people
Yeah,
that
that's fine.
are genuinely believe what they're praying for is good.
Hmm.
I'm granting you that if somebody knows they're praying for something bad, it won't be answered. But the ones that do pray and genuinely believe it, right? You might think they're misguided, and presumably some
Yeah,
level of Christians by your lights are misguided, maybe the Catholic Church or Calvinists or whatever it is, and they're praying for something that you think is wrong, but they genuinely believe is right.
yeah,
And I
yeah. No,
presume you don't want to appeal to demons or Satan or whatever for that sort of
Well,
stuff.
I don't want. The only reason I would ever appeal to it, I mean, it's not like I would just desire to do that. I mean, I don't have any motivation to do that. I'm just saying that might be something I need to integrate if I find that the Scripture teaches it. I haven't. I'm not anywhere near. I don't have any real good reason to believe that that's. I just haven't really studied it. So I don't really know. But I'll just say this: that there's an interesting verse in the Bible, Rob, that says that Satan can appear as an angel of light, and I think that's a just it's kind of interesting along the lines of deception and people being they're self-deceived and committed to some satanic or some evil allegiance, and not be aware
It
of
could
it.
be a test for good Christians, right? To recognize the difference, and
Sure.
it's very hard to
Yeah.
do, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, no,
Yeah.
that's
So I
true
think that
because
makes it more complicated. So I think you'd
it does.
probably
It does.
want to
Yeah.
try and
Yeah.
steer clear of that.
Yeah, there's another verse that says that people it's a, it's like the deception is going to be so strong that almost the very elect, the people who are or the people who are actually saved, that almost the very elect lose their salvation because they're just like it is an overwhelming amount of it's kind of last days end times kind of prophecy, but it's like even the very elect can be deceived. Um, and it's not saying that they will be, but I'm just saying like it's going to be a strong deception. So I think there's just some stuff like that that's interesting. But yeah, all that's kind of an aside. I agree. We probably wouldn't want to throw that, certainly not in this conversation. And it's just a separate thing that I'm just kind of throwing in there. But yeah, so if somebody did pray and they were praying for an abortion or something like that, and I thought it was something that I think it's evil. I think that's objectively evil. And so even though they think it's good sincerely, and then that happens, they get that money, that would cause a conflict. I would think, okay, well, that looks supernatural, and let's just leave Satan out of it. Let's say that God did answer that. That would be an issue for me with my commitments. I would be like, I don't know what to chalk that up to. I would have a hard time making sense of that. So I would definitely re-examine my position on abortion, maybe on God's goodness or His willingness to do evil things. Y- yeah, they caused me to
Yeah, I guess
to
ultimately you'd have to reevaluate your criteria for genuine prayers being answered, I guess, if
well,
something. And I
I'm saying
suspect
if
that
I
over
was
the billions
convinced.
of Christians that have lived,
Yeah.
they probably have prayed. And if we could put them in an MRI and somehow calibrate it or a
Hmm.
lie detector or whatever is the most
Hmm.
accurate thing today, we probably find that they genuinely thought that it was a good thing. You think it was evil, and they feel it was answered. And if they told you the time and they gave you the whole thing, you would have gone, "Yeah, that sounds like a prayer being answered." Except the only reason you would be hesitant is because you think they were praying for something that was evil. But other than that, all the criteria would be met. So I guess yeah, you probably have
Yeah,
to account for that somehow.
yeah, I agree. That'd be difficult. But yeah, so as far as knowing when a prayer has been answered, though, Rob. So like, I do think that yeah, there. I mean, there's things like you said, there's examples of arms popping on, heads popping on, irreversible diseases being reversed, things like that. I think those things are pretty clear. I don't think people should be. I think you're kind of looking a gift horse in the mouth at that point. Once if you pray for that and that
Yeah,
happens,
I
I
think
think you
those
should
would be
probably
the most convincing. If it was
sure.
physically impossible
Y-
by everything we understand,
Yeah,
and it was a
yeah,
prayer, and it was
hmm
prayed for under controlled conditions or whatever the case was, and it happened in a particular time frame that was all agreed upon ahead of time, then I think that's probably the sort of stronger thing, or predicted even better, right? If it's predicted like Harold Camping, then that's probably going to be
yeah,
the sort of
sure.
strongest version
Yeah, I think that's good.
of a prayer that you could have.
Hmm.
But then people get out of that. I'm not saying you would, but say, oh, well,
Hmm.
God is not tested, right?
Yeah.
And so, but then the person in
Oh,
Harold
yeah,
Camping
yeah,
wasn't testing God, was he?
yeah.
He wasn't going, God, let me just check you really there. He actually believed it as far as
Yeah,
accounts
I don't
go,
like that.
and he gave
Yeah,
a
I don't
time
like that
frame
stuff.
and he
Yeah.
gave a supernatural prediction that if it had happened, I said to you, that would have been pretty convincing. I would have missed the bus. If I saw people
Yeah.
being raptured up into the sky on the 21st of December 2011, or whatever the date was, and at 12 o'clock, whatever the time frame was, he was very specific about it. I would have gone, yep, probably missed the bus here. That version of a Christian God probably does exist. I'm not going to chalk it up to aliens who specifically at that very moment wanted to pull the wool over our eyes. Specifically, if a Christian was referencing the Bible and he was making that sort of what I would consider high level prayer, or in his case prophecy, then yeah, that I probably would think that I missed the bus. But do
Yeah.
you notice the difference though when Jacob gave his prayer? A couple
Hmm.
of unlikely improbabilities happened that happened to
Hmm.
people. When I say all the time, will happen to somebody at some point, probably every day, at least one person on this planet. He felt like the prayer was being answered. And you can see how that sort of saying my prayers were answered. A non-believer, and maybe even some more stricter Christians, are going to be a bit cautious about
Um.
accepting that sort of thing
mm,
that can be
y-
explained without prayer.
Well, just to be clear, Rob, just because you say something happened every day doesn't mean that you should not count it as prayer. If it is the case that people are doing the same kind of prayer that Jacob's doing and they're having those kind of answers, you need to look at the individual specifics. If it is the case that the prayer is very improbable, I don't think it's wise to just rule out that God did it. Obviously, here's the thing, if you're the one praying, you probably believe in God. Okay, if you don't, fine.
Yeah, sure, sure.
If you're examining it from an outside perspective, it may not be that compelling and you're going to be skeptical. But I think the atheist should consider, how likely is this? I mean, sure, you can point to examples of it happening all around the world, but that doesn't falsify that it's prayer. I mean, or that it's not prayer.
No,
Sorry, that
that's
is,
true,
yeah,
but
it doesn't
it's
falsify
I
that
agree
it
with
is
that. But
prayer.
there's lucky
Yeah.
people. I knew a lucky guy that, like, whenever he, or oftentimes, not whenever, but
Hmm.
oftentimes when he
Hmm.
put a bet in, he won. He used to play snooker. He was unbelievably
Yeah.
lucky, and I used to play the game, so I knew it fairly well. The level of luck. He just was what we might call a lucky guy.
Hmm.
Didn't, as far as I know, didn't pray for any of these sort of things. At least, certainly didn't do it there unless he prayed early and said, "Hey, let me be lucky today."
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Um, but as far as I knew, he wasn't religious, and so those sort of people do happen. But I think what's probably, and this is what most people don't have, and at least you gave it to a degree, which is
Hmm.
they need some criteria for it.
Hmm.
When a prayer, because I suspect, and I don't know, I'm speculating with Jacob, that he's had prayers that no reasonable person would have believed were answered. And at least you take the view that there's some are and some aren't, and you've got this criteria.
Hmm.
Obviously, if you think all prayers are answered and you just don't have a criteria, that's
Yeah, I
just
don't think that.
meaningless.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've got to have that criteria, but most people don't have a clear criteria and they don't count the times when they pray and ostensibly nothing happens. So we've got this skewed view towards the positive, which is a human psychology thing. I look up the name. I don't know if it's the Pollyanna effect, but there are accounts of why people skew this in all forms, right? And I've told you with the antinatalism thing, people skew evaluating their lives towards the positive. And there's good reasons to think that people are skewing it, and it's not like their subjective thing. And who are you to question it? So I think the same sort of thing happens here. People remember certain things and forget the misses, and that gives
Sure.
us an unrealistic skewing towards prayers being answered, even by Christians. So you'd have to
Yeah.
document it a lot more strictly.
Yeah, so it would only be for like somebody's. See, it's kind of a catch-22 because if you're already a believer, then you kind of already believe prayer works, and you probably won't have such a high skeptical bar. Maybe you would, um, but from an outside perspective, you're going to be like, well, how many times? Like what you're saying, they could have prayed a bazillion times and had one answered, and it's just unlikely that. I mean, it's just an unlikely event that occurred. It doesn't mean it's a prayer answered. See, that makes it very tough. Um, but I do think
Yes, it does.
that what you can do is that if somebody prays and doesn't, it really doesn't, like, if you were standing there with somebody, right, and um you're like, look, let's pray about this, right? I'm going to pray about something. Do you mind if I pray about this? And the person, and let's just say the idea is that well, I don't know, let's just say something like this, something like, you know I understand that you're in an estranged relationship with your friend, one of your best friends, right? Somebody that you really care about, he's in another country, and you haven't talked to him in 20 years, and you had a falling out with him, and you hope that you could talk to him again, and somebody's like, here, I want to pray that there's a healing over that relationship, and that the hearts would change and there could be a reconciliation. And then there's a sincere public, like, open prayer right there in front of you. And this is about you and your friend, right? Rob and Rob's friend. And then so the
Mhm,
person that's praying for you does that, prays for you. And then all of a sudden you get an unknown number call on your phone, and you answer it, and
mhm.
that's your friend. And
Yep,
he's like, I just felt like I
yep.
just wanted to call you and talk to you. Okay. That's prayer answered. That's not something that you should be.
Really?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I would. That would be.
Well, let me give you an exact example of that happening, Andrew. Well, not not
Sure.
not exactly like that, but that happened
Okay.
to me. I I was the person who made the call, but I did so after deliberation and a particular process, if you like, psychological process I went through with other people in a room. It was entirely private, but it was for everybody. And I made up with an estranged family member that I'd been um, disconnected with for 15, 20 years. When that person got the call, they pulled over to the side of the road and said they'd been praying for this to happen for all these years. and there was nothing godly in
Yeah.
that. It was my decision after going through a process and going, hey, I want to let go of the sort of dislike I have for this person, the distance there. They're a family member. They did things that I think were wrong. Can't turn back the clock. They probably have regret about it, but even if they don't, it's not serving me to continue having the intense dislike for this person. So it was all me. Right? But the other person would probably have gone and said, and I know them and they are in fact Christian, would have said, my prayers were answered.
Yeah. Well, I
Out of the
mean,
blue, 15 years or more, right? Didn't speak to this
I,
person at all. Couldn't
well,
stand them.
what's strange
Thought they'd
about,
done something that was irreparable, right?
yeah, well, what's strange about that, Rob, is I actually do think that probably was prayer answered. I mean, I mean, so I understand that you're saying that that's all you, but see, the scripture talks
Uh-huh.
about the hearts of people are in the hands of the Lord, and that He does things to people, like as far as like impressions and maybe promptings. Now, this is not taking away, just to be clear, this precludes the idea of free will being mitigated. You still have your free will, but you'll have feelings, thoughts, maybe inclinations that might strike you. They're not causal by my lights, and I think scripturally speaking, but you certainly can act on them, and you would be subconsciously aware or maybe even consciously aware of them, and you may think they're entirely from you and come from your own heart or your own understanding, I mean, your own thoughts, maybe. Because I think, by the way, I think God can plant thoughts. Um, so I think all of that is consistent with a prayer being answered. So I don't actually think that that's something you should just shoot down, even though you take it to be that it was all just your own volition and your own, voluntary or compatibilistic or determined choice, whatever, however you want to look at it, to get a hold of them and to reignite or reconcile after that long, to let go, to forgive. Forgiveness, I think, is a biblical, godly, good thing. I think it's Bible's riddled with it.
Well, not in all
Jesus.
cases, I don't think so. I don't think that's a
Um,
universal principle.
wait, what do you mean? What do you mean
We
not
can
in
talk
all?
about that later. I'll tell you why. Because I don't think forgiving people all the time is a good thing. So I think
Oh, I
forgiveness
was
can be a
sorry,
good
sorry.
thing. I don't
Yeah,
deny
my
that, but it's not a
bad.
universal principle that everybody ought to forgive under all circumstances.
I guess let me say this: you and I may disagree whether forgiveness is a good thing. And also, what I was saying is I think that's consistent with the Bible, which is consistent with the criteria that would be something that would be good. So if you were to pray that there was reconciliation between a severed relationships, which I agree, I don't think that I think that we should try to be loving of all people, but it doesn't mean that we have to like all people, and it doesn't even mean that we should have relationships with all people. I think there are godly divisions of people. I think that's true. But I guess what I'm saying is that is consistent with Scripture, that there would be some sort of reconciliation there. Doesn't mean that you just give um, that you approve of the things that they did, or you just saying, "Hey, I'm going to enable you to do it again." Like all that, I don't think is
Yeah,
good.
okay.
But
I
yeah,
agree. We can
yeah,
talk about that separately. I don't want to
sure,
get off the
okay,
point though. If you had
yeah,
spoken
fair
to this
enough.
family member after I called them, they would have said my prayers were answered. If you'd spoken
Yeah,
to them any time before that, do you think their prayers
hmm
would have been answered? They would have said their prayers would have been answered for 15 years. They
not
either would
yet,
have forgotten
obviously.
about it, put it to the
Yeah.
side, or they would have said, no, it hasn't been answered
Well, I think
yet,
you were
or
saying that
something
they.
like that, right?
Well, didn't they say they were doing it kind of repeated? They were fervently doing it, like this was
They did it
like
over a period. I don't know how often they did it.
okay,
Probably
yeah.
a few
So
times a year, maybe more. I
yeah,
don't know. As
sure,
far as I know, it wasn't every day or perhaps even every month. I
yeah,
don't know. At
yeah.
random
So
times for,
it'd be, and it
15
might
years,
be
right?
worth. I mean, might be worth for informative purposes just to ask them and see what they say. Presuming they're honest or not or whatever, but just hear what they say might be interesting. But I'll just say this, just because last time you talked about prayer, Rob, I wanted to chime in because there's a couple other things that you'd appreciate, because I think I do have a decent grasp on this. I think of one of the other criteria, or one of the other guidelines, I should say, is it says that a fervent prayer availeth much. So, or avails much, avails. A fervent prayer avails much. And I think that that's interesting. So, obviously, if the person is repeatedly, persistently praying that this thing will happen, and it's a good thing that they're praying for, by an objective standard that I think that I have in view, that I think the Scripture's speaking of, that it would be the case that that's something that God would be, it would be very consistent with God to answer that. So,
Yeah, but when he doesn't do it, Andrew, what then?
Yeah.
Right? Is it that he just hasn't done it yet? Is that the excuse? Or like, because here's where the other
Well, when you
criteria is
say,
like,
yeah,
how long do we wait
go
for
ahead.
a prayer to be answered? And if it's never answered, do we
Hmm.
still think that's answered or not? Right? Now, you take the view, presumably, that something isn't answered. But in the case of somebody fervently praying, like I said to you, with this particular
Hmm.
family member, had you asked them the day before,
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
got them on the phone, they would have
Hmm.
probably, hopefully, they would have said, "No, my prayer hasn't been answered." But I'm holding faith that it will be at some point. But if it never was, hopefully
Hmm.
they'd be consistent. And go, no, the prayer wasn't answered. But what people do is they forget about those prayers, but they tell you, and family members that I know, I see it every now and again on Facebook. I love them, and I don't go through this
Yeah.
conversation with them
Yeah.
because they're lay
Yeah.
people. They're not into saying this. I'm not going to break
Sure.
this down because it would make them feel pretty uncomfortable. But they
Sure.
only tell you about the times where the prayers were answered. The other
Yeah.
hard times that they sometimes tell me about, I don't even say to them,
Yeah.
"Did you pray for that?" But I notice
Yeah.
that those things don't sort of get answered, right? And
Yeah.
so
Sure.
there's this positivity bias thing that's going on here.
Okay.
And in the case
Well,
of this family
I
member,
think,
they would have said no, right? And if it had
yeah.
been that case and I'd never decided to go to that event, never go through that process, never have, mended ways with this family member, then their fervent prayer wouldn't have been answered by
Yeah.
your light.
Yeah.
But
So
then
a
now the
couple things.
question is, was it a
Yeah.
fervent prayer? Did they not have enough faith? Now there's going to be some reason, but it's never a godly reason. And
No,
that's
I
the
mean,
part
look,
that's troubling.
yeah, so I think there's a couple things. I guess one of the questions you could be asking at this point is, well, why is it the case that God isn't answering prayer? Now, that's not always going to be made known to us, right? But if you're asking what is the criteria in which you can say a prayer happened, I certainly think we can put our finger on quite a few cases. Now, you and I might disagree on the stuff that's a little more like questionable, like it's statistically improbable, but it's not so improbable that you're going to say, that's a God thing, right? I might though. But nonetheless, you and I are going to say that if somebody that has no head is prayed for in the name of Jesus and his head pops on, you and I are going to say, yep, probably something supernatural going on here. So I think we can work our way back until we get to something that's not that extreme, but that's kind of gray area for you, gray area for me, maybe, or maybe I'll accept it and you don't. Just somewhere in that range. Okay, well then we kind of found out where the marker is as far as what
Well, we
you
used
think
this
would
one,
be
didn't we? The example of somebody praying and then, a relative gets in touch
reconciliation.
or whatever.
Yeah,
I
no,
gave you my example,
yeah,
but you
yeah,
had an
yeah.
example, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I do think that's an answer, right? Now, if you would have asked him the day before, he would have said, I've been praying for it, but it hasn't been answered. But here's the thing. I guess a question
Uh-huh.
that might be asked here is God, is there something bad? Is this bad? Does this reflect bad on God? And now I don't think it does. And I think that Christians that are that have a right understanding won't think that that's reflecting bad on God. It's not up to, we don't make God do what we think is correct. It's not like he's gonna just jump through the hoops that we think are the right. We're way in a diminutive compared
God
to
not
where.
vending.
What's that?
God is not a vending machine for our
Well,
dreams.
that's true too, right? That's a common expression, right? And he's not a genie in a lamp,
Yeah.
etc. So
Well,
he doesn't
sometimes he is,
cater.
though, Andrew. Some people
Well,
claim that he is, right? So
yeah,
who are
but
you
he's
or
not a
Jim
genie.
to say that
Well,
it's not the case? People claim that
yeah,
their prayers are answered, right? Jacob
well,
is one such person. Are you saying
yeah.
that
Well, no,
he's mistaken?
I'm not
Because
saying
that is
his prayers aren't answered.
good for
He
Israelite,
believes.
good
He
for the
believes.
world.
Yes. He believes he believes and he has faith. I'm not saying his prayers aren't answered. I'm just saying that it may not convince you, but that doesn't mean that his prayers are not answered. I am quite open to acknowledging that God has moved to answer my prayers um, when things happen that even aren't like something that would compel an atheist or somebody who's skeptical. I could be wrong. I'm aware of that, right? But that's not really an issue for me. I know that God is good, and then I should trust Him. And it doesn't matter if I don't get what I'm asking for. Like that's not the criterion. That's not the make it or break it as to whether I love and worship God or acknowledge who He is. That's a side issue, right? The prayer being answered is great, cool. Maybe it brings some good things in my life, a fortuitous, whatever the case may be, advancements, benefits, people getting healed, extend their life a little bit. You're still going to die, whatever the case may be. All of those things are really in the grand scheme of things. Those don't make or break the relationship. So on that level, it doesn't really matter. And if a Christian's in right stand or right has the right view or understanding of who God is, that shouldn't really matter a lot. But if you think about
Okay, let me just
it,
ask you something.
sure.
If no prayer that you would ever offer had in any way to you perceivably be answered, or to anybody that you knew had ever been perceivably answered, would
Mm.
that shake your faith at all?
Yeah, well, it'd make me wonder what this whole prayer talk is about in the Bible. So yeah, it would cause serious conflict.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
the prayers talked about extensively in Scripture, and I think that it is a powerful thing, and things do happen, and there are things that I have not only heard from people but have seen come together. One of these days maybe we'll talk about a couple things, but I'll just say that I do take those to be that even skeptical people should look at that and say, yeah, like that's that's really, really improbable. Improbable things happen, but you don't know that those aren't prayer. Now, if you say
But
that the
I can agree
improbable
with
things,
that.
yeah,
But to get
y-
to from there to its prayer, that's the part that you need to do. And then when somebody genuinely prays for something you and I
yeah,
think is good, reconciliation of family members. If it never
hmm
comes, they have been praying and on their deathbed,
hmm
they're still praying and wishing, and it never happens. Presumably, you and I are going to say that was a good prayer and it wasn't answered. And now the difficulty for you is to explain why a good prayer wasn't answered.
oh
It
yeah, yeah,
meets all of the
yeah.
criteria that you
Yeah,
think and
hmm
wasn't answered.
yeah. It's
Now you're
just
going to have a
because
very tough time.
well, no, I don't. I mean, like I said, I don't think that's a tough time for the believers. Now, if you're saying
Why not?
if a well, because we don't have an expectation that God answers every prayer. He doesn't have an obligation to do so.
Does he answer?
Um,
Does he always answer good, genuine prayers?
I don't think so. It needs to be according to his will, and we
Oh,
don't always understand. We
okay.
don't always understand his will. So I don't think that that's true. But I'll tell you what, Rob. I'll tell you this the other aspect too. If somebody's praying and they're sincere, they're fervent, they're trying to follow Scripture, their disposition's correct, they're humble, they care about God, they love God, all of these things, right? Um, and they're trying to follow the guidelines. If they're praying for something fervently, I notice that, and I've seen this myself, and I've seen it in other people, that their outlook, their disposition towards what they're praying about can change to the point where they don't want to pray it anymore, or they have a different outlook about what it is that they're really asking for. It can be modified. So during the time that
That's
they're
fine. We can
praying,
incorporate that. We can
sure,
incorporate that, but there's going to be
yeah.
people where that doesn't happen. So that sort of
Well, I mean,
thought
I,
process
I,
won't apply in
I
all cases, right? Where they don't change their mind, they're praying for something that you and I would agree is good, and they never get
mhm.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably say that that's occurring. Of course, we're just kind of doing an averages thing here. We're just doing numbers. But I mean, in reality, when you look at the actual cases, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it's not the case that God's not modifying their desires, changing things and doing things. And then if it's just, you're saying, well, there's people where that's not what's happened. They just prayed according to God's will. They've done everything that they think. They've checked all the boxes. They've done it for 20 years and nothing's happened. Well, I mean, I think that's going to ultimately chalk up to which it's not my favorite thing to say, but it's just I think it's going to be it's just there you have to grant some of this, Rob, because it's just the nature of the case, but we
Well,
don't
then
know
you're saying that
everything.
those weren't good prayers. I think that's the only way you can say
No,
something
no,
like
because
this.
I don't think there's an
That,
obligation. I don't think there's an obligation for God to do it. It's just that we don't know all of the reasons why it wasn't in line with God's will, like why he didn't answer it, or at least in the way that we thought he should. So I think that
but he
that's going
never
to be
even gave
some
a reason why he didn't, right? And that's again something we would
yeah.
expect from a good being. So now you're back to skeptical
No,
theism,
I
right?
don't but
We
I
just
don't
don't
think
know
God
why.
operates.
There must
Yeah.
be a reason, good reason why he
Yeah.
didn't answer it, because it was a
Yeah.
genuine prayer, right? So that's the
hmm
only thing we're talking about at the moment, a genuine prayer. And now
Yeah.
you have to give a reason. And if all you
Yeah,
reduce to is, I
mhm.
can't give a reason, I can't explain this, the person themselves can't explain why it didn't
Yeah.
happen for them. Maybe there
Yeah,
was
I
an
don't
urgency with, and it never happened. And there was
yeah.
never a reason they could discern as to why it never happened that came from God.
Sure,
I think
sure.
that is a
So,
problem because now you have to
what
appeal
a
to
problem
skeptical
in what
theism,
way though?
and
A
that gets you
problem
out
to
of
convince?
anything.
Are you saying a problem to convince the skeptic, or it should be a problem for the believer's faith? Because the latter, I
Well, the
don't think is
believer's
an
faith,
issue.
because there are believers'
Oh,
faith that are shaken
yeah.
by
So
prayers not being answered, right? And
yeah.
they
So
believe
I
it's good.
think
And you and I would probably agree it's good and was never answered. And there's no
sure.
perceivable reason they can ascertain as to why it wasn't. So now they're left
That's
in
right.
limbo going, why doesn't this good God answer
Yeah.
my good prayer?
Yeah.
But he does for Joe
s-
Blogs down the road.
Yeah.
There is
Sure.
endless
Well,
reasons. Let me give
Sir,
you a
hold
reason.
on real
Yeah.
quick. Hold
Let
on, Jen, real quick,
Andrew,
just real
let me
quick.
say one thing.
Real quick, my brother, I'll bring you in. The circumstance for whoever down the road, Rob, is going to have its extreme nuance and intricacies that I'm not going to be aware of. So I wouldn't just, I think that would be a naive thing to say from somebody who has not had their prayer answered, to say, well, why did X get his prayer answered for whatever? I don't think that's appropriate, because there's so much nuance that's specific to that person that would never be identical to my situation. You could think that we are doing the same things and have the same kind of thing going on, but it just wouldn't be the case. Even with identical twins who grew up in the same house, it is not the case that the relationship with God, their heart disposition, all of the things that would be going on, the prayer, the type of prayer,
I agree with all of that.
yeah,
I agree
yeah.
with all
So
of that. But here's what we
yeah,
got to agree on, Andrew, that
hmm
only some good prayers are answered, never a bad prayer by God's laws.
God won't answer a bad
Agreed?
prayer. Yes,
Yeah. So never answers a wrong prayer. So only some good prayers are answered. And then the
yes.
question for the believer is, like, why is this not good? Right? Like in the example that I gave, if
Uh
I had
huh.
never, called this family member
Yeah.
and they died with regret on their
Yes.
deathbed, they would have said
Yes.
that the prayer wasn't answered, right? And you
Sure.
and I would
Sure.
agree that making up with somebody, because what they did wasn't sexual abuse or whatever the case was, but it was something
Yeah.
that affected me and some other members of my family deeply for
Yeah.
many years.
Yeah.
But not to the point where we'd say you need to be jailed. So it wasn't a
Right.
criminal offense.
Right. Right.
But had they died on that without me contacting them out of my own, you might say God pushed me in that direction. Obviously,
Yeah.
that's not going
Sure.
to be appealing to me because there was no
Okay.
godly
Sure. That's fine.
interaction at all. It was me and the people in the room, all that sort of stuff. Now you'd have to explain why that wasn't answered. So there, I don't think you can say, well, hey, they were mistaken. You can't. It seems very hard that you can put it on them as to a reason why. So the reason must be a
Um.
godly reason why not. God hasn't communicated this to them. And now
Mhm.
this is the difficulty for you with this sort of only
I
certain good
don't.
prayers are answered.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think this is where I said that if somebody has a proper view of the faith and understanding of what just their commitment, their trust, shall we say, in God, that that's not going to really, that's not going to cause. Let's just say this: it can be it can be troublesome, or it can be bothersome, but it certainly shouldn't make them lose their faith, and it doesn't, right? I mean, most people that have strong faith, they're not, and by that I mean trust. We don't need to say faith, we'll just say strong trust, assurance, commitment. They're in a relationship with the person, as far as they can tell, like I would say myself. But
Uh-huh.
it's not a matter of, well, it's just he doesn't talk to you like that. I mean, he could, and I think he does, but that's not the norm. God doesn't give an audible voice from heaven. You don't have it in your head where he talks to you. But I do think he can provide you peace. He can provide you an understanding that it's okay, despite the fact that these maybe even urgent prayers aren't being answered. And so I don't think it's without communication, so I say, or without comfort or understanding from God. I think he is not leaving us without anything. But it is the case that he may not answer all of the prayers in the way that you want them to be, or even at all, even in any way that's recognizable. But that doesn't mean, A, doesn't mean that he's bad or wrong, and B, it doesn't mean that he's not there, or that you should question your faith,
Yeah,
or
but
that
it's
make it.
unexpected, Andrew. It's completely unexpected. And some
It's not
people are not
unexpected
going to
according
be,
to
they're going
scripture.
to have a standard where a
Mm,
relationship is a two-way thing. And if the person
yeah.
never responds in an expected manner, they're going to go, this person actually doesn't want a relationship. And I don't think that it's unfair for them to go, hang on a moment, my faith is shaken here. I don't think this
Oh,
person is actual, or if
yeah.
they are actual, they're not
Okay.
good or worthy of worship.
Okay.
And I don't want
Yeah.
that relationship. I think that's entirely reasonable for
Okay.
some
Well,
people. And what
let me.
you're saying is the people
Yeah.
who are strong in faith are the people
hmm
that will ignore what they would in any other circumstance have reason to
Oh, no,
distance
that's not what I'm
themselves from.
saying. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. Let me be clear. Or let me clear this point, because I think I've been clear, but this is another part of it. So the people that have strong faith, presumably, I think rightly grounded faith is not just going to be spin around blindfold and pin it on Christianity. No, it's going to be a relationship with Christ, the living God, and actually know that He's real, and know that the Scripture is telling you the truth about Him, and that you trust that, regardless of what you see in the tangible, like physical, empirical, testable, the eyeballs see it, lay hands on it world. It's not going to be about that. And the issue is that if it is the case that you have prayer that isn't answered, it can be bothersome, even sad. It can make you feel some sort of inclination to doubt God, maybe. Sure. But presumably, and this is why I said earlier that if this person's in right state, like has a right view of faith in God, etc., presumably they're going to have a boatload of reasons to to believe in God and to believe in His goodness and to know that He's there because they're in a relationship with Him. Presumably, it's like saying knowing that your father, brother, sister, whoever is in a relationship with you, even though you've had these arguments against their existence that may have some weight to them. It's not really going to be enough. Now, I agree if all of the thing that the person has, like if the person is a Christian and they have one prayer, that's all they've ever, that's like the only thing that's really going to make or break their faith because they don't have any other reasons that are independently motivating their relationship and that strengthen and bond that relationship, then sure, that prayer not being answered probably would push them out and make them not be a Christian anymore, potentially could. And I think that that's just, I mean, it's sad if that occurs. Um, sure. I mean, I grant that. But I don't think it should be something that should bother somebody who has a right understanding of Scripture and a right understanding of God and has a relationship with Him. It shouldn't be something that'd be like, oh, well,
When
I
should it bother somebody with a quite right understanding and a high level of faith? When should it bother them,
I mean,
or should
it
it
will.
never bother them?
Well, it should. It can bother them, but it shouldn't bother them. I should say to the point where they're like, "Oh no, my faith is shaken. God doesn't exist. I'm not in a relationship with this person I've known my whole life."
If
That
look,
doesn't.
if you
Like,
felt like you were in a relationship and at some point it
sure,
suddenly got to the point where you felt like nothing was being answered, you were all on your own. And I
yeah,
suspect there's been at least a few people like that who were
there has.
probably
Yeah, I think
strong
probably that's
Christians or
probably
whatever
true.
the case was. Do you
Well,
think at some
maybe.
point they are
Yeah,
justified to go, yeah, I don't think there's a relationship here. Maybe I did in the past, but there's like nothing happening. It's like, the person has gone on vacation. I don't even get a Christmas card or anything going on there.
sure.
At what point
Yeah,
do you think that you go, this person doesn't want a relationship and I don't want to have a relationship with such a person?
and the difficult thing there, Rob, is I'm not that person anymore either, so it's very difficult to know. But let's just presume on numbers and
You're
averages
breaking up a
that
bit. You're going quite soft. Can
oh,
you closer to
yeah.
your mic?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah, go
say,
again. There you go.
oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, presumably, I mean, so you and I aren't that person, right? And so we don't really know what kind of, but if you're just creating a person that you think might exist, and that's a reasonable thing just based on numbers, that there's somebody like that. I mean, I might, I would be inclined to say, I don't think that's going to be the case. It's just going to be the case that there's something going on there. There's some issue there. It isn't the case that they're a strong Christian, have a relationship with God, because obviously, if they have a relationship with God, then He's there. So if they have a relationship with God and they're actually in relationship with a being that I think objectively exists, because that's my position, right? He does exist and he is in relationship with myself and others. If a person has a relationship with that being, a unanswered prayer should at best make them think, why is he being mean to me? why isn't he?
Why
Why
has he
is
abandoned me? I thought I was in a relationship, but it turns out that that was
he?
a mistake. Because you agree that there are people the other way around that thought that God, either God didn't exist or there was no relationship, and then they come along and they're some of the most fervent believers. They want to, deliver this to everybody. So it's entirely fair to think that it's the other way around as well, where people have thought they've been in a relationship and then they maybe come to their senses or they realize they were never in a relationship. It was always a one-way street and they were hoping against hope that it was. And they took small things that perhaps they shouldn't have
Yeah,
taken to be evidence of a
sure,
relationship when in fact on a more objective or more neutral reading
sure.
were never really relationship building scenarios that happened.
Yeah, I would read it a couple different ways, right? So one would be either A, that person just never was in a relationship. It was all wishful thinking. They just believed some stuff and whatever, and things didn't happen. But they never actually were in relationship with God. They deceived themselves. They weren't actually, they didn't have saving faith. They never actually were born again. They didn't accept Christ, all that, right? They didn't repent, whatever the case may be. I would either think that, considering what my commitments are now, right? What I think is objectively true, I'd either think that, or I would think that maybe this is if I really believed all of the circumstances, which would be really like all of the claimed elements of the circumstance, I should say. If I really believed all of the things, like this person really was in a relationship, or at least, I guess, as far as the fruit that they're showing me or the evidence about their life, I really thought that they were in the same relationship that I'm in. and everything that they did seemed to be according to scriptural guidelines. They were trying to pray for what was good. And it's going to be very hard, right? But to the best of my ability to know the truth about all of that, right? Say I could really be convinced of that, then it might cause me to think, well, am I delusional? Am I not maybe that might hit me. That thought might hit me, right? But I don't, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really experienced too much of that. There have been people that I've seen, like, that I am convinced that there are people that love God and they prayed for certain things to happen. And they didn't happen. But that
Hmm.
didn't cause me to lose my faith. It did cause me to, I felt sad about the situation.
But
I
you
felt a
understand
little
why
bit,
they might lose their faith, right? You might, but
I
then,
can, I,
but
I could,
here's, I'm not saying
yeah,
you're going to do this, but what
sure.
typically what happens is people will look for a fault. You didn't pray like this. You didn't understand the text this way. This is the correct way. There'll be some.
Yeah.
It's almost always the case that you could pin the blame on the person and not God. I'm not saying you would do that, but you could almost always do that, such that God is
Uh,
never accountable
well, I
for
typically
not
do.
answering a
Well,
prayer. And
I
I
mean,
think that's obviously going to
yeah.
be problematic for people that take that view. But under your
Well, that
view,
is
if it
kind of the
happened to
view.
you, I understand
Yeah.
it's not going to shake your faith if somebody else's prayers aren't genuinely
Sure.
answered. You still have to
Hmm.
wonder why it wasn't. But if it happened to you, would that shake your faith? And you saying, well,
Oh,
yes, but I really
yeah,
think
I've
I'm in
had
a
prayers.
relationship that's either has
Yeah.
never happened or it's very unlikely. But you would have to, it would be monumental. It would have to be something like monumental for you. But other people, it's monumental to them. Or maybe it's not as monumental as it
Yeah.
would be for you.
Yeah.
So
Well,
unless you think that they're
let me,
lying or you can point out some other problem with them,
yeah.
then you'd
Well,
have to agree that that a good prayer wasn't answered. And what's the reason for that?
yeah, so let me just say this. I don't even need to turn to them. I can turn to myself. I've had prayers that haven't been answered. But the thing is I
What's the
actually
explanation for that?
I do chalk it up to me, and I do chalk it up to people.
Well, there
I
we go.
mean, people, so here's the thing. It's kind of almost it's kind of almost asking me to undermine my own view right out the gate, and I'm not going to do that. Like, I believe God is perfect. I actually believe that the person that I know is perfect, and so I don't believe that. That's just a that's like a foundational premise
Yeah,
for
but then
me.
you're always going to look for a fault in yourself. I was the same, Andrew. Years ago, I was a fervent believer and I saw people getting slain in the spirit, talking in tongues. Now, you might think that's devil worship, whatever. I genuinely
No,
believe they were
no,
communicating with God.
no, I
And
believe it.
okay, good. And I said, hey, I'm open. I want this too. Why are these other people getting it, not me? And you can see what
Yeah,
happens there. It's exactly what you said. Now we start to blame ourselves. Maybe I did something wrong. But to my understanding at the time, I was completely open to it. I was the most non resistant believer you could imagine at the time. I'm like,
mhm,
I want this. I want to feel what this is
mhm,
like to have this relationship that I thought at the time other people had and I didn't. Never came. Now
yeah,
I don't blame myself at all. Now I understand. But that's typically what happens, and I did at the time. What's wrong with me?
yeah.
Why doesn't God want to communicate? What's so good about these other people and not me? You can see the spiral there, and that's what you will do. That's what most people will do: is look for a reason in yourself, and you'll always stick away. And in that way,
Well,
God is
yeah.
blameless. And now, of course, I
Here's
know
the thing,
better
though.
by my lights. I would blame this non-existent being
Yeah,
because I was as
Matt,
open
Matt,
as a person could be wanting it, right? And it never came. But now there's got to
I
be
hear you.
some reason wrong with me, or it's unexplained, like only God
Rob, did I
knows.
hear you
That's
say
never going to
you
be
were
sufficient for
a
somebody
fervent
who, has a
or
higher
a
standard.
believer?
Yeah,
Did you
I actually
say,
never heard you say that, Rob, and I appreciate you sharing that. I think you did hear.
yeah, did you?
That's the first time I've heard it too, Matt Adams, and you should stick around here, brother. We're
Yeah, I
talking about
have.
prayer.
I've
Well, I was
spoken
trying
about
to
it once or
figure
twice before.
just so I'm not real clear. Did he say, Rob, did you say you did believe? Because it sounded like you said you were a fervent
Yeah,
believer, but then you said,
yeah. I was a Christian.
okay,
Yeah. When I
so
was young, I was kind of
when you,
initially forced
but when
into it.
you
Not
said you were
forced
a
into it, but kind of,
non-resistant, non-believer, but then you
no,
say
non-resistant
Christian, that's a
believer, I said.
contradiction.
Non-resistant believer.
What's that?
Non-resistant believer. I said non-resistant believer.
Non-res. Oh, okay. I thought you said non. My bad. I
Yeah, yeah. I
misunderstood.
was,
I
in
thought you
other
said
words,
a
I was
non-resistant
very open to.
non-believer.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no, no.
Okay.
That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, no, no, no. A believer, right? Initially, I got into it for guilty reasons, but after that, I was very open to it. I thought, hey, I better, accept Jesus because if it's true, Pascal's wager, and everybody else in my family goes to heaven, and I'm the only one in hell. A, that's going to be unpleasant, but B, I'm going to be kind of lonely. So I did it, you might say, for the wrong reasons. But then after that, I really embraced it. And I was like, yeah, I want this. And I looked around at everybody else getting slain in the spirit, speaking in tongues, seeming to have a relationship, a connection with God. And I was extremely open. I'm like, I want this. Give it to me now. I'm as open as I could be. And I was young at the time. Never came. Now I know better, of course, but at the time I blame myself. What's wrong with me? And that's what I heard Andrew
Well,
say as well. It's got to be
well,
something wrong with me.
yeah. I mean, obviously, Rob. I mean, I don't like doing the personal stuff, but I mean, I just say I can list. There's a lot of different criteria that the Bible gives, and people. It's very interesting because I think I think there's a. It's just pretty amazing. So the scripture talks about it's like we did not write this. These are not cleverly devised fables. It says that in the scripture, and it's like from the perspective of an atheist, it's like no, that's exactly what it is. But from a Christian
Well, let me ask you,
perspective.
just
Yeah.
tell me
Well,
this, Andrew.
I was just gonna say
Okay.
from a Christian perspective, I think the criteria is extremely it accounts for this. And I think but you would think that it's just safeguards put into to protect the endeavor, right? To protect the enterprise. And I think that it's just so I actually think it's kind of supernatural, honestly, the way that it's constructed. So just the way that it's constructed that way is actually kind of funny because you're like, of course you're going to say that it's something, believers are just going to, they're going to do their somersaults or backflips to make it seem like it's the man's problems. It's on man's problem. It's not God's issue. It's man's problem. And I'm like, yeah, it actually, I will do that because I think we are desperately wicked and by our own volition. And we're very motivated to trick ourselves about how screwed up we are. And I think I do think that's what's going on. Like,
Yeah, but
so,
then
but,
you could say that about anybody who
or you
genuinely is
can,
open and doesn't get it right.
sure.
Yeah, but then you're just impugning those people. And I'm telling you, hopefully you know me well enough, and I remember my mental states at the time and so forth. Hopefully
Yeah.
you agree with you
Yeah.
at
I'm
least
not trying. Yeah.
understand
Yeah. Yeah.
that I'm telling you what I believe to be
No, I
absolutely true.
believe,
Were you
no,
at
no,
the
no, no. Yeah.
time, or
Yeah.
where
Yeah. I'm
were
not
you in
saying, yeah.
my head at the time? You would have seen it, right?
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
think
I
here's what
think,
I wanted to ask
yeah.
you.
Okay.
Let me ask you
Okay.
this.
Okay.
If God wants a relationship, presumably he's the initiator of a relationship. It's not me starting out, right? He's going, I want a relationship, and then you decide whether you want it backwards.
That's right.
And now the
That's right.
question is, what's required for that? Apart from genuine belief that exists and an open heart,
Yeah.
i.e., wanting it, what other criteria are there that you must
I,
adhere to for this relationship
I
to
honestly think,
be
yeah.
realized?
Yeah, so I honestly think that's it, right? So the scripture says, Seek
Okay.
and you shall find," or you seek and you seek me and you will find me when you seek with all of your heart. And I think that's one thing. And then the other thing is that he just stands at the door, open the door. That's another one. And the other thing is that humble yourself, and I think that's probably the crucial
Do you
criteria.
think I met the
When
criteria? Do you think I met the criteria as
I
I've
so
explained it to you?
this is what I'll say, Rob. Obviously, I do believe you, and I'm going to take you at your. I have no reason to think you're dishonest, and I think you are giving me your honest take on what your psychology was at the time. But I think that
Mhm.
my honest belief is that we are very poor at assessing our own psychology in the way that God can do it, and I think God knows where we're really at. And so I,
Okay, so there we're back to that again. Okay, well
yeah,
then
and I
there's
don't
like
think,
that's the like almost like the skeptic of theism. Then there's no escape, right? Because when I
yeah,
tell you and you know
and
me
that's,
well enough, and I tell you
yeah,
that I've met the two criteria that you and I
yeah,
agree is what's necessary for like a relationship
yeah,
with God. And I was a believer who looked around and go, I want this, please, and multiple
right,
times on a Sunday. Maybe you're going
yeah.
to point to, oh, but you didn't act that way during the week or whatever the case was. But at the time in the church, that's the specific time when this was all going on. I was like super open, and somebody fell in my arms once. I had to catch this lady who was slain in the spirit. I'm like, shit, why is it not me? I mean, I don't mind falling on the chairs and getting a bit hurt or whatever. I want this, right? If that's all it takes, I'm here for it. So, but then essentially all you're saying is, yeah, you believe it, but you're probably mistaken about your
Well,
beliefs, so
and
you
here's the
don't
thing.
really meet the
I
criteria,
really
right? You
want to
can
say
see how
this though,
that's
Rob.
going to be
I really
not
want to say
great.
this. Because I want the door and to be as open as it can be, and the tent to be as wide as it can be, and I think that's God's heart. I do not want to saddle you with something that is not appropriate, so I'm going to be very careful about what I'm saying here. I just want to say this: that I do think the door's wide open, but I do, and maybe it is the case. There may be some stuff here that I'm overlooking. Certainly, there probably is, right? I mean, there's stuff about you that I don't know, but presumably, if God exists, He knows it and he would know what is going on. I'm just saying, for the sake of this discussion, if God exists, he would know what it is that's going on. And I think one of the things is you you can have a bout of sincerity and openness towards God, but God knows what the what might and this I again I don't want to saddle you with this, but I'm just saying it's just something to consider is that it may not be a lasting, genuine openness towards God. It may be something that is fickle or something that is not genuine or built on like some kind of foundational openness or humility or whatever the case may be. Now, I'm not saddling you with that because I don't want to, because I think that could be detrimental if the message that you're getting from what I'm saying is that I think that about you. I'm just saying that I do think God is perfect. So I can't, like, I'm not going to betray that commitment because I don't have a reason, as far as I can tell, to do so. I think that it is the case, the nature of the case, considering the limited vantage point that we have, that it would be pretty at the height of hubris for us to think that we are going to properly be evaluating all the stuff that's going to somehow malign God in the end. It just seems like if He exists, it's probably not His fault, and that's like
Yeah,
let's
that's ultimately where it comes back to. So that's what it is.
yeah.
Either a skeptic of theism, or you didn't actually meet these criteria. Look, these criteria are not that difficult, quote unquote, but actually everybody who didn't have a relationship didn't meet these seemingly relatively easy criteria. Have an open heart, truly believe that he exists.
But just for the relationship, I think the humility is the one that's the biggest stumbling block by far. I think, and by that I mean they have pride, and I think that is by far the biggest stumbling block for people to have a
Yeah,
relationship
but
with
that won't
God, to
apply
live
to
in God.
everybody, though, right? So not everybody is going to have.
Uh,
Well, unless you say it is. I mean, obviously, you can stipulate that it's necessarily the case that anybody that generally wants the relationship and is open to it is still prideful. But then again, you're just going to impute people who go, to the best of my ability, I was open, I was humble, etc. So you can see
the
how
idea
that's
is
not going to land very well with the
the
person
idea
who
is
thinks that they don't have
yeah
a relationship.
I got you. The idea is, are you open to being subservient to someone? Are you open to the scripture? I mean,
I was at the
people
time.
people aren't going to like the word, Rob, but it says, and it's not always translated this way, but you remember you remember the channel on Discord, Fools for Christ. That's one term, but there's another that says we are slaves to Christ. Are
Don't
you
like that
open?
word. I might
Yeah,
have
I
been at the
know.
time, probably. I don't know. That word what didn't come up. I don't know how I would have felt. So I'm speculating. Maybe at some point I would have been, yeah, whatever I need to do here, type
Yeah,
of thing.
because it's like
But
this. It's like this.
but I might not
It's
have. So I don't know. I'm speculating. I
well,
obviously
yeah,
wouldn't today. I mean, that would be
yeah.
like very
Let
repulsive
me
to
say.
me. But at the time,
Well, it
maybe.
should. Yeah, but it shouldn't be, Rob, because check this out. It's just fixed in the criteria. I don't think it should be repulsive at all, right? It's one of the things I've said before, and I'll say I think it's appropriate here. I would love to live under the leadership of an omnibenevolent, omniscient dictator. I think that's great, and I
Yeah,
have
but
no
we don't
issue.
have any evidence that such a being exists.
Well, that's
That's the
different, but
trouble.
that's different. But that's different, though,
And
right?
the evidence in
I'm
the Bible
saying,
seems to point against that. So I understand what you want. But that ideal world wouldn't be Christianity or Islam or whatever, right? That would
what you
they
just
would be
said.
closer to as Kim Jong Un taking over the world.
Well, no, if it was actually Kim Jong Un, that would be horrific. But I'm saying if it's the case that this being is love, as described and I think demonstrated by Scripture, um, I would I would be quite exhilarated about being a slave to that dictator. I think
Look at
that's
the
an
word you're
awesome.
using there. A slave.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
connotation that all of us are repulsed by, you are
yeah,
attracted to because it's God. Why would God want slaves? Why would any
yeah.
being
So when
want
I
a
said that
slave?
word, yeah, when I said that word, Rob, I'm just trying to get the picture across of what like the kind of mentality that I think would be. Now, I don't typically talk like that. You don't hear me talking about being a slave to
No, I
God.
know.
That's something
But the
that, yeah.
subservient business, right? If I want to have a deep relationship, I want it to be
y-
equitable in the sense that I don't have to fulfill every single time or whatever. I'm going to ask for things. Sometimes they're granted, sometimes they're not, but at least I'm given reasons. What I understand to be a relationship is
mm,
not the same thing with God, right? Only because he's more powerful, he gets to dictate
hmm.
how this works, and I have to, follow along. But if that was any other relationship, I'd be like, this is a toxic relationship. I'm not in for this, right?
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
one way. This
Well,
person's
well,
dictating, and I have to follow. That's not going to work 100% of the time.
Okay, so two words I use that I normally wouldn't use. I'm just using them to kind of get the picture and point across of some sort of the subservient, lesser than to a greater than relationship. But let me just, so it's dictator and slave. But what I would say that a lot of the scripture that now that is in the scripture, not dictator, but slaves to Christ is. But there's a rendering of that in a lot of translations that I think is actually what's being said, which is servant. Now
So
you may
why would
not
I want to
like
be a
that.
servant? That's only marginally
Yeah.
less
Uh,
worse, less
yeah.
good. Still not
So,
attractive.
so, uh, so,
But an all good being is not my conception would have such things anyway. So at least in my mind, these are inconsistent in my view. I'm not going to press it that you have to take that view. But being a
sure.
servant or a slave to an all good being, those two things
Yeah.
just do not work together. It's oil and water.
I think I could probably motivate it, Rob. It'd take a while, but let me just read this. Tell me what you think of this. Um, uh, you should, to present yourself. Oh, sorry. Let me just see this real quick. Yeah, let me read this to you. Therefore, I urge you, brethren, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies a living, holy sacrifice, acceptable to God, which is your spiritual service of worship. Now, I think that sounds pretty wild, maybe to people to think about being a sacrifice or giving of yourself, pouring yourself out for God. That sounds like it's like some kind of weird thing, but it's literally just a relationship of this is the being of love, from whom all good things come from, and he wants to be in a union with you for eternity. Like
Is he
what? Why?
grateful for being in a relationship with me? And if so, how does he demonstrate that?
He
Because
loves
this
you.
gratitude seems to go one way. And that's not what I
N-
understand from a high level,
n- well, no, no,
attractive
no.
relationship.
Well, just to be clear, so he loves you. He's not trying to boss. And actually, um, he didn't come to the world to condemn the world. He came as a servant. So when he came in the form of Christ, that's why he's washing his disciples' feet. He's like, look, I'm the creator, but I'm washing your feet.
Yeah,
I
but
can
that's like a
actually do.
minor thing. That's like a king wandering through, tossing out some coins, or Donald Trump working in McDonald's for an afternoon. That doesn't
Oh
seem
yeah,
particularly
but
genuine.
no, but we'll keep in mind that's just one demonstration of that. He did it all over the place. He was subservient repeatedly, and the point he's subservient even to death. He's subservient to
How's he
their
subservient to you and I, or to you at least, as a Christian? How's he subservient to you?
um that he gave up his status, prestige, where he's at, his place, and took my spot in humility and in shame, for my sin. And he did that as a service to me.
So
And that
that's the
is
only
something
that's
that
the only
is,
example you've got, is it?
I think that the
Like in your
implications of
life,
that,
right?
yeah, I think
I could
well,
give you a
I
zillion
mean,
examples of how I do that for my wife every day,
well, that's not,
almost, right?
but that's not the kind of, this would trump a billion lifetimes of anybody doing anything for me. So that's not even like, there's no comparison. I don't
I
need
mean,
him
we've
to
talked
do.
about the sacrifice and all that sort of
Sure.
stuff. I'm
Yep. Yep.
I'm
Yep.
not challenging whether it's an actual sacrifice, but I think it's a minimal sacrifice at best. But that, when you say he's subservient, you pointed out one example. And again, that's not what I would expect in a high level relationship, to do one good thing and then live off the gratitude of that for the rest of my relationship with whatever person
Yeah.
I was having a
I,
relationship with. And I
yeah.
wouldn't
Well, I
expect
just,
that. In fact, I wouldn't want somebody to be eternally grateful and praying to me and like waking up every day. Thank you so much for saving my life. How can I polish your shoes and brush your hair and whatever else you want me to do? I'd go, whoa, hang on a moment. I don't want you to do that. That's not what I expect. I don't want that. I don't expect it. I don't want you to do that for me. Yes, you've got some gratitude. Great. Thank you. But you don't have to keep doing it in this quote unquote subservient way every single day.
yeah. I'm sorry. There's a crucial point I'm leaving out. This is my bad, Rob. I actually left out a crucial. Okay. So when I'm talking about serving God, just to be clear, this isn't brushing his teeth, combing his hair, changing his diaper, and patting him on the back and giving him a massage. I should have been,
Praying for him every day and telling him how grateful you are, right?
no, just to be clear, this is actually a crucial problem on my behalf on what I've said here, or at least something I left out. That is loving him and loving others. And that is something that is that is a pristine duty. That is something that is an immaculate, occupation. That is not something, there is nothing about that that is negative, bad, shameful, denigrating, making you lesser in the sense that like some kind of demeaning thing. That is unbelievably not the case. That is absolutely contrary to that. So to be clear, this isn't something where you're like you're giving him a back massage. That's not what's happening. Now
What are
it
you
is the
doing for
case.
him? If you don't pray,
Love,
Andrew, and are humble or say
yeah,
thank you so much
yeah,
for the next breath I
yeah,
take or the next day I have you done
yeah.
something that's damages that relationship?
That damages it. I mean, I don't know why I would want.
It's
That's like,
less good, i.e., he goes, Andrew, you haven't prayed today. You haven't told me
yeah. I
how
mean,
grateful you are for
I
me,
mean,
even giving you life. Is
it
that
would
is
be
that
sad.
like not a good thing?
I would be shorting myself, and it would be sad. I mean,
No, but
that's
I'm
not
asking
good.
from his point of view, like him. Does he look at you
By
and go, Andrew, that's you
well,
haven't been the best relationship person today?
yeah. So it's not that. I think that's like that's the wrong right. It wouldn't. It's not God's like you're not meeting. You're not hitting the boxes. You're not doing. It's not. It's like what's wrong? Like why is there this distance? Why is there are we cool or what like it's not that's not it's not the same as it's not the same as like, hey, you're not doing everything that you're required. You're not meeting your prayer quota. You're not telling me the I love you, praise God, Hail Mary. It's not that. It's why it's just as in any other relationship you have in your life. It's why is there this distance? I thought we were cool. I thought we were friends. I thought
I
I love you.
love
You
that
love me.
statement, Andrew. I love that. Now, if a Christian or anybody else asks that question,
Hmm.
what do
Hmm.
you think the answer is going to be? Why is that? Why is there that distance? Now, I could tell, if I was a Christian, you probably could. Hey, God, there's a distance because of X, Y, and Z reasons. He goes, okay, I understand. When you ask him why is the distance, you don't get an answer. Is that what you expect from a high level relationship?
No, because I don't think there is that distance. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't think he's being distant. But you were saying from God's perspective. I'm saying you were saying what is God not like when we're not doing X, Y, whatever the case may be. And prayer, by the way, just to be clear, I take prayer just to be communion with God. It's just talking to God. It's just He's there. He is
I talked to God,
he
Andrew, and I never got a response.
yeah,
Now,
because he
presumably,
doesn't
you think you get a response either all the time or at least some of the time.
yeah. So there's two
And then
things,
you're going
Rob.
to
I
tell me
mean,
that you're meeting
yeah,
God's standard, whatever that is, more so
yeah.
than I did. And I'm going to go,
No,
really? But
well,
there's
no, I
those
don't
two
think
things.
that's
I
right.
believe I did that. And I
Yeah,
didn't get a communication at all. It was like an absentee person. I didn't
yeah,
even get the Christmas card. I pick up the phone or
yeah.
the phone rings and I say, hey, who's speaking? And it's silence on the other end.
Yeah.
And
No, well, I
then
don't
you say,
yeah.
and I say to you, but I had no relationship. And you go, well, you did something wrong there.
Yeah.
And I go,
Um
well, now
uh,
I understand. Right now, I've got a better grasp of it. But at the time, I blame myself. What am I doing that's not right in this relationship? I've got an open heart. I believe that he exists. I want to have him in my life. A
yeah.
couple of years, I think it happened. And I was at church most Sundays, never came.
Uh,
And everybody else around me, it came for, right? That's what I'm saying
just
to you.
really
Go
quick
on,
point of
secular.
moderation, guys. I just wanted to ask you a
Sure.
question. There's a couple people with their hand raised, but I'm not familiar with these accounts. Do you guys know these guys?
Oh
And if
yeah, both
so,
those guys are good. Yeah, they're both
I don't
good.
know.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you
I'm
saying that, Secular. I
sorry, I haven't
wasn't
been
paying
looking at the
attention.
phone.
And I
no,
think
I
the guy
invited them.
Jim, yeah, thank you, Secular. I think the guy Jin or Zin or the guy that was trying to say I feel bad because he was trying to say something earlier and he said, yeah, thank you, Secular. Yeah, they're both good. Both those guys are good.
And I
Um
also want to
uh,
take this opportunity, Andrew, to rub it in that the Calvinists probably would have dealt with this 20 minutes ago. I'm just saying. Anyways.
Well, I think it just goes back to prayer. I think we can draw a line under it for now, Andrew. Other people can join in, or we can move it on.
yeah.
Other people can have their say on
Let
this.
me
But
say
I
something.
think it's not the sort
Yeah,
of relationship that I now understand. And I think I've got a better understanding of
yeah.
what I think is a good
Okay.
relationship, at least by my standards, than I did at that time. So I think I
Okay.
would have probably been a servant or a slave, probably to some degree. And I look back at that and go, that's probably not what I would want to do. Certainly wouldn't want to do
Yeah.
now. And if it's got to
So
be the superior,
yeah.
inferior thing, yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably not for me. Okay.
So
Go ahead.
let me just say one last thing on that, Rob. So when you say you look back on it and now you know better, by that you mean you just believe atheism is true and God doesn't exist. I get that,
No,
but I'm
separate
saying
from that, that
no.
I'm not
I'm
to
saying
blame.
now you
I'm
know
not to
better.
blame for the relationship not
Oh
happening.
yeah, you're not to
I think
blame
I met
because
entirely the requirements for it. I think the other
oh okay.
party is to blame. At the time, I did think to myself, what's wrong with me? And I think that's the
Well,
poisonous part of this sort of relationship. Whenever it doesn't happen, people are
yeah,
told,
yeah.
or they think, as I did, it's my
Hmm.
fault. And I don't think
Yeah,
it is. Now I know better by that light. It wasn't my fault.
yeah. So just
I know that
so
people
just
can point to things, but I think they can point to anything. But then, of course, you can never accept that it's not a human's fault. So that's not interesting. Hey, did you do this? Ah, well, that's the reason why the relationship.
yeah,
No, no, no. We got the criteria. They're clear. I believe I met them, and I believe I met them for 1 or 2 years at least, fervently, at least some part of the time, and
yeah.
probably would have changed my life had he showed up in somewhere that I thought was believable. I wouldn't be sitting here chatting to you like I am now. But now I don't believe that it was my fault at all. I think I met it at the time to the best of my ability. And I won't have people telling me, hey, they weren't there, but I know you wouldn't do this. Andrew. People telling me, oh, you just didn't meet this or that crowd. You didn't pray enough, or you didn't do this thing
Yeah.
or that thing. If the main things I did and I believe I met them and there wasn't a relationship, not my fault now because
Well,
I initiated it.
yeah. I very much appreciate what you shared there, Rob. And yeah, maybe we can get more into some other stuff at another time in a different
So it
context or
goes
something.
back
But
to the prayer thing, right? So we go back
but
to that, but it's
yeah,
along the same
but
lines, right?
yeah, but let me just say one thing here because I think it's interesting is that when I said that you had concluded, you say you know better now, and that you've concluded that God doesn't exist. I'll just say that, or not that God doesn't exist, but you know that you met the criteria. But
Yeah,
that
I'm
what
not to
that
blame.
means,
Yeah.
right? But what that means is though is that God doesn't exist because if you met the criteria and that, or at least the God in relation to this criteria, in relation to Christianity or whatever the case may be, that God doesn't exist, or he's a liar or something like that. Um,
Well,
and
skeptical
so
theism, right? That's the other
well,
answer.
no,
God does
I'm
exist. You were
not even
genuine,
skeptical.
but there's a greater reason, or
No, no,
something like
not
that.
even
But that's another
skeptical
way of.
theism. I'm saying that this could lead you very well to atheism, or to that God's a liar, or that this God just does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
this
you can
God
see
just.
how I would be justified from my point of view in thinking that.
Sure, definitely.
Okay,
I would
cool.
never. I would. Yeah, I know you well, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't
Actually, I
want to
wasn't an
challenge that.
atheist at the time. I was just like put it aside, probably agnostic, probably apatheist
Kind of
at the time.
agnostic. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
something like that,
yeah,
probably.
yeah, yeah. So I
So I wasn't
appreciate it. So
mad.
we can.
I did blame myself, and then I wasn't super mad about it or whatever, and I just got on with my life. Now,
Yeah, no,
I'm not mad now
yeah,
on a being that I don't think exists, but I do look back and go, if I were to go back and speak to the younger
yeah.
self, I'd say the very first thing I'd say is don't blame yourself. You
I
met the
got you.
criteria. You've got no shame, no blame here. It's all on the
I
other guy.
appreciate
So
that.
don't you ever
I
go through
appreciate
life
that, Rob.
blaming yourself. That's what I would say, and hopefully that would
Well,
heal a little bit at the time.
no, I appreciate that. And let's, yeah, maybe let's hit that again in some other time in a different context. I appreciate what you said there. And there's some stuff I'd like to talk about, but let's leave that. But two last things I say, and then we can open up. I just want to say two quick things before I forget. One is when I say serve, or be a slave to God, be a service to God, that literally is just the only thing that you might say that is something that is, um, you might try to construe, and I'll just be fair to that somebody might try to construe it this way. I think it's way off, but that when you are having faith or praising God, or maybe expressing your admiration or your awe of who He is, that's somehow self-serving for to for him to ask that that you would be in a relationship in which you would be doing that, right? That's one element that you might say is self-serving, but the entirety of what he's saying to do is to love him, which would be done through action and disposition towards him. There would be emotions that would accompany it as well, but to love others. And that is something that none of us should be objecting to. Now, we may have different conceptions of what that looks like, for sure, I'm sure, right? But there's going to be a lot of overlap. But he's saying to love others and love him. If that's what he means by being a slave, sign me up. Nothing wrong with that. If he's a perfect, good, loving, holy being, and he wants us to love him and love others, that's great. That's awesome. And he's omniscient. Shoot, all the work is he does the mental labor. He does the heavy lifting. That's awesome. I can trust him. I can outsource because I'm not in a position, and it's not me being weak in the sense that I'm just not doing my duty. It's that I can't in the sense that I'm limited. I don't have his ability. So I can outsource the heavy lifting to him. Let him do it and rely on him. I think that's just awesome. That is unbelievably comforting, peace feeling, and that is why I think Christians are, if they're in that relationship, there is an overwhelming contentment, a peace that surpasses understanding, as the scripture says. I think it's for these kinds of reasons. You can trust in him. He provided a way out, a way to beat death, etc. That's awesome. So all of that is last thing I'd say. And then, or I'm sorry, then the last thing I wanted to say, because I said two things I wanted to say. That's one. The second one is is that I think the epistemic distance between ourselves and God is crucial. And I think that there's certain things that people talk about, like, i.e., they want audible voices, or they want some demonstration where he appears in some kind of, whatever the case may be, or answers things at our will or our whim in a way that would be empirical, or something that somebody could be like, okay, I'm going to guess a number. Ask God to tell, like Dan Barker did this in a debate, I think with Trent Horn. He said, I have a number written on this piece of paper in this envelope. Pray to your God right now on air in this discussion right now. Pray to God to tell you what this number is that I have written on this letter in this envelope. And he challenged Trent Horn to do that. And Trent's like, yeah, I don't think, I can't remember what exactly Trent said. But the point here is those kind of things, the kind of empirical or testable in that kind of way, uh, demonstrations of God, I think would undermine the endeavor that God is setting out to accomplish in this world, like what he's trying to do, because I think that is just kind of ridiculous for people to think that it would be even plausible for them to deny God on the level and at the rate that people do if those kind of things were readily available. I think that is just not what God's trying to do. I don't think that's the
That's
kind of
fine.
thing
I'm
we're
not.
trying.
I wouldn't do that, and I don't take a particularly um, positive view of like trying to, because you're going to say it's testing God. God won't be tested. So I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
it's
that.
like you're
So
saying, you're
anyway,
right. And but not only that, it's like you literally have a voice that can tell you any magic number, any tell you the formula to whatever that's never been solved, tell you that, where you can find an herb that cures cancer, all of this stuff, right? And if somebody said, "Well, I don't believe in God," we'll be like, "Hey, look, let me show you God." And then you be like, okay, well, tell me something that you want me to test. I can ask God. You don't even have to say test. I'm just going to ask him. He's going to reveal because he wants you to know he exists. So he's going to do it. Then I ask him. He tells me. Now you know he exists. Okay. But did that do anything to make you want to serve him, love him, any of that stuff? Now, people will say, well, that would do a huge part in bringing them into a relationship with Christ if they even believe that God exists. And I do think that that's a 1-2 step method. I do think that's true. But I also think that God wants to allow for people to deny him plausibly. And so I don't think it's very good for that endeavor for people to have this access that's that kind of thing. I think God has demonstrated himself, or he has made demonstrations. He's done miraculous intervention throughout history. And I think these things have been documented by testimony. People have said these things have happened. They've had experiences. I've had stuff that's happened that I do think is supernatural, limited, but I have had it. And I do think that kind of stuff does have impact. It changes people, but it doesn't always. And there's a lot of people that aren't changed. And the scripture itself says that people could be raised from the dead. They won't be, changed by it. But there are some people that are. And so I don't think that it's necessarily a matter of the kind of evidence that's being presented. I think that's a big issue. It's not just about like the type of evidence or how strong of a presentation God makes as to whether somebody's going to be in a good relationship with him. So I think that's just the last thing I wanted to say. The epistemic distance, I think, is very important. It's complicated, it's nuanced, but I do think that that's a crucial thing I want to say. I appreciate it, Rob. Very good
all right, we'll pick
conversation.
it up again, or somebody else
Yeah,
can pick up on the
for
epistemic
sure. Yeah,
distance.
please.
Yeah,
I think I'm losing my voice. Probably from
somebody
I
else is
think from
welcome to jump in if they want.
I think like I said, I might need to take a break from talking to Arianis for a while after my last encounter with
That's probably a good thing. Yeah.
him. Well, we could always get into a little bit of flat Earth. That's always fun, right, Rob? No, I'm joking.
No, not really. No. But Warrior wanted to say something about, I don't know how long it'll be, and maybe we shouldn't. He wanted to say something on prayer earlier, whatever the case is. But
W-
we can move on, I
Oh,
think.
yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Whoever. I wish that guy Jen or
But
I
drop the,
tried to
I
find
think,
him.
Andrew, even for me, we get on, but even for me, maybe consider not using the word slave or servant and say that it's like a highest level relationship. Because I think when you try to define it out, you're not talking about anything that's to say a slave or a servant, or at least mostly not talking about things
Not
that a
modern
slave or a servant
connotation.
as we
Yeah.
understand it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think those
To be
words are
very
just
clear.
not good words to use.
Oh no,
It's
no,
like
no.
saying you've
I
got a
get it.
benevolent dictator, where dictators are typically
I understand.
malevolent.
I
Yeah.
understand. I understand. There's a negative connotation that I typically wouldn't say. I was just trying to hammer home kind of like what the kind of potential difference, the way people kind of look. Because I think some people, and I think it's kind of um, it is an improper reverence or understanding of who God is by my lights. When people are like, "Hey, and it's my pal Jesus." I hear a lot of women's like, "He's my buddy," and it's like, yeah, I think you're just kind of like you have too high of a view of yourself, and so I just kind, it's trying to, what I'm trying to do is to try to emphasize the disparity between the just the nature of us and the type of being that we are, like the limitations we have versus who he is and his magnificence. And I think it just needs to be emphasized because I think people have too much of this, like, yeah, he's my pal, we're peers, and he's just my buddy down the way, and he can do some cool tricks. It's like, yeah, that's a perverse way of looking at it. But anyway, that's just all I wanted to say. But I appreciate what you said, Rob. I normally wouldn't talk like that. That's just something I do say occasionally, for different points. But I appreciate that. Warrior, you want to come in, brother?
Yeah, I just want to say something about why prayers are not always answered. There is endless reasons, but maybe one of the biggest ones that we don't see is that maybe what are you praying for will be bad for you. You could be, for example, asking for money and wealth, and Allah, God, knows that when He gives you that money, He knows the future. He knows that you will use it. You will be like a drug addict. You will end up maybe bribing people, raging wars, being end up in jail, being maybe killed by some mafia. Yeah, all these are possibility. He knows. So
Yeah, but we can easily
simply,
we can easily account for those, Warrior.
no,
So
no, it's
nobody's talking
simple. By
about
the way,
that.
this is
So that's
real.
not an objection.
You are talking about this literally. You could be asking for money, but you will end up literally doing bad to yourself with this money. So this is one of the reasons,
Yeah, I'm not
the
talking about
simplest
that.
reason.
I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
but
those. Warrior, do you think healing a relationship with a family member is a good thing?
yes, it is good.
Great. If somebody prays for it all their life and the other person never comes back, do you think that their prayer was answered?
Yes, probably.
How do you establish it was answered? You see, this is the problem with people who think that all prayers are answered.
No, 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 nobody claims. I don't claim that. By the way, literally, you could be praying all your life for things, and God will not answer them. There is no guarantees with God
Great.
to answer your prayers. In
Fantastic. So
fact,
you're along the same
in
line as
fact,
Andrew.
in fact, Allah could be literally providing to a disbeliever like you everything in life. He could be giving you health, wealth, kids, whatever you don't even ask for. And for a believer who's been praying all his life, he wouldn't provide nothing.
Yeah, well, that seems to be problematic. If a believer is asking for a good prayer and they're a genuine believer and they genuinely think it's good, we agree that it's good, and God doesn't answer it. Now you have to explain why.
Why? Because it's because of something you don't believe in. Because for a believer, there is another life. This life is nothing compared to the eternal one. But for you, life is just this one. So for you, it's all now. If you don't get it now, it doesn't work for you. But for a believer, he is
Yeah,
just this life is
did
just
God
a
do
temporary life.
something wrong when he doesn't answer a prayer?
No, God
Okay, well, now you have to
decides.
explain how he's right in not answering a good prayer
I
from a
gave you
genuine
I, I
believer.
gave I gave you a reason. I gave you an example where God decides what's good for you because what you think good for you, maybe it's
Skeptical
not good
theism,
for
I
you.
see. Okay.
And this is real, by the way. We have real cases in life. People get money, get wealth, they get kids, and they end up very bad for them. You could have a kid, for example. Yeah, you can ask for a kid. Let's say you want a kid in your life,
I'm
a
not asking
child.
for
Yeah.
any of that. I gave you an example. Why do you, people
I'm
like
giving
yourself give like 50 different examples that are not
Of
relevant? I
course,
said to you,
these
there's
are
an example
prayers,
of
right?
somebody that wants to heal a relationship with a family member and they pray and their family and they say, God, please bring that family member back so that we can reconcile before I die. And that never happens. I think we all agree that's in most cases a good
That's
thing to
also
happen,
in that case. Hold
and the
on.
prayer
In that
wasn't
case,
answered.
also no. In that case, literally, maybe if he will bring the family back together, it will end up bad also. So
But now
God
you
knows
just
what will happen after that.
undermining that you think it's a good
No,
prayer again.
I'm not undermining.
But
I'm
you could do that
saying
with
that
any prayer, so
no,
that's not useful.
yes, I'm saying the possibilities are literally endless. You don't know what will happen. Only Allah knows what will
Well,
happen.
then
So
you can't ever establish that there's a good prayer,
yes,
because
you can't.
when a
Yes,
seemingly good
yes,
prayer isn't answered, you could just say that it was a bad prayer.
yes. I don't say that.
Yeah, I
Allah
mean, you don't
knows.
really want to say that if you think about it for a little bit.
I don't know the unseen. I don't know what will happen in the future. Only God knows.
Well,
He
then you
has
can't
access to
establish
that.
that any prayer is good.
Of course, I said Allah could answer your prayer and could not answer your prayer. It's so simple.
Could
Whether you are a believer,
hey, warrior, could God
yeah.
answer a prayer to teach you a lesson?
Uh,
So
for
so that you
example,
ask for something you shouldn't have got, but he gives it to you to show you that you asked for a wrong prayer. Could he do that? A
do
bad prayer?
you mean you ask for a bad thing and it happens to you?
Yeah. You think it's good.
Well,
He knows it's bad, but he answers your prayer anyway. Can he do that?
well, he decides. Yeah, he does whatever he
Okay.
wants.
There you go.
God does whatever he wants, whether with
There you
a
go.
prayer or not. By the way, literally, he does whatever he wants with you, with
Yeah, but
me.
then you can't establish that it was in fact a good prayer. And most believers want to establish that God only answers good prayers,
No,
not bad
that's
ones.
a false claim.
Really? Andrew,
Yes.
I had a long conversation with him just now. He doesn't, and I think if I were a believer, I wouldn't accept that God answers bad prayers.
Well, I mean, Andrew is a Christian. Yeah, you cannot count on him. You cannot count him as a believer.
Wow. Can't count you as a believer either by his light.
Well,
So if you don't believe in
oh,
Jesus, you're not a believer, right?
no,
So
no.
that's not interesting.
Here is what about what a believer is. By the way, the believer literally it's about the judgment day. It's about next life, the eternal life. If you don't believe in that, this life means nothing. By the way, but this believer,
Yeah,
like you,
anyway,
can
that's
live
a
it.
separate topic. But yeah, don't go down that route. Look, there seems to be only two ways you can answer why good prayers aren't answered. Either that it's skeptical theism, or in fact that it wasn't a good prayer. Or three, or the person
Here
wasn't
is the
genuine.
point. The big problem also with you, Rob, is or with everybody. Let's say what we define as good, maybe it's not good. It's not
That's
up
the
to you
problem
to.
with you. That's your view.
No, no, it is. It is real. I gave you real examples.
Well,
You can ask for
that's
wealth.
just now you're in a skeptical
You,
position where you
no,
can't tell
no.
what's good.
But yes, because you
No,
literally
well,
can
that's not
consider
something you really want to
anybody.
embrace, is it?
We the humans, let's say, we the humans, we believe that wealth is good, right? We all think it is good, but Allah could give you wealth and you will end up using it in a bad way and it will be literally will end
No,
your
but then
life
we
in a
can't
bad way.
establish what is good. So when you pray for something, you don't know whether you're praying for it is good or not. You're
You
in a
don't know if
position of
it's good for you
skepticism.
on the long run. You don't know if it's
I don't
good
think
for
this
you
will
because
land with you. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
no, it's you who don't understand what I'm saying. God can give you wealth, but you can literally it will end up bad for you. You will end up like literally, I mean, a drug addict, a killer. You could do whatever. Only
And that
Allah knows.
means that you or I or anybody else doesn't actually know what is good. So when we're praying, we could well be praying for something that is bad. We can't actually
Yes,
have any level of certainty that what we're praying for is good under your conception. That is
yes,
not a good thing for
yes,
you to
yes,
concede.
yes. And by the way, this is what a real believer, I mean,
That
Rob
just went
would
straight
ask.
through in one
Hold
ear
on,
and out the other.
Okay,
hold
real
on.
quick.
God,
Can I
a
just
good
do this,
Yeah,
believer,
Warrior, real quick?
a
go
believer.
Just
ahead.
real quick.
One thing.
I'm not trying to stop you. Stallion, listen, brother. Hold your profile picture down. Just hold. This is just a moderation point, real quick, guys. Just hold your profile picture down with your thumb or whatever, and then you'll see a box that says "Accept invitation to speak." It's in your profile. You got to open your profile and hit accept. There you go. That's the pro trick. Secular, do you see that? That's gold, brother. That's gangster. Ask Timothy. It's like Jesus killing the pigs. Bam. Okay. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
I'm not sure about killing the pigs is a good thing, but hey, whatever.
So just my point is, a real wise, good believer would ask God for what's good. He don't specify
He doesn't
wealth
know
or
what's
kids.
good though under your conception,
Yes,
buddy.
yes, yes, yes. God knows better. You just ask God for
Well,
what's
then
good. You
just don't
say,
ask for anything or just
uh,
ask for everything.
no. You just say, give me what's
Doesn't matter,
good,
does it?
and you ask for forgiveness and guidance. These are the best
Why
thing
why
you
do you
can
think
ask from
forgiveness
God.
is good? Maybe forgiveness is not good.
Forgiveness is the way you will. It's for the eternal life, but you don't believe in
No, but
that
you
one.
don't know that though. Could actually be a bad thing.
Eternal life is good. He told us.
And I don't think forgiveness is always a good thing anyway, under my conception. And you probably
No,
would
no,
agree as well. So
it's not the forgiveness of humans. This is the forgiveness of God. It's the one who is in charge. He's the judge on Judgment Day. So if he forgives you, you are lucky. You win.
yeah, but you're not understanding that. You keep speaking like what I'm saying to you is just like going right over your head, because your responses
No,
don't respond to what I'm saying. So maybe
I
it's
am,
I'm
but
speaking too
I am,
quickly, or I
I
don't know.
am, I am. But Rob, you don't believe in something other than this life. That's your problem. So we will never understand what I'm talking about.
That's got nothing to
Believers,
do with the critique I'm leveling
it
at you.
has, it has, it has. That's the big thing. This life is a
Well, the
test.
fact that you say it has tells me you're just not on the same page. You're in the Andromeda galaxy, mate.
Rob, if I am like
It's
you,
going to take you
if
two
I am,
billion years to reach here.
hold on. If I am a disbeliever, like I would be literally thinking exactly like you if I don't believe in another life. If it's all about this life, I would be literally asking for money and wealth, and that's all. I don't care. I don't need even a God, yeah? As long as He provides to me, I'm making business, I am having family, enjoying trips. That's for me,
None
that's
of this
enough.
is relevant to my critique.
You
You've
insist
got to
on
like
your.
focus on what's being said. Like one of the ways you can focus that I learned years ago is when somebody speaks to you, say what they're saying in your head. If they don't speak for too long, I try not to be, long-winded.
You
Say
have
what
to
they're
do the
saying,
same.
like repeat it
You
quietly in your head because it keeps you focused on what they're
Rob,
saying.
You
Because
have
you're
to
just
do the
going off on
same.
tangents.
You have exactly to do the same as I'm telling you, as you say. Like what I'm saying to you, you have to do the same as I'm talking, right? You have to think also about what I'm saying. You don't do that.
No, I'm listening to you, and you're not addressing what I'm
No,
saying.
no, you never listen, Rob. You are in these rooms
You're a,
always,
you are in a position of
literally.
skepticism.
You have your little corner there, and you want everybody to be there. Life is not like what you think. Believers
Thanks
are
for you
the.
giving me some sort of non-related response. See, that's what I mean.
It is
That's
related.
completely non-related.
I gave you
I
examples
pointed
of
out
real life.
that your view commits you to being skeptical about knowing whether anything's good or bad, and you just either ignored it or you didn't understand it because not you didn't even attempt to address it.
Can I chime in, please?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in a previous conversation, which is the correlation and the regression concept. And I've heard that this
Other people
Jewish
can jump in
rabbi.
as well, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I was going to say other people can jump in. This doesn't have to be a one-on-one, so other people can jump in whenever they want. I won't.
Yeah, yeah.
I won't be
So
upset if somebody jumps in and says something on the topic. So go
Yeah, I
ahead.
appreciate that, Rob. And I just want to welcome, yeah, Stallion, appreciate you coming up, man. And Jamie, welcome, my brother. We'll get you in too. I'm glad to see you here, man. I don't think you've been here before, so it's good to have you. But go ahead, Stallion. Sorry.
yeah, so this is the concept of correlation versus regression. So, like, if we're talking about correlation, it is two things relating to each other, correlating to each other. Like you say, I want to increase the temperature of the water, then the water boils. So we can understand the causality and the correlation there. But if we go to more complex things, like weather, for instance, it's a very complex system. Like this rabbi gave this example. Like why don't we see the weather forecast for like 2 months or 3 months ahead? Because the system itself is too complex to do that. Like he said, like if someone sneezes, like it could influence the weather, like in the long term. So same thing goes for you as a person. Like you were talking about the good and the bad and the prayers, the good prayers on them. There's no such thing as good prayers. How do we define good in terms of, let's say, prayers or anything? Is by understanding the influence or the consequence of that said prayer. So I want to give an example. If, for instance, you go to your boss and request a couple of weeks off, basically, you want to go on a vacation or something. So asking for a vacation, it's not a good or bad thing objectively. It's just subjectively, it's good for you, but there is no such defined quality to it being good or bad. You're asking for a couple of weeks. So what happens is your manager is going to think about it, going to see all the factors, like Do I need this employee? Do I have someone else to chime in for his? Do we have going projects and stuff? So he's looking to other factors. So for you, it's a correlation. I want a vacation. Do I get a vacation or not? But to him, it's more complex. There is other factors to look at to
Yeah.
look into.
So what about it? What about it?
So that's what God is like. If you're asking for something, like I want. Again, it's a regression. So you are a part of a whole system. That would be you,
Do you think the
family.
manager can explain to the employee why they're not going to get time off? And at
The
least there'll
man,
be an explanation. Whether the employee accepts it or not is not the point, but they'll understand. They'll go, okay, I understand why you're saying this. Maybe they disagree or whatever. Do you think a manager can do that?
a human manager
Or
can.
should do it? Not only can they should do it, yes, if they're a good manager.
Yeah, sure, but as a
Yeah.
god, he doesn't have these requirements. You cannot require
Is
something
he not a
from the
good
god.
God?
It doesn't matter. Like what I'm saying is, this is the thought process. He's looking into other things. This is the thought process, but he doesn't have to justify things for you
Yeah,
because
but I thought we agreed that good people do give you reasons why they deny your requests.
we agreed
And
that
bad people or ambivalent people don't.
we agreed that there is no such thing as good and bad. We only understand things by the consequence of the influence.
Don't
So
you think God
because
is
you
all
don't
good?
know, sorry,
Don't you think God is all good?
he is all good, but the concept of good
Right.
for you that you have created a requirement for good, which God doesn't have to abide by. Like he doesn't have
Well,
to
he doesn't
abide by
have to, but
your
he's just not going to
will.
have a good relationship. I understand, and most people understand some level of good, and we're in general agreement about certain principles, most humans on the planet. And when you deny somebody's request that they think is reasonable and you don't give a reason why when you can, then people are going to take that poorly. They're going to go, why doesn't this person give a response? And then that person would be, I would suggest, obligated to give a response why they didn't give a response if they're going to be seen as a good person, good manager. And if they don't do so, the employee is going to go, I don't think this is a good manager. And they'd be justified in thinking so.
So the thing is, like this, let's say this manager defined the relationship being faith-based, basically. So you have to have faith, and this is what the relationship is. It's actually faith in the decision making of this manager. So
Why? Why would the employee have to accept that?
because this is the deal, that this is the contract that you have with him. Like the contract doesn't say
And I
like I
can
have
go
to
and find
justify.
another job with a different manager that doesn't have that.
Sure, good luck. That's the thing. Like
Yeah,
this
but
is
I
this.
can't do that under your conception of God. There's only one manager and he dictates how the whole warehouse works. So I can't go anywhere else.
Yeah,
And when
and
he
he's
doesn't
good.
answer and I question it, then I'm like in the wrong for doing so. No, it's a bad manager by any
No,
conception of
he's
bad that most people understand.
no, he's not. So again, good and bad is defined by the consequence. So if you go to this manager, he's going to take into consideration like things that the decision could be postpone the 2 weeks
Yeah, it doesn't
basically,
matter what the decision
or
is.
or
I'm
maybe
saying that he'll
not.
communicate it to you. If he doesn't grant it, he's going to communicate why he doesn't grant it.
He doesn't have to.
Any good
Like
manager in any company, I don't know how many companies you've worked in, will always do that. And if they don't, you can go to HR if they refuse to.
but you have to understand something. Like you cannot judge. This is like in a down up communication. You're using your
There we go.
standards.
Back to
So that,
back to superior, inferior. You
Hey,
take my
guys,
word
can
for
I
it,
ask
do
a
it my
question?
way. When you question, you're not entitled to question. And then you want to say
exactly,
this
like
is a
you're
loving,
using.
good being. Come on, my friend.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
you're
So,
using your standards to judge something that's superior. Like he doesn't have to abide by your
You
standards.
would take the same standards in any other scenario except this one, you jettison your standards. If a manager treated you like this, you would have questions if you were a reasonable person. Hey, why can't I have a holiday? I'm not going to tell you. You just follow my whatever I tell you.
Yeah,
Are
because
you going
he
to stand
has
there and
to.
accept that and go, yeah, I'm sure you've got my best interest in mind or you've got the best of the company in mind?
Yeah, that if,
And he
if
doesn't
if we're
tell you?
talking about a
No,
god
he's going to give you a reason
that's
and you're going to ask for one and you're justified in doing so.
what if
And he's
like
not
what if I
justified in withholding the reason unless he's going to give you a reason why he withholds the reason. But at some point, he's going to tell you something.
what if we go like we're dealing with this manager to a certain point where we understand that he has our best well-being in heart. Like what if this is the case? What if he proves himself to be a good manager? Will you accept, just accepting whatever he gives you? Like
No,
is
no, I'm not going to just accept whatever he gives me. If I think it's wrong or there, I don't see a good reason, I'm going to ask for one. And if he doesn't give it, that's going to be a mark against him, because I expect a good manager to tell me why. Even if I disagree with it, I certainly want a reason, or a reason for not giving me a reason. But ultimately, he's going to have to explain something at some point. I'm not just going to
what if
take it for granted. Sorry.
this manager requires humbleness as a
Yeah, then all
necessity
he's saying
policy?
is, I'm a dictator, follow what I say. And then I'm not going to think he's a good manager. Because humbleness just means don't question me. That's what it
I mean,
cashes
yeah,
out at. So no, I'm not going to be happy with that manager.
this is let's listen. There's only one God. Like that's the only option, and this is how He is. He's good, and He's a dictator that you have to take whatever He gives you. This is how He is.
Yeah, I don't take
Like
dictators to generally
someone,
be good, and they'd have to demonstrate it.
listen,
And when he does the
this,
exact opposite, then I'm going to take him as a bad dictator.
yeah, whatever. Like He is what He is. Like there's two
Oh,
people.
that's
Let's
not
say people
helpful.
here. This is you. There's you, and there's Him. Who's supposed to adapt to the other? Is the God supposed to adapt to the criteria of the human person He created? Is this
Well, look,
what
if
you
he
would
wants a
expect?
relationship, then he's going to at least make it clear that he wants it, and he's going to give a reason why he doesn't do X and Y. That's what we expect in any other scenario, my friend. But for some reason, you want to jettison it because he's God. No, in fact, it's almost more incumbent because he wants the relationship. He was the initiator of the relationship, not me or you. He said, I want the relationship. And we go, okay, now we'll decide whether we want to have that relationship. Then there's some obligation for him to act in a way that makes it the relationship attractive. And when he makes it repulsive, then you've got good reasons not to want the relationship. It's the same in
But
your
the
life
thing is,
everywhere else, except when it comes to God for some reason. But don't worry,
exactly because
you are not
yeah.
alone. The North Koreans think the same thing about Kim Jong un. So you
Yeah,
are
but
not
one of
alone in
them
this. And
proved that
actually, some
he's
other
good.
Christians
Like,
think like you too,
one of
and
them
Muslims.
proved that he is good. So I'm
So
fine with it. Like,
you're in a lot of bad company by my lights.
no, I'm saying like one of them proved to be good, very
How
good.
did that
Like to
prove?
me
How do they prove
personally,
to be good?
it's very nice. Ah, sorry.
How do they prove to be good?
By the way, he's managing. Like this is
Great. So he answers why you can't go. He tells you reasons why. Yes, that's a
no,
minimum standard.
So what happens is like I'm getting answers, but not the way you seem to
You mean
request.
answers as in nothing is communicated? Is that what you mean by an
No,
answer?
no, no. Like whenever the postponing, let's say for the holiday, some time passes, and I do understand why the holiday is postponed. But you have to be very humble. You have to be very.
He's not
You have
going
to
to
see
tell
the
you. You're going to
signs.
try and work it out yourself. Is that the idea? And then you're going to say he's a good
No,
manager because you worked out a reason, which you don't even know is the right reason or a good reason.
no. He's very communicative, like very communicative, but not in the way that you expect. He's not gonna like give you
Ah,
answers. Like he's not gonna
so when
chat
he
with you.
doesn't communicate with me, he's still being communicative, just not in the way I would expect. And I should think
Yeah,
he's a good manager. Why?
because he's communicating. Like you start to see, like
How do I
again,
establish
there's
he's communicating when I don't get a response? How's that communication?
what would be a good way of responding? Like what would
Hey,
you?
this is the reason why you can't go on holiday in your analogy, or this is the reason why X happened, and in fact, you think it's good. Sorry, it's. I've just got my cat running around here. You think that it's bad, but in fact, it's good. But here's the reason why you're wrong. Ah, okay, God or manager. Now I understand. Maybe I still don't
No,
agree,
that's
but I understand you've given a reason.
no,
You
no.
don't even get that.
You're giving me the communication. I want the method of communication. Like how would you expect him to
Some way that
communicate?
I understand, written, a video, audio, some way that it comes in through the senses such that I can cognitively understand it. Any one of those is going to be the case. And it's clear that it comes from that manager or
What
God.
if it's a circumstantial communication? Like you will find out that this is good actually for you, not good for you, but you get to understand it. You get to.
Yeah, but that's unfortunately down the line, and I may not do that. And I'm expecting communication now, not hey, wait and see. You'll see it's good for you. You wouldn't expect this from anybody else that's a good person in your life. Why do you expect it here?
Yeah. So this is the thing. Like like this is how I understand it, and I'm like this is the extent to which I can do talk about this. But I understand that you're using your like let's say human or your own standards to judge a relationship that doesn't fit the standard. Like it doesn't. This is
What
not.
other
This is
way
a
should
whole
I? What
different.
other way should I judge a relationship?
In the way that he actually tells you how. Like
Yeah,
he
but a
gives you the
dictator can
standard.
tell me how I want that. Why should I accept that the dictator who's telling me this is the way I should evaluate a relationship? Why should I think that that's a good way?
Because like we're not talking about a dictator as in a bad dictator or like someone who's doing bad. A dictator is
Most of
someone
the
who's
time, dictators
dictating.
are bad. And if they aren't bad, then they're going to show it.
It's
But they're
just
going to show it in a way
egocentric.
that I understand. The dictator who's good is not going to say, hey, follow my rules. And I go, but hang on a moment. That's the exact opposite of what I think is good. Too bad, the good dictator says, you understand it my way or it's the highway. Do you think I'm going to, well, absolutely, you're a benevolent dictator. Just the sort of person I was looking for. No,
That's
You
just
I'm going
want?
to do exactly the opposite.
that's just
It sounds like
egocentric
Jamie wanted to get it. What do
interpretation.
you want to say, Boomy? What did you say, buddy?
Just
Go ahead.
egocentric interpretation. When you're looking at egocentric interpretation, that's when someone poses their own framework and beliefs or concepts onto something. That's when they prioritize their perspective over actually understanding actually what's really being said. So what's happening is you're having a one-way conversation that's based on conceptualization from their own perspective that won't even allow them to actually step outside of themselves to get into a different framework to actually understand it inherently. So to really understand something is to be willing to relinquish one's own perspective momentarily in order to get a better understanding of its motivation, its beliefs, and its customs, and then try to understand it from within rather than being resistant to actually understand it from without.
Are you speaking about God
So
now?
this
Are
is
you sort
what
of
is
saying, hey,
referred to
we should
as
drop our own understanding of good and adopt a
I'm
completely
saying
foreign
I'm saying
understanding of good?
I'm saying to you that if a Bentley dealer were to arrive in my driveway with a Bentley, in order for me to understand a Bentley, I have to be able to listen to someone from their perspective, from their view. It would make fundamental sense for me to one study a Bentley, pick up a manual about a Bentley, and actually understand how it works, not necessarily from the position to be persuaded or dissuaded, but from the position of understanding. Then from that analysis, I can come from a different perspective, whether to agree or disagree, whether to push back or actually go forward.
Yeah, but unfortunately, your Bentley example is disanalogous because here we have a manager who says you can't have holiday, to use what's the gentleman's name? Stallion's example. You think you need a holiday, you've been working presumably hard, and you think it's good to have a holiday, and the manager says you're not having a holiday. Do you expect to have a reason given to you if you think the manager is good? Or should you just abandon and go, hey, instead of me accepting that good managers or good people give reasons, I'm just going to abandon that and take his perspective that good is not giving reasons.
Well, again, from a different standpoint, from a conceptual standpoint, you're a teacher's good is not a pre-requirement of a student, and a manager's good is not a requirement by the acceptance of a student. Good is not necessarily required by the acceptance of the other people. In fact, if you look at it from the other angle, if you look at it from a less egocentric standpoint, and you're able to look at it from the manager's standpoint, then the best thing is try to understand the manager. If I attempt to actually understand the manager, I get a better chance of understanding him. He is not necessarily required to make to answer a question or make a decision in order to prove that he's good. He could be actually inherently good, which and sometimes good can be actually inherent, whether it's relationable or not, whether it's consequential or not. So it doesn't necessarily. I don't need you or the approval of you to determine actually what good is. Some things are just inherently good in
Yeah, but then
itself.
you're just talking about a
None of these
dictator.
people are managers, and it really shows because I have to take like yearly trainings about like because I'm a manager of people, and none of that would ever fly.
Yeah, that's not what
Like
we
the
think a
whole
good
thing's
manager is.
about
He's
team
just referring to a
building,
dictator.
and yeah, like a manager is like a facilitator of like people. It's about team building. It's about making. I mean, team building. I think captures a lot of it. So I'm not going to belabor it.
But what part of the universe were you in? Were you part of actually team building? See, this is the thing. When you're talking about when you let's just understand this framework. You're talking about someone that might be the author of the universe, and you're trying to understand him within the framework of someone who just arrived on the planet. And so you're trying to conceptualize a universal being from within inside of one who's a manager. See, the one who's a manager is not a founder, nor is he an author. The one who's a founder is at the root vision of the company. Everyone else is
Yeah,
just
I think it's a
become.
bad analogy, and it sounds like you agree.
Yeah, it is a horrible analogy because if you were to accurately parallel a business to the creator of the universe, then what would be synonymous with that would be
The
uh,
owner, the CEO,
the
or
owner, the
something.
founder, the owner, the founder, the one that actually has the ability to create without actually copying from anyone else. The one that is the visionary, the one that is everyone else after that becomes implementers of what that vision actually could be. The managers, the employees, everything else becomes analogous figures over time, but not necessarily one that is at the root of the idea. The one that's at the root of the idea of a company, he's not even around, but yet he has others to maintain it, run it, implement it, and to make sure that it runs appropriately. So when we're talking about a creator from the position of a manager, that is not even a that's not even a conceptual comparable.
I don't mind like the father son analogy stuff for this, but I definitely don't think managers should be used.
Yeah,
Manager assumes
it's
the
a
kind of
horrible
relation.
example. It's a horrible example.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, Rob. I don't know if you want to continue the conversation. I just wouldn't use that analogy because I think that yeah, it's not going
No,
to
you can
capture
carry
this
on,
audience.
take it into a different direction, no problem.
I mean, I don't really want to have this discussion, so I just thought that
Okay.
it's a terrible analogy.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't see the point of belaboring it.
Stallion, well, first of all, I hope you join the house, man. The link's up above here. I see you're friends with Cool Man and whatnot. So yeah, it's good to have you here. Um, and, and Jacob, yeah, I think we've talked a lot about this. We'll probably have to, at some point here soon, we'll segue into a new room. It'll stay live. We'll just switch over, um, maybe just curious, Jamie or Jacob or Stallion. Because we ask a lot of people that come in here normally, or one of the often talked about topics is just the existence of God to begin with. I mean, Rob's an atheist, and there's several atheists here. What do you say to those that think that there is no God? Like Jamie, what would you say?
Um, I think they have some justifiable evidence to believe that. Just I think it's a
Sure.
neutral. I think it's a neutral ground. I think they're justified in the way that they feel, and as well as I think there's justifiable proof for a person to actually may have a belief in a God. So the difference is one fundamentally go off what they know, and the other one fundamentally goes off what they believe. Yet both having justifiable proof to come to that position.
So one goes off. Which one's going off what they believe?
The one
the
if I'm able to if I come into a house and I have a chair and it sits on it has four legs. If I'm able to sit on that chair, then the belief that I can develop from that is that this chair is secure and it'll never break. Now, the person that might be an atheist may come in the house and may actually see the chair, and they may sit in the chair. They may not develop a belief that it may actually break. They only know that the chair actually works. Now, that makes sense.
No,
uh,
it would be closer if you were like telling us
Okay,
that you
I
believe
frame
that
it a completely different way.
that a chair exists,
I frame
and
it a
then the
completely different
atheist
way.
comes into the room and they see no chair,
Exactly. I frame
and
it a completely
you're
different way.
explaining that you believe there's a chair, but we don't see the chair.
Right. So I'm gonna
That's
frame it a
more
completely different way.
analogous.
I'm gonna frame it a completely different way. So what I meant to say, or what I'm rather trying to explain is, if I were to walk into a house and you don't see no one, you don't see anyone, but you see a chair, or you were to walk up, you actually see a house. Now, the person that actually believe in a power that's bigger than themselves might say, because they don't see anyone that made the house, or they don't see anyone that actually made the chair, they would assume that it was a god or a being somewhere outside of themselves that actually made the house,
I'm gonna
or
go to your asshole.
or they actually made the chair. Now, a person that a person that might be an atheist might see the house or might see the chair, and to some degree of another, they may not actually believe that it was a being outside of themselves or some higher being that actually made the house or actually made the chair. They account for it in a different way. Some of them account for it in various ways. Some may say it randomly happened. Some of them say it lacked causality and it just started to make itself. So they have different reasons of how something comes into being rather than actually who.
Okay, yeah. So what you're assuming that something has come into existence and something has been created. Am I correct? You assume that?
Uh, I only function off of the law of cause and effect. I believe in causality. So I think
Yeah.
that every effect has a cause. So whether I don't care what you name the cause, I think that every effect has a cause, and as long as you can continue to get to the effect, it's going to take you into a deeper cause, and which is going to take you into a deeper effect, which is going to take you into a deeper cause, which is almost infinitum. So for me, I choose to believe that there is a higher power, although it creates space for you choosing not to believe.
Okay. So I don't choose my beliefs. I'm convinced. Um, it depends on my current understanding and knowledge and the available evidence to me about the certain case in particular. And like I said, and my understanding of it. And I might be persuaded of that evidence. Um, when you say that you choose your beliefs, can you explain what you mean by that?
All right, we see the creation of the universe, but the creator himself has somehow has never actually made himself known to you outside of a book. He's never actually come out of hiding and say, "This is who I am and this is what I represent." So that opens up the realm of belief where fundamentally who he is and what he is starts to become a numerous conversations about it. Maybe he's a tree, maybe he's a spirit, maybe he's a dog, maybe he's a bird, maybe he's a dragon, maybe he's this, maybe he's that. Why? Simply because he's actually never made himself known. And so because the absence of that knowledge, it creates a system of beliefs and breaks down into different tribal religions and different faiths.
So you use pronouns and you talk about this
Hold on,
thing
wait,
as if
wait.
it's,
Does what I just said, does that make sense?
well, I'm trying to figure out why you're assuming all of this because
Assuming what?
you initially used an analogy, the chair, the house, the building.
Uh-huh.
It's the same old walking along the beach and you see come across a watch.
Right.
But you're comparing the house and the chair to what, Jamie?
I'm looking at cause and effect simply. At the root of this thing is
No,
all about.
no, you called it a creation, and
Okay, I called it a
which
creation.
implies design.
There's the creator.
And
Right.
we tend to well, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, it's actually escaping me now, the English word, but
Okay.
comparing. We are comparing things that are designed to things that are not designed. That's our measurement. So
That's perspective. That's not
no,
measurement.
that
That's perspective.
that's definitionally like when you open your eyes and you look at an object,
Mhm.
you can determine whether or not it was designed or not
So
for the
does
most
does
part. And
does
and
the
and usually it's because of the background information, like the
mhm,
house. We know
mhm,
human
mhm,
beings
mhm,
build
mhm,
houses. We know beavers build basically kind of house structures,
mhm,
and other animals do the same.
mhm,
So we can differentiate a bundle of sticks in a narrow
mhm,
stream and compare it to a beaver's nest,
mhm,
and we can see the hollow insides, and we can see the in what call it the door, the entrance.
uh-huh.
You can so we can compare something that is designed to
Uh-huh.
something that is not designed, which means like we compare nature to what like a thinking
Do you,
agent would be
do you think that
deciding.
nature is intelligent?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah. So did nature
I mean,
produce
it's
you?
physical.
Wait, but did nature produce you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay, are you
yeah.
intelligent?
I can. It's just your language. But yeah, sure. Continue.
So again, if you were a mathematician, what would be the probability of having consistent
But
random
listen,
design that is
I'm
actually
waiting for you to give me what you're comparing the house and the chair to.
I just gave you a comparison. I said cause and effect. Let's just look at the sun. Let's look at the
No,
moon. Uh, I'm saying cause and effect, causality,
you're jumping
causality. Listen,
categories.
the house and the chair operates under the same law. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't escape the same law. The house and the chair operates on the same law of cause and effect. It doesn't escape it, nor is it outside of it. It's an
Sure,
adequate. It's an adequate comparable.
causality is happening. Okay, set that aside. It's not necessary to the argument or the point you and I are talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. So I walk along a beach. I see a mechanical watch. It's an automatic watch. It's an Omega. I love that watch brand.
Mm-hmm.
I pick it up and I pick up the rock right next to it, or the rock that it laid on, and I hold them in each of my hand, and I can see, okay, this is a rock. It's made of minerals, salts, etc.
Uh
And
huh.
I look in my left hand, and there's a mechanical watch, and I can see a name, and I can see inscriptions. I can see
Mm-hmm.
like letters. I can
Mm-hmm.
understand the letters and the words.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at my wrist on my left hand, and I can see, oh, damn, I'm using a watch myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's because I have background information. I went to a watch store. I bought the watch. Blah blah blah. We know that history,
Mm-hmm.
so I can compare it to a rock, to the stick, to a shell, whatever I find next to it, or the trees. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you comparing the house and the chair to?
Again, in that example, let's compare the house and chair to a rock. One, you're saying that the only reason that you're able to come to a concise belief about it because you have background information about the house, which you would have lack of information about or background information about the rock. However,
Correct.
however, both knowledge can be ascertained from both, as one could actually have background information or knowledge or information by one either the experimentation with a rock, which is derivative directly from the object in itself, or by just actually going to a rock dealer or someone who actually specializes in rocks or actually or geologist or someone that actually fundamentally works with rocks. If I've been talking to you, you've been working on rocks for 40 years, then I could develop some degree of background information about what it is that I'm looking at, but not just on a simplistic level, but almost at a core level, even to understand what its composition is and actually how it's made, and even in some cases, being able to duplicate the process.
I think sometimes it takes more than one person saying the same thing for another person to get what is being asked or said. I don't. I think I'm failing
I
because
understand. I understand what you're saying.
I've given you concrete, like what do you criteria, like here's a design thing that I know is designed because I have overwhelming evidence that indicates that this watch is designed. And
Hmm.
I have something that occurs in nature, and I compare nature to what I would label designed. You have yet to come close to answer my question. What's your reference point in saying that the chair and the house was designed? Your initial response was causality, which is just,
Hmm.
it's not related, or it is related the way you said it, but not to our conversation. There's a
Right.
relationship
I think I'm.
with causality. You're
I,
observing the chair and you're making a decision in your head. I'm looking for that um, symmetry
mhm.
breaker.
Right. I'm really trying to really now. I'm really grasping for straws. Really trying to understand what you're asking me. Are you seeing? Are you saying to me that? Are you asking me that the rock in itself? Uh, does it lack? Are you saying that the rock in itself? How do I determine? Are you saying? Are you asking me? Does it have design, or how do I determine whether it have design or not? Or how can I ascertain that it's
Let's just
something?
skip chapters
Yeah. Let's just get to the root of it.
And
Asking
I'll
me.
just say it out loud. Like I'm thinking, or I believe that a lot of people think that the universe was created when they say they believe in a creator God,
Right.
right? So which means that everything is designed.
Right.
which leans further to that you have nothing to compare anything you pick up to anything, because everything is designed to you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not
Nothing
sure.
to
I'm not sure
nothing.
if
I want to know. I
your
want
like
clarification.
subconscious is realizing this, and you're trying to elude the
No. I
question.
really want clarification. So, what do you
But
mean when you say nothing that is designed can actually compare to something that is designed? What do you mean by that?
because, like I said, I have a reference point, like nature, and that whatever comes about and happens in nature, like except from what me as a human being can do,
Mm-hmm.
I call natural. And when I pick up something that is designed or made by a thinking agent, like a human being or a beaver making a home, and or other animals, I can differentiate between this does not occur in nature and this over here does occur in nature. But to you,
Give me an example of that.
like in the like unified, like universe, everything to you, or not to you in this particular, but for the most part, when I talk to theists, they believe in a creator, God, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
they do think that everything has been created, which
Mm-hmm.
means that they have nothing to compare anything to. Everything is designed.
I'm struggling with that. When you say
But
compare
I really
anything
wanted
to,
you, sorry, I really wanted you to say those words yourself, but I wasn't able
I'm
to.
struggling
I
with
was
what
failing.
you're saying when you say compare anything to. When you say that because it is all created and it is by design, then there is nothing you can actually compare anything to. I really want to understand what you mean when you say that.
If I
Do
can
you?
chime quick.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So here's the thing. Like when you see the beaver's dam or the beaver's house, what is interesting about that? Like why would you compare that to begin with to something else that is like naturally occurring? So one answer could be the function. So because that would be a functional thing. You're looking at sand, you're looking at rocks, and then you're looking at a watch. That is a functional thing, something that has a function within a system or like alone or whatever. So like my question is, how would you arrive naturally or randomly to something that is functional within a system or within itself?
Just a quick point of moderation. Andrew, if you're listening, the room is about 11 hours now. So if you are still listening, I don't know if you want to start a new room
Yeah,
or
I'll put a
what you'd
link
like
right
to do.
now. Rob, let me
Okay,
shoot you a
cool.
link. Okay, my
Okay,
friends. I hope
thanks.
everybody that's here, Jamie, Stallion, Jacob, we're gonna put a link at the top here, where it says join Andrew's house. And by the way, if you haven't done that, please do it. For those that haven't, but I'm gonna shoot a link to Rob. He's gonna post it at the top. You just click it, and we'll go right. Everybody will just end up in a new live room, and we can carry on the conversation.
All right.
Prophet, Frank, hope you come over. That's right, Akira's. All right, you guys. I'll see you over there. Give me just a
Andrew,
second, Rob.
please,
I'll shoot you the link.
Andrew, please check your DM really quick. It's
Okay, brother.
important. It's on here.
You can continue the conversation, Stallion and
Yeah,
Jamie.
he was talking about the rock, and if he's talking about just kind of building what he's saying in terms of a matter of function. Rocks form what the foundation of Earth's crust. They break down over time. They create soil. They're essential for plant growth. So everything actually has a function, but apparently from the surface it may not appear to because of the lack of knowledge. And so we would assume something doesn't have a function because we may actually lack knowledge to one degree or other on what purpose does it actually serve.
Who's imbuing that um, uh, purpose?
I thought when we were talking about functionality, something in terms of,
Sorry, yeah, yes, function. That you said the word, but it just escaped me right away. I don't know why.
hmm
Function, yeah. Function comes from someone. like imbuing it with a function, like applying
No,
function to it.
no, no. Absolutely, that's
So,
absolutely false. That's absolutely false. Does I'm asking you a question. Does
Yeah.
plant serves a plant serve a function because I'm imbuing imbuing a function on it, or does it inherently and objectively serves a function and serves something else?
Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably why I said the other word, like purpose. Because yeah, English is not my first language, but yeah, you're correct. Something can have like, yeah, okay, yeah, a mechanical function. I mean, you have a rock that is resting on a ledge and its potential energy, and it can cascade into other motions, but calling it function necessarily, I'm not
So if
fully
I'm
on board.
if I can elaborate, like my example wasn't the rock itself. Like you could say the rock is just a minerals and a bunch of material that is, that exists. Sure, like it could be random, whatever. But what I'm talking about is like systems that function within themselves. Like let's say, like we go to a protein or like a vitamin within a system that goes and influences the immune system or something. Like there is a function, there is a purpose there. And to me, I don't understand how would you arrive from like random molecules just collapse into each other to something that functions within a system, to the system itself. Like we're talking about like I don't know, materials interacting with each other, creating something different that has an influence, and so it's a complex thing that should have a design for it to function. Like a watch that tells time has to have a designer to make it do what it should do, basically. So that's the question.
These guys don't think that randomness is like the only option.
What are other options that we have?
They may just think things are ordered and it's not by mind.
Say that again, please. I missed that.
They may think things are ordered, but it's not by a mind.
Can you show me an example of when you say mind? What do you mean? Does it have to compose of a brain?
No.
So when you say mind, that is, can I equate that in? Can I equate that to intelligence as well, or no?
I think minds are intelligent.
And so, do you
Okay,
think that?
everybody, we're going to pause now. We're just going to, the new room is open, so I'm pasting the link. Please join the new room. Or if you don't use the link, you'll find it in the hallway, the main Clubhouse hallway. Click on the link at the top, please. The new one is there a God open discussion. That's the new room that Andrew has created. Thanks everybody for joining us in this room. If you can hear my voice, please click on the link at the top there, the caption just below. Do prayers get answered? Just tap on that. It'll take you to the new room. If you're unable to get to your phone, then again, just look for the new Andrew House room in the Clubhouse hallway where you see all of the rooms. You will see a new one there. Thanks, everybody. We'll close this room now and we'll see you hopefully across in the new room shortly.